Jiang Fan, your innate talent is average. It is unlikely that you will break through before the age of 30. Remaining within the clan now serves no purpose. Following the elders' unanimous decision, you have been dispatched to Qingyuan town to oversee the clan's affairs. Through the hardships of the mundane world you might yet discover your great opportunity. Inside a splendid hall aglow with candlelight, Jiang Fan sat in the central great master chair, his mind revisiting the words spoken by the clan elder before his departure. He couldn't help but sigh. It had been nearly half a year since the clan exiled him, and now, by his count, he had reached the age of 30 despite only attaining the 4th level of Qi refinement. Alas, I once believed that my life would be marked by great achievements, yet my mediocre talent has rendered any rise futile. Having devoted half my life to immortal cultivation, perhaps it is time to simply enjoy living, he mused. Although exiled by the clan and appointed as the protector elder of Qingyuan town, as an immortal teacher, Jiang Fan was in essence the unquestioned local sovereign. Apart from its sparse spiritual energy and slow progress in cultivation, which made true immortal opportunities nearly impossible and even risked being annihilated by passing powerful cultivators, Qingyuan town could still be regarded as a secluded paradise. Nephew Jiang Fan, are you inside? A deep, resonant voice echoed from outside. Jiang Fan answered with a nod, and as the door opened, a spirited old man with a flowing goat horn beard stepped in. The newcomer was another protector elder of equal standing to Jiang Fan, now well into his 90s. Such was the life of cultivators. Even one whose power was confined to mere Qi refinement could still live vibrantly into 100 or even 130 years, provided no hidden injuries marred their fate, eventually passing away in peace. Uncle, did you need to see me? Jiang Fan inquired politely. Nephew, have you given thought to what I mentioned a few days ago? Came the teasing reply. The uncle stated authoritatively. Jiang Fan fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. Haha, it was long overdue. We cultivators live for centuries. What is the point of a life solely devoted to arduous cultivation? Moreover, Qingyuan town lay in a remote area where spiritual energy was scarce. Even the most diligent cultivation might yield little benefit over a decade or so. It was better to abandon obsessive ambitions and simply enjoy life. The uncle laughed heartily, as if he had long anticipated Jiang Fan's decision. Compared to ordinary mortals, cultivators could easily live to 100 or 200 years, truly a testament to their longevity. Yet when compared to the great practitioners who often lived for several hundred to 1,000 years, even they were but exceptional mortals. Rest assured, having spent all these years in Qingyuan town, I shall certainly find you a beautiful and sensible young lady, he assured. Jiang Fan returned a knowing smile. There was truth in his uncle's words, especially considering that this very matchmaker, despite being over 90 and having married over a dozen wives with more than 20 children, made such promises. However, among all those offspring, only one possessed a spiritual root, and she had long been sent to the main clan for cultivation. Then I entrust this matter to you, Uncle, Jiang Fan said respectfully. Jiang Fan clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Well said. In the decades to come, our fates shall be intertwined. Your concerns are as much my own. The uncle laughed heartily and immediately summoned someone from outside. Before long, a young servant appeared, escorting a flamboyantly dressed older lady. The matchmaker's eyes sparkled at the sight of Jiang Fan and his uncle. In the eyes of ordinary mortals, the immortal elder of the Jiang clan in Qingyuan town was akin to a deity wielding absolute power over life and death. I have respectfully greeted you, esteemed immortal teachers, the matchmaker announced with a grand bow. Madam Wang, how have you progressed with the arrangements we discussed? The uncle declared, this fellow is my own nephew. Do not try to mislead me by presenting mundane candidates. Sir, you must not misunderstand. The maidens I have selected are all distinguished ladies of Qingyuan town, the matchmaker retorted. Matchmaker Wang immediately began to plead, only to be met with a chilly snort from the uncle, who then tossed a piece of silver. In the mundane world, gold and silver held value, but to cultivators they were of little use. Rest assured, sir, I know every eligible girl in Qingyuan town. I guarantee to find you a wife that will satisfy our young master, she promised. Instantly, the matchmaker's face broke into a radiant smile. Everyone knew that immortal masters were exceedingly generous, and a single matchmaking deal could afford them years of leisure. While speaking, matchmaker Wang produced 5 portraits. Sir, behold these 5 maidens, all hailing from prominent families, all unmarried, and of impeccable background. Jiang Fan examined the portraits. These 5 women were breathtakingly beautiful, as if they were goddess-level figures in another life. For ordinary mortals, marrying a cultivator beauty was but a preliminary consideration. Choose her, Yang Yin, he decided. In the end, Jiang Fan selected a demure young lady to be his wife. Very well, sir, I shall contact her immediately, the matchmaker responded. Matchmaker Wang gathered the portraits and immediately set about her task. Soon enough news of the Jiang clan protector elder's grand wedding spread, and many marveled at which maiden had become so fortunate. That very day Jiang Fan consummated his grand wedding. The next day, under a hazy sky, a prompt sound roused him from sleep. System activated. Today your comprehension of the main cultivation technique increased by 50. Current Qingmu Gong status level 290511000. Jiang Fan stared intently at the panel before him. The text on it shimmered with a golden radiance. Could it be? A golden finger? Yes, it must be his very own golden finger. Unexpectedly, after years of arduous cultivation, he only awakened his golden finger at the moment of resignation. Once confirmed, Jiang Fan was ecstatic. Half an hour later, as Jiang Fan observed the system flashing before him, he could finally be certain that he had truly awakened it. After more than 20 years of striving, it turns out my approach was flawed, Jiang Fan declared as he straightened up, his excitement barely concealed. No matter the hour, whenever a golden finger appears, it is always a blessing. Early or late, its arrival is a sign of fortune. In his excitement, Jiang Fan studied his system once more. Aside from a bonus to his cultivation, all that was visible were his attributes. Gazing at the system prompt, Jiang Fan began to understand. After binding his Tao companion, he could gain a fixed amount of daily comprehension. Looking at the tired Yang Yun beside him, Jiang Fan sincerely said, "My lady, I will take good care of you for a lifetime." Yang Yun's heart was deeply moved. She had once believed that cultivators like Jiang Fan were cold and unfeeling, but now she saw a man who cared for her feelings. Yang Yun will always stay by your side. Jiang Fan smiled as he patted her head. Rest on the bed for a while, as soon my maid will bring you a meal. This feeling of being cherished made Yang Yun even more touched. Her husband was remarkably different from the legendary cold cultivators. At that moment, she felt incredibly fortunate. Surprised by the prompt, Jiang Fan paused and glanced at the panel once again. Unexpectedly, the rise in favor also enhanced his daily comprehension of his primary cultivation method. It was nothing short of an unexpected delight. Jiang Fan spared no affection for those around him. Yet there was one thing he was certain of. That is, whether the system was activated or not, he would never marry just one person. After taking care of his wife, Jiang Fan turned towards his secluded chamber. Staring at his panel, Jiang Fan made his choice without hesitation. Qingmu Gong breakthrough. A surge of power erupted from his dantian, swiftly coursing through his body. Qingmu Gong advanced from the second to the third level, and the aura surrounding Jiang Fan transformed accordingly. Refining Qi level 5. The barrier that had confined him for years was finally shattered. Yes, finally the time to soar and reverse my fate has come. Jiang Fan rejoiced ecstatically. Qingmu Gong was the commonly practiced technique within the Jiang clan, where its first 5 levels corresponded to the refining Qi realm. Previously, with the cultivation of refining Qi level 4, his practice of Qingmu Gong was limited to the second level. The third level of Qingmu Gong corresponded to refining Qi levels 5 and 6. Generally, breakthroughs in a cultivation technique are accompanied by the sublimation of one's internal true Qi, leading to an elevation in realm. With Qingmu Gong's breakthrough to the third level, Jiang Fan successfully advanced from refining Qi level 4 to level 5, and his strength surged tremendously. It is a pity that Qingmu Gong in the refining Qi realm has only 5 levels, offering just 5 opportunities. In contrast, top-tier techniques span 10 levels, perfectly matching refining Qi level 10. However, those top-tier techniques are usually monopolized by the supreme powers and never circulate, leaving the Jiang clan no chance to obtain them. Yet there is an advantage. With Qingmu Gong at the third level, the difficulty of breaking through to refining Qi level 6 is greatly reduced. In regions abundant with spiritual energy, this could take only a year. However, in Qingyuan town, the spiritual energy is sparse, and this period might extend to 3 years or even longer. With the system, I could break through to refining Qi level 6 in less than a year, he mused. The clan uncle who had once aided him was only at refining Qi level 6. Once Jiang Fan broke through to this level, he would truly be invincible in Qingyuan town. Thus, immortality is within reach. Immortality, the ultimate goal of all cultivators. Previously, Jiang Fan could only watch from afar, but now he finally had a seat at the table. After consolidating his cultivation, Jiang Fan stepped out of the seclusion chamber. Having found his path, he naturally strove with unwavering determination towards that direction. Yang Yun is but a mortal in the long run, that alone will not suffice. I must find a way to help her strengthen herself, he thought. After much contemplation, Jiang Fan decided to seek out his experienced clan uncle. Oh, my dear nephew, newlywed, yet you've already come seeking your clan uncle. In the grand hall, Jiang Tianhao sat at ease sipping tea and cast a knowing, enigmatic smile as Jiang Fan approached. In Qingyuan town, Uncle Tian is indeed my elder, and on this first morning of marriage I've come to pay my respects and offer my greetings. Jiang Fan spoke with courteous deference. Jiang Tianhao perceptive as ever saw through the gesture, but said nothing. After all, he himself had taken over a dozen concubines. How could he fail to grasp what lay beneath such a visit? At last, after exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Fan shifted tone. Uncle Tian, my wife is frail by nature, utterly unlike us cultivators. Might you know any methods to strengthen her constitution and prolong her life? Yang Yun was an ordinary mortal born without spiritual roots. Her path to cultivation was forever closed. Though Jiang Fan possessed profound cultivation experience, his knowledge of mundane human physiology remained scarce. Jiang Tianhao's expertise was legendary, so Jiang Fan chose to seek his counsel directly for alternative solutions. I knew you'd come, but not so swiftly. As one who had walked that very road, Jiang Tianhao well understood the chasm between cultivators and mortals. In his youth, he too had wrestled with the same dilemma. Oh, does Uncle Tian have a solution? Seeing Jiang Tianhao's inscrutable expression, Jiang Fan sensed hope stirring. Indeed, I have several, each more refined than the last. A self-assured smile flickered across Jiang Tianhao's lips. Though, mind you, each comes with its own formidable challenges. Though mortals cannot cultivate the Tao, they may master martial arts. Should one attain the foreborn realm, their physique would be fortified and vitality prolonged, still inferior to cultivators, yet far surpassing ordinary men. The foreborn realm. Jiang Fan frowned. Martial cultivation was no simpler than Taoist practice. Ranks ascended from second tier and first tier through postnatal and foreborn, culminating in the peerless grandmaster. A foreborn martial artist rivaled a qi condensation cultivator of the first or second layer. A grandmaster stood near the threshold of mid-tier qi condensation. Yet the gulf in difficulty was incomparable. Qingyuan town counted only a handful of foreborn masters, and no grandmaster at all, a testament to the art's daunting rigor. Should you require it, I shall summon our finest martial instructor forthwith. Thank you, Uncle Tian, but there's no need to trouble yourself with an instructor. Merely provide me with a few authentic martial manuals. Cultivators enjoyed boundless lifespans, inexhaustible vigor, and ample time. Jiang Fan resolved to instruct Yang Yun himself. That poses no difficulty whatsoever. Jiang Tianhao nodded in assent. Beyond this lies legend. Certain supreme experts possess heaven-defying artifice, the power to reshape fate itself and forcibly forge spiritual roots. But such feats lie far beyond our reach. Consider it mere idle talk. Jiang Tianhao spoke casually, but Jiang Fan stored the words deep within his heart. For now, martial training was the sole viable path for Yang Yun. Yet should circumstances improve, heaven-defying artifice might one day beckon. After bidding farewell to Jiang Tianhao, Jiang Fan returned to his chamber. By afternoon, a martial manual arrived, delivered personally by Jiang Tianhao. Nephew, this manual emphasizes body refinement and longevity cultivation, not combat prowess, and stands as the pinnacle of Qingyuan town's martial legacy. It should suit your needs perfectly. Many thanks, Uncle Tian. Jiang Fan offered his gratitude once more, then glanced down at the manual in his hands. Yunyu 9 Refinements. This art comprised 9 ascending stages, the 9 refinements. Mastery of the 7th refinement granted entry into the foreborn realm. Completion of the 9th marked attainment of grandmasterhood. Yet the technique demanded extraordinary innate talent. Even Qingyuan town's most accomplished martial instructor had reached only the 7th refinement. That will suffice. Husband, are you beginning your cultivation anew? Yang Yun watched curiously. Before marriage, she had learned that cultivators differed vastly from mortals, often retreating into seclusion for months, even years. Jiang Fan nodded. But this time you shall cultivate alongside me. Me? She pointed to herself, astonished. Seeing her bewilderment, Jiang Fan explained at once. This is a martial manual I requested specifically for you. Its daily practice fortifies the body and nourishes life force. Should you reach the foreborn realm, your physical resilience may rival that of a qi condensation cultivator of the first or second layer. Husband. A fleeting shadow of guilt crossed Yang Yun's face, her heart sinking quietly. Born rootless, she could never tread the Taoist path. Youthful beauty would fade, while Jiang Fan remained ageless. Time itself would drive them apart. Cultivators and mortals were destined to part ways. Yet Jiang Fan had already chosen her path, for her offering this martial art as her refuge. Though it could never match the Taoist path, it promised longevity, grace, and slowed decay, granting her precious years of youthful radiance beside her husband. That she felt was enough. I shall practice with unwavering diligence. We shall train together. Should you encounter confusion, I shall guide you. Jiang Fan spoke with quiet confidence. Husband, will this hinder your own cultivation? Yang Yun asked, concern softening her voice. Not at all. Jiang Fan shook his head gently. You are truly kind, husband, she murmured, radiant with joy. Even as a daughter of noble wealth, she found not only enduring affection, but deeper devotion in Jiang Fan's care. Half a month later, Jiang Fan completed a set of the 9 refinements of cloud and rain in the courtyard, and the blood and chi within him surged instantaneously, changing his aura. He immediately seized the opportunity, operating the heart method of the 9 refinements of cloud and rain, breaking through with momentum. In the next moment, 5 crisp sounds like firecrackers erupted from Jiang Fan's body. The 9th refinement of cloud and rain, 8th layer. I never expected this martial arts technique to be so simple. I have reached the 8th refinement in just half a month. Jiang Fan felt a surge of joy in his heart, but it quickly dissipated. The gap between martial arts and cultivation techniques is indeed too vast. No wonder there are always sayings in the mundane world that practicing martial arts can only strengthen the body, while cultivation is the true transformation of heaven and earth's creation. Moreover, Jiang Fan already possessed spiritual roots. Although it was just a lower-grade spiritual root compared to ordinary mortals, it was already an extraordinary talent. In those martial arts worlds, he would be considered a rare genius emerging once in 100 years. However, Jiang Fan soon set aside martial arts. He practiced it merely to guide Yang Yun, helping her to break through to the innate stage as soon as possible. He would only practice a little each day. He had not forgotten his true priorities. 3rd layer of Qingmu Gong, 1110. During this half-month, the growth of Qingmu Gong remained unchanged, still at 100 daily. By this calculation, in 9 more days, Jiang Fan's Qingmu Gong could break through to the 4th layer. The 4th layer of Qingmu Gong corresponds to the 7th and 8th levels of Qi refinement. In that case, even if the spiritual energy in Qingyuan town is thin, I wouldn't need several years. I could break through to the 8th level of Qi refinement within a year. The 6th level of Qi refinement would make one a local tyrant in Qingyuan town, while the 8th level would allow one to dominate. In the past few days, aside from diligently cultivating, the only thing Jiang Fan was concerned about was selecting another Dao partner. Currently, he had only taken a liking to a few prominent young ladies and was in the process of evaluating them. Just then, a light figure dashed out from the inner courtyard. Husband, I have broken through. Yang Yun came to Jiang Fan's side with a spring in her step, bouncing like a young girl. Husband, I have broken through to the 1st refinement of the 9 refinements of cloud and rain. Oh, is Yun really that impressive? Jiang Fan smiled broadly. Being able to break through the 1st refinement of the 9 refinements of cloud and rain, a top martial art, meant she could be considered a 2nd-tier expert in the martial world. Of course. Yang Yun also smiled confidently, then immediately turned into a mischievous grin. Husband, I can now be considered a 2nd-tier expert in the martial world, much stronger than before. Main cultivation technique, comprehension, 100 current technique, Qingmu Gong, 3rd layer, 12102009 refinements of cloud and rain, comprehension, 200 current 9 refinements of cloud and rain, 8th refinement, 200100 can break through. What is this? An additional entry. The next morning, Jiang Fan discovered that the system had added content regarding the 9 refinements of cloud and rain. And the 9 refinements of cloud and rain was precisely the martial art Yang Yun had just cultivated to the 1st refinement. It seems that if my Dao partner cultivates a technique, I can directly gain benefits from it. Moreover, for every day Yang Yun learns a technique, my comprehension can increase by 100. For techniques that she does not know, my main cultivation technique still increases by an additional 50. In this way, he wouldn't even need to waste time understanding martial arts techniques specifically. It was simply a tremendous surprise. Unfortunately, Yang Yun had no spiritual roots and could not cultivate. Otherwise, if she could also cultivate Qingmu Gong with both techniques combined, Jiang Fan's cultivation speed could be described as meteoric. In this case, Jiang Fan immediately made up his mind about the choice of his Dao partner. Those young ladies would have to serve as backup options. The primary selection criteria, aside from beauty, must also include possessing spiritual roots. If they also had various other skills, that would be even better. Of course, those with spiritual roots are all talented women, making it difficult for Jiang Fan to find one given his current status. Perhaps settling for some extraordinary female martial artist from the Jianghu would also be acceptable. Jiang Fan rubbed his thumb and forefinger, pondering over this opportunity. After a while, his gaze fell back onto the 9 refinements of cloud and rain. First, he would break through his strength, and after becoming stronger, it would surely be easier to seek female cultivators. However, this 9 refinements of cloud and rain is rather underwhelming. It can break through with just 100 comprehension, far from comparable to celestial techniques. Without further thought, Jiang Fan directly chose to break through. Breakthrough successful 9th refinement of cloud and rain, 100200. The 9th refinement of cloud and rain in the martial world corresponds to the status of a grandmaster. His strength is comparable to the 3rd level of Qi refinement, and even under the pursuit of Jiang Fan, who is at the 4th level of Qi refinement, he has the ability to save his own life. However, if both the fourth level of Qi refinement and the Grandmaster realm were concentrated within Jiang Fan, it would be akin to the Qin Emperor consuming Sichuan peppercorns, absolutely overwhelming. But that was about it. After breaking through to the Grandmaster realm, Jiang Fan felt that his body was only slightly stronger than before, or perhaps he had a slight physical advantage against low-level cultivators at the mid-Qi refinement stage. However, thinking about overcoming the sixth level of Qi refinement was simply out of the question. Indeed, the effectiveness of martial arts techniques is minimal. Even upon reaching the Grandmaster realm, it has little effect on me as a cultivator. Those with mediocre spiritual roots who struggle to break through to the mid-Qi refinement stage may manage to cultivate martial arts techniques to the Grandmaster level, but that would only barely enhance their combat power. Better than nothing. The only thing that piqued Jiang Fan's curiosity was that after the 9 refinements of Cloud and Rain, this technique actually had a progress bar. Didn't they say the 9th refinement is the end? Could there be a 10th refinement? The 9th refinement corresponds to the Grandmaster level. Could the 10th refinement be above the Grandmaster? In an instant, countless questions surged in Jiang Fan's mind. This thing must be peculiar. Perhaps there could even be a breakthrough to an even higher realm beyond the Grandmaster. A glint of sharp light flashed in Jiang Fan's eyes as if he had seen another ray of hope. At the current stage of the Yunyu 9 refinements, having reached the 9th refinement with a capacity for breakthrough, Jiang Fan felt a stir in his heart, curious about what transformations awaited him at the 10th refinement. Breakthrough. In an instant, Jiang Fan's body became as hard as steel, with bones like iron whips, his blood boiling, and skin as tough as bronze. His physical quality elevated to an entirely new level. What happened? Is the change really that obvious? Jiang Fan could clearly sense that his body had undergone a transformation just moments ago. This had already transcended the realm of martial arts techniques. It resembled body refining. Indeed, it was body refining. Among cultivators, while the vast majority follow the path of Qi refinement, some choose the path of body refining. Qi refiners need to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to condense true Qi for their cultivation. Body refiners, however, are vastly different. They continuously temper their physical bodies to match the strength of Qi refiners. Moreover, at the same realm, body refiners are often more powerful than Qi refiners. Not only do they possess astonishing defensive capabilities, but their offensive power is also formidable. Once a Qi refiner is engaged closely by a body refiner, death is almost certain. Of course, the drawbacks are quite evident. Their offensive methods are weak, mostly requiring close combat, and they lack the diverse strategies of Qi refiners. Most critically, the resources required for body refining are often much greater. The resources needed to cultivate a foundation establishment body refiner could easily nurture 7 or 8 foundation establishment Qi refiners. However, the benefits are also clear. Compared to Qi refiners who rely heavily on spiritual root talent, body refiners generally require more resources. Both paths have their advantages and disadvantages. Originally, someone like Jiang Fan, a marginal figure in his family, would have been nearly excluded from the resource-intensive practice of body refining. But now he had discovered an alternative path. I didn't expect that after reaching the highest realm of the Yunyu 9 refinements, it could achieve effects comparable to body refining techniques. It's truly astonishing. No wonder it's said that the Grandmaster of the Yunyu 9 refinements is on par with the strength of a Qi refiner at the 3rd level. Isn't this essentially body refining? At this moment, Jiang Fan felt he had struck gold. What was initially intended as a method to strengthen his wife unexpectedly brought him significant personal gains. One must understand that body refining requires meticulous steps. In normal cultivation, one must expend considerable resources and effort to enhance proficiency. Jiang Fan, by comprehending the intensity of the technique, not only saved a substantial amount of resources, but also greatly reduced the time required. Before his cultivation progressed, this body refining strength could provide Jiang Fan with a significant confidence boost. With this thought in mind, Jiang Fan quickly got out of bed without waking his sleeping wife and prepared to find Jiang Tianhao. It was time to inquire about the origins of the Yunyu 9 refinements and see if there were other special martial arts techniques that Yang Yun could also practice. In the Jiang family's separate courtyard in the main hall, Jiang Tianhao was already there early in the morning, and upon hearing Jiang Fan's arrival, he proactively came to greet him. "You're just in time, my dear nephew. I was just about to look for you." "Oh, Uncle Tian, do you have something to discuss with me?" Jiang Fan was not in a hurry about his own matters, so he expressed curiosity instead. "It's like this news has come from the clan that in some time a family team will pass through our Qingyuan town and will rest here for several days." Jiang Fan nodded upon hearing this. As the family's defenders in the secular world, they not only exert influence, but also conduct spiritual awakening ceremonies each year to find a few mortals with spiritual roots. Their greatest role, of course, is to provide a resting place for clan cultivators who are wandering outside. If luck favors them, and they connect with some influential figures, they might have a chance to return to the clan and soar to great heights. What are Uncle Tian's thoughts on this? Jiang Tianhao shook his head at this. What can I think? Every few years such family teams come to rest here. If we encounter reasonable ones it's fine, but if we meet those spoiled young masters it will just be me cleaning up after them. Jiang Tianhao said, clearly troubled by this issue. My dear nephew, since you are new here it's best not to get involved this time, just observe quietly. Of course if you happen to know any of them, that would be even better. Jiang Tianhao's idea was quite simple. If Jiang Fan could make connections it would be easier for him to do his work. If not, no pressure, everything could remain the same. No problem, my nephew will do his best to help. Jiang Fan smiled calmly, feeling obliged to assist with such a minor request. By the way, did you come to see me for something? After receiving Jiang Fan's affirmative response, Jiang Tianhao was in good spirits and curiously asked back. Jiang Fan immediately said, it's about the Yunyu 9 refinements. Qingyuan Town. Yun Family Martial Arts Hall. Running a martial arts hall in the world of cultivation is indeed a very lucrative business. For ordinary people, spiritual roots are not something one simply has. In Qingyuan Town, with over 100,000 people, only a few hundred suitable children undergo the spiritual awakening ceremony each year, and it could take years before one might find a child with spiritual roots. The last time a spiritual seed appeared in Qingyuan Town was 8 years ago. However, the strength of cultivators and their high status naturally attracted many wealthy families, but those without spiritual roots cannot cultivate. So what to do? Isn't there martial arts techniques? Cultivating to the innate level can also rival cultivators. Therefore, some top martial arts halls are often sought after by the secular world. The Yun Family Martial Arts Hall is one such place, and the Yunyu 9 Refinements is the most elite martial art in all of Qingyuan Town. Its gentle techniques suitable for health and fitness are particularly popular in Qingyuan Town. The Hall Master of the Yun Family Martial Arts Hall is in high spirits. Hall Master, someone is looking for you. Who? Let them wait, the Master is not seeing guests today. The Hall Master waved his hand, as he was not lacking in clientele at all. It's someone from the Jiang family. What? The Hall Master immediately leapt up from his chair. In Qingyuan Town one can afford to offend anyone, but the Jiang family is a different matter. They are the very heavens of Qingyuan Town. What are you waiting for? Hurry, and take me there. Yes, Hall Master. The servant ran ahead, while secretly grumbling in his heart, wasn't it you who was dawdling just now? In no time the Hall Master arrived in the main hall. Seeing a middle-aged man standing inside the Hall Master immediately became courteous. Lord Jiang, what brings you here? Hall Master Yin, you seem to be living quite the carefree life lately. The middle-aged man was from a collateral branch of the Jiang family, without spiritual roots, responsible for managing the entire Qingyuan Town and usually handled errands for Jiang Fan and others. It's all thanks to the protection of the Jiang family's immortal masters. Hall Master Yun immediately flattered. Cut the nonsense, my family's immortal master is looking for you. At this moment Hall Master Yun noticed that a young and handsome man was seated in the main seat, curiously observing him. Is the Yunyu 9 Refinements your ancestral martial art? Jiang Fan asked straightforwardly. Indeed, it is the martial art passed down through generations in my Yun family, replied the head of the Yun family. If it were anyone else asking, he would have certainly felt a sense of vigilance, and would not have spoken so easily. But now the one speaking was the esteemed immortal master, who might just be curious about the Yunyu 9 Refinements, or have some other reason. In any case, it was impossible for him to covet his Yunyu 9 Refinements. For him, this was rather an opportunity to gain favor. In this Qingyuan Town, once he secured the support of the Jiang family's immortal master, it would essentially guarantee the family's prosperity for a century. With this in mind, the head of the Yun family immediately replied, Master, although the Yunyu 9 Refinements is indeed my family's martial art, the descendants of the Yun family are of dull aptitude, and no one has ever cultivated it to the 10th refinement. Even I have only reached the 8th refinement. Hearing this, Jiang Fan felt a slight sense of disappointment. It seemed that the Yunyu 9 Refinements did not hold anything particularly special. Seeing this, the head of the Yun family, fearing he might miss this opportunity, hurriedly added, Master, my Yun family has actually been passing down a secret, but... As he spoke, the head of the Yun family hesitated. Jiang Fan waved his hand, and the middle-aged man retreated, leaving only him and the head of the Yun family in the room. Speak. If what you say pleases me, there will surely be rewards for you. The head of the Yun family nodded and suddenly thought of something. Actually, this martial art was not created by our ancestors, but was bestowed upon them by an immortal master many years ago. Back then, our ancestor saved a severely injured immortal master by chance, and during the master's recovery, he imparted a martial art to our ancestor. Unfortunately, our ancestor was foolish and only learned the basics, and that kind-hearted immortal master ultimately modified the martial art resulting in the Yunyu 9 refinements we have today. That immortal master once boldly proclaimed that if a descendant of the Yun family could cultivate the Yunyu 9 refinements to the 10th refinement, they would be able to witness a broader sky. However, our Yun family's aptitude is lacking, and the highest anyone has reached is the 9th refinement, with no one ever able to reach the 10th refinement. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan rubbed his fingers together. The head of the Yun family's words were quite credible. After all, for an ordinary person in this world, saving a fallen immortal master was indeed a significant opportunity. However, if his words were to be believed, the Yunyu 9 refinements could very well be derived from some form of body refinement technique. Did that immortal master leave behind anything? Not really, but my family does keep the original version simplified by the immortal master, which has only been circulated internally and never shown to others. If the master needs it, I can fetch it right away. Jiang Fan nodded, and the head of the Yun family immediately stood up, returning shortly with a well-preserved new-colored manual. Taking the manual, Jiang Fan opened it to find Yunyu 9 Morning Techniques. This piqued his interest considerably. After a brief skim, he quickly understood. Although this technique was named the Yunyu 9 Morning Techniques, its content was only slightly more profound than the Yunyu 9 refinements and could not compare to those body refinement techniques possessing only some reference value. However, it was quite beneficial for his wife Yang Yun's cultivation. It was indeed a worthwhile trip. The only thing that puzzled Jiang Fan was that this book seemed a bit too new. After accepting the manual, Jiang Fan nodded in satisfaction and took out a gold ingot. This is a reward for you. Additionally, should you need anything from the Jiang family in the future, I can promise you one request. Thank you, Immortal Master. Thank you, Immortal Master. The head of the Yun family hurriedly bowed, his face full of gratitude. In this context, the Jiang family referred to the ordinary Jiang family in Qingyuan town. With this promise, the Yun family martial arts hall had essentially attached itself to the thigh of this local emperor, the Jiang family. Seeing this, Jiang Fan lost all remaining interest, and before leaving inscribed a subtle listening talisman on the head of the Yun family. This small talisman was useless to cultivators as it could be detected, but ordinary people could not discover it. Thus it was rather trivial and inexpensive, and Jiang Fan merely did it out of convenience. After returning to the Jiang family, Jiang Fan carefully contemplated the Yunyu 9 Morning Techniques, confirming that it was indeed only a martial art adapted from a body refinement technique. However, he could draw inspiration from its ideas to accelerate the cultivation speed of the Yunyu 9 refinements. This realization served as a wake-up call for Jiang Fan. Many secular martial arts are probably adapted from body refinement techniques. Perhaps I can leverage this point. Yang Yun cannot cultivate, but she can practice martial arts. In the future, I can gather some unique martial arts for her to train with while I cultivate myself. Who knows, it might yield remarkable results. However, currently Yang Yun spends most of her time cultivating the Yunyu 9 refinements, and the remaining time is spent training with Jiang Fan, leaving her with little extra energy. The gap in energy between ordinary people and cultivators is too great, and Yang Yun cannot multitask, as Jiang Fan does. Thus, these unique martial arts can only be collected gradually for now to let Yang Yun practice when the time is right in the future. For now, the primary goal is to ensure that my wife Yang Yun cultivates to the innate realm first. Under the guidance of this great master, I believe my wife's cultivation efficiency will be significantly faster than that of the ancestors of the Yun family. Jiang Fan smiled lightly, not particularly anxious. At that moment, the talisman by his side suddenly stirred. In the Yun family martial arts hall at this moment, the head of the Yun family, after confirming that no one was around, cautiously stored the gold ingot he had received today in the basement. These immortal masters think too highly of themselves. They are still being schemed against by us, ordinary folks. He snorted coldly and took out another manual from the basement, which was surprisingly another copy of the Yunyu 9 Morning Techniques. Today, this Jiang family immortal master was even more foolish, showing no suspicion at all. He is still too young. But that is fine. In the future, my Yun family can take advantage of this to rise in Qingyuan town and perhaps even replace the Jiang family's position. The head of the Yun family became increasingly excited as he gazed at the manual in his hands, murmuring, "Our ancestor poisoned and killed a fallen immortal master to obtain this martial art, and I hope that future generations can also produce an immortal master. It's just a pity that none of my Yun family for generations have had spiritual roots. We are fated to be disconnected from the immortal path. But it doesn't matter. Tomorrow I will take a concubine and have 10 or 8 offspring who I refuse to believe that none of them will have spiritual roots. As long as my descendants continue, there will surely be a day when my Yun family rises. But perhaps you will not live to see that day." Who? The head of the Yun family turned in terror, as this was his secret basement, and no one knew the entrance besides him. Clearly, he had underestimated the cultivator and overestimated himself. Do you know that deceiving an immortal master is a capital crime? Master, spare my life. I did not intend to lie, though I have my reasons that cannot be spoken of. The owner of the Yun Pavilion immediately knelt and bowed, feeling anxious in his heart. Jiang Fan sneered. The Yun family had a history of murder and treasure theft, and now this Yun Pavilion owner harbored ill intentions against him. How could he let the other party off lightly? In the next instant, the Yun Pavilion owner suddenly jumped up, a dagger appearing in his hand out of nowhere, thrusting straight at Jiang Fan. You shall die. The Yun Pavilion owner's face was twisted with rage, starkly contrasting with his previous panic. His ancestors had killed masters before, so he understood that once a master was closed, their physical prowess might not surpass that of martial artists like him. One strike would mean death. His fear of masters was considerably lessened. Yet, just as his dagger was halfway through the air, it was easily intercepted by Jiang Fan. With a simple move, Jiang Fan sent the Yun Pavilion owner flying. An ordinary fire-finding practitioner might have been flustered in a small underground chamber against a martial artist. However, Jiang Fan was not only a fifth-layer fire-finding practitioner, but also a fourth-layer body-refining practitioner. He had practiced the Yun family's ultimate technique, the Yun 9 refines, and had plenty of means at his disposal. The Yun Pavilion owner struck and flung away, showed a look of disbelief. This is the Yun 9 refines. You have cultivated it to the 10th refine. In that moment, the Yun Pavilion owner seemed to understand much. No wonder you came to inquire about the Yun 9 refines. Cough, cough. Ancestors, the master's techniques are indeed beyond us mere mortals. With that, the Yun Pavilion owner immediately stopped breathing. As a congenital martial artist, his physical quality was significantly better than that of an ordinary person, but that was all. Against Jiang Fan, he was certainly no match. Jiang Fan shook his head, and after confirming that the Yun Pavilion owner had stopped breathing, approached the box he had treasured before. He didn't even glance at the gold ingots inside, having no interest whatsoever. Besides that, the box also contained a martial art shining with spiritual light. The Yun 9 Sorrows technique, it seems this should be the original. Jiang Fan picked it up and glanced at it briefly, instantly confirming the authenticity of the technique. I didn't expect it to be a body-refining technique that leads directly to foundation establishment. It seems the person who was harmed by him was truly unfortunate. He probably died before he could practice it. Had he completed this technique, he wouldn't have met such a dismal end. Jiang Fan casually accepted it. Foundation establishment techniques were incredibly precious for loose cultivators. Being a member of the Jiang family, if he wished to break through to foundation establishment, he would need to apply for the foundation establishment content of the Qingmu technique from the family. Currently, what he had in hand was merely content for the fire-finding stage. Such a good item, even if he couldn't use it, could fetch a high price in the market. Then Jiang Fan was attracted by another object next to the manual. It was a pair of crystalline black gloves. Just from the fluctuations of spiritual energy, it was clear that these were not ordinary gloves. These are actually mid-grade magical artifact gloves. This is truly a treasure. The value of magical artifacts is precious. When he came out to act as the protective elder, the family hadn't even provided him with a low-grade magical artifact, let alone a mid-grade one. This item could easily enhance a cultivator's combat power. It was utterly delightful. A mid-grade magical artifact sold in the market would start at several hundred spirit stones. The Yun family probably knew that this item would attract deadly troubles, so they never took it out. Yet it ended up being a bargain for Jiang Fan. However, Jiang Fan did not intend to sell these gloves. He planned to keep them for his own use. The Yun 9 Sorrows technique as a body-refining technique includes accompanying fist techniques and movement techniques, making these gloves perfectly suitable. Jiang Fan speculated that the unfortunate master must have exhausted himself while heavily injured to acquire such a treasure, only to be picked up cheaply by the Yun family's ancestor, and now it fell into Jiang Fan's hands. Innocent people can be punished for possessing treasures. The Yun family had both foundation establishment techniques and a mid-grade magical artifact in hand. Even if I hadn't discovered it, it would have been found by another loose cultivator sooner or later, resulting in an even worse outcome for them. This is the consequence of acquiring treasures that are mismatched with one's own strength. Jiang Fan's heart stirred. He needed to remember this point and never engage in foolish acts of flaunting wealth. One might provoke formidable powers that are not to be trifled with. Furthermore, with the system by his side, he could just focus on his cultivation when there was nothing to do without needing to show his face. In that moment, Jiang Fan made a decision. In the future, he vowed not to take risks unless absolutely necessary. He would say no to any life-threatening situations. Only by surviving could he pursue immortality, otherwise everything would be meaningless. After plundering the master's inheritance, Jiang Fan erased his traces and casually set the Yun family martial arts hall ablaze. The next day, the entire Qingyuan town was taken aback to find that the prominent Yun family martial arts hall had been engulfed in flames. This incident quickly became a topic of casual conversation in Qingyuan town. Some said that the Yun family had offended a master and suffered extermination at his hands. Others said that the Yun pavilion owner had become obsessed with martial arts and burned himself in a fire. Various rumors circulated. The former disciples of the Yun family then flocked to other martial arts halls. Even the original site of the Yun family martial arts hall was quickly leveled, and the Jiang family even rebuilt a courtyard there, preparing to sell it at a good price. The entire Qingyuan town was unaffected in the slightest. As for Jiang Fan, the true instigator behind all this, he continued cultivating while waiting for the arrival of his Jiang family kin. Current technique, Qingmu technique, 3rd layer 20102000 can break through. Current technique, Yunyu 9 Sorrows technique, 4th layer 13001000 can break through. Double happiness. Double happiness indeed. Ever since Jiang Fan obtained the Yunyu 9 Sorrows technique, the unknown technique he practiced had transformed into the Yunyu 9 Sorrows technique. Moreover, it seamlessly connected with the previous Yunyu 9 Refines, with the comprehension level remaining unchanged. Now both the Yunyu 9 Sorrows technique and Qingmu technique had reached the brink of breakthrough. Qingmu technique breakthrough. The Qingmu technique was difficult to practice and was also Jiang Fan's core technique. Naturally, he wanted to break through this core technique. Qingmu technique, 4th layer 104,000. A flash of light passed, and a vast power erupted deep within Jiang Fan's dantian. While the realm of the technique does not completely represent the realm of cultivation, as the level of the technique increases, not only does it become easier to break through one's own cultivation, but there are also no bottlenecks, making it easier to spur the enhancement of one's own cultivation. Previously, when Jiang Fan was at the 3rd layer of the Qingmu technique, he had already broken through to the 5th layer of Kai refining. Now that the Qingmu technique had broken through to the 4th layer, the true qi within him erupted again, reaching a brand new level. He effortlessly broke through to the 6th layer of Kai refining. There was no hindrance whatsoever during the process. Both the 6th and 5th layers of Kai refining belonged to the mid-stage of Kai refining, so the bottleneck was naturally not that significant. From the 4th to the 6th layer of Kai refining, Jiang Tianhao had spent decades in Qingyuan town to overcome it. Now Jiang Fan had crossed this hurdle in less than half a year since arriving in Qingyuan town. The hope for immortality is in sight. Jiang Fan felt overjoyed in his heart, full of hope for the future. He then shifted his gaze to another technique. Yunyu 9 Sorrows technique. A surge of power erupted from Jiang Fan's body, swiftly coursing through him. Within just half a breath, Jiang Fan's physique underwent another transformation. I've reached the 5th level of body refinement. I didn't expect the body refinement realm to surpass my cultivation level so soon. Jiang Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. After cultivating for over a decade, he had only reached the 6th level of qi refining, yet in just half a month of body refinement, he had already attained the 5th level of qi refining. Moreover, it was foreseeable that within a few days Jiang Fan would be able to break through to the 6th level of body refinement. For him, there seemed to be no bottlenecks at all. Time flew by, and half a month passed quietly. One day outside Qingyuan town, a group of several people arrived on swords, slowly descending from the sky. Everyone ahead is Qingyuan town. We will rest here for a day and set off tomorrow to explore the mountains. The speaker was a middle-aged man, evidently the leader of the group. Qingyuan town. A man over 2 meters tall whose physique resembled a massive rock suddenly turned his head. Jiang, I remember your childhood friend. Your brother is stationed in Qingyuan town, right? Swish. Before the words reached him, the sword's edge was already pressed against the man's throat. You. A flash of anger crossed the man's face, but he quickly suppressed it. If I hear you mention my brother again, I swear this sword will be plunged into your throat. Jiang Ying's expression was icy, her tone void of emotion, and the onlookers had no doubt she would act on her words. Enough, Jiang Ying. The sword should never be pointed at one's own kin. Put it away, will you? The middle-aged man, slightly displeased, said coldly. Humph. Jiang Ying merely snorted, sheathed her sword, and left directly on her sword. That obnoxious woman, one day, I will make her regret it. After Jiang Ying had walked far away, the burly man cursed in anger. Enough, Jiang Hao. This time we must prioritize the family mission. Once the task is completed, you can do whatever you want. The middle-aged man subtly flashed a hint of displeasure, but did not express it due to the other's status. Let's go, everyone. Follow me to meet the elder in charge of guarding the town and arrange for a comfortable place to rest. The others nodded in agreement, and the remaining 6 followed the middle-aged man towards the Jiang residence in Qingyuan town. Inside the Jiang family's side courtyard, Jiang Fan had just finished his training and was consolidating his cultivation. After half a month of intense training, Jiang Fan had mastered most of the 4th layer of the Qingmu technique, and had reached the 7th layer of the Yunyu Jiushang, attaining the 7th level of body refinement. 7th level of body refinement. Within Qingyuan town there's probably no one who can match me now. Jiang Fan felt a surge of happiness. When a tree is moved it thrives, when a person moves they live. Leaving the Jiang family had instead revitalized him. I just wonder how Ying is doing. Jiang Fan's identity was that of an orphan. His parents had perished while pioneering for the family in their early years. Afterwards, Jiang Fan had been cared for by another family within the clan. This was also an unwritten rule of the Jiang family. Naturally, they had taken over the assets of Jiang Fan's parents. However, Jiang Fan's parents were merely minor cultivators at the early stage of qi refining, and they had little in terms of resources. The family that took care of Jiang Fan were all perfected qi refiners who had chosen to contribute to the family after giving up on their foundation establishment hopes and had taken on the responsibility of caring for young Jiang Fan. Besides Jiang Fan, they also had a pair of daughters. The elder daughter had traveled abroad early on and had reportedly joined a major sect, while the younger daughter remained in the clan for training. Since they had grown up together, her relationship with Jiang Fan was quite special. However, Jiang Fan himself was not competent enough to stay within the clan, and according to the rules, he could only be sent away. Otherwise, things would truly be uncertain. Elder Fan, someone from the clan is here. The elder wants to see you. Good. A deep voice came from within the room. I'm going out for a bit. You continue to rest. Jiang Fan patted Yang Yun's shoulder and left after putting on his clothes. Yang Yun lay on the bed, recalling the moments from this period. A hint of blush appeared on her face. Her husband was indeed quite vigorous and knowledgeable. If she hadn't started practicing martial arts, she might not have been able to handle it. However, even so, she felt that Jiang Fan still had some energy left each time. For a moment, many images flashed in Yang Yun's mind. Nephew, you have finally arrived. Allow me to introduce you to someone. In the hall of the Jiang residence, Jiang Tianhao wore a broad smile while pointing to a middle-aged man in front of them. This is Jiang Haiyun, a 9th-level qi refiner, just one step away from perfection. He is the clan's external steward and is also in charge of this mission. Greetings, steward, Jiang Fan said politely with a fist salute. Jiang Haiyun merely nodded, slightly appearing indifferent. Jiang Fan was just an outer elder, not someone worth his concern. If it weren't for Jiang Tianhao's son having some standing in the clan, he wouldn't have bothered with him at all. Jiang Haiyun's attitude was insignificant to Jiang Fan, but Jiang Tianhao forced a smile and continued. Well, nephew, this time the steward has come with an important mission from the clan. We are only stopping in Qingyuan town temporarily. Once the task is completed, we will leave. If you have any letters to send back to the clan, you can hand them over to them to take back. No need to trouble them. Jiang Fan waved his hand, looking at the arrogant group before him. Even if he had something, he wouldn't give it to them. Besides, he had only been away from the clan for half a year and wasn't in a hurry to write any letters. You must be Jiang Fan, right? At that moment, a 2-meter-tall muscular man suddenly stood up and looked at Jiang Fan coldly. Who are you? Jiang Fan frowned. He couldn't recall knowing such a green giant. Nephew, this is Jiang Hao, young master Jiang. At a young age, he has reached the 7th level of body refinement and is one of the few body refiners in the clan possessing extraordinary combat power. He is also the backbone of this mission. Jiang Tianhao, fearing that Jiang Fan's youthful arrogance might cause conflict, quickly introduced him. At the same time, he secretly transmitted a message to Jiang Fan. Nephew, this Jiang Hao has an impressive background. I've heard he has low-grade spiritual roots, but his father is an elder in the affairs hall who forcefully used resources to elevate him to the 7th level of body refinement. You must not provoke him. The elders in the clan are not the same as someone like him, an outer elder. They not only have abundant connections and resources, but also possess at least foundation establishment level cultivation. They are truly significant figures. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan instantly understood. So he's a 2nd-generation elite, no wonder he's so arrogant. However, how did he only reach the 7th level of body refinement? After all, Jiang Fan himself had already reached the 7th level of body refinement. Hearing others introduce him like this, Jiang Hao naturally wore a proud expression. Below the foundation establishment level, body refiners are invincible among their peers. Although I am only at the 7th level of body refinement, some qi refiners at the 8th or 9th levels in the clan may not be my match. For a small character like you, I only need one hand to deal with you. Is that so? Then you are quite impressive. Jiang Fan replied, expressionlessly indifferent to the other party, as they were both at the 7th level of body refinement. Jiang Hao wanted to say something more, but Jiang Tianhao suddenly interrupted. Cousin, it's bad. Someone named Jiang Ying came to inquire about you and is probably heading to your residence now. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Fan's expression froze, no longer paying attention to those in the room, and hurriedly left. Jiang Ying's brother turns out to be such a character. Seeing Jiang Fan leave in haste, Jiang Hao scoffed. Just a banished elder, why bother taking him seriously? Jiang Haiyun added another jab from the side. Then looking at Jiang Tianhao beside him, he quickly added, "Of course Brother Tianhao is not included in this. The contributions you and your son have made to the family are far beyond those of ordinary outer elders." "Haha, I know." Jiang Tianhao smiled indifferently. Jiang family's villa. Jiang Fan's residence. Jiang Fan hurried back, fearing unnecessary misunderstandings. As soon as he opened the door, he was greeted by a stunning scene that resembled a picturesque view. By the stone table in the center of the villa sat a girl in a blue-green dress radiating a fairy-like aura, while another girl was dressed in exquisite gold and blue attire, exuding a mature charm, yet still retaining a youthful innocence on her face. The two beautiful women sat on bamboo chairs chatting and laughing like long-lost friends. Upon seeing Jiang Fan enter, Yang Yun was the first to rise and ran over like a young girl. "Husband, I had no idea you actually have a sister." Yang Yun looked at Jiang Fan, her big eyes sparkling with boundless curiosity. I didn't get the chance to mention it before, but now is a good time to introduce you to." Jiang Fan smiled awkwardly. "Husband, I already know sister Jiang Ying." "Hee, I see," Yang Yun giggled. She was even younger than Jiang Ying, but due to her status, she naturally became the elder sister. "Brother Fan, I didn't expect that you have already married." Jiang Ying also stood up at this moment. She looked at Jiang Fan, her eyes flashing with surprise, then anxiety, followed by confusion, and finally all of it transformed into a cold and expressionless demeanor. "The thing is, I originally intended to invite you, but I was afraid it would disrupt your cultivation." Jiang Fan spoke hesitantly, unsure how to respond to his childhood sweetheart of a sister. A month ago, he was indeed disheartened, knowing his path to immortality was futile, and he had planned to marry and live a leisurely life, not wasting his life. If he had seen Jiang Ying back, then even if he had thoughts in his heart, he would have faced it calmly. But now the situation was vastly different. What a damn path to immortality he had as he was embarking on an unprecedented broad road. Sometimes it's not about having no hope, but fearing that hope is too great. "Husband, I'll go brew you a cup of tea." Yang Yun sensed the subtle atmosphere and proactively retreated to the room. Only Jiang Fan and Jiang Ying were left in the villa. "This is for you." Jiang Ying suddenly took out a bottle of pills and handed it to Jiang Fan. "What is this?" "It's a qi condensing pill, 10 in a bottle, enough for you to use for a year. He'll come back in a year." Jiang Fan's expression paused. The qi condensing pill is an excellent item for cultivating in the qi refining stage, capable of greatly enhancing progress, but it is also extremely expensive, far beyond what Jiang Ying could afford. Is she giving away the resources her parents provided her? "No, you need it more than I do." Jiang Fan decisively refused with his golden finger. He didn't have a strong demand for pills at the moment. "Brother Fan, you know my personality. If you don't accept it, I won't give up." Jiang Ying's expression was emotionless, but Jiang Fan knew she was serious. It had always been this way. Once she made a decision, no one could easily change it. "All right." Jiang Fan could only helplessly accept. "Why do I feel like I'm being supported?" "No, this is an investment. It won't be long before, once my cultivation surpasses hers, I can easily get her not just a bottle of qi condensing pills, but even foundation establishment pills." With this shift in mindset, Jiang Fan felt much better. Jiang Ying looked at Jiang Fan with a complex gaze, and after a long while she slowly said, "I remember you once said your dream was to traverse the heavens and pursue the path of immortality, instead of being content with a small corner living as a carefree local tyrant." Jiang Fan fell silent at first. Reality often easily shatters dreams and tramples them into the ground. If it weren't for unexpectedly activating the system, he would have already been subdued by life. But he couldn't express any of this, or rather he couldn't explain it before achieving results. Things must be kept secret. Revealing them leads to failure. Jiang Fan's silence, in Jiang Ying's view, was a form of tacit agreement. "I came to Qingyuan town because I received a mission. The clan discovered abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations in the mountains outside Qingyuan town and specifically sent us to investigate. If nothing unexpected happens, Qingyuan town will soon become a hotspot for opportunities. At that time, many chances will surely emerge." Brother Fan, throughout the generations of the Jiang family, there have been many outer elders who have gained great opportunities, ultimately breaking through to foundation establishment and returning to the family. This time is your chance. Seize the opportunity, and let me believe you are still that ambitious Brother Fan, not the self-indulgent elder Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan gazed at Jiang Ying. If women are a man's motivation, then Jiang Ying was undoubtedly an enormous dose. Provided that she cares about you, otherwise you can only see her cold face. Had it been before, Jiang Fan might have stuttered and been unable to speak, but now. "Don't worry, I am who I am. My ambition has never changed. Good Brother Fan, I look forward to the day you regain your fighting spirit." Jiang Ying's expression was serious, and after hesitating for a moment, she suddenly added, "Brother Fan, I get along very well with Sister Yun, and I like her a lot." Jiang Fan was obviously taken aback. "What do you mean?" Jiang Ying did not answer, but flew out with her sword, quickly disappearing from Jiang Fan's sight. Is this girl hinting at something? Jiang Fan pondered. The meaning of those words was self-evident. Suddenly, Jiang Fan's expression changed. Oh no. With a flash of his figure, he immediately arrived in the room. Inside, Yang Yun had already been reduced to tears. Upon seeing Jiang Fan enter, she cried out and leaped into his arms. Yang Yun lay with eyes open, two glistening tears shimmering in her gaze like precious gemstones. A woman's heart is delicate and sensitive. From the moment Jiang Ying arrived, she sensed something amiss. She even felt that with the slightest effort from the other woman, her beloved husband would be effortlessly drawn away. It was a strange sensation, difficult to verify yet undeniably vivid within Yang Yun's heart. Only now, as Jiang Fan held her tightly in his arms, did that feeling begin to recede. Yet the vast disparity in their statuses hung over her like a sharp sword forever poised above her heart. Husband. Her voice was soft and tender like a helpless kitten seeking its master. Jiang Fan gazed upon this woman he cherished deeply. I never intended to possess you wholly. Even before our marriage, I had already steeled myself for this possibility. If another proves more exceptional and destined to accompany you longer, I would rejoice for you, husband. So long as I may remain by your side now, I am already content. Ayun. Her voice grew softer and softer, fading until even Jiang Fan, a cultivator of profound spiritual senses, could barely catch the words. Ayun, rest assured, you shall remain with me always, and you shall forever be my wife. His whisper was gentle, but resolute, unshakable. Instantly, Yang Yun broke into tears. Husband, Ayun loves you. And I love you too. At the midpoint of the lunar month, Jiang Fan gazed upon the newly refreshed cultivation interface, before him, a faint sigh escaping his lips. I never imagined the system could evolve further. After today's events, his bond with Yang Yun had deepened once more. As the saying goes, a willow planted without intent grows luxuriantly. Jiang Fan had always loved his wife, but he had not anticipated such an unexpected reward: unwavering fidelity. The meaning was clear: eternal loyalty, lifelong devotion. Now, beyond doubled cultivation bonuses, an entirely new enhancement had emerged. Silver tier enhancement. It intrigued him deeply. The baseline increment appeared to be 0.1, yet it had risen to 0.5 per day. So once my physical constitution reaches full maturity at 100, I shall awaken an unknown primordial physique. Under the luminous moonlight, Jiang Fan closed his eyes, choosing, for now, not to dwell on it. The next morning, the 7-member Jiang family expedition departed into the mountain's depths, watched closely by Jiang Fan and Jiang Haiyun. Their base camp was set at Qingyuan town, proof that this range lay closest to that settlement. It seems remoteness has its merits. Such a grand opportunity remains known first and foremost within our clan, and to us alone. Jiang Tianhao watched the retreating figures thoughtfully. Let's go, Elder Tian. Now we wait for news, Jiang Fan remarked indifferently. What? Aren't you tempted? Such a rare chance. If seized early, it grants lasting advantage. Arriving first might secure the boon before anyone else. Jiang Fan smiled faintly. No need. I'm quite content being a fallen elder. To compete. What on earth would he compete over? He already stood atop a mountain of treasures. No need to risk life and limb beyond its borders. True enough. Even these old bones have no reason to strive. Jiang Tianhao laughed heartily, though what truly stirred within him remained hidden from all. Jiang Fan glanced at him. Evidently, Jiang Tianhao too had learned the truth. This expedition sought fortune. Yet Jiang Fan held little hope for success. After all, the Jiang clan ranked among Shu Kingdom's most elite families, boasting a golden core elder within and foundation establishment elders as its backbone. Its strength was formidable. Should a true grand opportunity exist, at least several foundation establishment elders ought to have been dispatched for exploration. Yet what had they sent instead? A second-generation scion named Jiang Hao, a prodigy, Jiang Ying U Jiang Haiyun, an experienced sect steward struggling to achieve foundation establishment, and a group of unnamed youths clearly green and untested. This was unmistakably a trivial assignment, designed solely to polish reputations and accumulate experience. Any opportunity found would scarcely exceed a foundation establishment-grade spirit artifact. A major boon? Impossible, unless every senior in the clan were fools blind to peril while fixated only on reward. Yet Jiang Fan cared not. For now, internal stability sufficed. At minimum, he needed to reach the 9th tier of body refinement before possessing even a sliver of self-defense capability. After all, in Jiang Fan's estimation, the greatest possible reward was merely a foundation establishment spirit object, and the threats it would draw were likely cultivators at the peak of chi condensation. With 9th tier body refinement, he could handle them easily. As for worrying about Jiang Ying, that was pure overthinking. That young lady possessed far more tricks than Jiang Fan himself, and stood at chi condensation 7th layer. Only a foundation establishment-level demonic beast could endanger her. Better to immerse myself in rigorous cultivation. Once power rises, present difficulties dissolve into insignificance. He looked down at the spirit-condensing pill in his palm. His greenwood art had reached 4th layer. Combined with the pill, his breakthrough to chi condensation 7th layer could shrink from 1 year to 6 months. Of course, reaching 5th layer would shift the timeline dramatically. Precisely how much depended on execution. Soon after, both withdrew quietly. Time slipped by, 30 days vanished like mist. Current cultivation technique, Qingmu Gong 5th level accumulated comprehension, level 3860. In the span of a month, Jiang Fan's cultivation has once again broken through. Qingmu Gong has successfully reached the 5th level. His cultivation has also reached the peak of the Qi refinement stage, the 7th level, at Qingyuan town. However, problems soon followed. Due to the lack of subsequent techniques for Qingmu Gong, his comprehension progress has stagnated at the 5th level, while the comprehension level continues to accumulate. Perhaps once I obtain the foundation establishment technique for Qingmu Gong, I can directly add to this comprehension level. Jiang Fan mused, rubbing his fingers together. The 5th level of Qingmu Gong corresponds to the 9th level of Qi refinement, in the realm of Qi refinement great perfection. Above that lies the foundation establishment techniques. However, breaking through to the foundation establishment realm is not a simple matter. In addition to needing the corresponding foundation establishment techniques, one also needs to overcome the 3 hurdles of essence, Qi, and spirit. The so-called essence, Qi, and spirit refer to a person's essence, true Qi, and spiritual sense. Essence is easy to understand. It is a person's spirit, which is strongest in youth. Ordinary people begin to decline after reaching 40, while cultivators start to decline after 60. Thus, ordinary people feel a significant decrease in vitality once they surpass 40. For cultivators, surpassing the age of 60 makes it increasingly difficult to break through to foundation establishment, with difficulty doubling each year. Jiang Fan was sent out at the age of 30 because he was still merely at the 4th level of Qi refinement. In this context, reaching Qi refinement great perfection before 50 and ultimately breaking through to foundation establishment before 60 is basically impossible. Therefore, it is better to seize the opportunity while young and contribute to the family. The second aspect of true Qi is easier to understand as it refers to the realm in which cultivators practice. Generally, breaking through to the 9th level of Qi refinement and then gradually refining to Qi refinement great perfection is not much of an issue. Even some top-tier techniques can produce powerful true Qi that enhances the cultivator's chances of foundation establishment. Clearly, Qingmu Gong is not a top-tier technique in the continent. As for the last aspect of spiritual sense, it is something quite extraordinary. It is said to pertain to a cultivator's soul and is not something that Qi refinement cultivators can comprehend. Throughout history, cultivators either used rare materials to strengthen their spiritual sense or ignored it altogether. Only some ancient families possess specific techniques for enhancing spiritual sense. Unfortunately, Jiang Fan has none of these, and even the Jiang family might not have them. One must understand how precious soul cultivation techniques are. Possessing one is almost equivalent to mass-producing foundation establishment experts. If the Jiang family had such techniques, they would have long dominated the Shu kingdom. As for rare materials, those are even less attainable. I am still young, and within a few years I should be able to raise my cultivation to Qi refinement great perfection. At that point, I can meet the requirements for essence and Qi. Just meeting the requirements for essence and Qi gives a breakthrough probability of only about 40%, while if my spiritual sense is strengthened, the probability rises to 70%. Moreover, the most crucial factor is the foundation establishment pill, just this one item can increase the foundation establishment rate by 2 to 3%, ultimately reaching a probability of 90%. With essence, Qi, and spirit fully realized along with the foundation establishment pill, that is the limit for ordinary people. Some individuals with extraordinary talents, naturally strong essence, unique spiritual souls, or special physiques, high-grade spiritual roots, etc. These can greatly enhance the chances of foundation establishment, even eliminating the foundation establishment bottleneck. Of course, Jiang Fan possesses none of these. No, he is half of one. Unknown physique, awakening progress 15,100. If I awaken a mysterious physique, it will somewhat increase the probability of foundation establishment. The only drawback of this good thing is that the process is too slow. Cultivating the body is simpler without so much hassle. Currently, Jiang Fan's Yunyu Jiuxiang technique has reached the 8th level, and he is only one night away from breaking through to the 9th level. In other words, if Jiang Fan gets through tonight, he will become a cultivator at the 9th level of body refinement. Coupled with that pair of medium-grade magical gloves, Jiang Fan is confident that even Qi refinement great perfection may not be his match. However, he must still be cautious. If he encounters those holy sons and demonic daughters, who knows what tricks they might have. Jiang Fan's principle is to never fight beyond his rank if he can bully the weak. Survival is the top priority. After all, only by surviving can one live a prosperous life. He must continue to endure until he possesses the strength of foundation establishment, which will provide him with some self-protection. According to his current progress, within a month the comprehension level of Yunyu Jiuxiang technique should reach its maximum. It's coming soon, it won't be long now. Jiang Fan whispered. Boom. Suddenly, a violent commotion erupted outside the window, as if a house had collapsed. Husband, what is happening? The intense noise startled Yang Yun awake. Stay inside the secret chamber, don't move. I'll go out and take a look. With a flicker, Jiang Fan's figure vanished. As the guardian elder of Qingyuan town, he has the responsibility to protect the territory. In the event of trouble, he should promptly investigate. Jiang Tianhao had the same reaction. As Jiang Fan soared into the air on his sword, the small town of Qingyuan came into full view. Quickly, the source of the tremor was identified. At the edge of the town, several people were engaged in a battle. Jiang Tianhao, why aren't you setting up the formation? A figure rushed over at high speed, shouting as they approached. Is that Jiang family steward? Jiang Tianhao paused, recognizing the newcomer as Jiang Haiyun, who had passed through the town a month prior. However, at this moment, Jiang Haiyun showed no signs of the vigor he had a month ago. Instead, he appeared quite disheveled. Behind him were other Jiang family members engaged in battle. Seeing this scene, Jiang Tianhao dared not delay. He immediately took out a jade talisman and quickly infused it with spiritual power. With my command, let the formation activate and close. With a shout, a burst of azure light erupted from the talisman, surging in all directions. In a matter of moments, a blue light membrane enveloped the core area of Qingyuan town. At this moment, the Jiang family members shone with a greenish-blue light easily wrapped by the formation, while those hunting the Jiang family were instantly rebounded by the formation. Not only that, but in the next instant, numerous azure lights began to shoot out from the formation, attacking the assailants. Quickly retreat. It's a first-tier, upper-grade Qingmu Xianlight formation. The leader sensed something was wrong and led his group to retreat. Seeing this situation, Jiang Haiyun and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Hao, standing within the great formation, still did not forget to shout, Shangwan Lei, I Jiang Hao will remember today's grudge, and I will make you pay in the future. The assailants hunting the Jiang family were actually the rivals from the Shangwan family. Jiang Hao, you are nothing but a waste. If it weren't for that madwoman consuming her blood to hold us back, do you think you would have escaped? Next time I shall personally sever your head. Jiang Hao let out a cold snort, offering no rebuttal. Yet his gaze instinctively flickered toward Jiang Ying beside him, whose breath was faint, clearly wounded by her earlier burst of power. At that moment, Jiang Haiyun arrived as well. This matter will not be forgotten by the Jiang clan. Then let us meet again, on the battlefield. Shangwan Lei sneered coldly, knowing the formation had already been activated. For now, they could do nothing against the enemy. And so he withdrew with his men, without further delay. Brother Lei, are we truly letting them go just like this? The Shangwan clan members clearly chafed at the retreat. The Qingmu Xianlight formation is the Jiang clan's signature array. None among us can breach it swiftly. Should we linger too long, their foundation establishment cultivators will arrive as reinforcements, turning the tide against us. What a pity. We were so close to silencing every Jiang clan member. Then the Shangwan clan would have seized the celestial veins' emergence unchallenged, and we ourselves would have earned immortal glory and immense rewards. Another voice echoed bitterly. Shangwan Lei shook his head. It is not so simple. Who could have foreseen that such a faint ripple of spiritual energy heralded the birth of a celestial vein, precisely at the tri-border junction of our three clans? Even if the Shangwan clan seizes it momentarily, eternal dominion is impossible. His eyes hardened as he added, what truly vexes me is that the Jiang clan harbors a sword cultivator of such extraordinary prowess, allowing them to escape. No matter. She has ingested my meridian severing powder. Henceforth, she shall be little more than a broken shell stripped of all cultivation potential. To lose the celestial veins' emergence and sacrifice a prodigious sword cultivator. How one wonders, will the Jiang clan tally such a grievous ledger? Meanwhile, within Qingyuan town, the Jiang clan disciples exhaled in quiet relief as the Shangwan forces departed. Jiang Ying, barely clinging to consciousness, turned to Jiang Haiyun and murmured, Senior disciplinarian, I have expended too much vital blood. I shall need to rest here in Qingyuan town for some time. I have already sent word to the clan. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. We need not rush our return. Damn it. Jiang Hao snarled under his breath. No one knew precisely what riled him. Jiang Haiyun sighed softly. As senior disciplinarian, his duties extended beyond leading expeditions. He also recorded the merits of these young disciples. In this battle, Jiang Ying had shown brilliantly, whereas Jiang Hao, though famed for his combat prowess, had performed poorly. Hearing this, Jiang Ying relaxed slightly. She had fought so fiercely precisely to earn greater merit, and thus secure more resources, not only for herself, but for Jiang Fan. Yet even now an unsettling discomfort stirred within her body, gnawing at her peace. Still they had returned with vital intelligence. The Yunding Mountains beyond Qingyuan town likely concealed a nascent celestial vein, one potent enough to ignite a brutal war among the three great clans. That single revelation alone warranted a substantial reward, and surely the clan would compensate her for the vital blood she had lost. Moreover, once the celestial vein was excavated, the entire Jiang clan would prosper. At that very moment, Jiang Fan and Jiang Tianhao finally arrived. Seeing Jiang Ying gravely wounded, Jiang Fan rushed forward without hesitation. "Are you all right?" Her chi was perilously faint, so fragile that even Jiang Fan could sense its trembling near extinction. "I am fine. Rest should suffice." "Then let me carry you back to the Jiang residence first. Everything else can wait until you recover." Jiang Fan gazed at Jiang Ying, his childhood friend, perfect in every way save for her relentless drive. With that, he swept her into his arms and soared toward the residence. Jiang Hao watched, jealousy flaring like wildfire. All along the path, Jiang Ying had ignored him, cold, silent, yet now embraced this banished failure with such tenderness. It felt like a slap across his face. He, the son of a senior elder. How dare he be eclipsed by an exiled wretch? Humph. Jiang Ying, you will regret this. Fury surged through Jiang Hao's veins, igniting a bold, venomous scheme in his mind. Back at the Jiang residence, after administering healing pills to Jiang Ying, Jiang Fan breathed a tentative sigh of relief. "How do you feel?" "Much better, though I feel strangely weak." Jiang Ying frowned. Cultivators' bodies far surpassed mortals' minor injuries, usually healed swiftly. Why did this linger so unnervingly? "Let me examine you." Jiang Fan gathered his chi, condensing it into a luminous thread at his fingertip, then pressed gently against Jiang Ying's dantian, guiding his spiritual sense along her meridians. Jiang Ying let out a soft hum. Jiang Fan paused. "What is it?" "No, nothing." Undeterred, Jiang Fan continued his probe, his fingertip tracing upward from her dantian along her meridians. The dantian, nestled just below the navel, was inherently sensitive, especially with Jiang Fan so close. And the warm current of his chi flooded her with unexpected comfort, evoking memories of their most intimate moments when boundaries meant nothing and his touch mattered not where it fell. Her heart fluttered wildly. Yet Jiang Fan's brow remained tightly furrowed. What is wrong? Is something amiss? Jiang Ying rarely saw him so grave, and her curiosity sharpened into concern. Your meridians? I cannot perceive them at all. Jiang Fan hastily infused another pulse of qi. A cultivator's meridians were the bedrock of cultivation. No injury, however severe, should render them utterly imperceptible. Impossible. Jiang Ying's expression turned solemn. Wait, your cultivation. Can you still sense your own cultivation? Jiang Fan pressed urgently. My dantian remains intact. My cultivation endures. She nodded, then smoothly circulated her qi, unfurling the full strength of her 7th-stage qi refinement cultivation. In that instant, her face drained of color. Her qi moved with agonizing slowness, utterly unlike the swift, resonant flow expected of a latest-stage qi refiner. As Jiang Ying sustained her circulation, Jiang Fan probed once more, and this time certainty crystallized. Ying, your meridians. He left the words unspoken, but Jiang Ying, sharp-minded and perceptive, understood instantly. Her face paled to ash. Her meridians had been shattered. Meridians were the very foundation of cultivation, the cornerstone upon which all advancement rested. To lose them was to forfeit the Tao itself. From this day forth, her cultivation would forever stall at 7th-stage qi refinement, a death sentence for any aspiring cultivator. How could this be? Jiang Ying whispered, recalling the battle. She had burned vital blood to suppress the Shangwan cultivators. Yet in the chaos, she had unwittingly absorbed their poison. She had assumed it ordinary, never imagining it carried such malignant meridian-destroying potency. Now gazing at Jiang Fan, her thoughts spiraled into turbulent silence. Fanj. Rest assured, it is merely the meridians that have been destroyed, not the absence of spiritual roots. There are definitely ways to restore them. Jiang Fan's expression grew serious as he hurried to offer comfort. In contrast to Yang Yun, who lacks spiritual roots, Jiang Ying, despite having her meridians destroyed, should always be able to find a way to restore them, even if it is not available at the moment. Then we shall seek a way for foundation establishment. If that fails, we will pursue golden core. If that fails, we will aim for nascent soul. Jiang Fan was confident that he would undoubtedly attain golden core or even nascent soul in the future. Jiang Ying shared a deep bond with him, and he would never abandon her. However, Jiang Ying's complexion was pale, and her thoughts had begun to spiral out of control. There are indeed methods to restore the meridians. However, such secrets are typically mastered only by the ancestors of the golden core. Yet she is merely a collateral branch of the Jiang family, not a peerless genius. Even if the ancestor of Golden Core possesses the means to restore them, it is unlikely that they would use it on her. It was simply unexpected for her that just a month ago she was still encouraging Jiang Fan to strive forward, and now a month later, she had met with failure. One can only say that fate plays tricks on people. Brother, you need not comfort me. The destruction of my meridians does not mean it is a dead, and in not being able to refine chi does not equate to not being able to cultivate. Jiang Ying forced a wry smile. She was not one to easily yield. As long as there was a glimmer of hope for progress, she would not easily give up. What? Do you not believe your brother? Jiang Fan's expression was stern as he circulated a strand of true chi in his hand. Then the true chi condensed and slowly took the form of a sapling, appearing vividly lifelike. This scene brightened Jiang Ying's eyes. True chi transforming into a tree. Is this the technique of the fifth layer of Qingmu Gong? When did you break through to the fifth layer? Jiang Ying's eyes widened. The fifth layer of Qingmu Gong indicates that one has cultivated to the point of achieving complete mastery of chi refinement without any bottlenecks. Even though she was at the seventh layer of chi refinement, she had only cultivated her spirit serpent sword manual to the fourth layer, still lacking a bit for the fifth layer. It was surprising that Jiang Fan, who had only reached the fourth layer of chi refinement before leaving, had actually cultivated Qingmu Gong to such a lofty fifth layer. I have always said that my talent is exceptional, just unexposed in the clan. You wait, your matters will be taken care of by your brother. Jiang Fan smiled confidently. Achieving the fifth layer of Qingmu Gong and breaking through to complete mastery of chi refinement was merely a matter of time, especially with the strength of his body refining realm. The bottleneck of foundation establishment would absolutely not obstruct Jiang Fan. I trust you, brother. For a moment, Jiang Ying seemed to have made a certain resolution. Tomorrow, I will return to the clan, explain the situation to my parents, and use the merits of this operation to exchange for the cultivation resources you need, brother Fan. I will also directly change to the path of body refining. Actually, there is no need to rush so much. I happen to have a body refining method here that can at least take you straight to the foundation establishment realm. What Jiang Fan referred to was the Yunjiamang Ju, which he had unexpectedly obtained. At this, Jiang Ying could no longer sit still, her face revealing a look of surprise. It seems that the Jiang family truly has a knack for you. How is it that after leaving the clan for only half a year you have encountered such extraordinary fortunes? Having only left the clan for half a year, Jiang Fan had not only cultivated Qingmu Gong to the fifth layer, but had even acquired a body refining technique of the foundation establishment level, which truly made her see him in a new light. Perhaps the feng shui of the Jiang family's land is unfavorable, Jiang Fan joked. Even so, I must return. I have achieved great merit this time. The clan will reward me handsomely, and then I will exchange it for cultivation resources. But your injuries? Jiang Fan expressed concern. Jiang Ying shook her head. It's nothing serious. Although my meridians are destroyed, my cultivation at the seventh layer of chi refinement remains. As long as I do not actively expose it, no one will know. Then well, Jiang Fan did not stop her. With Jiang Ying's parents in the clan, the problem was not significant. Brother Fan, wait for me to come back. Jiang Fan nodded. The two chatted casually for a while until the moonlight grew dim and Yang Yun brought food before Jiang Fan reluctantly took his leave. However, Jiang Ying's room was just next door to Jiang Fan's courtyard, so he could rush over at the first sign of trouble, which brought him some peace of mind. Current Yunjiamang Ju 8th layer 8500-8000 can break through. Jiang Fan chose to break through without hesitation. Let me break through. Yunjiamang Ju 9th layer 500-5000. At the moment of breaking through the Yunjiamang Ju, Jiang Fan's body refining realm also broke through, reaching the 9th layer of body refining. In that instant, Jiang Fan felt his senses sharpened. The world before his eyes began to clarify, and even in the darkness there were no obstacles. Nearby, he could clearly hear Yang Yun's breathing, the gentle breeze caressing him, and even the low chirping of insects in the courtyard could be heard distinctly. He could even easily hear the heavy breathing of someone in the neighboring courtyard. This is clarity of vision and sharpness of hearing. Clarity of vision and sharpness of hearing indicated that the body had entered a state of perfection, marking an important milestone of the 9th layer of body refining. This was not simply seeing more clearly and hearing more distinctly. It represented that the cultivator's body had reached a certain limit. Simultaneously, high sensitivity of perception also allowed the cultivator to have a clearer awareness of the world around them. The process of cultivation itself is the process of recognizing the source of the heavens and earth. The higher the cultivation level, the clearer the understanding of the source, and naturally the stronger the power. Some martial artists at the 9th layer of body refining, when re-attempting chi refinement, could even improve their efficiency by 2 to 3 times. Of course, it is not just cultivation of daily life is also affected, and the enjoyment of certain things will be multiplied. Although I had known that I could break through to the 9th layer of body refining tonight, I did not expect it to be so smooth. Jiang Fan's mood instantly brightened. It's a pity that the next breakthrough requires a full 5,000 comprehension points. This foundation establishment realm is indeed not something to be trifled with. The requirements are almost close to the total of the previous ones. Just as he was thinking this, Jiang Fan's brow suddenly furrowed. Strange. Why is there someone outside of Ying's door? Wasn't it instructed not to let anyone come near? Wait, is that Jiang Hao's voice? Seeking death. Jiang Fan's expression changed, and he rushed out immediately. Outside Jiang Ying's room in the Jiang family estate, Jiang Hao clenched his teeth, seemingly having made a certain resolution. Jiang Ying, don't blame me, blame yourself for not cherishing the opportunity. As the son of an elder from the affairs hall, Jiang Hao lived arrogantly within the clan. He bullied those clan members without a background at will. For someone like Jiang Ying, who had considerable talent, yet came from an average background, he originally had little chance to act against her. If he were to bully her at will, it would invite severe punishment from the clan. This forced him to secretly covet Jiang Ying's beauty. Especially this time, being on a mission together made him feel as if Jiang Ying was like a celestial maiden, proud and unattainable. With the 10 lustless smoke, the treasure I finally obtained, using it on you would be quite the profit. He injected the prepared 10 lustless smoke into the room. All he had to do was follow his plan, and once the drug took effect, he could simply reap the fruits. Once back at the clan, he could report to his father that Jiang Ying had seduced him, forcing her to become his concubine. Jiang Ying's parents, for the sake of face, and under the pressure of a foundation establishment elder from the affairs hall, would have no choice but to compromise, resulting in a marriage arranged by her parents. Within the Jiang clan, as long as they were not siblings, intermarriage was allowed. After all, with the clan size, there were tens of thousands of members, and intermarriage was quite common. It will take effect in 10 breaths. I will wait a bit longer. A twisted smile appeared on Jiang Hao's face. Originally, he had no chance to act. But since Jiang Ying was severely injured during this mission, her aura was so weak that even he could sense something was wrong, which emboldened him. Even if he were discovered with his strength at the 7th level of body refinement, he could easily overpower anyone. What are you doing here? Just as Jiang Hao was lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang out. Who? Jiang Hao turned around, abruptly surprised that someone had approached him without his notice. However, upon seeing the visitor, he couldn't help but smile. So it's you, the discarded waste. You came just in time for me to put on a good show for you. Jiang Hao's expression became increasingly twisted. Having been pampered since childhood and relying on resources to refine his body, he naturally developed a perverse character. Especially after seeing Jiang Fan, he even felt a desire to broadcast the scene live. Jiang Fan frowned, smelling the lingering medicinal aroma in the air. Upon seeing the vial in Jiang Hao's hand, he instantly understood. I see you are seeking death. With that, Jiang Fan was the first to strike, rushing towards Jiang Hao. This sudden action caught Jiang Hao off guard. After all, he had never seen Jiang Fan act in such a manner. Others needed a reason to act, at the very least needing to investigate before taking action. But Jiang Fan, he needed no reason, no investigation. If he had even a hint of suspicion, it was enough for him to act. You're looking for death. Although Jiang Fan struck first, Jiang Hao was not afraid in the slightest. He was at the 7th level of body refinement. Even against someone at the 9th level of chi refinement, he was confident he could hold his ground, let alone Jiang Fan, who had been exiled by the clan. In his impression, someone like Jiang Fan was at most at the 4th or 5th level of chi refinement, a target he could easily handle. However, before he could catch his breath, Jiang Hao's expression changed. Because it was too fast. Jiang Fan's speed was too fast. In Jiang Hao's eyes, Jiang Fan's speed was almost a blur. A fist came crashing toward his face. As a body refinement practitioner, how could Jiang Hao not recognize that this was the means of a body refiner? Boom. That punch struck directly on Jiang Hao's face. With a buzzing sound, Jiang Hao felt his consciousness sink, and the world before him started to become unclear. This was the sign of losing consciousness. At that moment, Jiang Hao could only murmur, "Impossible, you shouldn't be this strong. Go and ask King Yan in the underworld." Jiang Fan had already put on his gloves, and the power of the middle-grade artifact was now fully unleashed, leaving Jiang Hao no opportunity to counter. With one punch, he struck Jiang Hao's face again. After several punches combined with the power of the middle-grade artifact, Jiang Hao was beaten to a pulp, completely losing consciousness. The gap between realms and body refinement is different from that in chi refinement. It's purely a difference in physical strength. If Jiang Fan stopped now, Jiang Hao could still be saved. However, this person came to Jiang Ying's residence at midnight with ill intentions. In Jiang Fan's eyes, this was already a path to death. From the very beginning, he had no intention of holding back. Another punch completely pierced through Jiang Hao's chest. At this point, all he could do was exhale with no breath left to inhale. Is he really dead? Jiang Fan looked down, kicking Jiang Hao's body. but Jiang Hao ungraciously did not respond. Then he used his true energy to scan Jiang Hao's body for any signs of life, confirming that he was not feigning death. After a few breaths, Jiang Fan nodded in satisfaction. It seems he is really dead. Killing Jiang Hao did not stir a single ripple in Jiang Fan's heart. Compared to the burdens of Master Yun, Jiang Hao was simply seeking his own death. Killing him not only brought no guilt, but instead gave Jiang Fan a sense of relief. As for the consequences, as long as he handled things properly when the incident occurred, Jiang Fan was confident he could suppress all unfavorable factors. Fan Go. Just as Jiang Fan prepared to deal with Jiang Hao further, a weak voice suddenly came from behind. Jiang Ying was currently leaning against the threshold, her face flushed, breathing rapidly, her eyes shining with a desperate emotion. That bastard dared to poison you. Await, he should have the antidote on him. Jiang Fan's brow furrowed. He didn't know what poison Jiang Hao had given Jiang Ying and could only pray that he had the antidote with him. Jiang Ying's breathing became even more rapid. Seemingly unable to wait any longer, she directly lunged at Jiang Fan, wrapping her arms around him from behind. Brother, give it to me. You were poisoned? Jiang Fan furrowed his brow, a surge of unnameable anger rising within him. That bastard Jiang Hao is indeed so malicious. Even in death, he wanted to whip the corpse again. But at this moment, Jiang Fan had no time for such thoughts. Ying, hold your breath and concentrate. Jiang Fan controlled Jiang Ying and channeled his true energy into her body. As Jiang Fan infused his true energy, Jiang Ying's gaze instantly became much clearer. Cultivators' bodies were unlike ordinary people. Had it not been for her damaged meridians, she wouldn't have fallen victim so easily. At this moment, looking at Jiang Fan, who was saving her, tears began to well up in Jiang Ying's eyes without her realizing it. Her gaze was resolute, as if she had made some kind of determination. Fan Gu, I want to become your Dao partner. Jiang Fan looked at Jiang Ying before him. Aying, I Jiang Fan will never let you down in this lifetime. Finding Dao partner Jiang Ying. Cultivation bonus, 500. Current main cultivation method daily comprehension rate, 500. Current method Qingmu skill 5th layer cumulative comprehension rate, 6210. Spirit Snake Sword Classic daily comprehension rate, 500. Current Spirit Snake Sword Classic, 1st layer, 500-1000. With Spiritual Root daily progress 5. Current low grade with Spiritual Root, 5100. Unknown Sword Dao talent awakening progress 0. 5100. Seeing the panel change, Jiang Fan was surprised to find that Jiang Ying's panel was surprisingly good. He and Jiang Ying had a good relationship since childhood, and after binding as Dao partners, they directly advanced to the second stage of unwavering loyalty, which was indeed a cause for celebration. After all, years of feelings were not to be dismissed. Furthermore, after binding, it also provided her comprehension rate for her main cultivation method, the Spirit Snake Sword Classic. Jiang Fan knew that this sword classic was a mainstream sword cultivation method within the Jiang family and was also Jiang Ying's main cultivation method. It seemed that the system inevitably increased the comprehension rate of the Dao partner's main cultivation method. In addition, each Dao partner would also increase Jiang Fan's comprehension rate for his main cultivation method each day. What delighted Jiang Fan the most was another aspect. Spiritual Root bonus. It should be known that spiritual roots are basically predetermined from birth, and the difficulty of improving them later is akin to climbing to the sky, which determines the path of almost all cultivators. Unless one truly had the chance to seize the heaven's fortune, otherwise the spiritual root would not change. Now Jiang Fan had obtained this great opportunity to seize the heaven's fortune. I remember that Ying has a high grade with spiritual root. This spiritual root bonus should be related to the partner's spiritual root. Otherwise, there would be no reason for Yang Yun to not have it. With this in mind, it solved a significant concern for Jiang Fan. It should be known that Jiang Fan himself only had a low grade with spiritual root, and it was precisely because of this that his cultivation was slow. If he also had a high grade with spiritual root along with the comprehension rate of the Qingmu skill, wouldn't foundation establishment be as easy as eating and drinking? Lastly, there was the silver bonus. This seemed to appear only after the relationship reached unwavering loyalty. Yang Yun provided physical enhancement, while Jiang Ying provided sword Dao. Oh, it seemed to relate to their own situations. Yang Yun practiced martial arts while Jiang Ying was also a sword genius. If that's the case, then the criteria for finding Dao partners in the future have been established. This thought did not make Jiang Fan a scumbag. Rather, only by binding more Dao partners could Jiang Fan increase his strength more rapidly. Only with great strength could he better protect his Dao partners. Without wearing the crown, how could he protect his beloved? Moreover, after what happened last night, Jiang Fan also realized that the Jiang family was not a safe place to be. It was better to stay by his side. This further solidified Jiang Fan's determination to enhance his own strength. By the way, it's time to destroy the evidence. Oh, after a night like this, it's likely to smell foul. As the night passed, no one intruded, and nothing else occurred. Jiang Fan was given enough time to erase all traces. As a cultivator, Jiang Fan had many means to eliminate evidence. With a few talismans cast, only a handful of ashes remained of Jiang Hao's body. After casting several exorcism talismans, even the ashes were nowhere to be found. In a few days, even a Foundation establishment great cultivator would be unable to find any flaws. Naturally, Jiang Fan accepted all of Jiang Hao's belongings. Although Jiang Hao was the son of an elder, he was on a mission this time, so he did not carry much with him. There were only a few low-grade spirit stones, half a bottle of body refining pills, a body refining technique, a medium-grade magical artifacts, inner armor, and some miscellaneous items. Jiang Fan took all the spirit stones and pills, but he dared not wear the inner armor casually. What if there were traps left by his father? That would be problematic. To be safe, Jiang Fan discarded it in a location outside the town, ensuring that he wouldn't be suspected. Lastly, there was the body refining technique. Qingyu formula. Jiang Fan recognized this technique. It was a well-known body refining art within the clan. However, like the Yunyu Nine Soros formula, it was only effective up to the Foundation establishment stage and not a path to Golden Core. After some contemplation, Jiang Fan decided to hide it for now and take it out when needed in the future. If Jiang Ying needed it, he could directly give it to her for cultivation, saving a bit of merit. After handling everything related to Jiang Hao, he decided to treat it as if nothing had happened and continue with his own affairs. In fact, the news of Jiang Hao's disappearance came later than Jiang Fan had anticipated. It was only in the evening that Jiang Haiyun urgently arrived at the Jiang residence. Elder, something big has happened. Previously aloof, he now addressed Jiang Fan and the other elder in a familiar manner, clearly indicating he was looking for someone to take the blame. What could be so urgent? Has the Shangwan family attacked? Jiang Tianhao was confused. They had only repelled the invaders yesterday, and the formation had not even been lowered yet. The Shangwan family couldn't be that reckless. Not quite. Jiang Haiyun shook his head, but his expression quickly turned graver. The situation is more complex. The son of the affairs hall, Elder Jiang Hao, has gone missing. Hiss. Jiang Tianhao's expression turned serious. Oh, is that so? Jiang Fan also feigned great concern. Jiang Haiyun looked at the two, but could not glean any useful information from them, only sighing. Since today, we have not found Jiang Hao. We have searched outside the town, but found nothing. Could he have already gone back? Jiang Fan suddenly countered. How could that be? He should have at least informed us before leaving. Jiang Haiyun shook his head. You see, if even you couldn't guess, the people from the Shangwan family surely couldn't either. That guy named Jiang Hao seems cunning. He might have run away because he was scared. Jiang Fan spoke carelessly, as if guessing. What you're saying? Jiang Haiyun frowned. After spending time together, he knew Jiang Hao's character. He had strength, but was cowardly, preferring to bully the weak. It was indeed possible for him to sneak away like that. Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, he had not found Jiang Hao all day. This person was most likely no longer in Qingyuan town. As for where he was, whether he had run away or been killed, it was not something he could easily handle. Realizing this, Jiang Haiyun quickly said, No, this place is not suitable for long stays. I plan to depart tonight and return to the clan first. Jiang Fan looked at Jiang Haiyun in surprise, not expecting that this guy would think of fleeing the moment his companion went missing. Jiang Haiyun raised his head, revealing a hint of embarrassment on his face. After all, the other had just saved him, and now he wanted to abandon him and run away. He immediately became serious and said, Rest assured, I transmitted the information from here to the clan yesterday. I believe that within half a month the first batch of reinforcements will arrive. The Shangwan family is no closer to us than we are to them. As long as you all do not leave Qingyuan town before the reinforcements arrive, there shouldn't be any issues. Don't worry, as the guarding elder of Qingyuan town, I naturally want leave. Jiang Tianhao said nonchalantly. With the Qingmu Xianlight formation in place, as long as no Foundation establishment cultivator attacked, they would be safe. Even if a Foundation establishment cultivator came to fight, he could die for his clan, and before dying, he could earn some merit for his son, making it a win-win situation. It was only Jiang Fan, the other young man, who needed to be considered. I won't leave Qingyuan town either. Given Jiang Fan's current situation, returning to the clan might not be safer than staying in Qingyuan town. Moreover, he would also have to travel back, which would delay his cultivation. Jiang Fan knew that Jiang Hao was not killed by the Shangwan family, so he naturally had no worries. As for the life token, only elders above Foundation establishment or core direct descendants would have it. Did Jiang Hao qualify for that? Seeing both of them express their stance, Jiang Haiyun immediately said solemnly, You two have contributed to the Jiang clan. I will speak highly of you upon my return. You will naturally receive your share of merit then. Afterward, Jiang Haiyun and Jiang Fan exchanged a few more words, confirmed their departure for tonight, and then left to notify everyone to prepare. Did not expect Jiang Hao to have actually died. Nephew, do you really think he ran away? After Jiang Haiyun left, Jiang Tianhao suddenly said with a frown. If not, then what else? Jiang Fan said dismissively. From my observations of Jiang Hao's words and actions, he was cowardly. As soon as the Shangwan family left, he would never dare to run away alone. Now that he's missing in Qingyuan town, it is likely that something has happened. Jiang Tianha's expression was serious, as if he had found the truth of the matter. Oh, what is your insight, Uncle Tian? Jiang Fan countered. He naturally knew that Jiang Hao had not run away, but had turned to ash instead. However, he was still curious about how others viewed the situation. I suspect that Jiang Hao has likely been assassinated. Are you saying it was the Shangwan family? Jiang Fan asked in surprise. Jiang Tianhao shook his head. Not necessarily, it could also be passing rogue cultivators, or even a foundation establishment cultivator. Otherwise, with Jiang Hao's strength at the 7th level of body refining, who could do it so quietly, if not a powerful individual? That makes sense. So what should we do now? A foundation establishment cultivator is not something we can deal with, Jiang Fan said with a hint of worry. There's no need to worry so much. The gap in strength is so vast that worrying at this point will only add to your troubles. Besides, the opponent only killed Jiang Hao, it's likely a grudge killing. They may have already left. Of course, I might just be guessing randomly. Perhaps Jiang Hao has already returned to the Jiang clan. Then let's hope he has returned to the clan. Jiang Fan agreed. In any case, no one would suspect him. After all, on the surface, he was merely a 4th-level qi condensation cultivator. How could a 4th-level qi condensation cultivator kill someone at the 7th level of body refining? Perhaps in a dream. After chatting for a while, Jiang Fan took the initiative to leave. Now that Jiang Haiyun planned to return to the clan, he needed to find Jiang Ying and have her stay behind. Jiang Ying lowered her head, shyly looking at the man before her. Brother Fan. Jiang Fuss, courtyard. Jiang Ying said, Jiang Haiyun plans to return to the Jiang clan today. I know he sent someone to deliver a message to me just now. Jiang Ying composed herself, realizing that Jiang Fan had come to see her for an important matter. What I mean is you should not go back. The clan is too dangerous. Jiang Fan spoke directly. Jiang Ying paused, her mindset having undergone a significant change after last night's events. Moreover, with Jiang Hao dead, even if she returned with accomplishments, she would likely face a thorough investigation by that elder from the affairs hall, and the situation was quite dire. After a long moment, Jiang Ying resolutely said, no matter what, I cannot give up on my cultivation. Her meridians had been destroyed, leaving her with only the path of body refining. If she did not return to the Jiang clan to obtain resources, her cultivation would stagnate during this period. I understand, Jiang Fan said as he took out the body refining pills he had obtained from Jiang Hao along with 2 manuals, the Qingyu Ju and the Yunyu Jiushangju. These are the body refining pills and 2 manuals directly related to foundation establishment. They are sufficient for your current cultivation. You won't need to worry about your training for at least a year. As for what would happen after a year, I believe that Qingyuan town will undergo earth-shattering changes, and by then you won't need to return to the clan to acquire abundant resources. Jiang Ying fell silent. Oh, she had been contemplating how to navigate her future. But now Jiang Fan not only found a path for her, but also secured the resources and manuals needed for her cultivation. Thus, he was indeed the brother Fan in her heart. Moreover, she was aware of the earth-shattering changes he mentioned. Qingyuan town was the closest town to the newly emerged spiritual vein and the most suitable place for establishing a town. When the Jiang clan members arrived, they would undoubtedly transform this place into a bustling metropolis. At least until the ownership of the spiritual vein was contested, Qingyuan town would be the most prosperous city. All right, brother Fan, this time I will follow your lead. Jiang Fan was overjoyed upon hearing this. Jiang Ying's decision to stay was the best news. By the way, which of these 2 manuals do you choose? He'll go with this one. If I cultivate the Qingyu Ju before exchanging it, it might raise suspicion. Jiang Ying directly chose the Yunyu Jiushangju. However, she wouldn't start cultivating immediately. She needed to wait until her body was properly adjusted before considering body refining. Jiang Fan was indifferent. After all, he would certainly restore Jiang Ying's meridians in the future. For now, it was just a matter of finding something for her to do. By the way, do you have the Spirit Snake Sword Manual with you? Jiang Ying nodded and took out the Spirit Snake Sword Manual, handing it to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan flipped through it and felt slightly disappointed as it only contained the first 5 levels, allowing cultivation only to the peak of qi refinement, without any foundation establishment formulas. It seemed that to obtain the foundation establishment manual, he would have to exchange within the clan. This matter had become Jiang Fan's top priority. Currently, Jiang Fan's cultivation had reached the 7th level of qi refinement, and he could no longer progress in the 5th level of the Qingmu Gong without the foundation establishment formula. Mainly, there were currently no foundation establishment formulas available. Moreover, Jiang Fan's focus was still on body refining. That path was close to breaking through the foundation establishment realm, which would grant him a sense of security. Furthermore, the most important point was that Qingyuan town would soon become bustling. At that time in the competition for the spiritual vein, the Jiang family would certainly bring a wealth of resources to encourage the clan members to fight, allowing Jiang Fan to take advantage of the situation. As night fell, Jiang Ying replied to Jiang Haiyun, deciding not to return and to stay in Qingyuan town. Jiang Haiyun did not think much of it, as it was evident to everyone that Qingyuan town was about to experience a major change, as staying was also an opportunity. He only took those willing to return to the clan. At night, Jiang Haiyun departed with several members of the Jiang family under the cover of darkness. Just as Jiang Haiyun had predicted, there were no members of the Shangguan family outside the town to intercept them. Perhaps the other party felt that such actions would be pointless. In the following days, Qingyuan town descended into a brief period of calm. Current Yunyu Jiushang, June 9th, level 6, 100500000. During this time, Jiang Fan's progress in cultivation soared. The Yunyu Jiushang Ju had accumulated to 6,100 points, taking a step closer to foundation establishment. Now Jiang Fan's understanding of swordsmanship was likely on par with Jiang Ying's. In addition, one talent in swordsmanship and one improvement in physique were progressing steadily. I haven't checked in days. My low grade with spiritual root should also be ready for an upgrade. Jiang Fan had not looked at the system for a while, and upon checking he found that the low grade with spiritual root could break through naturally. He wouldn't delay. Breakthrough successful. Your spiritual root has been upgraded to a mid-grade with spiritual root 90500. Instantly Jiang Fan felt a transformation within him, a change that came from deep within his bones. This fleeting pleasure surpassed all. In an instant, Jiang Fan felt exhilarated. The key point was that his spiritual root had transformed from a low grade with spiritual root to a mid-grade with spiritual root. His cultivation speed also doubled. Previously, it felt like an old ox crawling up a slow slope. Even if the method had reached the 5th level, it was merely switching to a better cart. But now that his spiritual root had been upgraded to mid-grade, the old ox had been replaced with a strong young bull. The difference was night and day. With a mid-grade spiritual root, I can stand out in the Jiang family. Just as Jiang Fan was feeling proud, a voice suddenly came from outside the town. Elder guarding Qingyuan town, come outside to see me quickly. Outside Qingyuan town, a middle-aged man stood in midair, proudly gazing at the town before him. Several companions followed behind, clearly respecting him as their leader. Soon 2 figures swiftly darted into the town. It was Jiang Fan and Jiang Tianhao. The man displayed a hint of satisfaction upon seeing them. As they approached and recognized the newcomers, Jiang Fan was taken aback, never expecting it to be this person. Jiang Tianhao, Jiang Fan. Greetings, elder. Both of them bowed in unison. Indeed, the visitor was Jiang Yushan, the elder of the Jiang family's affairs hall, a powerful cultivator at the foundation establishment late stage. Indeed, you two have made great contributions in defending Qingyuan town these past few days. The clan will not mistreat those who have done well. Jiang Yushan said, conjuring 2 pills out of thin air and handing one each to Jiang Tianhao and Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan accepted the pill with a calm expression, while Jiang Tianhao was overjoyed. This is a longevity pill which can extend one's life by 10 years. Jiang Yushan spoke slowly. The longevity pill was precious, making it the best reward for an outer elder. Jiang Tianhao was nearing his limits, so his joy was understandable. As for Jiang Fan, he was just in his 30s and had the potential for foundation establishment, so he did not care much about the 10 years of life and did not show much surprise. Their expressions caught Jiang Yushan's eye. Suddenly his expression paused and a hint of amusement flashed in his gaze. You have broken through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Reporting to the elder, I just barely broke through today, Jiang Fan replied. Jiang Tianhao beside him showed a look of surprise, remembering that Jiang Fan was only at the 4th layer of Qi refinement before. How could he have advanced to the 7th layer in such a short period? A sudden breakthrough seemed unlikely. The only explanation was that he had deliberately concealed his cultivation level before. However, in front of Jiang Yushan, he could no longer hide it. To reach the 7th layer of Qi refinement in your 30s, though foundation establishment is challenging, it is not without hope. What is your name? I am Jiang Fan. My father Jiang, he died in battle many years ago. I was adopted by my uncle Jiang Nan when I was 12 years old, Jiang Fan answered truthfully. I see. I know Jiang, he died in battle alongside me for the sake of the Jiang clan's cause. Your father was one of my old subordinates. Meeting you is a twist of fate. I can gift you another present. Feel free to ask for anything you want. Jiang Yushan, whether genuinely generous or recalling old feelings, took the initiative to speak. Jiang Fan was taken aback, not expecting such a fortunate turn of events. If this matter were dealt with by someone skilled in scheming, they would not ask for benefits, but rather seize this relationship and cling to the thigh of a latest-stage foundation establishment expert, especially one who was the elder of the affairs hall. That would be far more direct than seeking any benefits. However, Jiang Fan did not care about these things. He did not need to cling to anyone's thigh. Thank you, Elder, for your kindness. I have recently cultivated the Spirit Snake Sword Classic to the 5th layer, and am quite curious about the foundational techniques, so I dare to request the subsequent techniques of the Spirit Snake Sword Classic from you. You have reached the 5th layer already. Jiang Yushan showed surprise for the first time, and many others turned to look as well. Jiang Tianhao had an expression of realization. It was not that the 5th layer of the Spirit Snake Sword Classic was particularly astounding, but rather that Jiang Fan had managed to cultivate it to the 5th layer with merely the 7th layer of Qi refinement, which was truly rare. This indicated that while Jiang Fan's cultivation talent was average, his comprehension was extraordinary. He had even mentally reviewed the content of the 5th layer before officially starting to practice, and had comprehended it. Such a person was simply a talent. No problem, the Spirit Snake Sword Classic is indeed our Jiang clan's internal technique, and any member who has reached the perfect level of Qi refinement can request it. Though you are currently only at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, I can still grant you the technique in advance. Saying this, Jiang Yushan directly took out a book of techniques from his storage bag and handed it to Jiang Fan. It was indeed the foundational volume of the Spirit Snake Sword Classic. Thank you, Elder. Jiang Fan was overjoyed. This was precisely what he urgently needed. No need to thank me, this is something that belongs to everyone. I am merely its temporary custodian. Now it can be considered a gift from me to you, and I have taken advantage of it. Jiang Yushan looked at Jiang Fan with a hint of appreciation. Qingyuan Town will surely become lively from now on. You are still young and can seize opportunities. As long as you can break through to foundation establishment, there will be great prospects ahead. Thank you for the guidance, Elder, Jiang Fan replied politely. What is called research is far less important than having real abilities, as that is what truly earns the favor of the strong rather than consuming that little bit of weak personal favor. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. Jiang Fan understood this better than anyone. After bestowing rewards, Jiang Yushan reiterated matters concerning Qingyuan Town. Jiang Yushan and his companions were merely the advanced troops. The first order of business upon arriving in Qingyuan Town was to upgrade the Qingmu Shuangguang array to a 3rd-tier grand formation, with Qingyuan Town serving as the Jiang family's stronghold to seize the spiritual vein. Jiang Fan and Jiang Tianha's positions remained unchanged. They continued to manage Qingyuan Town, but their main focus was on overseeing the mortals. Subsequently, support from the Jiang family would constantly arrive in Qingyuan Town. The Shangguan family, the Jiang family, and the Li family, who had not yet been informed, would engage in a great battle over the spiritual vein. However, who would ultimately benefit from this conflict remained uncertain, as the 3 families might set aside their disputes and mine together. After Jiang Fan clarified the general situation, he instantly found his position and what needed to be done. That was to do nothing. What a joke. Now that he was guarding a treasure mountain, did he need to venture out for danger? Fighting for life and death outside was not as enjoyable as cultivating at home. It was indeed more enjoyable. Unless he had overwhelming strength, Jiang Fan would never go out recklessly. The key was that Jiang Fan had now changed his primary cultivation technique to the Spirit Snake Sword Classic. This way, not only could he increase his proficiency in the Spirit Snake Sword Classic with Yang Yun, but he could also do the same with Jiang Ying. As for Jiang Ying's primary cultivation technique, later changing from the Spirit Snake Sword Classic to the Cloud and Rain 9 Sorrows. Switching from Qi refinement to body cultivation would at least require a period of half a year. After half a year, Jiang Fan would naturally find himself in a different situation. There was no need to worry about this issue. Time passed, and half a month slowly went by. During this time, Jiang Haiyun and others had just barely returned to the Jiang clan. At this moment, the Jiang clan was fully preparing for the new spiritual vein. Except for Jiang Ying's parents and Jiang Hao's parents, they were waiting for their children to return to claim their rewards. After all, Jiang Haiyun had only one message talisman, which conveyed important information. The remaining news about Jiang Hao's disappearance and Jiang Ying's departure naturally did not get passed back. They could only wait for Jiang Haiyun and others to relay the message. However, no one expected that the news they would receive would only be about Jiang Hao's disappearance and Jiang Ying being injured and forced to stay in Qingyuan Town. Jiang Nin, your daughter has accomplished great deeds on this journey. You should be pleased. Moreover, staying in Qingyuan Town was her own choice. I am merely responsible for conveying the news. At the Jiang family residence, Jiang Haiyun diligently brought all kinds of information. Now over 80, Jiang Nin had originally planned to play chess with a few friends today, but unexpectedly received such news. You mean to say that Xiaoying was seriously injured and stayed in Qingyuan Town? Is she not planning to come back? Jiang Nin was somewhat surprised. He knew his daughter was willful. I do not know her thoughts, but she indeed stayed in Qingyuan Town. And you should know the child you adopted, Jiang Fan, is also in Qingyuan Town. As soon as these words were spoken, an uproar erupted in the courtyard. Xiaoying actually stayed by Jiang Fan's side. This is bad. Xiaoying is young and inexperienced. Will she fall for that Jiang Fan? I say, brother, Nin should not have taken in Jiang Fan that day. It was simply inviting a wolf into the house. Clearly because Jiang Fan had average talent and was sent away by the family to these people, he was nothing but a hopeless waste, so they were quite unreserved in their criticism. Enough, everyone. I know Jiang Fan's character, and I trust him. If you say any more, do not blame me for turning hostile. After all, Jiang Fan grew up under my watch and later I adopted him. His character is beyond reproach. It is just his talent. This is innate and cannot be changed. If Jiang Ying cannot break through to Foundation establishment, I would certainly not oppose their relationship. However, Jiang Ying possesses a high-quality wood spirit root, a promising candidate for Foundation establishment in the clan. One has a lifespan of 200 years and the other only 100. Their union is destined to plant the seeds of sorrow. This is something I do not wish to see. I can only hope nothing goes wrong. Jiang Nan. Just then a powerful pressure descended from the sky, suffocating everyone. Foundation establishment pressure. It is Elder Jiang who from the affairs hall. Everyone recognized the visitor. It was indeed Jiang Hao's father, Elder Jiang Hu. Good job, Jiang Nan, you have raised a fine daughter. Elder, what do you mean by this? Jiang Nan's face turned cold. Originally at the peak of Qi refinement, he had achievements to his name and faced no restrictions. As long as he was in the Jiang family, he did not care about the other person's identity or strength. What more do I need to say? My son went missing in Qingyuan town and your daughter stayed there. If there is no connection between these events, who would believe that? Elder Jiang Hu's face darkened. Although Jiang Hao was the least accomplished among his sons, he was deeply loved. He naturally knew the nature of his son. Connecting the dots, he immediately guessed what had happened. As the saying goes, one reaps what one sows. His son had most likely been killed by Jiang Ying. If the elder has evidence, feel free to report it to the enforcement hall to arrest me. If not, do not blame me for making a scene at the elder's hall. Oh, I will make you pay for it, even at the cost of my own reputation. Jiang Nan's expression was calm, showing no signs of worry. Jiang Hu's face was ashen. Despite holding a high position, he was not so domineering within the Jiang family. Faced with someone like Jiang Nan, who was older, had merits, and had children outside, he truly had no way to deal with it. We'll see. I will send someone to investigate thoroughly. If I find evidence, you will definitely pay for it. With that, Jiang Hu turned and left. As an elder of the affairs hall, he could not leave easily. However, his eldest son was a master at the peak of Qi refinement, and Qingyuan town was in need of manpower at this moment. It was perfect timing for him to send his son to investigate. As long as I find evidence, not only must that little girl Jiang Ying pay with her life, but all the wealth Jiang Nan has accumulated will also be mine. On the other side, Jiang Nan was also feeling overwhelmed, caught in a complex emotional turmoil. However, the distance between the two places was already quite far, and by the time Jiang Hu's people arrived, it would likely take another month. Qingyuan town. Half a month's changes made Jiang Fan sigh. His decision had indeed been correct. With the foundational content of the Spirit Serpent Sword Classic, his cultivation progress could finally advance further. Spirit Serpent Sword Classic Breakthrough. A sword light resembling a serpent's shadow erupted from Jiang Fan's dantian and quickly traversed throughout his body. Spiritual energy from several miles around surged in like a vortex, continuously flooding into Jiang Fan's body. In just a few breaths, it condensed within Jiang Fan's dantian. At this moment, Jiang Fan's dantian transformed into the shape of a spirit serpent, and from the serpent's mouth, a peach-shaped object that resembled a sword emerged. This scene was a manifestation of the Spirit Serpent Sword Classic breaking through to the Foundation establishment level. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan's realm surged forward like a raging flood, directly breaking through from the 7th layer of Qi refinement to the 8th layer. In addition, Jiang Fan's consciousness suddenly expanded, absorbing all the scenes within the Jiang residence into his divine sense. In the main courtyard, Yang Yun was practicing martial arts while Jiang Ying was studying the Cloud and Rain Nine Sorrows technique. In the distance, Jiang family members were playing and having fun. All scenes were crystal clear. Is this divine sense projection? Such a display startled Jiang Fan. He knew that cultivators at the Foundation establishment level could project their divine sense and clearly observe their surroundings without needing their eyes. Now his divine sense projected 30 to 20 zhang. This was precisely the manifestation of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Could it be that the breakthrough of the Spirit Serpent Sword Classic to the Foundation establishment level has led my divine sense to advance early into that realm? The Foundation establishment realm has 3 major thresholds: Essence, Qi, and Spirit. Little did Jiang Fan expect that he would be the first to break through to the Foundation establishment level, and it would be the most mysterious threshold of them all, the Spirit threshold. With a spirit at the Foundation establishment level, even with Jiang Fan's current cultivation at the 8th layer of Qi refining, he could claim to be invincible below the Foundation establishment. Once the spirit is manifested, even those at the peak of Qi refining would be easily subdued by Jiang Fan. The Spirit Serpent Sword Classic truly did not betray my expectations. A look of great joy appeared on Jiang Fan's face. It is important to note that he was not just at the 8th layer of Qi refining, he was also at the 9th level of body refining. Even when combined with the Foundation Establishment Spirit, some early Foundation Establishment Grandmasters might not easily subdue him. After all, the spirit is enigmatic and unpredictable. His current spirit could clearly perceive everything within a radius of 20 to 30 zhang. Moreover, he could vaguely sense the situation within the entire Qingyuan town. He could even grasp the general situation beyond Qingyuan town should any powerful fluctuations occur. Such perception was something he completely lacked during his Qi refining phase. One could say that only upon reaching the Foundation Establishment realm could cultivators truly be called cultivators. As Jiang Fan had just consolidated his spirit, he was naturally enamored with it. While exploring, he unexpectedly detected a strong fluctuation outside Qingyuan town. This power definitely does not belong to the Foundation Establishment realm, it is a force beyond that. Although Jiang Fan had just obtained his Foundation Establishment spirit, he was still a scion of a prominent family and was not ignorant. At that moment, a violent fluctuation of spiritual energy was emanating from the direction of the spiritual vein outside Qingyuan town. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan rushed towards the edge of the Qingyuan town formation to investigate what was happening. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Jiang Yunshan and others who had already gathered outside the town. These individuals were the backbone of the Jiang family, and upon seeing them gathered, Jiang Fan immediately understood that something significant was occurring in that direction. At this moment, Jiang Fan's arrival caught Jiang Yunshan's attention, and he looked at Jiang Fan with some surprise. Why has this kid come here? Could it be that he knows the Ancestor is taking action today? Or is he just particularly perceptive? Jiang Yunshan had a good impression of Jiang Fan, but did not think he would be able to guess that Jiang Fan had consolidated a Foundation Establishment spirit. Such a feat would make him a genius among geniuses, even within the Jiang family. However, it was precisely because of the disturbance outside the town that Jiang Yunshan did not notice Jiang Fan's spirit consolidation, otherwise he would have been the first to congratulate him. Soon Jiang Yunshan set aside such trivial matters and focused his attention on the battlefield 1,000 miles away where the decisive battle for the spiritual vein was taking place. The preparations they had made in Qingyuan town over the past half-month would only yield results once the outcome there was decided. 100 miles away at the spiritual vein, old Jiang, you two bastards actually teamed up to ambush me. A figure climbed through the clouds looking back in a distressed manner. On his body, a visibly large penetrating wound was evident, a fatal injury that would have been lethal for an ordinary person, yet he somehow endured it. Oldly, since ancient times the virtuous have dwelt in the spiritual vein. You, a disgrace to the state of Shu, are not worthy to touch it. The elder of the Jiang family coldly snorted, his tone filled with obvious hostility. Today you have been injured by the combined efforts of the two of us. You won't recover to your peak for decades, and this spiritual vein will have nothing to do with your Li family. The elder of the Shangwan family also wore a cold expression, clearly someone who had teamed up with the Jiang family against the previous individual. Good, very good. You all wait. This matter is far from over. The elder of the Li family coldly snorted, enduring his injuries, and swiftly retreated in the direction of the Li family. Once the elder of the Li family left, the elder of the Shangwan family felt a tinge of fear. That old monster's body refinement skills have improved significantly. The elder of the Jiang family scoffed dismissively. The path of body refinement has always been difficult. This old monster has exhausted his family's resources to enhance his strength. Naturally, he will be stronger than us. If he obtains the spiritual vein, our two families are in grave danger. He, as the elder of the Jiang family, looked after the younger generation, and the Jiang family produced many geniuses, making their overall strength slightly stronger than that of the Li family. In contrast, the elder of the Li family raised poisonous creatures within the family, providing resources only for the strong, while those with weaker talents struggled to survive. Such practices were no different from those of a demon. Indeed, it was precisely because of this that the elder of Li's strength was relatively strong among the Golden Core stage. Neither of their families were his match. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to endure the losses he suffered previously and cooperate with the Shangwan family. Suddenly, the previously amiable elder of the Shangwan family launched a fierce attack towards the elder of the Jiang family. I anticipated you would have such a move. The elder of the Jiang family bellowed, quickly distancing himself from the elder of the Shangwan family. Now that Oldly has retreated, this spiritual vein is destined to belong to my Shangwan family. The elder of the Shangwan family shouted loudly, revealing his golden core aura. My Spirit Serpent Sword Classic has already been cultivated to the 12th level, the Mystic Serpent Swallowing the Moon style. Today is just the right occasion for me to practice my sword against you." The elder of the Jiang family was also unafraid. A phantom of a spirit serpent slowly emerged, and with a swift motion, he drew a massive spirit sword from the mouth of the spirit serpent phantom. It turned out to be a top-grade magical artifact. Boom. A great battle was about to ensue above the spiritual vein. The clash between the two golden core elders could be felt clearly even from 100 miles away. The sword chi surged, nearly flattening half a mountain. If it were not for the spiritual vein's presence, which provided the support of heaven and earth's spiritual energy, these two golden cores might have turned the area into a flatland. This battle continued from noon until dusk before it finally came to a halt. After a long while, the members of the Jiang family saw a rainbow light shoot out from the direction of the spiritual vein and land within the formation of Qingyuan Town. Outside Qingyuan Town, Jiang Yanshan seemed to receive some command and hurriedly nodded. "Everyone follow me. The Ancestor requests your presence." "Understood, Grand Elder." Everyone nodded, and most present were elders at the Foundation establishment level, the backbone of the Jiang family. With the battle concluded, they knew it was their turn to take the stage. Jiang Fan looked at the crowd before him and had a rough understanding of what had transpired. The top-tier Golden Core battle should have come to an end. As for the outcome, at least it appeared that the Jiang family had not suffered a devastating defeat. The next phase would likely be a tug-of-war war, but that no longer concerned him. The Jiang family's struggle for the spiritual vein would naturally be handled by the higher-ups of the family. He could simply remain a stable elder in the town. As for urging him to fight for the spiritual vein, that was absolutely out of the question. He could exert a little effort, but engaging in life-and-death battles was best left aside. He wouldn't even fight for himself, let alone for the family. After the elders left, Jiang Fan returned to his own residence. There was no need for him to worry, he just needed to wait for orders. Indeed, that very night, orders from the higher-ups of the Jiang family were conveyed. "Brother Fan, this is an order from the family." In the small courtyard of the Jiang family, Jiang Ying excitedly approached Jiang Fan with the latest edict from the family. After taking the edict, Jiang Fan glanced over it and was taken aback. The content of this edict was quite simple. Starting today, the Jiang family and the Shangwan family would engage in full-scale war. Any disciple of the Jiang family who slays a member of the Shangwan family can earn military merit, and after accumulating enough merit, they can exchange it for various treasures within the family. Jiang Fan skimmed through the contents and found that not only were there ordinary pills like the Qi condensing pill and body refining pill, but also sought after Foundation establishment pills and even precious high-grade spirit weapons. Those spirit weapons are weapons used by advanced Foundation establishment cultivators. Even the Grand Elder, Jiang Yanshan, possesses only one high-grade spirit weapon. The military merits required for exchange were frighteningly high. At the very least, one would need to slay 2 latest-stage Foundation establishment elders from the opposing side. This illustrates the family's determination behind this order. It seems the Ancestor has been severely provoked by the Shangwan family's Ancestor, and this time intends to take decisive action, Jiang Fan murmured, not overly concerned. All of this was merely an appetizer. During this time, he had already learned that the spiritual vein had only experienced fluctuations. Its true emergence would still require waiting for another year. Before that, only low-grade spirit stones would appear above the spiritual vein, occasionally middle-grade or even high-grade spirit stones. If one were fortunate enough to obtain a high-grade spirit stone, it could be exchanged for 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, which would be quite a fortune. But that was all there was to it. Only when the true spiritual vein emerges would there be an inexhaustible supply of spirit stones. Thus, the battles prior to that were merely means of testing each other's strengths. Even for the elders of both families, it might not lack the intention of tempering the younger generation. Brother Fan, you are a master at the 9th level of body refinement, and also possess the cultivation of the 7th level of Qi refining. If you respond carefully in this battle, you should be able to accumulate a significant amount of military merit. By then, you can save up for a Foundation establishment pill, eliminating any worries for your Foundation establishment journey. Jiang Ying's face was filled with excitement as she was aware of Jiang Fan's strength. As long as he doesn't reveal his Foundation establishment, there would be no danger. Coupled with the disguise of being at the 7th level of Qi refining, there should be no issues. They had remained silent for almost a month. It was time to strike. Hearing this, Jiang Fan stroked his chin, yet before he could respond, Yang Yun beside him began to express her concerns. Isn't this a bit too dangerous? The edict also stated that the opposing side would send out Foundation establishment elders. If you encounter one, my husband might be in life-threatening danger. Don't worry, Sister Yen. Foundation establishment experts are quite rare. They won't be easy to encounter. As long as Brother Fan responds cautiously, there will naturally be no problem. Besides, I am now also at the 7th level of Qi refining and can accompany Brother Fan, helping to slay enemies and accumulate military merit and Foundation establishment pills for him. Jiang Ying was inherently adventurous. She was not unconcerned for Jiang Fan, but rather hoped for his boldness. She was even willing to accompany him on this adventure. On the surface, Jiang Fan seemed to be lost in thought, but internally he was already preparing to find a way to deal with this. To venture out for military merit? I would rather not. I can achieve that at home as well. However, I can't outright refuse and hurt Jiang Ying's feelings. Thus I must think of a compromise. A strong person once said to see the essence through the phenomenon. Jiang Ying wanting to go on an adventure was merely to prevent herself from becoming too complacent, primarily to enhance her strength. As long as I can find an excuse regarding this, it should be fine. Moreover, currently, whether it is the 6th level of the Spirit Snakesword Classic or the 8th level of Qi refining, Jiang Ying was unaware. This could just serve as an excuse. Slowly, Jiang Fan finally spoke. I have also made plans to compete for military merit, but recently I feel that my cultivation has become unstable. It won't take long before I can break through to the 8th level of Qi refining. Perhaps it would be better to wait until after the breakthrough to go. Really? Jiang Ying's face lit up with surprise. She herself had only reached the 7th level of Qi refining. If Jiang Fan could break through to the 8th level, his strength would undoubtedly increase once more. Although Jiang Fan was focused on body refinement, having more strength would indeed provide more means. Naturally, I should break through within a month. That's wonderful, Brother Fan. Brother Fan, if you can indeed break through within a month, we will give you a small reward. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan's expression instantly brightened. Is that true? It is indeed true, but the premise is that you must break through within a month. Jiang Ying smiled mysteriously. All right, you can rest assured I will definitely let you have your wish. Jiang Fan felt satisfied. He never expected that his attempt to delay time would yield unexpected rewards. He even immediately thought about announcing his breakthrough to the 8th level of Qi refining. The next morning, Jiang Tianhao sought out Jiang Fan early. Uncle Tian, what is it that you need from me? Ever since learning that Jiang Fan was at the 7th level of Qi refining and had earned the Grand Elder's favor, Jiang Tianhao's attitude towards Jiang Fan had greatly improved. He had always been quite nice to Jiang Fan before, but now it was even better. Nephew, have you seen the edict issued by the family yesterday? I have seen it. It seems the Ancestor intends to take decisive action this time. Jiang Fan nodded. In my opinion, the Shangwan family will likely respond similarly. In a few days, the spiritual vein will become the battlefield between the Shangwan family and our Jiang family. At that time, Foundation establishment cultivators would not be the first to engage. Initially, it would definitely be the Qi refining cultivators clashing with each other, which presents an opportunity for everyone. Jiang Tianhao said slowly. Jiang Fan was taken aback. Although he had long known that Jiang Tianhao was restless, he did not expect that this guy had such grand ambitions, daring to go to war at his age. Seeing Jiang Fan's expression, Jiang Tianhao naturally understood that Jiang Fan had misunderstood him. Nephew, you misunderstood. It's not me. I'm here today to introduce someone to you. Behind Jiang Tianhao, a graceful young man wielding a long sword appeared, though it was unclear when he had arrived. His appearance bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Tianhao. I am Jiang Yuan. Looking at the newcomer, Jiang Tianhao couldn't help but smile with pride. Nephew, this is my son Jiang Yuan in his 30s and currently at the 8th level of Qi refinement. He is a promising candidate for Foundation establishment in the future. He was Jiang Yuan, his only son with a spiritual root. Although he possessed a medium-grade spiritual root, he was ambitious and had achieved the 8th level of Qi refinement. He was expected to reach complete mastery of Qi refinement before the age of 40, preparing for Foundation establishment for a full 20 years. Such a person was already significantly ahead on the path to Foundation establishment. It's a pleasure to meet you. Jiang Fan offered polite greetings, already guessing what Jiang Tianhao was thinking. What do you think? Nephew, with the battlefield still in its early stages, this is our opportunity. We can trust each other, and my son Jiang Yuan is not bad. Let's recruit a few capable individuals together. You can form an elite team and go to the Spirit Vein to eliminate members of the Shangwan family, earning a substantial amount of military merit, and hopefully everyone can secure a Foundation establishment pill in the end. Jiang Yuan looked at Jiang Fan with a hint of arrogance. Disciples from his family often looked down on outsiders. So Jiang Fan, considering my father's reputation, I can allow you to join my team. However, I must state in advance that my team is elite, and if you slow us down, don't blame me for being rude. Jiang Fan let out a cold laugh. This Jiang Yuan was quite pretentious, but out of respect for Jiang Tianhao, he refrained from retaliating. Sorry, I have recently hit a bottleneck in my cultivation and have no plans to go out for the time being. Hey nephew, the intensity of the early battlefield is not high and such opportunities are rare. Besides, with my son Jiang Yuan around, as long as we don't encounter a major cultivator of Foundation establishment, there will be no problems. Jiang Tianhao still tried to persuade him, but Jiang Yuan directly interrupted him. Father, since this friend of yours is unwilling, let's just forget it, no need to force it. Jiang Fan ignored him and took the initiative to bid farewell to Jiang Tianhao, before leaving, making it easier for Jiang Tianhao. "Sai, why did you just say forget it?" After Jiang Fan left, Jiang Tianhao expressed some dissatisfaction. "Father, this person clearly wants to be a coward. Why did I bring him into my team? If he were to join us, he would surely become a burden. Although I am the vice-captain, I can't just randomly let a useless person in." Zhang Yuan was quite dissatisfied. The team he had organized overnight consisted mostly of latest-stage qi refinement cultivators, and he had no intention of bringing along Jiang Fan, a mere 7th-level qi refinement outsider. "What are you talking about? This person is favored by the Grand Elder. Can the Grand Elder's judgment be wrong? His cultivation may be low now, but helping him at this moment will establish goodwill for when he rises in the future. Do you understand?" "Father, you are getting old and confused. What kind of genius can come from a place like Qingyuan Town? If we are talking about true geniuses, there are plenty in the clan." Jiang Yuan countered directly. "How can you speak to your father like that?" Jiang Tianha's expression darkened slightly. "All right, I need to join my team now. They'll come to see you in a few days." Jiang Yuan waved his hand and turned away, feeling that his father had completely lost his senses by recommending a waste for him to befriend. Besides, everyone in Qingyuan Town was on the same level as his father. What kind of genius could there be? Watching Jiang Yuan walk away, Jiang Tianhao could only sigh helplessly. With the issuance of the Jiang family's family edict, many temporarily formed elite teams like Jiang Yuan's began to converge towards the spirit vein. If they could eliminate members of the Shengguan family, that would be ideal. Even if they couldn't hunt them down, collecting some spirit stones from the spirit vein would still be worthwhile. If luck was on their side, and they obtained a high-grade spirit stone, it could potentially be exchanged for a foundation establishment pill. Regardless of whether it was luck or true skill, the Jiang family members were moving en masse towards the spirit vein. At this moment, Qingyuan Town had also become a resting place for the entire Jiang family's exploration teams. A large amount of clan resources were continuously being transferred into Qingyuan Town. As long as you have military merit, you don't need to return to the clan. You can exchange it here for various techniques, spiritual tools, and pills. Of course, none of this had anything to do with Jiang Fan. For the past month, he had been immersed in arduous cultivation. Current Yunyu 9 Sorrows Technique 9th Level 3610050000. Spirit Snake Sword Classic 6th Layer 4960070000. Current Medium Grade with Spiritual Root 740500 can break through. After a month of hard work, the 6th layer of the Spirit Snake Classic had nearly reached 50,000 comprehension points, just 20,000 short of breaking through to the 7th layer. As for the Yunyu 9 Sorrows technique, it had also steadily reached over 36,000 comprehension points, just 14,000 short of breaking through to become a foundation establishment physical cultivation technique. At that time, he would truly be a foundation establishment powerhouse rather than merely the strongest beneath the foundation establishment realm. Naturally, what excited Jiang Fan the most was the change in his spiritual root. After a period of accumulation, his medium grade with spiritual root was on the verge of breaking through once again. High-grade spiritual root, let me see how those geniuses feel. Breakthrough successful. Congratulations on obtaining a high grade with spiritual root. Current high grade with spiritual root 2402000. A stream of greenish-blue true qi flowed out from Jiang Fan's body, gradually enveloping him and giving him a sense of comfort. Surrounding his body, numerous greenish-blue spiritual energies seemed to have found their master actively moving towards Jiang Fan. These were all would attribute spiritual energies. After advancing to a high-grade spiritual root, Jiang Fan's affinity with these spiritual energies had naturally increased significantly. Moreover, even his previously fatigued body began to slowly recover at this moment. After the spiritual root reached high grade, not only did the cultivation effect improve, but there were also additional extraordinary effects. The effect of the wood's spiritual root was to greatly enhance the recovery ability of the cultivator. Haha, great. This wood's spiritual root is truly a wonderful thing. Jiang Fan was overjoyed. This was his favorite ability. It's time to go find A Ying and the others to share the good news. Fan Gu. In the room, Jiang Ying was having a lively conversation with Yang Yan. Upon seeing Jiang Fan enter, she curiously approached him. Jiang Fan raised his hand, gathering a surge of true qi, which he then swiftly shot out. The difference between the 8th and 7th levels of qi refining was not significant. Naturally, the combat power did not increase much either. With this display, Jiang Ying could clearly sense his cultivation realm. 8th level of qi refining. Fan Gu, I didn't expect you truly achieved it. Jiang Ying stood up, filled with joy. I knew it, even if you left the family. Fan Gu, you would still be able to advance further. 8th level of qi refining. Does that mean that my husband is even more formidable than Elder Jiang Tianhao? Yang Yun, who was beside them, was equally excited. She was born in Qingyuan Town and had grown up listening to stories of the immortal master Jiang Tianhao. In her world, Jiang Tianhao was the strongest immortal master. Although her perspective had significantly changed after interacting with Jiang Ying and being exposed to the real world of cultivation, the deeply ingrained memories from her childhood still lingered. Now in her heart, Jiang Fan had become the strongest person in all of Qingyuan town. Sister Yin, what is that old man Jiang Tianhao? He is even inferior to me, let alone Fan Go. With Fan Guest talent, he is bound to have a broader future ahead. Jiang Ying initially felt proud, but her expression suddenly darkened. If her meridians had not been damaged, she could practice the path together with Jiang Fan, and they would be a pair of immortal lovers. But now her meridians were damaged, and her qi refining cultivation had stagnated. The difficulty of body refinement was even greater than she imagined, and she was showing signs of being stuck in place. Yang Yun beside her also looked dim. She was even less capable than Jiang Ying, and without a spiritual root, she would only drift further away from her husband. What was once a joyful atmosphere now bore a hint of sadness. Fortunately, Jiang Fan had been prepared. Don't worry, my cultivation has progressed rapidly. In less than half a year, I have broken through 3 levels of cultivation. With such speed, I believe I will reach foundation establishment soon. Even reaching the golden core realm should not pose much difficulty for me. Whether it is a spirit pill for repairing meridians or methods for mortals to cultivate these may be huge matters for refining qi to establish a foundation. But for a golden core true monarch, it is not a difficult task. Trust me. Jiang Fan spoke these words with complete confidence. He could reach the golden core realm in less than 10 years. After 10 years, he would surely resolve the issues concerning Jiang Ying and Yang Yun. Thank you, my husband. Both were deeply moved. Detected a change in host's feelings with Jiang Ying and Yang Yun, resulting in a special bond, enhancing mutual affection. Jiang Fan was taken aback. He had not expected such a thing to exist. The next morning, the system panel changed once more. I didn't expect such an unexpected joy. The enhancement had turned into a stack. Now it directly stacked to provide 10 times the additional comprehension every day. This meant that the efficiency had increased several times compared to before. This directly accelerated Jiang Fan's body refinement and foundation establishment speed by several times. At this rate, in just 3 to 5 days, Jiang Fan could advance to body foundation early. Most importantly, even the silver enhancement had doubled. The progress gave Jiang Fan a substantial boost. He could already see the mysterious physique and swordsmanship talent beckoning to him. Meanwhile, personnel from the Jiang family supporting Qingyuan town also arrived. Is this Qingyuan town? It is the last place my brother disappeared. Among the newcomers was a perfect qi refining steward from the affairs hall, Jiang Hao's brother Jiang Mao. He had applied to come to Qingyuan town precisely to investigate the cause of Jiang Hao's disappearance. Brother, don't worry whether you are truly missing or have been killed, I will make that person pay the price. In Qingyuan town at the Jiang residence, Jiang Yuan has been living quite comfortably lately. Due to their close cooperation and prior preparations, their team successfully ambushed several members of the Shangwan family atop the spiritual vein, earning substantial merit. Jiang Yuan immediately exchanged for the pills he needed and even broke through to the 9th layer of qi refining. Watching his son ascend, Jiang Tianhao was naturally overjoyed. However, it was no longer appropriate to involve Jiang Fan in this matter. At least from the outcome, Jiang Yuan was indeed in the right. Today, he heard that the family supplies were arriving, and with some battle achievements, the team could pool their resources to exchange for a suitable, high-grade magical weapon. Are you Jiang Yuan? Suddenly, someone called out to Jiang Yuan midway. Jiang Yuan looked at the newcomer, who exuded an extraordinary aura. It was clear he was not from the collateral line, but someone with connections within the clan, so he did not dare to underestimate him. I am Jiang Mao, an elder of the affairs hall. Jiang Yuan immediately put on a smile, not only because the person was an elder, but also because he knew that behind him stood a foundation establishment elder father. I heard your father is the town elder stationed in Qingyuan. Jiang Mao directly inquired. My father has been in Qingyuan town for decades. Jiang Yuan did not know the exact duration, only that Jiang Tianhao had always been the elder in Qingyuan town since his birth. Very well, I need your help with something. Jiang Mao said with an authoritative tone that brooked no refusal, as he had learned about Jiang Fan's significant suspicions during his recent investigation in Qingyuan town, but lacked evidence. Since there was a suspect, evidence was unnecessary. He just needed to apprehend the person first, and he would find a way to obtain proof. This may be. Once the task is complete, I will recommend you to the affairs hall as an elder. I am willing to serve the elder to the best of my abilities. Jiang Yuan naturally would not refuse, considering the opportunity to ally with a foundation establishment elder. Jiang Mao's cold smile indicated his confidence. You need not worry, Jiang Fan is merely at the qi refining stage. Unless he is hiding his cultivation, I will ensure he has no place to be buried. Understood, please rest assured, elder. Jiang Yuan also smiled flatteringly. In the following days, with the support from the Jiang family, many members returned to exchange for needed items. The competition atop the spiritual vein had significantly decreased, and Qingyuan town became lively. In truth, Jiang Ying had plenty of contributions saved up. However, since she had not yet entered the physical refinement stage, and Jiang Fan had not used up his congealing qi pills, these contributions were temporarily useless. After a few days of rest, Jiang Ying began to ponder, sending Jiang Fan to strive atop the spiritual vein. The reason was simple. With his recent breakthrough, he would not be able to advance again in a short time. It would be better to fight atop the spiritual vein, allowing Jiang Fan to earn some battle merit, and combined with Jiang Ying's savings, they could exchange for a foundation establishment pill. This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After all, everyone knew that once the competition for the spiritual vein ended, earning merit to exchange for a foundation establishment pill would not be easy. However, Jiang Fan found an excuse to evade this once again. This excuse had been premeditated. He claimed that he had recently made significant progress in cultivating the Spiritual Serpent Sword Classic and might soon break through to the 6th layer. The Spiritual Serpent Sword Classic was a family secret manual, and once he reached the 6th layer, it would be akin to having one foot in the foundation establishment stage. Theoretically, its effects would surpass that of a foundation establishment pill. After all, upon reaching the 6th layer, a cultivator's progress would accelerate rapidly. The foundation establishment pill was only useful at the exact moment of breakthrough. With such an excuse, Jiang Ying naturally found it inappropriate to say more. Moreover, during this time, she vaguely realized that Jiang Fan's rapid progress after leaving the family was mainly due to his swift comprehension of the techniques. It was as if he had gained sudden enlightenment after wandering through the world. Current Spiritual Serpent Sword Classic 6th Layer 710-507-0000 ready to break through. Current Cloud Rain 9 Sorrows Technique 9th Layer 504-005-0000 ready to break through. Haha, hard work pays off. After days of diligent practice, I finally see returns today. Not only was the Spiritual Serpent Sword Classic about to break through to the 7th layer, but the Cloud Rain 9 Sorrows technique had also accumulated to the brink of a breakthrough. This meant that Jiang Fan could immediately gather the divine sense of the mid-foundation establishment stage along with the physical strength of the early foundation establishment stage with just a thought. Such power would allow Jiang Fan to leap from the ranks of low-level cultivators to truly become a pillar of the family. Of course, Jiang Fan did not care about this. What he cared about was that he finally had a modicum of self-defense capability. Jiang Ying come out immediately. Just as Jiang Fan was filled with joy, a loud voice suddenly rang from outside the room. This instantly infuriated Jiang Fan. Every time there was such a joyous occasion, someone would always come to stir trouble. Moreover, not only were they targeting him, but they were also aiming for Jiang Ying. No matter who it was, anyone daring to openly deal with them would face Jiang Fan's wrath this time. Even if the person was a foundation establishment elder, Jiang Fan would not let it slide. In the next moment, Jiang Fan put on his coat and stepped out of the room. One has come out. It's Jiang Fan. Outside the room, a group of people had already surrounded the area. The leader seemed familiar to Jiang Fan, but he did not recognize him. However, he did know the person beside him, who was Jiang Yun, the son of Jiang Tianao. As he scanned the cultivation level of the other, Jiang Fan couldn't help but laugh. What dog dared to come here and cause a ruckus? Jiang Fan, your end is nigh, yet you remain so arrogant. The leader snorted coldly, gazing at Jiang Fan with extreme malice. Before Jiang Mao could speak, Jiang Yun shouted loudly, Jiang Fan, this is Elder Jiang Mao from the Affairs Hall. He has come to investigate the case of Jiang Hao's disappearance. It has been revealed that both you and Jiang Ying are under suspicion. Come with us. Jiang Yun, are you also planning to get involved? Jiang Fan looked disdainfully at Jiang Yun, thinking that if he turned back in time, he might spare him for Jiang Tianha's sake. Even at the last moment you still pretend to be innocent. Jiang Yun sneered, showing no concern. My father said you were a person of significance, but now it seems you are nothing but a petty individual. Fortunately, I did not call you into the team back then, or we would have been in trouble. How humorous, Jiang Fan sneered. So you came today to surround me, just to frame me. Frame. Once I capture you, I will naturally find a way to make you confess everything that needs to be confessed, Jiang Mao said coldly. So you have no evidence then? Jiang Fan retorted. I am an elder of the Affairs Hall. Oh, I don't need evidence to capture someone. Jiang Fan scoffed, realizing this guy was arrogant just because of his foundation establishment father. Jiang Mao, don't go too far. Be careful, or I will report you to the enforcement hall. At some point, Jiang Ying and Yang Yun had also awakened, with Jiang Ying shouting loudly. Haha, the enforcement hall. Let's see if you even get to meet them. Jiang Mao scoffed, his gaze cold as he looked at Jiang Ying, suspecting that she was likely the murderer of his brother. Don't worry, I can handle these few small fries. Brother Fan, husband, Jiang Ying and Yang Yun were both extremely anxious. Could Jiang Fan really handle several latest chi refiners? Jiang Fan gave them a reassuring smile, then turned to the crowd in front of him. Just a group of small fries, no need to worry. As soon as Jiang Fan finished speaking, a burst of mocking laughter erupted from the surrounding individuals. They were not Jiang Mao's men, but part of Jiang Yuan's squad. Among them, the weakest had reached the 7th level of Qi refinement, and one even matched Jiang Yuan at the 9th level. With a full circle of Qi, Jiang Mao too at the 9th level and several at the 7th and 8th levels, they surrounded him. Such a lineup could only be countered by a great cultivator of Foundation establishment. What a boast! Truly arrogant. First capture him, then we can deal with that little bitch, Jiang Ying, later. Jiang Mao directly commanded, and the others charged at Jiang Fan like wild dogs unleashed. Today, let me show you the results of my recent hard training. Jiang Fan simply closed his eyes. Have you chosen to give up resisting? Jiang Fan, those who know when to submit are true heroes. Seeing Jiang Fan close his eyes, they thought he had surrendered. Little did they know what terrifying fate awaited them next. The 6th level of the Snake Sword Classic breakthrough. The 9th level of the Cloud Rain 9 Sorrows Technique breakthrough. Boom. Within the originally calm Jiang residence, the spiritual energy suddenly surged, swirling in from all directions to form a massive vortex of spiritual energy. As soon as the spiritual energy vortex formed, it transformed into a gigantic spirit snake, its tongue flickering like a precious sword, looking down upon the crowd like an emperor. And at the center of this spirit snake was Jiang Fan. This uproar was even more exaggerated than when Jiang Fan previously broke through to the 6th level of the Snake Sword Classic. Not only within the entire Jiang residence, but even all Foundation establishment cultivators within Qingyuan town could sense it. What is this commotion? Is someone breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm? Zhang Yunshan at the main base suddenly looked up and smiled at the direction of the Jiang residence. At this moment, the young elites of the Jiang family were all gathered in Qingyuan town. If someone was breaking through here, it must be a member of the Jiang clan. Regardless of who it was, a breakthrough to the Foundation establishment realm would significantly enhance the strength of the Jiang clan, greatly benefiting the upcoming great battle. Looks like I need to go see who that lucky little guy is, Zhang Yunshan said, disappearing from the camp. Besides him, several other great Foundation establishment cultivators also rushed over. At this moment, Jiang Yuan and the others were utterly stunned by the commotion before them. Earlier, they thought Jiang Fan had closed his eyes to surrender, but unexpectedly the aura around Jiang Fan had changed drastically in an instant. What was once equal to their Qi refinement level had suddenly transformed. Everyone felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them, making it difficult to even move, let alone attack Jiang Fan. This is the pressure of a great Foundation establishment cultivator. The onlookers were not without experience and understood what had happened in an instant. How is this possible? How can you have the aura of a great Foundation establishment cultivator? This is impossible. You are merely an outer elder. Jiang Mao and Jiang Yuan both turned pale. Jiang Yuan, you bastard. How could you lead us to attack a great Foundation establishment cultivator? Idiot. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. This senior, we were all misled by Jiang Yuan. We absolutely meant no offense. Jiang Yuan's teammates almost immediately chose to turn against him, having not yet engaged in combat, and being of the same clan, they still had a chance. The difference between Foundation establishment and full Qi refinement may seem like just one realm, but the gap is truly vast. A great Foundation establishment cultivator could easily crush a peak Qi refinement cultivator like squashing an ant. Just like now, Jiang Fan did not even target anyone specifically, but merely released his Foundation establishment divine sense, keeping Jiang Mao and the others pinned in place, unable to move. Behind him, Yang Yun and Jiang Ying were equally astonished. Yang Yun did not know much, but she understood the significance of the term Foundation establishment. It was a realm beyond realms, existing above that of an immortal master. Her husband was actually a Foundation establishment cultivator. Jiang Ying's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Her insight was sharper. Having cultivated the Snake Sword Classic, she realized that Jiang Fan was not a true Foundation establishment cultivator, but had broken through to the 6th level of the Snake Sword Classic, equating to Foundation establishment. That was why such an astonishing commotion was caused. So Brother Fan wasn't lying to me. He truly has profound insights into the Snake Sword Classic. Jiang Ying felt a mix of shock and joy in her heart. At this moment, she seemed to understand. Perhaps Jiang Fan's promises from a few days ago were not mere words. No, this is all an illusion. You are merely an outer elder. How could you be a great Foundation establishment cultivator? It's all an illusion. You can't deceive me. Jiang Mao shouted loudly, having already thoroughly investigated Jiang Fan earlier. He even sought out Jiang Tianhao to understand the situation. He knew Jiang Fan was at most at the 7th level of qi refinement and could not be too strong. 2 at the 7th level of qi refinement could possibly kill Jiang Hao, who was also at the 7th level, and given various suspicions, Jiang Mao chose to surround him. He planned to act first and report later, capturing Jiang Fan and torturing him for information. Even if he was wrong with the identity of his Foundation establishment father backing him, an apology would suffice. Who would actually dare to act against him for a mere qi refinement cultivator? But now the situation had far exceeded his expectations. The Jiang Fan he had planned for was unexpectedly a master of the Foundation establishment realm. This was no longer an unexpected turn, it was something Jiang Mao could never have imagined. They'll kill you first. Jiang Mao was now all in, suspecting Jiang Fan, and actively attacked and surrounded him. If the other party was a great Foundation establishment cultivator, he wouldn't survive the aftermath. It was better to take a risk now, just in case it was fake. Unfortunately, there was no just in case. The massive spirit snake phantom gently exhaled an apricot. A sword shot out, carrying the unique pressure of the Foundation establishment realm, striking towards Jiang Mao. Wait! At the critical moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Clang! A melodious surge of true qi shot out, blocking Jiang Mao's path. However, in the next moment, the phantom of the sword pierced through and rushed towards Jiang Mao. Is it a divine sense attack? Zhang Yunshan's expression changed slightly as he gathered another force to stand before Jiang Mao. Swish! The sword's auspicious light struck with certainty. Although it had been significantly weakened by Zhang Yunshan, the remaining power was still beyond Jiang Mao's ability to withstand as a mere perfected qi refinement practitioner. Jiang Mao let out a muffled groan, spitting out a large amount of blood. With just one strike, his meridians were severed and his divine sense was shattered. It seemed he would have no hope of breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm in this lifetime, his future utterly extinguished. Zhang Yunshan glanced at Jiang Mao and let out a slight sigh of relief. As long as he was not dead, that was enough. Immediately, he turned his gaze away from Jiang Yuan and the others who were insignificant in his eyes, focusing instead on Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, did you just use the power of the Spirit Serpent Sword Classic? Yes. Jiang Fan's expression was calm as he looked steadily at Zhang Yunshan, not lying. Or rather, from the moment he saw Jiang Mao, he had already anticipated this step. Almost half of the Jiang clan's strength had gathered within Qingyuan town. Even the slightest disturbance would surely attract the attention of the Foundation establishment elders. At that time, everything here would become clear, rendering any concealment meaningless. Jiang Mao had not considered this. He was merely foolish, believing that Jiang Fan would surrender without a fight. Since he could not be stopped, he might as well boldly reveal his cultivation level, showcasing all his talents. Having lived in the Jiang clan for 20 years, he understood the nature of this great family all too well. Concepts of fairness and justice were all based on equal conditions. If you were an ordinary clan member, your death would be just that, and at most some compensation would be given to your family. But if you were extraordinarily gifted and displayed remarkable talent, you would certainly attract the attention of the clan's higher-ups. Of course, the premise was that you had to be sufficiently loyal to the clan. Jiang Fan happened to be such a person. After all, in Zhang Yunshan's eyes, Jiang Fan had just defended Qingyuan town and was a native of the Jiang family. Moreover, he had now been recognized as a talent. His important status was no less than that of a Foundation establishment elder. At this moment, Zhang Yunshan was listening to Jiang Fan's response while recalling that he had given Jiang Fan the Foundation establishment chapter of the Spirit Serpent Sword Classic not long ago. At that time, Jiang Fan was merely at the 7th level of qi refinement, definitely lacking the divine sense required for Foundation establishment. This was enough to prove that Jiang Fan had only recently made a breakthrough. In the realm of cultivation, besides the obvious talents like spiritual roots and physical types, there were also exceptionally perceptive geniuses. Such individuals might experience slow progress in the early stages of cultivation, but once they achieve enlightenment and comprehend profound techniques, their future cultivation would surely be smooth sailing. The most critical factor was that, having grasped advanced techniques, they faced no bottlenecks in their breakthroughs. Thus, even if Jiang Fan was currently only at the qi refinement stage, he could still be regarded as a certain genius destined for Foundation establishment. Indeed, Jiang Fan, your comprehension is extraordinary. You are a rare talent. Zhang Yunshan nodded, having made up his mind. Regardless of the reasons these people had for attacking Jiang Fan, he would stand on the side of righteousness. At this moment, several Foundation establishment elders also arrived. As the Grand Elder, he still had to handle the matter fairly. Zhang Yunshan then spoke loudly. Jiang Fan, you just broke through the Spirit Serpent Sword Classic and were unable to control your power. It is only reasonable that you injured a fellow clansman. Reporting to the Grand Elder, it is not that I couldn't control it, it is just that these people came to my doorstep to slander me. As a cultivator, how could I allow such baseless slander and let them bully me at my own door? Jiang Fan did not follow the line of reasoning. He understood that the Grand Elder wanted to settle the matter peacefully, but that was not what he wanted. Oh, is that so? Jiang Yunshan scanned the group and sensed the presence of several Foundation establishment elders around him, instantly making up his mind. He immediately pointed at one member and reprimanded, "You explain what is going on, daring to besiege a fellow clansman." The person was startled, not expecting the elder to question him. He immediately did not dare to lie and recounted the whole story. After listening, a hint of cold amusement flashed across Jiang Yunshan's face. Well, what audacity. What a Jiang clan, what a Jiang Mao. Just a son of the affairs hall elder, relying solely on suspicion, and without any evidence you dare to rally people to besiege a fellow clansman. Truly bold. When these words came out, the surrounding crowd was struck dumb with fear, knowing that this time it was utterly over. In our Jiang clan, if someone commits an offense, the law enforcement hall will handle it. If there is any evidence or leads, it should be reported to the law enforcement hall immediately. Jiang Mao, Jiang Yuan, you both besieged a fellow clansman based solely on suspicion. Your hearts are deserving of punishment. I hereby announce that from this day forth you two are to mine for 100 years. The remaining 6 are accessories to the crime. You will mine for 50 years. As for Jiang Hu, the affairs hall elder, for failing to teach his child, his salary will be penalized for 10 years, and he must compensate Jiang Fan with 1,000 low-grade spirit stones as an apology. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mao slumped to the ground, realizing that mining for 100 years would mean his life would be wasted there. Jiang Yuan trembled all over, looking at Jiang Fan with a heart full of regret. Why did he refuse his father back then? Refusing a Foundation establishment great cultivator. Today he even hid from his father to act against him. If he had known it would come to this, even if given 1,000 times the courage, he would not dare to act against Jiang Fan. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Even if he regretted it now, it would be useless. Do you accept this? We are willing to accept the punishment. The others then knelt down to thank him, for there was still a way to survive by mining. If they performed well, they might even come out from the mines. The Jiang family was indeed a major force in the kingdom of Shu, possessing numerous mines, some of which commoners could not access. Only the wrongdoers among the Qi refinement cultivators were sent there. The Grand Elder's fair punishment is truly admirable. Voices of agreement came from the side. That Jiang who raised a good son, haha. Some who were at odds with Jiang who began to rejoice. I see that Jiang Fan's talent is extraordinary, having broken through to Foundation establishment divine sense and comprehended the Spirit Serpent Sword Classic. He will surely achieve great things in the future. Consequently, many began to look at Jiang Fan with renewed interest. These reactions were precisely what Jiang Yunshan wanted to see. After handling these matters, Jiang Yunshan turned back to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, are you satisfied with how I handled this? The Grand Elder is fair, and just do I admire that, Jiang Fan replied immediately. Jiang Yunshan smiled and nodded. As for whether Jiang Fan had killed anyone, that was a question he would not ask, nor would anyone else. Unless there was clear evidence pointing to Jiang Fan, for the sake of the clan's greater good, Jiang Yunshan would have to take action. But now acting against a future genius of Foundation establishment based solely on a hint of suspicion was simply not a worthwhile deal. Moreover, the Jiang clan was so large that personal grudges were normal. As long as they did not escalate to the surface, everyone would turn a blind eye. Very well, everyone disperse. There are important matters to attend to next. Jiang Yunshan then dismissed the crowd and turned to Jiang Fan, saying softly, Jiang Fan, you just broke through. Consolidate your cultivation for now, and remember to come to the main camp later. I need to speak with you. After Jiang Yunshan left, Jiang Fan focused on operating the Ling Snake sword manual, absorbing all the spiritual energy that had yet to dissipate into his body. In the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from Jiang Fan's body. Foundation establishment of the 9th layer. The vast spiritual energy condensed from the vortex was directly absorbed by Jiang Fan, allowing him to break through the bottleneck from the 8th layer to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Brother Fan, have you broken through? Husband, are you hurt? Once Jiang Fan stabilized his aura, Yang Yun and Jiang Ying rushed over. The previous battle was incredibly perilous. Jiang Fan had been besieged by several people, a sight they had never witnessed before. Those trash won't take your husband's life. If this had not been in Qingyuan town, but rather in the wilderness, those few would have likely perished without knowing how. I knew my husband was the best. Yang Yun's face was filled with admiration. Jiang Fan was everything to her now. Amazing, Brother Fan, you truly are a genius. Jiang Ying also showed a similar look of worship. Jiang Fan felt joyful and began to ponder. Now that his strength had increased, he needed to enhance Yang Yun's abilities as well. Now that Qingyuan town had gathered a large number of cultivators, perhaps he could find some miraculous elixirs. As for Jiang Ying, transitioning from Qi refinement to body refinement was not an overnight matter. Jiang Fan could only assist and the key still depended on her. Anyway, as long as Jiang Fan was around, he could protect them, so there was no rush. A grand performance comes swiftly and leaves just as quickly. The final outcome was that Jiang Mao, Jiang Yuan, and others were all taken away by the Grand Elder's guards, and what awaited them was an endless cycle of mining. Once they entered the mine, their prospects were almost severed. Not only would they toil every day, but their training time would also be reduced, leaving these people with little hope. Of course, the Jiang family did not care. Within the Jiang family, aside from the most important few Golden Core ancestors, the rest were dozens of Foundation establishment elders. Among them, a few outstanding individuals had established their foundations at a young age and wielded power similar to the Grand Elder, but they were in the minority. The majority were ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators in the Jianghu, enjoying their status as elders. Below them were countless Qi refinement cultivators. Not to mention there were at least 100 people at the peak of Qi refinement. But how many could truly establish their foundations? The vast majority would spend their lives merely at the peak of Qi refinement. However, someone like Jiang Fan, who comprehended the Foundation establishment section of the Ling Snake Sword Manual at just over 30, was destined to break through. Moreover, he was not likely to break through at 60, but had a great probability of doing so before 40, becoming a youthful Foundation establishment cultivator. 40 for Foundation establishment was akin to 20 for an ordinary mortal. That was truly the age of great ambitions. With a bit of cultivation, he could become a future Golden Core seed. This is why Jiang Yunshan valued Jiang Fan so highly. He was not comparable to the likes of Jiang Hu and Jiang Mao. Moreover, it must be said that the Grand Elder handled matters with great efficiency. The news of the situation was relayed back to the clan that same day. The Law Enforcement Hall immediately announced the news. The elder from the Affairs Hall, Jiang, who was punished with a 10-year salary reduction for his negligence in teaching his son. How could this happen? How could Jiang Fan suddenly cultivate the Ling Snake Sword Manual to the 6th layer and awaken the Foundation establishment divine sense? He never expected that his son, whom he sent out, not only failed to find the murderer, but instead caused him a great loss. The 6th layer of the Ling Snake Sword Manual and the Foundation establishment divine sense meant that Jiang Fan's future Foundation establishment was practically assured. Jiang Fan, is it? Very well, this matter is not over. However, at this moment, Jiang Yunshan had already dealt with the situation, and even as an elder, he could not overturn the verdict, leaving him to bite his teeth and swallow his anger. Jiang, who could only think of another way. If it weren't for the fact that he had many sons, he might have gone mad after losing 2 consecutively. In Qingyuan town, Jiang Fan left the Jiang residence only after solidifying his cultivation, heading towards the Jiang family's main camp. Because there were too many Jiang family members this time, they simply did not stay at the Jiang residence, but instead set up a more luxurious camp in Qingyuan town for everyone to cultivate, exchange merits, and rest. Jiang Fan was headed to the Jiang family stronghold. At this moment, there was an intense discussion happening in the camp. Those bastards from the Li family actually spread the news about the spiritual vein. Now it's bad. Not only our 3 families know, but the entire Shu kingdom is aware. An elder of Foundation establishment scolded angrily while looking at the latest intelligence. Unfold man, Li couldn't defeat our ancestor, and out of resentment spread the news to annoy us. Jiang Yunshan snorted coldly, having some understanding of the situation. Grand Elder, the news has just been spread, and not many have come yet. After some time, the nearby area will likely be crowded with loose cultivators. An elder of Foundation establishment expressed his concern. They were not worried about other powerful family forces, as every family had its own territory and would not recklessly disrupt the rules. However, loose cultivators had no such rules. As long as there were benefits, they would rush over desperately. This was the most troublesome issue for every family. Grand Elder, should we send more people to seal off the nearby mountains? Just give it a year's time. Once the spiritual vein emerges and the formation is established, those loose cultivators won't have any way to interfere. No, it's better to let them come than to block them. Loose cultivators are like wastewater. If there's even a small leak, they will swarm in. Jiang Yunshan shook his head and decisively rejected the suggestion. Then what should we do? Are we to let them enter and fight for the spirit stones alongside our disciples? Why not? Jiang Yunshan smiled calmly. The others misunderstood, but Jiang Yunshan slowly continued. Whether loose cultivators or families, both are driven by interests. I will not only not drive them away, but will instead welcome them to Qingyuan town. Rather than letting them operate in the dark, it is better to gather them in the light. Mice in the gutter are disgusting, but mice on the street are not as frightening. In addition, we can issue identity verification tokens to loose cultivators. Those who obtain identity can receive rewards as long as they kill the people from the Shangwan family. Reward them with a little something, and those loose cultivators will be grateful. But if they dare to openly resist us or pretend to be loyal while secretly colluding with the Shangwan family, we will make an example of them and show no mercy. Instead of driving them away, it would be better to turn them into our own strength. What do loose cultivators lack? Isn't it resources? Why have they come here? Isn't it for resources? Since the Jiang family has provided them with resources, there is no need for them to oppose us. Everyone suddenly understood this point and nodded in agreement. Grand Elder is wise. Jiang Yunshan smiled with satisfaction and then began to formulate detailed plans. After a while, someone outside came in to report that Jiang Fan was looking for him. How do you feel? In the military camp, Jiang Yunshan looked at Jiang Fan, who was stable and displayed the cultivation of the 9th level of Qi refinement, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. Jiang Fan replied vaguely, not fully understanding the question. Once the Spirit Serpent Sword Manual reaches the 6th level of Foundation Establishment, divine sense will naturally be born within. This thing has long been documented in our clan. You are not the first. However, you must be careful and never casually release your divine sense. Foundation Establishment cultivators are very particular about privacy. If you probe too easily, it will undoubtedly anger them and bring trouble. I see. Thank you for the reminder, Elder. Jiang Fan nodded. Ever since the Jiang family members arrived, he had generally kept his divine sense retracted, not easily releasing it, and it seems he did the right thing. Your divine sense should have a range of about 20 zhang, right? Jiang Fan nodded. When he first broke through, it was only about 20 or 30 zhang, but now after breaking through again, his divine sense range had expanded to cover 30 or 40 zhang. Not bad. Keep up the good work. Now that your Spirit Serpent Sword Manual has reached the 6th level, it's practically certain that you will break through to Foundation Establishment before you turn 35, barring any accidents. When you officially break through to Foundation Establishment, you will truly appreciate the wonders of divine sense. By the way, I recall you were just over 30. Not yet 35. I'm about to turn 31, Jiang Fan replied honestly. He was sent out by the family at 30 and has only been out for a little over half a year now. At 31 years old, with 9th level Qi refinement, plus the 6th level of the Spirit Serpent Sword Manual, unless something goes wrong, you should be able to break through to Foundation Establishment before 35. Jiang Yunshan had secretly checked Jiang Fan's information. Jiang Fan's father had died in battle alongside him, creating a certain bond between them. Then he took out a storage bag and handed it to Jiang Fan. This contains 2,000 lower-grade spirit stones. 1,000 is compensation from Jiang, who for you, and the other 1,000 is also a form of sponsorship from me for my old subordinate son. Your father was a remarkably brave man under my command. Had he not died in battle, he might have achieved something extraordinary by now. Thank you, Elder. Jiang Fan did not hesitate, but directly accepted the storage bag. This was an investment from the Elder, and Jiang Fan was happy to accept such an investment. As for the talk of his father's bravery, he only listened politely. After his birth, his father was only at the initial stage of Qi refinement. Where would any extraordinary achievements come from? Moreover, cultivators generally share an unspoken understanding. Unless they are struggling to progress, they usually do not choose to have children early. Jiang Fan was the same. He had locked away his essence long ago solely for the purpose of cultivation. Not bad, you are a good child. Jiang Fan did not appear to be the slick-tongued type, but rather a solid, diligent child who practiced earnestly, which pleased Jiang Yunshan. He then added, your understanding of the Spirit Serpent Sword Manual is quite high. You must know that this sword manual requires a good sword to unleash its power. Especially after learning the Spirit Serpent's bowing at the 6th level, even if you are currently only at the 9th level of Qi refinement, paired with a lower-grade spirit weapon, you can unleash a power comparable to a full-force strike from the early stage of Foundation Establishment. Now that the situation at the spiritual vein has stabilized, you could consider going out to experience some adventures. With this method, you might even earn some military achievements. Of course, everyone has different cultivation methods. If you are unwilling to go, that's fine too. You could also wait until the end of the year to prepare for the family trial. At that time, the old ancestors will be watching, and if you can catch their attention, your future will be immeasurable. I understand. Thank you for the guidance, Elder. Jiang Fan realized that Jiang Yunshan was treating him as a seedling to cultivate for the family. He knew about the family trial. However, he had never participated before because such trials were invitation-based. Only Foundation Establishment elders could invite family disciples to participate. Given Jiang Fan's previous performance, clearly no one was willing to bet on him. But now it was different. With his understanding of the Spirit Serpent Sword Manual, Jiang Fan could almost dominate the Qi refinement realm, and participating in the trial would surely yield good results. That would be worth the investment. Subsequently, Jiang Yunshan provided Jiang Fan with some insights on breaking through from Qi refinement to Foundation Establishment, and the two only parted ways after several hours. This favor can be considered owed. However, Jiang Yunshan left a good impression on Jiang Fan. He was willing to owe this favor. Perhaps in Jiang Yunshan's eyes, this was merely ordinary guidance and not really a favor. After all, only those of equal status are said to owe favors. If the gap is too large, it can only be called support. As he touched the 2,000 lower-grade spirit stones in his hand, it was clear to him that these 2,000 stones were effectively a sponsorship from Jiang Fan. Moreover, the implication of the other party's words was quite clear. He hoped Jiang Fan would use this sum of spirit stones to purchase a lower-grade spirit weapon and then go into battle to earn military achievements while also gaining prestige. Of course, this was just Jiang Fan's suggestion. As for how to execute it, since the spirit stones were in Jiang Fan's hands, he had no say. For Jiang Fan, seeking the limelight was not particularly meaningful unless necessary. The more attention, the greater the responsibility. Moreover, as long as the strength is sufficient, wherever you go, the spotlight will follow. In fact, it could be said that Jiang Fan need not seek the limelight, rather others would compete to attract his attention. Ultimately, strength is the foundation of everything. So how can I enhance my strength? Jiang Fan stored the bag and turned towards the military achievement exchange area. As a temporary headquarters, there not only could achievements be exchanged, but also spirit stones. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan went directly to the place for exchanging pills. Hey fellow clansmen, what kind of pill do you want to exchange for this time? As soon as Jiang Fan entered, a member of the Jiang family greeted him. Do you have any pills that can help martial artists break through their cultivation? Jiang Fan asked straightforwardly. Although he had body refinement pills in hand, those were only for body refinement cultivators. For martial artists, the effects were too overwhelming and they could easily explode if not careful. We have them, brother, we have them. The person smiled mysteriously, looking as if he understood. If I'm not mistaken, you must be planning to give them to a young girl who cannot cultivate right. Indeed. Jiang Fan's expression was calm, but he was shocked inside, or it seemed many people had the same idea as him. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have reacted this way. That's right. You've come to the right place, brother. The clan member smiled proudly and quickly took out a bottle of pills from the counter. This item is called blood chi pills, specifically developed for martial artists without spiritual roots. After taking it, their internal blood and chi will significantly increase, allowing them to break through a major realm on the spot. Not only that, but it also has beautifying and skin-nourishing effects, and it is said that if taken consistently, it can even increase the chances of pregnancy. Damn, that boring alchemist managed to come up with this. He really found a market, blue ocean. However, this was exactly what Jiang Fan urgently needed. He'll take it. How many spirit stones? A flat price of 98 lower-grade spirit stones for a bottle containing 12 pills. One pill can be taken each month for a year. These merchants are truly unscrupulous, selling pills of no rank at such exorbitant prices. Jiang Fan couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at the blood chi pill in his hand. This item is exactly what he urgently needs. However, for 100 spirit stones, he could already buy a bottle of chi condensation pills, which are authentic elixirs for cultivators. It seems that being an alchemist indeed brings in profits, especially in such niche markets. Jiang Fan stroked his fingers, pondering how the alchemist who researched this pill formula felt, yet he must be making a fortune. Perhaps he should strive in this direction. Currently, Yang Yun and Jiang Ying are focused on swordsmanship and physical cultivation. Should he consider becoming an alchemist next? Or an artifact smith, a formation master, a talisman master, or even a puppet master or beast tamer would be acceptable. In any case, he needs someone with a side profession. This way he can not only enhance his own strength, but also have a means of earning money. Of course, Jiang Fan is not merely a machine driven by desire. If he is to find someone, it must be someone he connects with, someone he likes. Ahem. Just someone beautiful. And ideally, a beautiful female cultivator who has also achieved success in her side profession and is young. He could imagine that many would be vying for her. It seems Jiang Fan is not even in the running. Shaking his head, he abandoned his final fantasy. First, I need to improve my cultivation. At least I need to qualify for more opportunities. Moreover, once he has someone, he must cultivate feelings. He absolutely cannot choose someone he does not like. With this thought, Jiang Fan curiously glanced at the system. After breaking through to Foundation Establishment, he wonders if the restrictions on the number of partners are still in place. Current realm can bind to 2 partners. Damn it. It seems he must wait until his cultivation officially breaks through to Foundation Establishment. Neither divine sense nor physical cultivation counts. No worries, I can develop feelings when I meet someone. While thinking, Jiang Fan stepped into another area. Same clan. What kind of magic artifact do you want to exchange? Can spirit tools be customized here? Like a full set of low-grade spirit tools. Jiang Fan's physical cultivation has broken through to Foundation Establishment. The best way to enhance his combat power now is to acquire a full set of armor spirit tools, maximizing his combat effectiveness. Please wait, senior. I will fetch an artifact smith for you right away. The person quickly retreated, and soon a burly artifact smith emerged. As soon as this person appeared, he unabashedly scrutinized Jiang Fan, even scanning him with divine sense several times. Kid, what's your name? How come I've never seen you before? Are you here on behalf of your elders? Yes, my ancestor has broken through to foundation establishment and physical cultivation and intends to forge a set of spirit tool armor for use. Jiang Fan responded according to the other person's intent. Are there any newly promoted foundation establishment physical cultivators in the clan? I didn't even know. The person was momentarily taken aback before waving his hand. Never mind, it's not important. What level do you want? Low grade, middle grade, or high grade? What are the prices? Jiang Fan curiously inquired. Generally speaking, low-grade spirit tools are priced around 1 or 2,000. Middle-grade starts at 2,000 and high-grade spirit tools are no less than 3,000 spirit stones. And this is still the internal pricing for the clan. If outsiders come, the price would increase by 2 to 3 times. Custom orders are expensive, and since you need a full set of armor, low-grade is 2,000, middle-grade 3,000, high-grade 5,000. My quality is renowned within the clan. Not only is it sturdy and durable, but it can also conceal one's aura, enhance divine sense, and defend against spiritual attacks. If necessary, it can even cover the eyes. Foundation establishment cultivators usually have weak divine sense, so they pay great attention to this aspect. The other party was confident, clearly not their first time handling such a major order. It's not surprising given that the other party is also at foundation establishment and a second-tier artifact smith holding a significant position within the Jiang clan. Had it not been for the recent discovery of a spirit vein outside Qingyuan town, they might not have opened their doors to business as they have now. However, this left Jiang Fan feeling troubled. He only has 2,000 spirit stones, and he cannot produce any more. Jiang Fan's rapid breakthroughs left him no time to accumulate wealth, so naturally he has no savings. After some thought, Jiang Fan chose to give up. On one hand, there's no possibility of combat right now, so his need for spirit tools is low. On the other hand, well, he is simply poor. Damn it, if he had money, he would definitely get a set of high-grade spirit tools to carry with him. It seems he needs to find a side job to earn money. Then just get me a low-grade spirit tool sword. Regardless, Jiang Yunshan has a saying that is very true with Jiang Fan's current level in the Spirit Snake Sword Classic 7th layer. If he fully activates a low-grade spirit tool, its power would be on par with a foundation establishment expert. This item can serve as a means of defense and a trump card. Sure, if it's a custom order for the sake of being from the same clan, I will only charge you 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. No need, that was for another ancestor of mine. He cultivates the Spirit Snake Sword Classic, so just forge it according to the requirements in that. The artifact smith looked at Jiang Fan in surprise. What kind of family is this? A foundation establishment physical cultivator and a foundation establishment cultivator. In the clan, they are certainly not insignificant. How has he never heard of them? We have this item in the shop. Oh, I'll have someone fetch it for you. Soon a clan member brought a 3-foot-long sword carved with a snake's head looking sharp and fierce. As fellow clan members, 800 low-grade spirit stones will suffice. Then I will thank you on behalf of my ancestor. Jiang Fan took the sword and immediately expressed his gratitude. With the sword in hand, the purpose of his visit was fulfilled, and Jiang Fan saw no reason to linger. Kid custom spirit tools are difficult to forge. They require at least a month's time. If it's urgently needed, let your elder come find me. As fellow clan members, I can give him a discount. Given they are both from the same clan, the other party was still very courteous before Jiang Fan left. After all, the other party has at least 2 foundation establishment cultivators in their family, so as clan members they should keep in touch more often. After thanking the other party, Jiang Fan left directly. Poverty makes him steadfast. Besides the sword, he urgently needs something else. Formations. Jiang Mao's sudden attack has given Jiang Fan a sense of crisis. This time the opponent came openly and Jiang Fan could easily suppress him. But what about next time? If they come stealthily and Jiang Fan is absent, he would be defenseless. Although Jiang Fan currently has no formidable enemies, it is essential to take precautions. He must protect his wife. Thus, Jiang Fan ultimately spent over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones on a formation. A simple second-tier formation with a warning function. Once someone enters the formation, Jiang Fan will receive an immediate alert. If the opponent has ulterior motives, this formation can withstand attacks from foundation establishment cultivators for 3 days. Only by placing this formation in his home can Jiang Fan feel at ease. Husband, you have finally returned. What happened? Is there something wrong? Before even entering the house, Jiang Ying proactively came out to greet him, looking somewhat flustered, indicating that something must have occurred. It's Jiang Tianhao. He came to look for you. Jiang Ying did not know Jiang Yuan, so she was unaware of the attack on Jiang Fan this morning, which involved Jiang Tianhao's son Jiang Yuan. Thus, facing the suddenly altered demeanor of Jiang Tianhao, she appeared a bit uneasy. Jiang Fan understood immediately the purpose of the visitor. I see, let's go. Inside the hall, Jiang Tianhao was nervously sipping tea, occasionally glancing towards the door. The once boisterous elder now had graying hair and a significantly aged complexion, clearly showing that the situation with Jiang Yuan had impacted him greatly. Uncle Tian. Jiang Fan walked in from outside, wearing a smile, seemingly unaffected by the events of this morning. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianhao repeatedly bowed, fearing that he might have said something wrong and upset Jiang Fan. I am unworthy. You are a Foundation Establishment Grandmaster. I should call you Senior. Uncle Tian, no need for such words. When I first arrived in Qingyuan town, it was you who took care of me. You are still deserving of that title, Uncle Tian. Jiang Fan replied with an unchanged expression. I felt back then that your potential was limitless. I just didn't expect you to become a Foundation Establishment Grandmaster so soon. Jiang Tianhao let out a sigh, reminiscing about the time he introduced a wife to Jiang Fan, recalling Jiang Fan's flustered demeanor. Now, however, he had to tread carefully with Jiang Fan's mortal wife. In fact, considering his relationship with Jiang Fan, he didn't need to do much to easily attach himself, which could be seen as clinging onto a strong branch in the family. After all, Jiang Fan was not a heartless person. But it was all the fault of that ungrateful son for secretly attacking Jiang Fan. Wasn't that like ruining his own golden rice bowl? There was nothing he could do. He had over a dozen sons, and only one had spiritual roots. Hence today, he had to swallow his pride and seek out Jiang Fan. Senior, my son never mentioned the events of this morning to me. I had no idea he would dare to attack you. He is truly a most unfilial child. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan remained expressionless. However, Jiang Ying and Yang Yun beside him changed their expressions. They were puzzled as to why Jiang Tianhao's attitude had changed so dramatically. It turned out that the person who attacked Jiang Fan this morning was his son. At that moment, the smiles on the faces of the two women vanished, instantly replaced by indifference. Anyone who dared to attack Jiang Fan would naturally be met with their hostility. No need to worry, Uncle Tian. Your son is your son, and you are you. I won't hold his actions against you. Jiang Fan spoke generously. To be honest, I came today to ask you to spare my unfilial son. Jiang Tianhao sighed and took out a box he had prepared in advance. I know you are collecting martial arts techniques, and I have here several top-tier techniques I've gathered over the years, many of which are adapted from cultivation techniques, along with 300 low-grade spirit stones I've accumulated over the years. I hope that in light of our past relationship, you will give my unfilial son a chance. If he goes to the mining site, it may completely sever our family's connection to cultivation. Jiang Fan closed his eyes, stroking his fingers. Honestly, he had a good impression of Jiang Tianhao. If there was something he needed, he would try his best to help. Even though Jiang Yiyuan plotted against him, Jiang Fan did not blame Jiang Tianhao. However, completely letting Jiang Yiyuan off the hook was out of the question. After a long while, Jiang Fan finally spoke slowly. Uncle Tian, you have taken great care of me, and I will not forget this friendship. However, Jiang Yiyuan attacked me, and this matter cannot simply be overlooked. He has been sentenced by the Grand Elder to 100 years in a hard labor camp. In light of our previous friendship, I can help you plead with the Grand Elder to reduce this sentence from 100 years to 20 years. In 20 years, whether for Jiang Fan or those around him, they would have reached another height. By then, Jiang Yiyuan could be released, and Jiang Tianhao would likely still be alive. At that time, it would also satisfy Jiang Tianhao's hopes for his family. This could be considered a win-win solution. Hearing this, Jiang Tianhao let out a deep sigh. He knew that this was already the limit. Moreover, it was due to Jiang Fan's kindness and nostalgia. He also understood that after today, the bond and friendship between him and Jiang Fan would come to an end. If one day Jiang Fan were to soar again, he would only be able to boast to others that this impressive Jiang Fan was someone he had once worked with. But that was all there was to it. Then thank you, Senior. After speaking, Jiang Tianhao's figure instantly appeared much more desolate, losing all the demeanor of a cultivator and resembling an elderly man on the verge of death. Moments later, Jiang Tianhao left, leaving behind a few martial arts techniques and 300 spirit stones. Although Jiang Fan could not use these spirit stones, they could be given to his wife. As for the martial arts techniques, Jiang Fan glanced at them and found one or two that might be useful. After all, these techniques were adapted from cultivation techniques and could be directly used for cultivation, much like the Yunyu 9 Soros technique. Especially after Yang Yun consumes the blood chi pill and cultivates the Yunyu 9 refinements to the 9th refinement, she could continue using it for her cultivation. Husband, you are truly benevolent. Perhaps because she was a mortal, Yang Yun expressed her feelings. This is too lenient on him. Otherwise, he should have been sentenced to death along with his son. Jiang Ying had no feelings for Jiang Tianhao and thought like a cultivator. After this matter, my ties with him have come to an end, and there will be no more ties. Jiang Fan sighed, feeling no more extra sentiments for Jiang Tianhao. Enough, let's not mention this matter. He shook his head. These were merely bothersome issues. It was crucial not to delay cultivation. Yun, this is the blood chi pill I prepared for you. Taking it will help you quickly break through your martial cultivation and enter the innate realm. Yang Yun was currently at the 6th refinement of the Yunyu 9 refinements, just one refinement away from entering the innate realm. The blood chi pill was just right to accelerate this progress. Thank you, husband. Yang Yun was overjoyed. She had always wanted to break through to the innate realm sooner, so she could better accompany Jiang Fan. Now that Jiang Fan had fulfilled her wish, she was naturally delighted. You take one first, and I will guard you while you cultivate. All right. As the blood chi pill entered her body, Yang Yun felt her entire being surge with vitality and inexplicable power bursting forth. In the next instant, her recently achieved cultivation broke through again. Yunyu 7 refinements. Husband, I have broken through to the innate realm. Feeling the change in her body, Yang Yun was instantly overjoyed. That's excellent. Jiang Fan was also overjoyed. Oh, you're being biased, Fan Go. Jiang Ying immediately pouted, looking sulky. Don't worry, when you start your body refinement, I will make sure you have enough body refining pills. Jiang Fan naturally reassured her. If I can't have any now. After a period of accumulation, Jiang Fan's Ling Shi sword cannon once again surpassed the 10,000 points of comprehension, and the Yun Yu Jiushangju also broke through 7,000. Even the physique that Jiang Fan longed for was now on the verge of awakening. In 2 more days, my swordsmanship talent will awaken. At that time, combined with the 7th layer of the Ling Shi cannon, I believe even those in the early stages of foundation establishment would not be able to withstand my strike. Jiang Fan had heard of many special physique talents within the Jiang clan. Not long ago, he heard that a clan member awakened the uncorrupted sword body, which trained sword techniques at a speed several times, even dozens of times faster than ordinary. This directly caused the ancestor to emerge from seclusion and take the person as a direct disciple. Their status was likely on par with today's Jiang Yunshan. Just thinking about this made Jiang Fan smile. If he were still within the clan, he might also be suspected of being an uncorrupted sword body. After all, his training speed with the Ling Shi sword cannon was truly astonishing. However, none of this was his concern. Nothing was more important than his own cultivation. In the following days, Qingyuan town once again transitioned from tranquility to bustling activity. The originally peaceful Qingyuan town began to show signs of unrest in these 2 days. The reason was simple. Previously, Qingyuan town was filled with Jiang family members who knew this was their territory. Even as immortal masters, they would not act recklessly. However, in recent days, as news of the spiritual vein spread, a large number of wandering cultivators surged into Qingyuan town. Those wandering cultivators were often bullied by family cultivators, so they would show no mercy to mortals. Naturally, they were not as restrained as the Jiang family members. Once ordinary mortals angered these wandering cultivators, they could easily lose their heads. Some with a grudge might even wipe out entire families. The public order of Qingyuan town was thrown into chaos by these wandering cultivators. Although Jiang Yunshan did not care much, after all, it was their own town affecting the Jiang family's reputation, so they had to temporarily form a patrol team to monitor the order of Qingyuan town. The principle of the patrol was simple: as long as there were no murders, they would not interfere. If someone was killed, they would have to give an explanation to the local people. With this, the wandering cultivators were somewhat restrained, not as arrogant and overbearing as they had been at first, where they would take lives on a whim. On this day, the Jiang family officially began to issue a notice. All verified wandering cultivators who kill Jiang family cultivators can receive spirit stone rewards. Those who are not verified are not allowed to enter the spiritual vein, otherwise they will be killed without mercy. Anyone providing useful information can also receive spirit stones. The rewards in spirit stones can be exchanged for martial arts, magical artifacts, and various spiritual pills at the Jiang family. Everyone sees this opportunity. If your merits are sufficient, even foundation establishment pills are among the exchange options. The notice clearly stated that all wandering cultivators, regardless of their origin, could gain merit as long as they provided heads in the process of the killings, giving them a significant amount of operational space. The main point was the identity verification step. If they directly sealed off the spiritual vein, it would undoubtedly provoke a backlash from the wandering cultivators. But if it was just a simple identity verification to enter, these cultivators would generally be unwilling to take risks. Except for a very few with ulterior motives, the rest of the wandering cultivators would generally choose to get verified. As for those very few, they were precisely the targets of the Jiang family's crackdown. In the crowd, a woman draped in a black cloak with special magical patterns on her wrist looked at the notice and couldn't help but smile disdainfully. The Jiang family is truly bold to dare employ these wandering cultivators. They are courting their own doom without considering if they have the ability to handle it. At the same time, a sudden scream came from not far away. Someone has been killed. An immortal master has killed someone. Swish. In the sky above, 2 individuals flew on swords wearing the uniforms of the Jiang family's law enforcement hall. Boldly, this is the territory of the Jiang family. How dare you act so recklessly? A plump figure leapt out from the crowd, his face wearing an arrogant grin. I merely asked this girl to keep me company, and she dared to refuse. That was her own death sentence. The newcomer was ugly and did not fit the image of a cultivator. Yet his cultivation level was in the late stage of chi refinement, clearly not a minor character. The patrolling law enforcement officers exchanged glances and instantly made a decision. Killing innocent mortals will be regarded as evil cultivators by the laws of the Jiang family. I now decide to execute you on the spot. The fat man shouted, "The Shu Kingdom can't control me. Do you Jiang family think you can manage me?" Before he could take any action, a Ling Shi sword pierced directly through his chest. The fat man never expected that killing a mortal would provoke a Foundation establishment master to take action. Jiang Yunshan glanced expressionlessly at the fat man, then turned to the crowd and announced loudly, "All wandering cultivators entering the town must abide by the laws of the Jiang family or face this fate. Qingyuan Town is the Qingyuan Town of my Jiang family. Long live the Jiang family. May the Jiang family prosper forever." Seeing the evil cultivator killed, the surrounding mortals immediately cheered as if they had released a heavy burden. Not far away, an elderly man dressed in luxurious clothing looked at this scene, unable to help but raise his head. "Lord Yang, I heard your daughter married an immortal master from the Jiang family. That is truly impressive." "Indeed, I have seen Lord Yang's daughter. She is like a celestial maiden descended to earth, stunningly beautiful." With the protection of an immortal master, Lord Yang was indeed the pride of Qingyuan Town. After several days, Jiang Fan's swordsmanship talent finally accumulated to 100 points and was ready to officially awaken. "I wonder what kind of swordsmanship talent I will awaken." Jiang Fan was filled with anticipation in his heart. In truth, he only knew of a few kinds of swordsmanship talents and had only seen one, which was the unblemished sword body from within his clan. However, the unblemished sword body is a promising talent for others. It increases the speed of cultivating sword classics by dozens of times, making one almost a natural sword genius. But for Jiang Fan, it was quite useless. After all, his current speed in cultivating the Spirit Snake Sword Classic is unmatched, so he really doesn't need the unblemished sword body. However, the unblemished body is merely the most common swordsmanship talent, not much different from the sword spirit body or the flame sword intent. Among swordsmanship talents, rarer ones include the sword god body and lotus sword seed. There are even legends describing the sword immortal intent and the chaotic sword seed, which are extraordinary sword intents. Even a chi refinement cultivator can reverse kill a Foundation establishment with just a sword in hand, and even contend directly with golden cores. Unfortunately, these things are only recorded in legends from various families. The strongest ever seen in Shu Kingdom was just a genius with the sword god body. At that time, that genius merely at the golden core stage could suppress an entire nation and defy the nascent soul, being the #1 prodigy of his time, a legendary figure of Shu Kingdom. They say that a single draw can produce miracles. I want to see how my luck is. I choose to break through. Congratulations, you have awakened the sword spirit body talent. Next stage, sword god body, awakening progress, 51,000. Is the sword spirit body at the same level as the unblemished sword body? Although the sword spirit body and the unblemished sword body belong to the same tier, it is a much better fit for Jiang Fan. The unblemished sword body merely increases the speed of cultivation and comprehension of swordsmanship, providing little help in other aspects, making it somewhat useless for Jiang Fan. However, the sword spirit body is different. Its greatest function is to nurture a personal treasure sword, which can forcibly increase its grade after consuming a large amount of resources or time. Moreover, while nurturing the treasure sword, the cultivator's strength will also significantly increase according to the sword's grade. Jiang Fan recalled that he had seen records of this in his clan. In Shu Kingdom, there once was a sword cultivator who awakened the sword spirit body. When he was at the Foundation establishment stage, he nurtured a sword at the level of a magical artifact that could only be used by golden core cultivators directly, allowing him to possess combat power comparable to that of a golden core in the Foundation establishment stage. It can be said that the sword spirit body is the best sword body for nurturing future generations. Furthermore, once it takes shape, it can even forcibly nurture magical artifacts, transforming them into spiritual treasures. Unfortunately, that sword cultivator was a rogue cultivator. Later, he was discovered by a powerful figure who forced him to use his own blood to nurture a superior magical artifact, elevating it to a spiritual treasure, leading to a tragically inevitable ending. The sword spirit body is indeed quite powerful, but it is also very dangerous. If one lacks sufficient strength, one might end up being used as someone else's spiritual weapon furnace. Of course, with Jiang Fan's current cultivation at the 9th level of chi refinement, he can at most nurture a superior magical artifact, and cannot even elevate it to a spiritual weapon, so naturally no powerful figures would take notice of him. However, being cautious is always wise. Jiang Fan would not casually flaunt his talent when there was no need. Fortunately, the sword spirit body itself is extremely concealed. If that predecessor had not felt that he could fight against golden cores at the Foundation establishment stage and became a bit arrogant, he would not have exposed his spiritual body. Otherwise, he would not have met such a tragic end. As the saying goes, one should learn from the predecessor's experience. Jiang Fan certainly wants to take that predecessor's lesson to heart to preserve himself and develop quietly and not carelessly expose his trump cards. Moreover, compared to the sword spirit body, which is a common talent, Jiang Fan is more concerned about the next talent, the sword god body. This sword god body is genuinely formidable. The predecessor who awakened the sword god body back then could suppress the nascent soul with just the golden core stage, demonstrating its tremendous strength. However, given the current situation, awakening the sword god body might take him at least half a year. If it takes half a year, then by that time I should have also advanced to the foundation establishment stage. The requirement of that predecessor was not high, being able to fight against golden cores at the foundation establishment stage would suffice. If calculated this way, in half a year, I would also be strong enough to contend with golden cores. In Shu Kingdom, foundation establishment cultivators are the backbone, while the soul nascent soul is the pinnacle of Shu Kingdom, and the golden core is naturally the number one in the world. Jiang Fan rubbed his fingers together, contemplating his future, and couldn't help but smile. Longevity is within reach. Longevity is within reach. Although Jiang Fan does not enjoy causing trouble, he still needs some self-defense capabilities. Not only does he cherish his own life, but he also loves his wife dearly. No one should suffer grievances. By the way, I can just test how effective this sword spirit body is. Jiang Fan touched the spirit snake sword in his storage bag, which was a standard lower-grade spiritual weapon crafted by the Jiang family's alchemist. Though it was just a lower-grade weapon, it still required a foundation establishment cultivator to wield it. With Jiang Fan's current strength at the 9th level of Qi refinement, it would be quite difficult to wield it without the assistance of the Spirit Snake Sword Classic. However, Jiang Fan not only knows the Spirit Snake Sword Classic, but has also cultivated it to the 7th layer. Thus, even though his cultivation is only at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, wielding the Spirit Snake Sword is effortless. However, that only goes so far. Once he exerts himself fully, just one strike would consume half of Jiang Fan's true energy, and 2 strikes would be enough to drain him completely. Although the power of this strike is comparable to that of a full force attack from an early foundation establishment cultivator, it is still somewhat inadequate for Jiang Fan. The Great Elder said that I could use a lower-grade magical artifact for a full force attack, once casting the 6th layer of the Spirit Snake Bow, with power nearly equivalent to a full force strike from an early foundation establishment cultivator. Jiang Fan gave a wry smile. Ultimately, his cultivation base is still too low. Alas, cultivators must advance step by step and cannot rush. His current speed is already comparable to riding a rocket. Forget it, I'll just nurture it directly and see if this sword spirit body is truly as miraculous as the legends say. The Spirit Snake's sword entered his body. Jiang Fan could only feel a wondrous change occurring within his dantian. It seemed as if his dantian had split into two. One part was his original dantian, while the other was that Spirit Snake sword. Once the Spirit Snake sword entered Jiang Fan's body, it began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy on its own. As a low-grade spirit weapon, it had already reached the strength of foundation establishment, and the amount of spiritual energy it absorbed was even more exaggerated than that of Jiang Fan's own dantian. Its strength was already close to the early stage of foundation establishment, only slightly weaker than that of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. The most crucial point was that it posed no burden to Jiang Fan at all. It was as if his cultivation had suddenly gained the power equivalent to the early stage of foundation establishment. The most absurd part was that once this thing began to nurture, it could not only remain in the dantian, but could also be taken out for combat. To directly use the dantian to fight, who could withstand that? No wonder that senior with the sword spirit body was so arrogant just by having reached foundation establishment. It is likely that he acquired a middle grade or even a high grade treasure experiencing power close to the late stage of golden core, which inflated his ego. Jiang Fan had only obtained a low grade spirit weapon. If it were a high grade treasure, what would happen then? He would probably not even take the Jiang family seriously anymore. It's a joke. The power obtained through swordsmanship talent is fast, but it will never compare to the genuine golden core experts. One must remain humble when necessary. Just like me now, with my true chi nearing the early stage of foundation establishment, my physical body at the early stage, and my divine sense at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, who could still say, I am not a great foundation establishment cultivator? Thinking about his own cultivation being only at the 9th level of Qi refining made Jiang Fan want to laugh. With such accumulated conditions, he might be the strongest at the 9th level of Qi refining, even surpassing completion. Moreover, as the master of the Spirit Snake sword, Jiang Fan could clearly feel that it was growing at a weak pace within his dantian, just as the sword spirit body functions, nurturing the treasure sword and increasing its grade. However, estimating the growth rate of the sword in his dantian, it would likely advance to a middle-grade spirit weapon in around 70 to 80 years. The main reason is still Jiang Fan's insufficient cultivation. Of course, if Jiang Fan could invest various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, this time could be shortened. But still, as the saying goes, without enough cultivation, even if heavenly materials and earthly treasures are thrown in, most would be wasted, making it not worth the effort. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. However, now I already have a certain level of self-protection. Jiang Fan silently calculated. He had been observing the changes in Qingyuan town these past few days. With a large influx of wandering cultivators, it had the feeling of an impending storm. Qingyuan town was bound to become a place of upheaval. Fortunately, Jiang Fan had foresight and had early on set up a second-tier formation around, allowing him to secure a peaceful corner for the time being. I don't care about the storms outside. As long as I cultivate as usual, by the time the storm arrives, Jiang Fan will have already grown into a towering giant tree. In the afternoon, someone came to the camp. It was Jiang Yunshan looking for Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan did not think much and went directly. Today, the camp was completely different from over 10 days ago. Except for the most core area, the rest were open to wandering cultivators. Items such as pills and magic artifacts were also sold to wandering cultivators. Of course, the prices were certainly not the same as what the Jiang family members would pay. However, this was indeed an opportunity for wandering cultivators. After all, many good items that prominent families usually would not reveal could now be exchanged with military merits, even if they could not be exchanged for spirit stones. For example, the Foundation Establishment Pill was one of them. Prominent families tightly controlled the Foundation Establishment Pill. Even if occasionally auctioned, it would only be one or two, leading to an inflated price among wandering cultivators. Many disciples from prominent families became wealthy by smuggling Foundation Establishment pills. However, even so, no one would release them in large quantities. After all, in the eyes of the prominent families, wandering cultivators were merely prey. How could they possibly release a large number of Foundation Establishment pills to help you grow strong? Passing through the outer camp, Jiang Fan arrived at the core area of the camp. This place was mostly filled with Jiang family members and was not open to the outside. I have seen the Grand Elder. At this moment, the Grand Elder still wore that commanding expression. Seeing Jiang Fan enter, he actively greeted him. Jiang Fan, you are here. Jiang Yunshan nodded and then asked, what does the Grand Elder want with me? Jiang Fan, I believe you've noticed that wandering cultivators have been rampant in Qingyuan town lately. If it weren't for our Jiang family, suppressing them, Qingyuan town would probably have long become a hell. Jiang Yunshan spoke slowly, his gaze landing on Jiang Fan and the others. He had recently been favoring this younger generation and naturally had the intention to test them. Indeed, it is the Grand Elder's benevolence. Jiang Fan superficially flattered, but inwardly, he was quite aware. These past few days, Qingyuan town established patrol teams and opened the camp area to wandering cultivators. If it weren't for Jiang Yunshan's nod, how could such a situation arise? However, understanding this is one thing, saying it out loud is another. Haha, it is not that I am benevolent, but rather that you are still too young and see matters too superficially. This world is like a fish pond. Families are the big fish, while wandering cultivators are the small shrimp. Fish have their way of living and shrimp have their purpose. Since Jiang Yunshan was nurturing Jiang Fan and Jiang Rui as his favored disciples, he naturally took the time to explain. After saying this, he looked at Jiang Fan and suddenly asked, how has your spirit snake sword, which you previously refined, been doing? It has been fully refined. Jiang Fan replied straightforwardly. In that case, let me test your skills. Jiang Yunshan operated his true qi to the fullest, and a powerful aura surrounded him, forming a strong defensive power. In the next moment, the two appeared outside the large tent. Jiang Fan, give it your all, let me see your strength. This? Jiang Fan hesitated slightly. Stop being so indecisive. I am at the peak of Foundation Establishment. Do you really think you can defeat me? All right. Jiang Fan nodded, no longer hesitating, and controlled his true qi to instantly summon the spirit snake sword from his dantian. A virtual image of the spirit snake appeared behind Jiang Fan, its mouth spitting out an apricot, exuding a chilling sword intent, which was indeed the 6th layer of the Spirit Snake Sword Classic. Spirit Snake bowing. However, Jiang Fan did not use his full strength, but held back to maintain roughly the level of the 6th layer of the Spirit Snake Sword Classic. Swish! A beam of sword light flew out, pressing toward Jiang Yunshan. Indeed, it is the Spirit Snake bowing of the 6th layer of the Sword Classic. I truly did not misjudge you. Come on. At the same moment, a brilliant light erupted from within Jiang Yunshan, a fierce, true qi bursting forth. The sword light and true qi collided. Jiang Yunshan was even more shocked in his heart. Jiang Fan's sword strike was already worthy of his serious attention. It even gave him the feeling that Jiang Fan might be able to defeat him. What a joke! He was at the peak of foundation establishment, while the other was merely at qi refining. Jiang Fan, I am going to use my full strength now. After the sparring session, Jiang Yunshan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. The power of this sword is enough to rival a full-force strike from a foundation establishment cultivator. Although it is still lacking compared to my own, it is quite extraordinary for the qi refinement realm. Jiang Fan, you have indeed not disappointed me. Jiang Yunshan said this on the surface, but felt quite ashamed in his heart. When did he have to take a mere qi refinement cultivator so seriously? This Jiang Fan truly has exceptional talent. The strength of the Grand Elder is still formidable. Jiang Fan complimented as usual. In reality, he was using his own true qi at the 9th level of qi refinement, and the Spirit Snake Sword Classic was not fully activated. If he were to use the sword spirit body to channel his true qi combined with the full activation of the 7th layer of the Spirit Snake Sword Classic, he could easily suppress a beginner foundation establishment cultivator. With a powerful physique and a mid-foundation establishment divine sense, he could likely match some mid-foundation establishment cultivators. Of course, he still had some distance to cover to compete with a perfected foundation establishment cultivator like the Grand Elder. Haha, you need not flatter me. The Jiang family will ultimately be handed over to you young ones. However, seeing your strength, I can rest assured to entrust this task to you. What instructions does the Grand Elder have? Jiang Fan perked up knowing that the main point of today was coming. Recently, we set a formation at the spiritual vein in conjunction with the Shangwan family, restricting those with a maximum cultivation of qi refinement completion from entering the spiritual vein. The main purpose of this is to temper the younger generation of each family while also reducing the losses of foundation establishment experts before the final battle. To this end, the Shangwan family has dispatched a powerful qi refinement completion cultivator named Shangwan Lei. This person is extremely vicious and strong with almost no rivals in the qi refinement realm. We have already lost several latest-stage qi refinement disciples. If we allow him to remain so arrogant, it may affect the morale of the entire Jiang family. So do we need to send someone to deal with him? Jiang Fan proactively suggested. Jiang Yunshan nodded. Clever. I have pondered this candidate for a long time, and I have ultimately decided that it will be you. Originally, Jiang Yunshan had some hesitation, but after the sparring with Jiang Fan, he was completely convinced. It's him. Jiang Fan felt a bit wistful, not expecting that there would be an unavoidable task so soon. Regarding this, Jiang Fan was already prepared. His current cultivation was only at the 9th level of qi refinement, and the difficulty of the task would not exceed the qi refinement realm. If he were to face a foundation establishment expert, he would absolutely refuse. However, if it were just dealing with some qi refinement cultivators, then it was still something he could consider. Are there no other experts in the family? Jiang Fan asked curiously. Jiang Yunshan shook his head, and then said with a hint of amusement, naturally, there are many talents within the Jiang clan. However, this operation is not only to showcase the Jiang family's might, but also serves as a test for you. Though he said this, he also thought the same, as it was a perfect opportunity to test Jiang Fan's abilities. Of course, in reality, there were no geniuses in Qingyuan town who could match Shangwan Lei. But he couldn't say that Jiang Fan was now the only option. That would be embarrassing. So it is. Jiang Fan smiled awkwardly. It seemed there was no way to avoid this. The only good news was that the target of the task was just a qi refinement completion fellow, so it wasn't something to be overly concerned about. Rest assured, the reward for this task is extremely generous. After you complete it, in addition to the merits earned in battle, I will also apply to the family for a foundation establishment pill for you to assist you in breaking through to the foundation establishment realm as soon as possible. Jiang Yunshan was aware of the difficulty of this task, so he directly offered Jiang Fan an extremely high condition. Understood, Grand Elder. I will do my utmost. Jiang Fan nodded helplessly, knowing that he had no choice but to accept this task. Fortunately, the spiritual vein was currently quite safe, with only some qi refinement cultivators present, posing almost no threat to him. Additionally, here are some healing elixirs and a low-grade spirit armor. You already have a low-grade spirit weapon, the Spirit Snake Sword. If you have too many spirit weapons, you won't be able to utilize them. This armor requires little true qi to activate, making it suitable for you. I hope you can return safely to complete this task. Jiang Yunshan then tossed Jiang Fan a storage bag, taking great care of him. Thank you, Grand Elder. Jiang Fan gratefully accepted the armor. Go. Shortly, I will have someone deliver Shangwan Lei's information to you. Prepare yourself and head to the spiritual vein. After leaving the camp, Jiang Fan did not linger on the streets, but went straight home. Yang Yun quickly noticed Jiang Fan's emotional fluctuations and promptly made a cup of tea. Husband, do you have something on your mind? It's nothing, just a small matter. Jiang Fan waved his hand. This trip was also considered Jiang Fan's first battle after leaving the family. He needed to think it through carefully. It would be best to settle this quickly and return to cultivation early. During his time in the family, Jiang Fan had participated in many training exercises. The Jiang family was passionate about battle, and the disciples frequently participated in various campaigns. As long as they were part of the Jiang family, this was a common occurrence. While thinking, he took a sip of the tea in his hand. "Oh, this tastes good. I'm glad you like it, husband. I've been learning to make tea recently, so I wouldn't be left with nothing to do besides cultivation," Yang Yun said with a cheerful smile. "Yun has become skilled." Jiang Fan pinched Yang Yun's nose, a form of praise. Yang Yun smiled proudly, and after some warmth, she cautiously said, "Husband, someone from the Yang family came this morning. They mentioned that in a while it will be my father's 60th birthday. If possible, I hope you can accompany me back. If you have matters to attend to, I will refuse them." "Your father's 60th birthday, huh?" Jiang Fan paused. Ever since he married Yang Yun, he had never met her family. However, it wasn't surprising. The customs of this world were more conservative. Once a daughter married out, it was like spilled water, and they rarely returned to their parents' home. Moreover, with the disparity in status between both sides, there was naturally little opportunity to return. Jiang Fan had no need to curry favor with his father-in-law, like an ordinary person. However, since it was his wife's request, Jiang Fan naturally would not refuse. "Since Yun wants to go, then I will accompany you back, and also meet my father-in-law." Yang Yun immediately erupted with joy like a young girl upon hearing this. "Great. Father values face the most. If he knows you will be coming back, he will definitely be very happy. Then I will conveniently prepare a grand gift for my father-in-law." Jiang Fan planned to give the longevity pill he had received from Jiang Yunshan, which he had not consumed, as a gift. This longevity pill, which can add 10 years to the lifespan of a cultivator, allows mortals to live without illness until they reach 110 years old, making it a top-tier gift for mortals. As for Jiang Fan himself, he was about to break through to foundation establishment. After that, the golden core would not be a problem. Lifespan was not an issue for Jiang Fan at all. Moreover, this was just an ordinary longevity pill that added 10 years, not a top-grade longevity pill that added 100 years, so Jiang Fan naturally did not care. "Thank you, husband." Yang Yun was full of joy. She did not know Jiang Fan's thoughts, as she only knew that even after Jiang Fan became a foundation establishment cultivator, he would still satisfy her needs. This made her very content. At the same time, she silently made up her mind. "I must also work hard to cultivate and break through to become a grandmaster to keep up with my husband's pace." Not long after Jiang Fan returned home, the messenger from the Grand Elder came to the door delivering all the information about Shangwan Lei. After reading the information, Jiang Fan did not set off immediately, but decided to delay his departure for 3 days. After all, there was something whose progress was nearing completion. After 3 days, Jiang Fan's hard work in cultivation finally bore fruit. The awakening progress of his physique reached 100%. Previously, the talent of the sword path awakened was the sword spirit body. "Oh, I wonder what kind of talent Yun will contribute to me," Jiang Fan recalled. Among the Jiang family, there were very few instances of awakening physique talents, with only a few recorded. Not to mention the Jiang family, even the entire Shu nation had very few. After all, even body cultivators were a niche group, let alone physique talents. However, once a physique talent awakens, it is extraordinarily powerful. The body cultivators of Shu Nation are typically those who can fight beyond their level. Because of this, Jiang Fan was filled with curiosity about his physique talent. Physique talent breakthrough. "Congratulations, you have awakened a special physique talent, primordial true body." Jiang Fan looked at the breakthrough information in front of him, pondering for a moment, yet found no information. This thing seems to have never appeared in the Jiang family, or even the entire Shu Nation. I haven't even heard of it before. Jiang Fan rubbed his fingers, noting that there were no examples of this talent. However, there was a crucial piece of information. The next phase of awakening progress was actually 2000, which was twice that of the Sword God body. In other words, the advanced talent is more powerful than the Sword God body. Let's first see what abilities this talent possesses. Jiang Fan closed his eyes to comprehend, and after several breaths, he gained a complete understanding of his primordial true body. Simply put, a cultivator who awakens the primordial true body has physical capabilities several times greater than those of ordinary cultivators. Whether it is recovery ability, cultivation efficiency, or reaction speed in battle, all far exceed those of normal cultivators. Both night combat and intense battles would see significant enhancements. Moreover, there would be no restrictions on any attributes from then on. No matter what attribute the spiritual energy is, Jiang Fan can absorb it through the primordial true body. Additionally, it possesses a special ability. After devouring all attribute spiritual entities, he can quickly recover his true chi and injuries. It seems this is a physique with exceptionally strong comprehensive abilities, healing capabilities, and a special devouring ability. Although it doesn't have particularly heaven-defying effects, it allows one's strength to far exceed that of peers. Such a talent perfectly compensates for Jiang Fan's lack of overwhelming combat power and absence of recovery methods. In this case, the life-saving methods when entering the spiritual vein would be much stronger. It is simply like adding wings to a tiger. Now that both the sword path talent and physique talent have broken through, my strength has far surpassed that of ordinary chi refining cultivators. Coupled with life-saving methods, entering the spiritual vein under such circumstances is much safer. A glint of excitement flashed in Jiang Fan's eyes. Now his combat power could easily turn even a foundation establishment cultivator to ashes. Once prepared, Jiang Fan did not linger any longer in Qingyuan town. After a brief farewell to Jiang Ying and Yang Yun, he actively moved toward the direction of the spiritual vein. Before setting off, Jiang Fan specifically changed into a set of Jiang family disciple attire, completely disguising himself as a Jiang family disciple at the 9th level of Qi refining. For this reason, Jiang Fan also specifically swapped for a high-grade spiritual weapon, the Spirit Snake sword, to carry in hand, while the previously low-grade Spirit Snake sword was stored in his dantian. Outdoors, one's identity is self-assigned. Although Jiang Fan appeared to be at the 9th level of Qi refining when the time was critical, his true Qi cultivation at the initial stage of foundation establishment could easily erupt. This identity of being at the 9th level of Qi refining was perfect for fishing. Exiting Qingyuan town, the distance to the spiritual vein was over 100 miles. For cultivators, over 100 miles was merely the effort of half an hour. Of course, if one were a top-tier sword practitioner, they could reach the edge of the spiritual vein in less than half an hour. Previously, Jiang Fan had never left Qingyuan town, having always been confined to the town for cultivation. After all, he was only a minor Qi refining cultivator before. If he encountered some powerful demon beasts, wouldn't he be doomed? Half an hour later, a rich spiritual energy continuously surged into Jiang Fan's meridians from all directions. The high-grade with spiritual root was indeed powerful. Even if Jiang Fan did not cultivate, as long as he approached areas rich in spiritual energy, it would automatically absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Though it was quite slow, it was significantly stronger than ordinary spiritual roots. This was merely high-grade. If it became a top-grade with spiritual root, it would likely absorb spiritual energy faster than low-grade spiritual roots, even without cultivation. Such rich spiritual energy. Is this the spiritual vein? The intensity of the spiritual vein here was at least second-tier, sufficient for a foundation establishment cultivator's needs. Jiang Fan was secretly astonished. Previously, during his time in the Jiang family, he had cultivated on a second-tier spiritual vein. Now that he returned to a second-tier spiritual vein, he instantly understood the gap between him and those with high-grade spiritual roots. Moreover, since Jiang Fan's divine sense had already reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, the world before him was already different. He vaguely saw a gigantic spiritual energy dragon coiling and winding, seemingly endless. It resembled a colossal deity lying upon the mountains and overlooking everything within the mountain range. The surrounding cultivators continuously surged in like flying insects, greedily consuming its spiritual energy. Even Jiang Fan, after a moment of shock, chose to dive into the dragon's body. As twilight descended, a gentle breeze swept through the spiritual vein, causing the entire forest to undulate like waves. Jiang Fan flicked his fingers lightly against the sword hilt, and the spirit snake sword emitted a clear dragon's cry, shooting forth like a bullet. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the pile of dry leaves ahead. The sword light pierced through the sky like a blue rainbow, and before the black rock wolf, which had just poked its head out 3 zhang away, could howl, it had already burst forth with blood at its 7-inch mark. With a slight shake of his wrist, Jiang Fan's sword chi spiraled perfectly within the wolf's corpse. This was the 3rd layer technique of the spirit snake sword classic, known as snake shedding, which could shatter the internal organs without harming the pelt. A mid-stage black rock wolf of the 1st tier is indeed a rare find. As the dagger slid out of its deer hide sheath, it glinted coldly, and within 3 breaths the wolf's skin was completely stripped. The pelt of the earth attribute demon wolf had a cold, hard texture akin to that of or radiating a ghostly blue sheen in the twilight. After simply processing the wolf meat, Jiang Fan began to cook. As a transmigrator, cooking was a fundamental skill, and grilling with cumin and chili was an instinctive action. After a moment, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. As Jiang Fan took a bite, the demon wolf meat lingered in his mouth with a delightful chewiness combined with the faint scent of spiritual energy, creating a sublime fusion of taste and soul. Truly delicious. After a few bites, Jiang Fan's divine sense suddenly stirred. Oh, is someone coming? From the bushes several zhang away came the sound of fabric rustling. Jiang Fan pretended to bend down to add firewood, while his left hand quietly formed a seal. A hint of pine resin mingled with the aroma of the roasted meat. As the wolf leg meat reached 7/10 cooked, the ground trembled ever so slightly. Jiang Fan was slightly surprised. This was not an ordinary earth escape technique, but the earth dragon turns recorded in the 5 elements secret essentials. It required the expenditure of a significant amount of true qi to execute at the level of qi training. Boom. At the moment the earth and stone exploded, Jiang Fan's figure flickered and appeared atop a tree. Looking at the chaotic ground below and the half-cooked wolf meat beside him, he couldn't help but sigh. What a waste. Then he took another bite of wolf meat. You managed to evade. A hoarse voice came from the ground. Don't hold back, let's deal with this brat together. Four figures instantly appeared from the north, south, east, and west surrounding Jiang Fan. The four individuals were dressed differently, not wearing any family attire, seemingly scattered cultivators. It was uncertain whether they were helping the Jiang family or the Li family. After all, the heads of the Jiang family could be exchanged for money with the Li family, while the heads of the Li family could be exchanged for military merit with the Jiang family. Many scattered cultivators would kill on both sides, profiting from both. A cultivation level of the 9th layer of Qi training, no problem. One of them suddenly shouted, clearly confirming that Jiang Fan's cultivation was within their reach. Upon hearing this, a tall cultivator immediately said, Kid, daring to roast meat in the spiritual vein, you family disciples truly do not know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. In the current spiritual vein, hunters were lurking almost everywhere. Actions like roasting meat were akin to lighting a lantern in the darkness, inviting others to approach. Jiang Fan glanced at the group, feeling slightly disappointed. You may leave. I only intend to kill those from the Shangwan family, the rest have nothing to do with me. He had originally wanted to lure Shangwan Lei, but unexpectedly, several times, all he encountered were small fry. Having spent a full day in the spiritual vein, Jiang Fan felt he had missed too many cultivation opportunities. Ha, truly arrogant. Today, falling into our hands, it's your good fortune, kid. Hand over your storage bag and magical artifacts, and we will let you go, otherwise you will wish you were dead. The tall cultivator spoke again, but did not strike immediately. Instead, he resorted to threats. All right, I surrender. They'll give you this magical artifact. Jiang Fan feigned a helpless expression, then the spirit snake sword flew out from his hand and charged toward the tall cultivator. It should have been like this. What? The cultivator initially rejoiced, only for his expression to change drastically. Because Jiang Fan was not handing him a magical artifact, but instead was attacking him. Instinctively, he dodged to avoid the surprise attack of the spirit snake sword, but before he could react, the sword circled back and pierced him from behind, sending a chill through him. You actually went back on your word. The cultivator's eyes widened, incredulous at Jiang Fan's betrayal. Altogether, kill him. The other three, seeing their companion slain by Jiang Fan, were instantly enraged and charged at him. 5th layer of the Spirit Snake Sword Classic, Sword Qi takes form. Jiang Fan's expression was indifferent as he quickly formed seals with his hands. The Spirit Snake Sword nearby split into 5, one being the main body, and the other 4 were Sword Qi. 3 beams of sword light surged forth to attack. In an instant, he decimated another opponent. The attacks of the remaining 2 had long been deduced by Jiang Fan's divine sense, allowing him to evade effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 4 villains had been killed, and the remaining 2 could no longer be oblivious. They realized they had encountered a formidable opponent. Damn it, we've run into a genius sword cultivator from the Jiang family. Run, split up, and escape. The 2 did not hesitate, one going left and the other right, fleeing in separate directions. Jiang Fan waved his large hand and casually pursued one of them. That person was pierced by Jiang Fan's sword Qi, dying on the spot. The other, however, fled without looking back, showing no remorse for the death of his companion. Jiang Fan turned his gaze toward the fleeing figure, not giving chase, but silently watching as he disappeared from view. That's the 5th one. At this rate, I should have made a name for myself in this spiritual vein battlefield, right? Jiang Fan pondered, having let that person go intentionally. The goal was to announce his arrival far and wide. This was also part of Jiang Fan's well-thought-out plan. Now that Shangwan Lei was in the dark and he too was in the dark, their encounters were akin to headless flies colliding, a situation with a very low probability. Moreover, Jiang Fan's time was precious. He did not intend to waste it. Although in the Grand Elder's view, completing a task in a month or even several months was no problem. But Jiang Fan could not stay here for months. Thus, after confirming that there were no Foundation establishment cultivators within the spiritual vein battlefield, he decisively adopted this strategy. Since Shangwan Lei was openly slaughtering Jiang family disciples, he would counter by openly slaughtering Shangwan family disciples, forcing Shangwan Lei to take action. Jiang Fan employed a true strategy of open warfare. If you don't come out, it'll continue to diminish your Shangwan family's prestige. If you do come out, then you've fallen into my trap, and either way Jiang Fan won't suffer losses. After all, there were no Foundation establishment cultivators here, and no one could contend with him. Jiang Fan even had backup plans prepared. If Shangwan Lei preferred to be a tortoise and never sought him out. Jiang Fan just needed to save money. He quickly collected the storage bags of the 3 individuals. Scattered cultivators had their advantages, particularly their tendency to carry their wealth on them. Upon rough estimation, the storage bags of these 3 individuals contained dozens of low-grade spirit stones, and with the assorted items they amounted to 300 to 400 spirit stones. Indeed, killing and setting fires brings in quick money. This no-cost venture is the fastest way to earn. High risk, high reward. Once he saved up 3,000 spirit stones, Jiang Fan wouldn't care whether Shangwan Lei appeared. He would choose to return directly. He would first buy a top-grade spiritual artifact, the Spirit Snake Sword, and then refine it with his sword spirit body. By then his cultivation would be comparable to the later stage of foundation establishment, allowing him to slaughter Shangwan Lei with ease. In this way, both his cultivation tasks would be accomplished. It was only the first day and Jiang Fan had already killed 5 waves of people, earning nearly 1,000 spirit stones. At this rate, in 3 days, regardless of whether Shangwan Lei had found him, Jiang Fan could return. Lei Gu, there's been a development in the spiritual vein. Are you saying that a disciple from the Jiang family has appeared publicly at the spiritual vein and declared that he will only kill members of the Shangwan family? Inside the camp, Shangwan Lei stroked his chin, finding the news rather strange. As an outstanding member of his family, he was sent to the spiritual vein battlefield not only to earn achievements, but also to stabilize the morale of the family. Now that a person similar to him had appeared across the way, he could easily guess the situation. Looks like I have to take action. I hope he is truly a genius. Brother Lei, could there be a trap? Another person asked with some worry. Of course it's a trap. The opponent is clearly here to bait me. Shangwan Lei smiled calmly. Then, Brother Lei, are we still going? Yes, why not? The spiritual vein battlefield has long been set with formations by the 2 great families. Once a foundation establishment cultivator enters, both sides will receive a warning. As long as he is not a major foundation establishment cultivator, what do I, Shangwan Lei, have to fear? No matter how many traps there are, they are merely wooden traps, while I am the true beast. Shangwan Lei was full of confidence. Not only did he possess a perfected qi refinement cultivation, but he was also a master of poison techniques, making it difficult for anyone below foundation establishment to match him. If the opponent is a genius, then it would suit his purpose perfectly. He could just destroy a genius from the Jiang family. The thought excited Shangwan Lei. However, Shangwan Lei was not reckless. Knowing there was a trap, he certainly would not go alone, but would gather members of the Shangwan family nearby. Once something unexpected happened, he would be ready to launch a direct attack. It was a foolproof plan. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan, feeling hungry, searched for an excellent barbecue flavor again. Brother Shangwan, I've already accumulated about 1,500 spirit stones worth of treasures. If you don't come soon, I might just head back. Jiang Fan mumbled while roasting the rabbit meat in his hands. After a few breaths, he suddenly sensed something. This aura, good heavens, more than 10 people. Is that you, Brother Shangwan? His mid-foundation establishment divine sense could clearly cover an area of 30 to 40 feet and even detect auras from several miles away. With more than 10 people appearing at once, Jiang Fan knew he had hooked a big fish. Even if it wasn't Shangwan Lei, this group would be enough for him to earn a few hundred spirit stones and head home early. After 10 breaths, a rabbit came running wildly towards Jiang Fan. Is this the kind of trick you're using? Interesting. Jiang Fan's figure flashed as he took to the skies on his sword. The position where he originally stood saw the puppet rabbit suddenly explode, creating a huge toxic mist. Isn't it said that your Shangwan family is despicable? You enjoy these little tricks. Jiang Fan fixed his gaze ahead where a figure was standing. It looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Only one person had shown themselves, the other 10 or so were hiding in the surroundings, but many of their auras seemed similar, indicating they were likely members of the Shangwan family practicing the same technique. Have I really brought Shangwan Lei here? 9th layer of Qi refinement. Interesting, it seems your Jiang family really is out of options, sending you here to die. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Shangwan Lei sneered contemptuously, as the other party was not even at perfected Qi refinement, merely at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, which was truly laughable. It really is you, Shangwan Lei. Jiang Fan focused on the other party. Before coming here, he had already seen a recording of Shangwan Lei to ensure he wouldn't mistake him. In that case, there was no need to continue acting. You really did come looking for me. What a mayfly shaking a tree, overestimating yourself. Die. A wave of toxic mist erupted from Shangwan Lei's body, quickly attaching itself to his true energy. This was a unique poison technique cultivated by Shangwan Lei. Anyone who fought with him would be disturbed by the toxic mist, leading to block true energy at best, and severed meridians, resulting in explosion and death at worst. Thanks to this method, Shangwan Lei was able to secure his position on the entire spiritual vein battlefield. Unfortunately, he would never understand that Jiang Fan would not engage him in battle. 6th stage of the Spirit Snake, Sword Manual. Spirit Snake Bows. A sword energy erupted from Jiang Fan's dantian, revealing a spirit snake, sword of low-grade spirit artifact quality. A massive white spirit snake materialized behind Jiang Fan, resembling a deity, disdainfully looking upon everything before it. Its eyes were like abysses, and it swirled with a terrifying and disdainful sword energy. Seeing this situation, Shangwan Lei's expression changed dramatically. Spirit Snake Bows from the 6th stage of the Spirit Snake Sword Manual. This is a technique of foundation establishment level. How could you possibly know this move? As his sworn enemy, Shangwan Lei naturally knew some of the Jiang family's top techniques, with the Spirit Snake Sword Manual being one of them. According to custom, Spirit Snake Bows was a technique from the Foundation Establishment chapter. For someone at the Qi refinement stage to be able to learn this was a talent among talents, and they must have reached perfected Qi refinement. It could not possibly be someone at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. However, he had no time to ponder. One moment of negligence could cost him his life. Not good. The young master is in trouble. Act quickly. Form the formation. Form the formation. The dozen or so members of the Shangwan family who had been lurking around finally sprang into action, originally intending to encircle Jiang Fan, but now they found themselves rushing to save Shangwan Lei. But now it was all too late. The enormous spirit snake slowly bowed its head, unleashing a terrifying sword energy that roared through the entire forest. Swish! Its speed was so great that it arrived at Shangwan Lei's chest in the blink of an eye. Damn it, activate it now. Shangwan Lei's body trembled in fear as he hurriedly activated all the defensive artifacts in his possession, not caring about using them multiple times. All he knew was that if he took this move, he would surely die. Boom! A beam of light enveloped Shangwan Lei. It was a low-grade spirit artifact given to him by an elder of the Shangwan family, sufficient to withstand a full-force attack from a Foundation Establishment cultivator. With a crashing sound, the sword light struck the beam of light. The two forces erupted around Shangwan Lei, and the jade pendant on him shattered at the same time. Fortunately for him, Jiang Fan's sword light also dissipated. Haha, I'm not dead. Seeing this, Shangwan Lei was overjoyed, and when he looked at Jiang Fan again, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Fool, to forcibly activate the 6th stage of the Spirit Snake Sword Manual at the Qi refinement stage, thinking to kill me. Now that you have used that move, it's my turn. Shangwan Lei surged forward, attacking Jiang Fan. An attack at the Foundation Establishment level could only be triggered once by someone at the Qi refinement stage. This was common knowledge, and afterward the Qi refinement cultivator would be completely drained, becoming a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Jiang Fan was only at the 9th layer of Qi refinement and would be easily slaughtered. If not, then what is the point of being at the Qi refinement stage? You might as well be a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Therefore, after Jiang Fan's outburst, Shangwan Lei charged forward without hesitation, intent on avenging himself. Seeing this, Jiang Fan was not frightened, but rather delighted. He had been worried that Shangwan Lei would run away, but unexpectedly the other party charged right at him. Haha, brother Shangwan, just in time. The enormous spirit snake phantom coalesced once more, and the lethal aura of oppression re-emerged. This time it left Shangwan Lei utterly bewildered. What? He widened his eyes, unable to fathom how Jiang Fan still had the strength to unleash the spirit snake salute again after already doing so once. Shouldn't he be just a Qi refinement cultivator? Shouldn't such power belong only to those at the Foundation Establishment stage? Cut him down. With a single strike, Shangwan Lei found himself with nowhere to retreat. The only protective jade pendant he had was shattered moments ago, leaving him to face the spirit snake, Sword Qi Heiden. No, it's impossible. How could you unleash a second strike? In a tremendous roar, Shangwan Lei was obliterated in a single blow. After all, the spirit snake salute was a technique of the Foundation Establishment stage. How could it be blocked continuously by a mere Qi refinement cultivator? The sword Qi surged down, tearing Shangwan Lei into shreds of flesh in midair, leaving no chance of survival. Done. After slaying Shangwan Lei, Jiang Fan appeared relaxed, finally completing his task. Young master, brother Lei. With Shangwan Lei's death, the expressions of the surrounding members of the Shangwan family changed drastically. They had never expected that Shangwan Lei could be so easily slain amidst their heavy protection. The most critical point was that the opponent was clearly just a Qi refinement cultivator, yet he had managed to unleash 2 Foundation Establishment strikes in succession. It was truly unfathomable. But now everyone had but one thought: revenge. Kill him, avenge the young master. He's only at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. He must be out of energy now. In their minds, Jiang Fan, being only at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, surely had no energy left after 2 consecutive strikes. This was the perfect time to attack. You came at just the right time. I didn't want to go looking for each of you individually. Dealing with you all doesn't require the spirit snake salute. Jiang Fan snorted lightly, and the spirit snake's sword in his hand split into 5, and then into 25, forming a massive sword Qi that swept in all directions. Spirit snake sword, classic 5th layer sword Qi transformation. Whoosh. 25 streams of sword Qi surged forth like a tsunami, sweeping outwards. Those Qi refinement disciples had never witnessed such a scene in a Qi battle. Under the onslaught of the sword, Qi 4 or 5 of them perished on the spot. In that moment, everyone recognized the disparity between the two sides. He was not an opponent that could be defeated by sheer numbers. This person is a hidden Foundation establishment sword cultivator. Damn it, why didn't the formation give us a warning? Scatter and flee. With 4 or 5 dead instantly, even the well-trained Shangwan family could not withstand such losses. Their morale crumbled in an instant. The remaining people scattered in all directions. Once you come, don't think you can leave. Jiang Fan's expression was indifferent. These guys had come to besiege him, so they should be prepared to die here. Whoosh. The 25 streams of sword Qi seemed to have a mind of their own, sweeping outwards and reaping the lives of these Qi refinement cultivators. This was only possible because Jiang Fan possessed a Foundation establishment divine sense, though otherwise an ordinary Qi refinement cultivator could never control so many sword Qis. At that moment, the battlefield had turned into a one-sided massacre. Under Jiang Fan's divine sense suppression, those Qi refinement cultivators could scarcely even hope to escape, ultimately becoming the nourishment for Jiang Fan's sword Qi. In merely 10 breaths of time, all 15 members of the Shangwan family had perished under Jiang Fan's sword Qi. Done, let's wrap it up. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Fan swept up all the storage bags, then took his leave without a moment's hesitation. As for the corpses, he would leave them for the beasts to deal with. Moments later, Jiang Fan arrived at another safe location, stopping to prepare to tally up his spoils. With over a dozen people, I wonder how many spirit stones I can earn this time. Jiang Fan was filled with anticipation. Aside from Shangwan Lei's reputation, he surely wouldn't be weak. Sure enough, within Shangwan Lei's storage bag there were hundreds of spirit stones, several magical artifacts, and quite a few odds and ends. In addition, there was a strange token that caught Jiang Fan's attention. Inga? Why is it again Inga? Previously, when Jiang Fan had slain those loose cultivators, he had also obtained a token from Inga, thinking it was some odd organization, but now that Shangwan Lei had won as well, it piqued his curiosity. Perhaps there was indeed a mysterious force hidden within this spiritual vein. After some thought, Jiang Fan decided to keep the token, or it might come in handy in the future. After searching through the rest, Jiang Fan was somewhat disappointed. Shangwan Lei's wealth was surprisingly mediocre. He then proceeded to loot the storage bags of the other Shangwan family disciples. Surprisingly few were wealthy, most only carried cultivation techniques and healing elixirs along with some magical artifacts with nothing of significant value left. It seems that to get rich I still need to hunt those affluent loose cultivators. This is the difference between family disciples and loose cultivators. Family disciples usually leave their wealth at home when executing tasks, carrying only useful items with them. Loose cultivators, on the other hand, live for today. Most of their treasures are carried with them. After all, if they die, it's all over anyway. Fortunately, this time the number of Shangwan family disciples he killed was substantial, and the combined value of the magical artifacts and spirit stones in these storage bags was close to 3,000 spirit stones. Adding what he had accumulated previously, Jiang Fan's spirit stones now approached 5,000. Indeed, to become rich, robbery is the quickest way. Jiang Fan's eyes gleamed with excitement. After looting all the treasures from the storage bags, he had no intention of lingering in the spiritual vein and headed straight for Qingyuan town. It had been 2 days since he left. It was time to return to cultivation. Inside the Jiang family's camp in Qingyuan town, Jiang Fan immediately sensed that the atmosphere within the camp was somewhat off. Many seemed to be holding their breath, unable to vent their frustrations. Jiang Fan, why are you back? A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Jiang Fan looked at the speaker, recognizing him as Jiang Lianhai, the steward beside the Grand Elder Jiang Yunshan, who had a special relationship with the Grand Elder. I have completed the task and naturally returned, Jiang Fan replied honestly. What? You have already completed the task? Jiang Lianhai's expression changed in surprise. He was momentarily taken aback before his face broke into a joyous grin, quickly lowering his voice. So you mean to say you've successfully slain Shangwan Lei? Jiang Fan nodded. It was just a mere Qi refinement completion. Was it worth such excitement? Great. Jiang Fan, follow me. Your return is perfectly timed today. Jiang Lianhai's expression was filled with delight as he grabbed Jiang Fan and headed towards the main tent. Inside the tent, besides the Jiang family's Foundation establishment cultivators, there were a few special guests. To Jiang Fan's surprise, they were the enemies of the Jiang family, the people from the Shangwan family. Jiang Lianhai coughed lightly at the entrance, then spoke aloud. Grand Elder Jiang Fan has returned. Quick, let Jiang Fan in. From within the large tent, the excited voice of Jiang Yunshan could be heard. Jiang Fan felt a bit puzzled, but still swiftly entered the tent. Elder Jiang Fan has fulfilled his duty. Jiang Fan's voice remained calm, but it carried an undeniable sharpness. Having returned after killing Shangwan Lei, bloodstains bloomed like roses on Jiang Fan's collar, reflecting an eerie sheen under the light, faintly revealing the breathtaking battle that had just transpired. He stepped slowly into the conference hall, his gaze sweeping over each person. Aside from some familiar Foundation establishment elders, he surprisingly spotted several outsiders. The atmosphere in the large tent suddenly turned tense. Jiang Fan, what do you mean by this? We are discussing crucial matters. How can we allow a junior to enter? Shangguan Xiong glanced at Jiang Fan, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes, yet he maintained his composure while addressing Jiang Fan. He was not alone in this thought. Many Foundation establishment elders of the Jiang family also looked bewildered. It seemed Jiang Fan didn't hear and instead turned his head to retort. What did you just say? Now that everyone is present, you can repeat it. At this remark, before Shangguan Xiong could react, many Foundation establishment elders were taken aback. Although they had heard Jiang Fan value Jiang Fan, they had not expected him to allow the latter to attend a meeting reserved for Foundation establishment elders. Such a level of attention was indeed rare. However, at this moment, everyone's focus remained on Shangguan Xiong, and Jiang Fan's sudden appearance was merely seen as Jiang Yunshan's cultivation of him. Shangguan Xiong snorted coldly, standing in the center of the conference hall with a proud smile on his face. He raised his head and disregarded Jiang Fan, looking condescendingly at the Jiang family members. Everyone, the matter is quite clear. The spiritual vein will completely manifest in 10 months. During this time, we must reinforce the formation and not allow any Foundation establishment cultivators to enter. Otherwise, if scattered Foundation establishment cultivators infiltrate, the losses to both our families will be incalculable. His words carried an undeniable authority, as if the Shangguan family was already the absolute victor in this ongoing struggle. Jiang Yunshan's expression remained unchanged, but the other Jiang family cultivators couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, does Shangguan family truly think that our Jiang family has no one left? I heard that Shangguan Lei is insidious and cunning with unmatched poison techniques. Many of our cultivators have already had their meridians ruined by him. This statement stirred something within Jiang Fan. He recalled that Jiang Ying had her meridians destroyed after battling someone from the Shangguan family, so it seemed Shangguan Lei was indeed highly suspicious. Thinking this, Jiang Fan touched the storage bag of Shangguan Lei hidden in his clothes, relieved to find its contents still intact. He hadn't disposed of it all at once and would need to examine it carefully later. Meanwhile, the hall was already buzzing with discussions. Recently, the Jiang family had suffered immense losses, while the Shangguan family had profited greatly from Shangguan Lei's tyranny, accumulating a substantial amount of spirit stones. If you are dissatisfied, we can completely re-establish the formation and redefine the agreement. Of course, you will need to pay a small price. Shangguan Xiong's voice was sharp and arrogant. It was precisely because of Shangguan Lei that the Shangguan family could hold an advantage over the spiritual vein, giving him the leverage in negotiations. Of course, there was another reason. Whether it was the Shangguan family or the Jiang family, both had not fully focused on the spiritual vein at this moment, or else they would have already fought fiercely with their elites fully deployed. Why should we resign? Let's continue with the current agreement, and when the spiritual vein is about to emerge, we can change it then. Jiang Yunshan's voice slowly rang out, sounding remarkably different from before. This sudden change took Shangguan Xiong by surprise. Previously, Jiang Yunshan had been eager to renegotiate the agreement. Jiang Yunshan, you must understand that currently my clan Shangguan Lei is unmatched within the spiritual vein. If you remain so stubborn, do you not care for the safety of your clan's juniors? Shangguan Xiong pressed. Yes, Elder Shangguan Lei, this master of poison is in the spiritual vein. That's why we dare not easily send our geniuses in, for a moment's negligence could lead to their loss. A Jiang family member immediately added. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. Something about this statement felt off. Ha ha ha, genius. Anyone scared of a mere Shangguan Lei is not worthy to be called a genius in my presence. Jiang Yunshan laughed heartily, completely disregarding their words. He glanced at Jiang Fan, his gaze filled with appreciation. Then his eyes transformed into a sharp sword, piercing directly into Shangguan Xiong's eyes. You can ask, is Shangguan Lei still alive? Huh. Shangguan Xiong was taken aback, vaguely sensing something amiss, especially after that young man entered. He felt something was off. He hurriedly took out a messaging talisman to inquire within the Shangguan family. After a few moments, several words gradually appeared on the talisman. Half an hour ago, Shangguan Lei's soul lamp has extinguished. What? Shangguan Lei is dead. Shangguan Xiong's face showed great shock, and he immediately turned to Jiang Fan. It was you. Did you kill Shangguan Lei? He killed Shangguan Lei. Who? Jiang Fan. Impossible. Oh, Shangguan Lei's poison is so sinister a refining chi cultivator cannot contend with him. Inside the camp, a wave of astonishment ensued. Previously, everyone had found Shangguan Lei quite troublesome solely due to his poison techniques being a lethal weapon against refining chi cultivators. This led to the fact that even if they had excellent juniors, they dared not easily allow them to enter the spiritual vein to achieve merit. Yet now a person suddenly appeared informing them that Shangguan Lei was dead. this was simply explosive news. I see Jiang Fan, the one who comprehended the 6th layer of the Spirit Snake Sword Manual. So it was him possessing Foundation Establishment means no wonder he could face Shangwan Lei without fear. Who is this person's descendant? How come I have never heard of him in the clan? Many people shifted from astonishment to curiosity, slaying Shangwan Lei and comprehending the 6th layer of the Spirit Snake Sword Manual. Each of those was commendable, and combined, he was a genius among geniuses. At this moment, Shangwan Xiong's expression was also fluctuating. He knew Shangwan Lei's strength and was aware that Shangwan Lei possessed a low-grade spirit weapon for protection. Simply comprehending the 6th layer of the Spirit Snake Sword Manual and awakening Foundation Establishment Divine Sense was not enough to kill Shangwan Lei. This Jiang Fan was far from being as simple as he appeared. His existence absolutely had to be reported to the family. If allowed to grow, he would pose a significant threat to the Shangwan family. Most critically, with Shangwan Lei's death, the entire battlefield dynamics of the spiritual vein were bound to change dramatically. With this in mind, Shangwan Xiong immediately turned around and said to Jiang Yunshan through gritted teeth, "Elder, today's matter cannot be discussed further. Allow me to consult with the family before any further actions." "He as you wish." Jiang Yunshan responded nonchalantly. "Jiang Fan, you did well. For this battle, you shall be greatly rewarded." Upon the departure of Su Guanxing, Jiang Yunshan generously praised Jiang Fan. This phrase, seemingly casual, conceals profound implications. Those present understood that Jiang Yunshan's nurturing of Jiang Fan was no mere coincidence. From the very first day Jiang Yunshan entered Qingyuan town, he had been secretly watching over and cultivating him. Whether in terms of resource support or additional care, Jiang Yunshan poured considerable effort into this investment, which has finally yielded rich rewards. The elder's praise was excessive. Jiang Fan humbly responded, though a sharp light flickered in his eyes. At this moment, many elders around cast appreciative glances. Not only is Jiang Fan powerful, but he is also humble, making him a promising talent. The elder's emphasis on him suggests he will be given focused training moving forward. He no need to be modest. According to our previous agreement, you have completed your task, and this Foundation Establishment pill shall serve as your reward. Jiang Yunshan was in high spirits and directly exchanged the reward on the spot. A vial of pills slid from Jiang Yunshan's hands, gently landing in Jiang Fan's grasp. This immediately drew the envy of many around. One must understand that the merit required for a Foundation Establishment pill is exceedingly high and not easily exchanged. If it were solely based on merit, one would need to defeat at least 3 early Foundation Establishment practitioners or 1 late Foundation Establishment practitioner to obtain it. A single Foundation Establishment pill essentially equates to greatly enhancing one's family's standing and strength. Without a doubt, this significantly boosts one's position and power within the family. Now Jiang Fan has received such a generous reward merely for slaying a perfected Qi refinement practitioner. Aside from the special circumstances surrounding that individual, Jiang Yunshan's generous treatment is also a crucial reason. Thank you, Elder. With this Foundation Establishment pill, I am sure to break through to Foundation Establishment within a year. Jiang Fan's expression was filled with joy, not only because of the Foundation Establishment pill, but also due to the opportunity to practice diligently. What a good child. I remember. He seems to be the child adopted by Jiang Nan. Our Jiang clan's younger generation is on the rise. A wave of admiration echoed among those present. That is splendid. Oh, I hope you break through soon, and do not miss the emergence of the spiritual vein a year from now. Jiang Yunshan nodded with a smile. 1 Foundation Establishment pill exchange for a Foundation Establishment grandmaster is undoubtedly a lucrative deal. Moreover, Jiang Fan's level in the Ling Snake Sword Cannon is exceptionally high. Once he breaks through to the Foundation Establishment level, his combat power will be formidable, far beyond that of ordinary Foundation Establishment practitioners. Subsequently, Jiang Yunshan briefly gave a few more instructions, and Jiang Fan then exited the main tent. Thus, Jiang Fan's first mission came to a successful conclusion. At the same time, Jiang Yunshan immediately reported the situation of the entire spiritual vein back to the family, while also updating them to receive further instructions from the Golden Core ancestors. As Jiang Yunshan reported, in accordance with family customs, news of significant victories and outstanding talents would be disseminated throughout the clan at the earliest opportunity. This time, Jiang Fan's slaying of Su Guanxing was undoubtedly among them. Along with it, the news of Jiang Fan cultivating the 6th layer of the Ling Snake Sword Cannon was also included. Inside the Jiang clan, Jiang Ying's father Jiang Nan was anxiously sipping tea. "Dear, do you think we should also make a trip to Qingyuan town?" "What for? You're just an old man. Oh, what more do you want to stir up?" Jiang Nan's wife Li Ruer responded impatiently. "Both Yinger and Jiang Fan are in Qingyuan town. I truly feel uneasy. Perhaps we should bring them back." Jiang Nan shook his head. "Bring them back for what? If you ask me, Jiang Fan is more reliable than you." With him looking after Jiang, I feel much more at ease. Jiang Nan. Bang. With a loud crash, Jiang Nan's small courtyard was abruptly burst open. Jiang Nan, brother, good news. Good news. It was indeed Jiang Nan's old friends who excitedly rushed in. What happened? Did the family's retirement subsidies increase again? Jiang Nan asked curiously. No, it's Jiang Fan. Oh, Jiang Fan has achieved success. What success? What on earth happened? Jiang Nan was still somewhat confused. The child you adopted, Jiang Fan, has slain a peerless genius from the Su family, and he has broken through to the 6th layer of the Ling Snake Sword Canon. He is sure to become a prominent figure in Foundation establishment. One person immediately explained. Brother Jiang Nan, you truly are fortunate to have adopted a prodigy. I heard Jiang Ying is still in Qingyuan town. Brother Jiang Nan, this is simply a dragon-in-law situation. You old rascal, weren't you just saying that Brother Jiang Nan brought a wolf into the house? Another person immediately pointed out the inconsistency. Mere rumors. Haha, has Jiang Fan also become a guaranteed Foundation establishment figure? Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled, and he couldn't help but recall Jiang Fan toasting him, filling his heart with joy. Dear, quickly prepare 2 dishes and a pot of wine today. I want to drink to my heart's content with my brothers. You old man, are you no longer worried about Yinger? Li Ruer chuckled, teasing him. With Jiang Fan as my dragon-in-law, why would I still need to worry? Wait a moment, Brother Jiang Nan, your daughter isn't engaged to Jiang Fan yet, right? By the way, my niece is 28 this year. How about you play matchmaker? Go away. Within the courtyard, news of Jiang Fan transformed Jiang Nan's mood from worry to elation. Especially knowing that Jiang Fan has now stepped into the realm of Foundation establishment, he felt a sense of pride. After all, he was the one who raised him. In stark contrast, in another place within the affairs hall, Jiang Hu's complexion turned ashen upon learning the latest news. Jiang Fan slaying Su Guanqing. Good, very good. I never expected that an inconspicuous Jiang clan youth would grow to such remarkable achievements today. He gazed ahead, his initial shock slowly morphing into confusion, ultimately culminating in fear. No, I absolutely cannot allow him to grow stronger. If I wait until he gains power to deal with me, I will be left with no place to die. I must take action beforehand. I cannot allow this child to grow. With that thought, Jiang Hu resolutely made up his mind. He could no longer stay within the family, otherwise he could only watch Jiang Fan grow stronger while he sat idly by. Fortunately, he still had some advantages. As a Foundation establishment elder, he could request to go to Qingyuan town. At that time, a Foundation establishment elder personally dealing with a Qi Refinement Junior would be an easy task. There is no time to lose. I will apply for the order right away. Qingyuan town, Jiang family camp. After stepping out of the camp, Jiang Fan took out the storage bag of Shangwan Lei again. Let's see if this guy has any antidotes. Previously, Jiang Fan had only conducted a rough check for valuables, perhaps missing something. What is this? Soon a vial appeared in Jiang Fan's hand. Duanjing San. This scent felt somewhat familiar. It should be the same Duanjing San that had a demonic aura on Jiang Ying that day. Indeed, it looks like Jiang Ying had been hit by Shangwan Lei's Duanjing San that day. I didn't expect that the bastard Shangwan Lei used Duanjing San. Killing him easily would truly be letting him off lightly. If Jiang Fan had known earlier, he would have definitely captured Shangwan Lei. Skinning him alive would be a light punishment. Let's see if there's an antidote. Generally, some poison-using cultivators carry antidotes with them. After all, poisons are unpredictable. One might need to save someone at any moment. However, after a thorough search, Jiang Fan frowned. No way. Shangwan Lei is indeed ruthless, having only poison and no antidote. He isn't afraid his sons will be born without anus. But it wasn't without gains. Jiang Fan discovered another book in his hands. This book was pitch black on the outside, but exuded a foul odor, making it seem particularly unusual. Poison scriptures. This is interesting. It can refine toxins, useful even against those at the Foundation establishment peak, affecting Golden Core True Lords, and can inject true chi into it for random release during battles. Jiang Fan stroked his chin. This poison scripture is not a cultivation technique, but an auxiliary technique. Jiang Fan knew that in his attributes, apart from a primary cultivation method, there was also a slot for an auxiliary technique. Previously, Jiang Fan had thought he could primarily cultivate the Spirit Snake Sword technique, with the auxiliary technique being the Qingmu technique, but later found that the two techniques conflicted, allowing only one to operate at a time. Now it seems that this auxiliary technique slot was prepared for something like the poison scriptures. A good item, it adds another means. I'll take it back to show my wife. Jiang Fan quickly made up his mind to take it back to Yang Yun and Jiang Ying. After another careful search, and confirming he had not overlooked any spoils, he neatly put away the storage bag. Then he headed straight to the place dedicated to processing spoils. Since the spiritual pulse battlefield was opened, the Jiang family camp had specially added a place for processing spoils. After all, many people from the family returned daily from the spiritual pulse battlefield, often bringing back a large number of spoils that need processing. And the family would help them with that. They could directly help exchange it for spirit stones. Cousin, do you have any needs today? As soon as he arrived at the entrance, family members welcomed him. Now the Jiang family camp is open to loose cultivators, and the business in the spoil processing area has naturally flourished. However, people like Jiang Fan, with their imposing presence, easily attract attention. Help me process the spoils, please. Sure, no problem, cousin. The person smiled slightly, preparing to take the storage bag with both hands. However, Jiang Fan reached out and pulled out several storage bags. The storage bags of chi refining cultivators are like money bags from ancient times, generally palm-sized, some looking plump, while others seem deflated. But regardless, one hand is enough to grab 5 or 6 storage bags. Cousin is indeed impressive. The family members' eyes lit up, knowing that a big client had arrived. Because the spoils are not just in the storage bags, the bags themselves are worth dozens of spirit stones. Jiang Fan remained silent and took out several more storage bags, causing that person to lose all pretense of restraint. Cousin, please come inside. Oh, I will call the elder for you right away. The person pulled Jiang Fan toward the inner room. Jiang Fan was not surprised. Nowadays, the spiritual pulse battlefield is essentially a chi refining battlefield. How could anyone bring back more spoils than him? Clearly, he was the big client. Sure enough, shortly after, a thin, middle-aged man walked out from inside. The man's gaze was sharp, and he immediately spotted Jiang Fan standing in the hall. Are you Jiang Fan? I am Jiang Fan. Oh, I have met the elder. Although Jiang Fan had never seen the visitor, he could tell from the other's foundation establishment cultivation that he should greet him. It won't be long before you two will become a foundation establishment elder. Why be so polite? The man expressed courtesy, which was unexpected for Jiang Fan. You don't need to call me elder. My name is Jiang Huan, or just call me Uncle Huan. In the world of cultivators, status is often determined by level, and the same applies within the Jiang family. Titles like uncle or nephew are only used among close relations. It was clear Jiang Huan was actively extending goodwill toward Jiang Fan. Then I will trouble you, Uncle Huan. Jiang Fan handed over the storage bag, maintaining politeness. No need to be polite. Jiang Huan took the storage bag and began to count the spoils, pills, techniques, magical artifacts, and other valuable items inside. Even items of lesser value would be counted. Even with the strong divine sense of a foundation establishment cultivator, it took a stick of incense's time to count Jiang Fan's spoils thoroughly. Young nephew, you have a total of 32 inferior storage bags, 5 superior magical artifacts, 10 intermediate magical artifacts, 13 inferior magical artifacts, various chi refining techniques, several pills, and some miscellaneous items. You've looted quite a lot from the loose cultivators and Shangwan family disciples. Jiang Huan smiled. Jiang Fan's achievements had already spread throughout the camp. Although he hadn't attended the meeting, he was aware of the details. It's just a pity that the inferior spiritual artifact belonging to Shangwan Lei was damaged. Otherwise, it would have also belonged to Jiang Fan. I've fortuitously obtained quite a lot. Uncle Huan, could you tell me how much this is worth? No problem. Although the conditions of your storage bags and magical artifacts vary, none are completely damaged, so I will buy them back at market price. Each inferior storage bag is worth 50 spirit stones. Superior magical artifacts are 300 spirit stones, each intermediate 200, inferior 100 spirit stones. Adding up all these techniques and pills, I will calculate a total of 8,000 inferior spirit stones for you. Jiang Huan's face still bore a smile, but when this price was quoted, it shocked Jiang Fan. Initially, he estimated that the spirit stones he had seized would only amount to around 5,000 inferior spirit stones, not much more. To his surprise, this total came to 8,000 inferior spirit stones. Jiang Huan had truly given him a huge favor. Young nephew, we are all family. I give you internal pricing, so don't worry. Jiang Huan's words made Jiang Fan understand. It seems that the other party had given him enough sincerity. Then thank you, Uncle Huan. No need to be polite. You have made great contributions to the family. This is merely a small matter. Jiang Huan smiled calmly. Everyone knows that Jiang Fan will definitely break through to the foundation establishment realm in the future. He is just making a friend in advance with the family's benefits, which is advantageous for all. Soon Jiang Huan brought a storage bag, which contained 50 medium-grade spirit stones and 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. In total, this amounted to 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. I didn't expect that simply robbing chi refinement cultivators could yield so much. If in the future I could rob foundation establishment, or even golden core cultivators, wouldn't that be a fortune? Some things can only be experienced once or countless times. After tasting the thrill of creating something from nothing, Jiang Fan immediately cast aside his side business. Making money is certainly faster than robbing. The only issue is that robbery is a high-risk profession and cultivators are universally reviled, so one must not expose themselves. For long-term development, death is inevitable. Historically, bandits worked the fields during farming season and only went to the mountains during their leisure time. Therefore, Jiang Fan believed it would be better for him to refrain from playing the role of a robber. Young nephew, do you need to buy anything? Here we not only sell, but also buy absolutely good quality at reasonable prices. Just as Jiang Fan was pondering, Jiang Huan spoke up again. Do you have an antidote for this poison? Jiang Huan took one look and immediately recognized the discontinuation powder in Jiang Fan's hand. Isn't this the infamous discontinuation powder from the Shangwan family? Once poisoned, if the victim is not treated within an hour, their meridians will be severed, and even divine beings will find it hard to save them. Is there really no way to save them? Jiang Fan felt somewhat unwilling. If he could save Jiang Ying, any price would be worth it. Jiang Huan shook his head. There's no way. The meridians of the poisoned person are already severed. They can either take the path of body refinement or have to repair their meridians anew. Repairing the meridians? Jiang Fan pondered these words, finding they aligned with his thoughts. Yes, but repairing the meridians is not an easy task. Even if the other party is just a chi refinement cultivator, they would need a high-grade spirit pill of tier 3 for repair. If the person is a foundation establishment cultivator, a tier 4 spirit pill would likely be necessary. Jiang Huan sighed. Given the strength of the Jiang family, if anyone's meridians were severed, it would essentially be a death sentence. After all, high-grade spirit pills of tier 3 are extraordinarily precious and costly. The Ancestor would not easily trade one for a junior. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan could only silently take note. Anything related to tier 3 golden core level items would typically cost tens of thousands of spirit stones, far beyond what he could afford. I understand now, thank you, Uncle Tian. After expressing his gratitude, Jiang Fan turned around with 8,000 spirit stones and headed to the place where he could customize spirit tools. Jiang Fan, you're the one who came here last time wanting to customize a full set of high-grade spirit tools, right? As soon as the Foundation Establishment Weapon Master saw Jiang Fan, he spoke directly. It's not surprising, Foundation Establishment cultivators have excellent memories and evidently remembered Jiang Fan's previous visit well. That's correct. Jiang Fan felt a bit awkward, not expecting that his newfound fame would bring some inconveniences. No wonder you could become famous in one battle. It turns out you have support from your family elders. So have you made up your mind about ordering a complete set of spirit tools? The Weapon Master chuckled. He wasn't surprised that Jiang Fan had gained notoriety. After all, Jiang Fan's previous performance was as if he had 2 Foundation Establishment elders backing him, clearly not an ordinary clan member. Yes, I've decided. I plan to order a complete set of high-grade spirit armor plus a high-grade spirit snake sword. Oh, you really have struck it rich. A glint of excitement flashed in the Weapon Master's eyes. This was a substantial transaction. Aside from the elders in the late Foundation Establishment stage, very few people would place such a large order all at once. As per the usual rules, customizing a full set of high-grade spirit armor requires 5,000 spirit stones, and a high-grade spirit snake sword would require 3,000 spirit stones, totaling 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. After handing over the storage bag, Jiang Fan instantly felt a pang of regret. The 8,000 spirit stones hadn't even warmed up in his hands before they were all given away. Now his pockets were emptier than his face. Haha, indeed you come from a wealthy family. Don't worry, leave it to me, Jiang Tai. This price will guarantee you profit without loss. You should know that for the same quality, if you were to go outside, it would cost you at least 10 to 20,000 spirit stones. Jiang Tai laughed heartily. He crafted equipment for his clan, and the family subsidized him, otherwise he wouldn't be dutifully serving his clansmen here. Most cultivators are inherently selfish. By the way, do your elders have any specific requirements for this full body armor? It mainly depends on their cultivation level and what kind of techniques they practice. Additionally, whether they are purely body cultivators or practicing both chi and body cultivation simultaneously, so I can make the necessary adjustments to the spiritual item. Is there any particular consideration in this regard? Jiang Fan asked curiously, wanting to clarify the key points he was unaware of. Of course there are considerations. What you are crafting is a top-grade full-body spiritual armor. If an ordinary Foundation Establishment cultivator were to wear it, even just donning it for battle would exhaust them immensely. If they are purely body cultivators, I will reduce the spiritual item's connection to true chi and allow it to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth more readily, making it easier to use. If they cultivate both law and body, the spiritual item's connection to the cultivator's true chi can be enhanced, resulting in greater power from the item. However, if their cultivation level is insufficient, they naturally won't be able to unleash its full potential. Jiang Huan patiently explained. Jiang Fan rubbed his fingers together. He was currently at the initial stage of Foundation Establishment in body refinement, with a cultivation level at the 9th layer of chi cultivation. However, once he acquired the top-grade spiritual snake sword, it would mean he was infinitely close to the late stage of Foundation Establishment. Clearly, the path of cultivating both chi and body was more suitable for Jiang Fan. Moreover, the 2 customizations would take a month to craft. After a month, Jiang Fan's body refinement level would undoubtedly break through to the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment, and he might even reach Foundation establishment himself. Thus, it was crucial to maximize the benefits. After considering this, Jiang Fan immediately said, "Then let's proceed with the simultaneous cultivation path." "No problem. Just come back in a month to pick up your goods." Jiang Tai agreed decisively, though he was calculating in his mind that Jiang Fan, who seemed unremarkable, actually possessed extraordinary strength. Cultivating both law and body while also managing a complete set of top-grade full-body spiritual armor indicated that his strength was surely formidable. But who in the Jiang family possessed such strength? Even if Jiang Tai racked his brains, he couldn't remember such a person within the family. After finalizing some details, Jiang Fan left the Jiang family camp. Thus, the gains from the group, led by Shengwan Lei, were nearly fully digested. When a month passes with a complete set of top-grade full-body spiritual armor, and the mid-stage Foundation establishment body refinement power, even against the Grand Elder, Jiang Fan would be confident enough to exchange a few moves. It's a pity that even the Grand Elder is merely a piece on the chessboard. To escape the chessboard, one must at least attain golden core cultivation. Jiang Fan sighed. Within the Shu Kingdom, apart from the most powerful nascent soul celestial monarch, only those at the golden core level were qualified to sit at the table. Currently, Jiang Fan was still far from that. But as long as I diligently cultivate day and night, there will come a day when I too will become a player in the game. After organizing his emotions, Jiang Fan swiftly returned home. In these past few days, while Jiang Fan was away, the formation he set up finally started to take effect, at least ensuring that nothing had gone wrong at home during his absence. Current Spiritual Snake Sword Classic Level 7 Mid Foundation Establishment 6945-012-0000 Current Cloud and Ray 9 Soros Technique Level 10 Initial Foundation Establishment 466-008-5000 Current Top Grade with Spiritual Root 850-2000 Chaos Spiritual Body Awakening Progress 11. 52,000 Sword God Body Talent Awakening Progress 311000. Even with the time spent battling outside, Jiang Fan's understanding of his techniques was steadily advancing, unrelated to anything else. In another 5 days, both the Spiritual Snake Sword Classic and the Cloud and Rain 9 Soros Technique could once again break through simultaneously. Meanwhile, within Qingyuan Town, Jiang Fan gained fame through battle, and the Jiang family took the opportunity to promote him, enhancing his reputation among the cultivators. Jiang Fan. Jiang Dege has become so formidable. A girl in plain clothes, upon hearing the news, looked exhausted and somewhat dazed. However, recalling the hatred in her heart, she instantly made up her mind. She headed directly to the Jiang family camp, preparing to inquire further. "Excuse me, where does Jiang Fan live?" On the morning of the next day, an unexpected guest arrived at Jiang Fan's home. A girl dressed in plain clothes was happily chatting with Jiang Fan's two wives, Jiang Ying and Yang Yun, creating a scene of warmth and harmony. Seeing Jiang Fan enter, the girl in plain clothes immediately stood up. "Brother Jiang, long time no see." Her face bore a hint of barely perceptible sadness, and her fatigued demeanor was unmistakable, evoking a sense of pity. "Husband, another little childhood sweetheart has come to find you." Yang Yun teased from the side. "Sui, what brings you here?" Jiang Fan was somewhat surprised. The girl before him was none other than a childhood friend. To be precise, her father had once been a comrade in arms with Jiang Fan's father. The Jiang family had been waging wars for years, and besides their own clan members, they also employed some decent wandering cultivators. Lu Sui's father was one of them. However, later on, Jiang Fan's father was killed in battle, and Lu Sui's father, as a comrade of Jiang Fan's father, took care of Jiang Fan for a time, until he was later adopted by Jiang Nan. In Jiang Fan's memory, Lu Sui was still that big girl like Jiang Ying who would always cling to Jiang Fan, asking him to tell her stories. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, she had already grown into a charming young woman. Husband Uncle Lu was harmed by evildoers. This time you must help avenge Uncle Lu. Before Lu Sui could respond, Jiang Ying was the first to speak. Lu Sui's father, as a mercenary for the Jiang family, had a close relationship with Jiang Fan's father, which naturally left Jiang Ying with a good impression of him. However, after she finished speaking, Lu Sui was left in shock. "Jiang Ying, have you and brother Jiang become Dao partners?" Lu Sui was astonished, as she only remembered following Jiang Fan around like a little shadow, competing with Jiang Ying to declare that they would marry Jiang Fan when they grew up. But later she traveled far with her father to cultivate, burying that childhood dream deep in her heart. Now, upon meeting again, she never expected that Jiang Ying had truly become Dao partners with Jiang Fan. "Marrying Fan Ge was my dream since childhood." Jiang Ying openly expressed her affection for Jiang Fan. Lu Sui felt a mix of emotions, looking at Jiang Ying and Yang Yun, and then at the now well-known Jiang Fan. She suddenly felt at ease. "By the way, when you say to help Uncle Lu get revenge, what do you mean?" Jiang Fan smiled awkwardly and asked with concern. Lu Sui then regained her composure. and suddenly bit her tongue, mixing her blood to spit out a gleaming shard. As the shard appeared, the spiritual energy within a Tinjong radius surged like boiling water. What is this? A high-grade spirit crystal. Jiang Fan swallowed hard while Yang Yun and Jiang Ying looked on with curiosity. He sensed the lingering aura of moonlight on the shard, a unique scent of high-grade spirit stones. However, this piece of spirit crystal from Lu Su, it was extremely small, less than 1% of a high-grade spirit stone. Indeed, it is a high-grade spirit crystal. A few days ago, Su Yi and my father stumbled upon it in a spiritual vein. According to the vein's patterns, high-grade spirit stones will emerge there in a few days. Originally, this was a tremendous opportunity, but at a critical moment, my father's friend Du Gu Lang, that scoundrel, actually ambushed my father, leading to his death. I barely escaped thanks to my father's cover. Lu Su Yi's voice trembled as she spoke, struggling to suppress her emotions and unwilling to revisit that painful memory. She had initially planned to hide and rely on her own strength for revenge. However, she accidentally learned that Jiang Fan had slain Shangwan Lei from the Shangwan family in the spiritual vein, and the Jiang family promoted him as nearly invincible within the vein. Thus, she mustered the courage to visit, preparing to offer the information about the high-grade spirit stones as compensation to ask Jiang Fan for help. Having been betrayed once, Lu Su Yi understood that even the deepest feelings could fade without mutual benefit. Du Gu Lang. So you're saying Uncle Lu was killed by that guy named Du Gu Lang? Jiang Fan's eyes blazed with anger. Lu Su Yi's father had once taken good care of him. He never expected him to die, not in pursuit of the Tao, but at the hands of a petty villain. The girl with blood-stained lips slowly uttered a few words. Please, Brother Jiang, help me avenge my father. Rest assured, Uncle Lu was good to me. I will definitely take revenge for him. What is Du Gu Lang's cultivation level? Where is he now? Without hesitation, Jiang Fan immediately agreed to Lu Su Yi's request. Lu Su Yi and her father had a special relationship with Jiang Fan, and now that Lu Su Yi's father had been harmed, he naturally would not stand by idly. This person has a cultivation level of only the 9th layer of Qi refinement and is currently in the spiritual vein. Lu Su Yi said slowly. Spiritual vein? Isn't that where I am invincible? It's just right. We shouldn't delay. Let's set off now. In the spiritual vein, Jiang Fan played with the spirit crystal in his hand, which he had obtained from Lu Su Yi. The moonlight essence on it captivated him. Once a spirit stone reaches the high grade, it undergoes a qualitative change similar to spiritual roots. The moonlight essence of high-grade spirit stones can increase a cultivator's foundation establishment probability by nearly 50%. If one cultivates for a long time using high-grade spirit stones, it is said that the probability can be boosted to 50%. Of course, this is a privilege reserved for powerful families. At least the Jiang family does not have such privileges. Jiang Fan was currently preparing for foundation establishment, and having a high-grade spirit stone would be a perfect safeguard. Moreover, even without the high-grade spirit stone, Jiang Fan would still take action to eliminate this Du Gu Lang. Sui, do you know where this Du Gu Lang is located in the spiritual vein? I have received news that he has been at the scattered cultivator camp these past few days. If Brother Jiang intends to take action, it would be best to find a way to lure him out. Lu Suyi quickly shared the information she had obtained with Jiang Fan. Scattered cultivator camp. It is a camp organized spontaneously by scattered cultivators where several powerful Qi refinement experts are stationed. Conflicts cannot occur within it. Lu Suyi explained again. Interesting. Jiang Fan rubbed his fingers, unaware that such a good place existed within the spiritual vein. How does Brother Jiang plan to lure him out? Lu Suyi asked curiously. No need. Within this spiritual vein, I can simply push through with my strength. There is no need to bother about a few insignificant fish. Jiang Fan smiled. If there were a foundation establishment master stationed here, he would have acknowledged it. But for just a few Qi refinement experts, that would be unacceptable. The one with the biggest fist is the one who makes the rules. Brother Jiang, those Qi refinement experts not only possess formidable strength, but also have foundation establishment backgrounds. Please do not act impulsively. Lu Suyi was anxious. She feared Jiang Fan might act on impulse. It wouldn't matter if he didn't take revenge, but the more crucial issue was not to let Jiang Fan get into trouble, or she would feel guilty. Background. Haha, within this entire spiritual vein, who has a greater background than mine? Foundation establishment background. I have a golden core ancestor. Moreover, I myself am a foundation establishment body cultivator. I am my own foundation establishment background. Oh, what is there to fear? Jiang Fan waved his hand, completely unconcerned. Several hours later, Lu Suyi brought Jiang Fan to the scattered cultivator camp within the spiritual vein. Though it was called a camp, it was merely a temporary gathering place with a few tents set up. However, it was evident that several scattered cultivator teams were patrolling the area to maintain the camp's security. Halt. To enter the camp, each person must pay a fee of 10 spirit stones. Before Jiang Fan and Lu Suyi could enter, the patrol team approached them, stopping Jiang Fan. I knew Adehu would take a loss in this business. It turns out there is profit to be made. They say it's a scattered cultivator camp, but it seems more like a treasure trove openly demanding money. With this thought, Jiang Fan decided to probe a little. What if we don't pay? Those who trespass the camp will be killed without mercy. The three patrolling, one at the 9th level of chi refinement, and the other two at the 7th level, brandished their magical tools. Seeing their formation, they planned to act immediately if Jiang Fan made any moves. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow, and Lin Suyi quickly stepped forward. Here are 20 spirit stones, our entrance fee. The patrol team accepted the spirit stones and coldly smiled. Go on in. Remember, no fighting once inside, or you will be met with the same fate. Killed without mercy. Brother Jiang, let's go. Lu Suyi tugged at Jiang Fan, suggesting it was best not to reveal themselves before entering the camp. Seeing this, Jiang Fan did not act, but nodded. Let's go find Gu Duolang first. Brother Jiang, unless absolutely necessary, please do not act within the camp. Even if you kill him, you won't escape the scattered cultivator camp, and will be besieged by several chi refinement experts here. Along the way, Lu Suyi couldn't help but advise again. She knew Jiang Fan's strength was formidable enough to slay Shangwan Lei, but facing several chi refinement experts attacking at once, it was still wise to be cautious. Rest assured, I know what I am doing. Let's find Gu Duolang first. Lu Suyi shook her head. All right, but I only know he is within the camp. I don't know exactly where. What does he look like? Describe him to me. The scattered cultivator camp wasn't very large, with only a few dozen tents easily covered by Jiang Fan's divine sense. Lu Suyi recalled and carefully said, he has a full beard and a scarred face. I understand. After a few moments, Jiang Fan swept his divine sense around and quickly locked onto Gu Duolang's location. At that moment, Gu Duolang was inside the central tent, casually drinking, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Damn it, when will these days come to an end? With such a great opportunity, why hasn't the time come yet? Gu Duolang muttered, taking another gulp of bitter wine. Are you sure it's him? It's him, wait. A strange conversation arose, and Gu Duolang curiously turned his head. Suddenly, the oil lamp in the big tent dimmed for a moment. The wine jar in his hand shattered, and the amber-colored liquid glimmered with a peculiar light through the flames. As Jiang Fan's iron fist brushed past his ear, the pressure of the wind tore the nearby tent in half. Brother Jiang! Lu Suyi's scream, mixed with the sound of cracking bones, exploded. The murderous aura condensed on Jiang Fan's fist materialized into fist energy the moment it touched Gu Duolang's body. Gu Duolang's clothes, along with his ribs, shattered in response, cracking like ice struck by a boulder, starting from his left shoulder and forming a spider web of fractures. The splattered droplets of blood traced eerie arcs in the air, painting the tent with blood-colored lotus flowers. The entire tent fell into silence, with only the hissing sound of the white mist rising from Jiang Fan's fist echoing like a snake's tongue. A murder. Someone has made a move in the camp. Within the camp, countless scattered cultivators were in shock, never expecting that someone would actually dare to act in the camp. For a moment, the entire scattered cultivator camp erupted in chaos. Cough, cough, who? Gu Duolang looked forward in terror, unable to comprehend why he would be attacked within the scattered cultivator camp. Moreover, it was by a cultivator he completely did not recognize. We are not acquainted. Why? From the moment you betrayed Uncle Lu, everything was already destined. Jiang Fan's expression was like a ghost, and he punched again, smashing Gu Duolang's chest to pieces. Faced with such a despicable person, Jiang Fan couldn't be bothered with other means. Using his strongest power to annihilate was enough. Just before he died, when his gaze fell on Lu Suyi beside him, he immediately understood. Lu Suyi. At this moment, Lu Suyi's spirit was unsettled. Jiang Fan's speed was so swift that she couldn't react in time. However, with the opportunity for revenge at hand, she had no time to think further and immediately shouted out the grievances she had harbored for days. Gu Duolang, you betrayed your former friend for your own gain. Today marks your demise. Cough, I shouldn't have let you go. Gu Duolang wanted to argue, but his grievous injuries prevented him from uttering a complete sentence, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. Boom. Jiang Fan's fist energy struck again, slicing through the piercing cold wind, embedding itself into Gu Duolang's blood-soaked chest like a heavy hammer. The last breath of Gu Duolang was completely extinguished by Jiang Fan. At that moment, his eyes were filled with unwillingness. He had just gained a tremendous opportunity, having earned a chance to soar to great heights, only to die inexplicably. Seeing this, Lu Suyi knelt partially on the ground, tears naturally slipping from the corners of her eyes. She never expected that the revenge she had long awaited would be completed so easily. Looking at Jiang Fan again was akin to returning to her childhood, when she was bullied by the Jiang family and Jiang Fan stood up for her. The feeling of being protected was truly wonderful. Wait, this matter is not yet completely over. Inside the camp, the patrol team finally rushed over, belatedly realizing the situation. "Bold rogue, stop at once." Hearing this, Jiang Fan shook the blood from his hands and glanced over the surrounding patrol team. It was evident that they had arrived a bit too late. The members of the patrol team did not relax their vigilance. They glanced at the bloodied Gudu Lang and almost instantly confirmed that he was dead. The leader's eyes widened as he looked at Jiang Fan. "It's you. You dare to kill someone in the camp." Previously, he had sensed something off about Jiang Fan, but after the latter's companion paid with spirit stones, he dismissed his suspicions and let them in. Little did he expect that the other party would dare to act directly in the camp. What is there to fear? Jiang Fan scanned the crowd. By now a number of casual cultivators had gathered, curiously looking this way. Is that him? Jiang Fan, the one who killed Shangwanlei. From the looks of his earlier moves, he must have reached an invincible level in the refining chi stage. What is there to fear? The casual cultivator camp is jointly established by 3 fully realized refining chi practitioners. No matter how strong Jiang Fan is, could he take on 3 alone? Jiang Fan had gained notoriety after killing Shangwanlei in the spirit vein, and with just a slight action, he was immediately recognized. The patrol team members immediately became tense. They had originally thought they were dealing with a careless casual cultivator, but to their surprise, it was Jiang Fan from the Jiang family. At that moment, they were at a loss for what to do, and no one dared to act. The reputation of the Jiang family was not to be trifled with. Who dares to cause trouble in my camp? Suddenly, frost-white ice patterns formed on the ground, and the crowd retreated in waves. 3 figures approached slowly, stepping in a formation of the 5 elements, causing the ground beneath them to gradually crystallize into glass-like material. The bronze sword box on the back of the leftmost cultivator trembled violently, while the one on the right, holding a knife, had not fully drawn his crimson long blade, yet sparks of dark red fire were already created from the friction, with the air burning through the blue stone and forming a small pool of magma. The most dangerous was the purple-robed cultivator in the center. His hands were casually clasped behind his back, but the fluctuations of his hand seals indicated that he could unleash terrifying power at any moment. The camp leaders have arrived. It is said that all 3 of them are disciples of the great cultivator fire spirit. Now there will be a good show to watch. Even if Jiang Fan's reputation is fierce, it's impossible for him to defeat these 3 fully realized refining chi practitioners. The casual cultivator camp has rules against fighting inside. Who knows if these 3 will dare to act against Jiang Fan? A murmur arose among the crowd, signaling the identities of the 3. They were indeed the 3 fully realized camp leaders of the casual cultivator camp. Crack! The red-bladed cultivator suddenly stomped his foot, his crimson long blade slowly swinging, and sparks began to dance, as if alive. "Let me show you that we 3 are disciples of fire spirit." He flicked the blade's tip to ignite a flicker of flame, carrying a hint of arrogance. "Jiang Fan, although you are a scion of a noble family, you publicly killed someone and disrupted the rules of our casual cultivator camp. If you don't give everyone an explanation today, it may be difficult to settle this matter." The sword box cultivator next to him flicked the ice crystals off his shoulder and coldly snorted. "Even if you are a noble scion, with the 3 of us joining forces, you may not necessarily win." "Explanation? What kind of explanation do you want?" Jiang Fan retorted. The purple-robed man chuckled lightly, a hint of gloom flashing in his eyes. "Very simple. You killed a casual cultivator, and you must provide 3,000 spirit stones as compensation otherwise." "Otherwise what?" Jiang Fan showed no fear. "Jiang Fan, this is the spirit vein. Even if you have the support of a foundation establishment behind you, they won't arrive in time. Do you think we 3 brothers are made of mud?" Yang Lai shouted loudly. He knew that if Jiang Fan killed someone in the casual cultivator camp today, and it wasn't handled properly, the camp's reputation would be ruined. In that case, the best choice would be to extort Jiang Fan heavily, after which they could escape to the Shangwan family's jurisdiction. Otherwise, they would be at a great loss. "You think of me as made of mud?" Jiang Fan sneered, his muscles slowly tensing, showing no intention of holding back. Whoosh! Before he even arrived, Yang Lai's fiery aura struck first. The crimson broadsword drew a fiery arc in the air, splitting the very air into 2 parts. "Then let's have a proper fight." Flame slashed. Yang Lai shouted. The broadsword, glowing with fiery red light, slashed down towards Jiang Fan. A fire attribute, sword technique. Quite interesting. Jiang Fan slightly tilted his body, allowing the red blade to slice past him, while Yang Lai remained unfazed, transforming his downward slash into a sideways strike, aiming to horizontally cut Jiang Fan. However, Jiang Fan would not give him another chance to strike. His left fist shot out like a blue dragon emerging from the sea, easily gripping Yang Lai's wrist, halting the red blade right before Jiang Fan's chest, unable to advance an inch. What? Yang Lai's mind went blank. He had never encountered such a scene. It felt as if his hands were caught by a giant dragon unable to move at all. As he turned his head, he saw Jiang Fan smiling at him. No. In a flash, before Yang Lai could react, he lost his balance. Both Yang Lai and his sword were thrown out by Jiang Fan, leaving a scorched yellow trail on the ground, the mark left by Yang Lai's red blade, as he crashed down like a dog gnawing on a bone. Impossible. The sword box cultivator's eyes widened. How could this be? Yang Shi's sword technique is nearly unmatched among those in the Qi refinement stage. How could this person easily withstand it? This is too terrifying. Master Junior Brother, hurry and join forces. Beside him, Yang Lai wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes filled with rage. Draw the sword. The sword box cultivator reacted first, forming a hand seal with one hand. 3 flying swords immediately shot out from the sword box, soaring into the air, glaring at Jiang Fan's position. Form the talismans. The purple-robed man formed talismans with empty hands, 5 first-grade high-quality talismans floating around him. With 2 senior brothers assisting, Yang Lai felt a renewed sense of confidence. The red blade in his hand blazed fiercely as he lunged toward Jiang Fan. Bastard, die for me. Boom. Jiang Fan's left arm muscles bulged, and his burlap robe exploded in that instant, leaving only the perfect physique of his upper body. Bang! Bang! The sound of sonic booms rang out continuously. Before the sound reached him, the force of the punch arrived. Yang Lai felt as if he had crashed into a 10th sand and boulder, the flesh on his chest flying, and his body was hurled away like a cannonball. Everything happened too quickly, just a flash of lightning. Everyone saw Yang Lai charging forward, then being sent flying by Jiang Fan's punch. Kill him. The sword box cultivator's face changed in shock. There was no time to set up formations, and the 3 flying swords whistled towards Jiang Fan, aiming to defeat him in a single blow. How boring. The flying swords moved quickly, but Jiang Fan's speed of response was even faster. He reached out with one hand, grabbing the nearest flying sword, then swung it back, deflecting the other 2 flying swords, sending them flying, without any skill, only pure speed and strength. No. Impossible. The sword cultivator stared in disbelief. His flying swords were not invincible, but below the foundation establishment stage, no one could withstand them. What kind of monster was this person? Damn it, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, 5 elements combined attack. The purple-robed man's face twisted with rage as 5 talismans flew out simultaneously, manifesting the power of the 5 elemental escape techniques. In the sky, a flame transformed into a fire phoenix. A water dragon formed from condensed water danced beside it, while on the ground a mysterious tortoise made of earth appeared, and in the center a golden qilin was adorned with a green tiger. The 5 elements combined attack was the purple-robed man's strongest move. By combining the 5 elemental escape techniques, it provided both offense and defense, allowing for both attack and retreat. Any Qi refinement cultivator facing such an assault would have no means to counter it, only the ability to endure. But unfortunately, he encountered Jiang Fan. At that moment, Jiang Fan was in a state of furious rage, unleashing his foundation establishment initial stage physical cultivation without holding back. It must be said that the spirit vein indeed had a flaw. It only restricted foundation establishment cultivators, neglecting those who practiced body refinement. Moreover, foundation establishment body refinement cultivators were far too rare. There might not even be a few in the entire Shu country. Generally speaking, body refinement cultivators were typically like Jiang Hao, a spoiled son with no prospects. How could such a person achieve anything significant? Swish! The flying sword in Jiang Fan's hand was hurled out at speed so fast that it produced a sonic boom, and its immense power caused the flying sword to crack with deep fissures. The moment the flying sword made contact with the 5 elements escape technique, the fire phoenix instantly collapsed. The water dragon turned into vapor, the mysterious tortoise became muddy, and the qilin adorned with a tiger was shredded into countless fragments, turning into dust in place. The 5 elements escape technique was instantly shattered. How could it be that the purple-robed man's face turned pale? Could it be that the 3 of them together could not defeat this person before them? Before he could think further, Jiang Fan's figure passed through the dust left by the escape technique and appeared beside him. Bang! With one punch, it felt like a heavy hammer smashing into tofu. Jiang Fan's fist plunged halfway into the purple-robed man's chest, and he was on the brink of death. Wait, Jiang Fan, we are willing to buy our lives. At the critical moment, the sword box cultivator suddenly knelt down and pleaded loudly. Jiang Fan halted his movements, slowly turning his head. It was not that he was soft-hearted, but in a situation of absolute control, he naturally sought to maximize his benefits. Seeing Jiang Fan stop, the sword box cultivator breathed a sigh of relief, knowing there was still hope. At this moment, he no longer dared to invoke his master's name. After all, no matter how great the background, could it surpass Jiang Fan before him? Regardless of the circumstances, preserving his life was of utmost importance. Earlier, we 3 brothers were disrespectful and offended you. We are willing to offer 1,000 spirit stones as an apology. Moreover, if you are willing, we will pledge allegiance to the Jiang family, and we can give you too. No threetance of the profits from the camp every month. You won't need to do anything, just agree and lend us the Jiang family's name to take threetance of the profits. Jiang Fan's mouth suddenly broke into a smile upon hearing this. Deal, but threetance is yours. I want 70%. This. The sword case cultivator paused for a moment, but upon seeing the disheveled figure of the man in the purple robe before him, he gritted his teeth and said, "As you say, my brothers, and I agree." In reality, the three men in purple robes had always been taking 30%, and as for the other 70%, that was certainly in the hands of their master Horling Jinren. Now that Jiang Fan had taken 70% in one go, they were not in such a hurry anymore. After all, no matter how much they took, they had to survive first. Hearing this, Jiang Fan dropped the man in purple robe he was holding and wiped the blood off his hands. Why not say so earlier? I am not a bloodthirsty person. Also, please settle my additional fees, and my price for taking action is quite high. Well, all right, once I wake up the two seniors, I will gather the money to compensate you. The sword case cultivator kept apologizing while also announcing to those around, everyone from now on our loose cultivator camp will be affiliated with the Jiang family. This is Jiang Fan, a genius of the Jiang family. Having him as a witness is enough. Jiang Fan waved his hand. After all, a monk can run, but not the temple. This loose cultivator camp was like a hen laying eggs. Unless absolutely necessary, these two would not run away. Such a dramatic change was almost beyond everyone's expectations, and many loose cultivators still did not understand what had happened. What does this mean? Is this a reconciliation? Not a reconciliation. A Jiang Fan has subdued those three brothers. Jiang Fan's strength is astonishing. I didn't expect such a prodigy to emerge from the Jiang family, able to face three opponents without losing ground. It's truly terrifying. Voices of admiration and respect were endless, while the person he had killed earlier had long been forgotten by everyone. In the world of cultivation, the weak are prey to the strong, and nearly everyone idolizes strength. Jiang Fan's greater power naturally won him the admiration of all. Moreover, since Jiang Fan had become a guest elder of the loose cultivator camp affiliated with the Jiang family, it meant that the camp would be even safer in the future. At this moment, the most bewildered was undoubtedly Lu Suyi. She had originally thought Jiang Fan was merely sweeping through his peers, but facing the combined assault of three perfected chi refinement cultivators, she expected he would still face some trouble. However, she did not expect the other party's strength could crush his peers, almost equivalent to a quasi-foundation establishment. She could even sense the envious glances from those around her. This left her somewhat flattered and even confused, until she looked at Jiang Fan once more. At that moment, Lu Suyi made a decision. At this time, the tall and strong Jiang Fan approached Lu Suyi, gently helping her up from the ground where she had been slumped. "Suyi, are you all right?" "I'm fine, thank you, brother Jiang. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to repay this grudge." Lu Suyi stood up, and her heart's wish had finally been fulfilled. "No need to be polite. I was also pained by Uncle Lu's death. Avenging him is something I ought to do." Jiang Fan comforted Lu Suyi, knowing that after such great emotional turmoil, her heart had yet to settle. "Brother Jiang, now that my father's revenge has been taken, I am left with only you as my closest person in this world. I have nothing to repay you with, so I'll hand over the information about the high-grade spirit stones to you." Jiang Fan was about to humbly say that this was left to her by Uncle Lu, but he thought that might seem a bit hypocritical. Now that he needed high-grade spirit stones, it would be better to take them directly, and after breaking through, provide Lu Suyi with greater benefits. In fact, being generous at this moment might even make her feel better. "All right, I'll accept it for now." Lu Suyi nodded, wiping her tears, and without delay, she conveyed all the information she had about the high-grade spirit stones to Jiang Fan. The content of the information was simple. Lu Suyi and the others had also discovered the spirit crystal at a certain cliff of the spiritual vein and deduced the emergence time of the high-grade spirit stones. If nothing unexpected happens, the high-grade spirit stones will emerge in 3 days. 3 days. All right, then I'll wait 3 more days. Jiang Fan rubbed his fingers together, calculating that he would soon break through to the mid-stage of body refining foundation establishment and reach the 8th layer of the Ling Snake Sword Classic. 3 days' time was just right. When the high-grade spirit stones are in hand, I can directly start preparing for the foundation establishment breakthrough. With some preparations, I will definitely be the easiest chi refinement cultivator to break through in history. Perfect. After handling some trivial matters in the loose cultivator camp and looting all the valuables, Jiang Fan took Lu Suyi back to Qingyuan town. 3 days passed in a flash. Current Ling Snake Sword Classic 7th Layer Mid-Stage Foundation Establishment Divine Sense 128850120000 ready to break through. Current Cloud Rain 9 Soros Art 10th Layer Early Stage Body Refinement Foundation Establishment 86200-85,000 ready to break through. Jiang Fan's Ling Snake Sword Classic and Cloud Ray 9 Sorrows art both reached a critical point. The Cloud Ray 9 Sorrows art is fine, but the commotion from breaking through the Ling Snake Sword Classic from the 7th to the 8th layer will definitely be substantial and will surely attract attention. Jiang Fan rubbed his fingers together, contemplating whether to make a grand display this time. It is indeed a bit exaggerated for someone at perfected chi refinement to cultivate the 7th layer of the Ling Snake Sword Classic. It seems the only one comparable to me in the clan is that pure sword body. However, considering the current situation, I am about to break through to Foundation Establishment. With my early stage Foundation Establishment cultivation level mastering the 7th layer of the Ling Snake Sword Classic, it shouldn't be a problem. After some thought, Jiang Fan decided not to conceal it and to directly break through at home. Moments later, streams of spiritual energy began to converge from the surroundings of Qingyuan town, forming a massive whirlpool of spiritual energy above Jiang Fan's rooftop. Above the whirlpool, a faint blue spiritual snake swam continuously, as if a spirit was manifesting in the world. In the surrounding area, snakes, insects, and rodents crawled out of their holes, all kneeling toward the direction of the spiritual snake. In the direction of the camp, the Grand Elder Jiang Yunshan, who was originally pondering countermeasures, suddenly turned his gaze toward Jiang Fan. This aura, is it the Spirit Snake Sword Classic? Upon confirming that the breakthrough location was indeed where Jiang Fan was, Jiang Yunshan couldn't help but feel immense joy. Haha, this child Jiang Fan has not disappointed me after all. His training has progressed remarkably during this time, elevating his Spirit Snake Sword Classic to a new level. At this pace, he might even catch up to that genius in our clan. Thanks to the Grand Elder's keen eye for talents, such a genius could be nurtured. Jiang Lianhai, who was nearby, quickly flattered him. Jiang Yunshan smiled with pride, convinced that it was indeed the case. After 100 breaths, the commotion in the distance gradually subsided, and Qingyuan town returned to its usual tranquility. Very good, very good. Jiang Fan has once again broken through the Spirit Snake Sword Classic. I believe it won't be long before he can also break through to Foundation Establishment, adding even more strength to our clan. Jiang Yunshan's face was full of freshness. Jiang Fan had displayed remarkable brilliance at the 9th level of Qi training. Once he breaks through to Foundation Establishment, his combat power would likely rival that of the mid-Foundation Establishment stage, accumulating a powerful force for the Jiang family before the Great Battle. At that moment, a clan member suddenly entered to report, reporting to the Grand Elder, Elder Jiang, who from the Affairs Hall requests an audience. Upon hearing the report, Jiang Yunshan raised an eyebrow. What does this guy want? The more outstanding Jiang Fan became, the less Jiang Yunshan liked Jiang Hu. However, since the other party was also a Foundation Establishment elder of the clan, he wouldn't show his dislike. Let him in. In Qingyuan town at the Jiang family's subsidiary courtyard, Jiang Fan inhaled a breath of spiritual energy, which flowed through his meridians like a goldfish, and was then exhaled after a full cycle. After a complete cycle, his entire meridians felt like they had been thoroughly whipped, leaving his body more transparent than ever. However, his true energy showed no sign of increasing. Complete mastery of Qi training. This is the realm of complete Qi training. Once a cultivator reaches complete Qi training, the true energy within them will no longer continue to grow, remaining in a state of fullness. At this moment, the cultivator's state will also reach its peak. Theoretically, the instant one reaches complete Qi training, they can prepare to simultaneously break through to the Foundation Establishment realm. However, throughout history, no one has ever done this. Because breaking through Foundation Establishment fundamentally requires refining the three aspects of essence, energy, and spirit. Complete mastery of Qi training only means that the true energy has reached fullness. Other aspects, such as vitality and spiritual sense, are often not yet in optimal condition. Especially vitality. Although there isn't much difference before the age of 60, there is a significant difference in vitality between a child of 4 or 5 and a man in his 50s. I have nearly refined the three aspects of essence, energy, and spirit to perfection, and my spiritual sense has even broken through to the late Foundation Establishment stage. There should be no obstacles to breaking through to Foundation Establishment, but I'll wait a bit longer. 3 days later is the day when high-grade spirit stones will appear. If I can acquire a high-grade spirit stone, it will help smooth out any unexpected issues. Even if there are unexpected occurrences during the breakthrough, they can be mitigated. No matter what, I only have one life. It doesn't hurt to be cautious. Moreover, I can afford to wait for 3 more days. Jiang Fan felt that having multiple layers of insurance regarding his life and safety was prudent. Although Jiang Fan did not plan to break through immediately, he could first report to the Grand Elder that he was preparing to enter seclusion for the breakthrough. This would prevent any unforeseen matters from arising later, avoiding some trouble. By informing him in advance, many troubles could be avoided. A moment later, Jiang Fan arrived at the Jiang family's camp, first purchasing some necessary items for cultivation for his two wives before going to pay his respects to the Grand Elder. Young Jiang Fan pays his respects to the Grand Elder. Haha, Jiang Fan, I just saw a gathering of spiritual energy at the Jiang residence with myriad serpents bowing in homage. It seems your spirit snakesword classic has broken through again, hasn't it? Jiang Yinshan was very pleased to see Jiang Fan. Not only was this person exceptionally talented, but he had also helped him resolve a major problem. Elders love such genius clan members. I had an epiphany during battle which led to my breakthrough, Jiang Fan casually replied, then added, I came to inform the Grand Elder that I plan to enter seclusion today to break through to the Foundation establishment realm. Oh, are you in such a hurry? You just broke through, do you need to take a moment to refine your spiritual sense and vitality? Jiang Yinshan was somewhat surprised. Jiang Fan's speed was too fast. Thank you for your concern, Grand Elder. After the breakthrough of the Spirit Snake Sword Classic, my spiritual sense far exceeds that of ordinary Qi training cultivators. Coupled with the Foundation Establishment Pill, I am quite confident. That makes sense. Your Spirit Snake Sword Classic has already reached the 7th level, and your spiritual sense is unlike that of ordinary Qi training cultivators. Breaking through earlier would also allow you to contribute better to the family. Jiang Yinshan recognized this point. There had never been a failure in breaking through to Foundation Establishment after reaching the 7th level of the Spirit Snake Sword Classic in the clan. Moreover, Jiang Fan was even more exceptional, having already advanced to the 8th level of the Spirit Snake Sword Classic and possessing a Foundation Establishment Pill along with the high-grade Spirit Stone that had not yet been obtained. In Jiang Fan's philosophy, life was his own, and he could never be too good to himself. By the way, let me introduce you to someone. As Jiang Fan was about to take his leave, Jiang Yinshan suddenly interrupted, come out. From behind the screen, Jiang, who wearing a smile, slowly walked out. Nephew Jiang Fan, long time no see. Jiang Fan looked at the newcomer with an unchanging expression. It was not because he did not care, but he had never seen him before. Who are you? You? Jiang Hu's face turned ashen. He had seen Jiang Fan's portrait and images several times, and even regarded him as an enemy. Yet at this moment, Jiang Fan appeared to completely not recognize him. This made him feel humiliated. A dignified Foundation Establishment cultivator like him was being disrespected by a mere child. Haha, Jiang Fan, this person is Jiang Hu, the elder from the Affairs Hall, who previously offered you 1,000 spirit stones. Jiang Yinshan explained with a smile. He has now turned over a new leaf, planning to atone for his sins within the spiritual vein, while also earning more military merit to help his son get out of the mines sooner. So it is Elder Jiang Hu. I have long heard your great name. Jiang Fan finally realized that this person was his sworn enemy. Nephew Jiang Fan, you truly have a forgetful nature. Speaking of which, we had some misunderstandings before, but now that they have been clarified, there is no longer any conflict between us. As for my son Jiang Mao, he brought this upon himself. I will rely on my achievements in battle to rescue him. I hope that nephew Jiang Fan will not make things too difficult for us, father and son. Jiang Hu wore a broad smile, seemingly trying to ingratiate himself. Yet his words twisted the truth, making it sound as if Jiang Fan was bullying them. Elder Jiang, you jest. I am merely a lowly Qi practitioner. How could I have such capabilities? But since the misunderstanding has been resolved, we shall each go our separate ways from now on. Jiang Fan smiled on the surface, but in his heart he had already sentenced Jiang Hu to death. How ridiculous. It was one thing not to know before, but now that he was aware of a Foundation Establishment practitioner who posed a threat, how could he let it go easily? The most important thing was that there was no misunderstanding between them, only hatred. Jiang Fan was very clear on this point. As for whether Jiang Hu knew, that remained to be seen. But that was not important. It was enough that Jiang Fan knew. For him, suspicion was a death sentence, and he would not allow someone who could threaten his wife to linger by his side. Once he broke through to Foundation Establishment, he would find an appropriate opportunity to eliminate him. Haha, now that you two have reconciled, let's not have any more conflicts. Otherwise, this elder will pursue the matter thoroughly. Elder Jiang Yinshan made a decisive statement once again. Jiang Fan and Jiang Hu tacitly remained silent. After a moment, Jiang Fan took the initiative to take his leave from the Grand Elder and exited the tent. After Jiang Fan left, a trace of undetectable malice flashed in Jiang Hu's eyes. Previously, Jiang Fan was merely a Qi practitioner, but now that he was preparing to enter seclusion for a breakthrough to Foundation Establishment, he had become a thorn in Jiang Hu's side. However, as long as Jiang Fan remained in Qingyuan Town, he could only watch helplessly. He needed to find a way to lure Jiang Fan out of Qingyuan Town. But at this moment, he had to bury this thought for now, waiting for a time when Jiang Fan would have no suspicions before taking action. After leaving the Jiang family camp, Jiang Fan announced his closed-door cultivation to the outside world. He then took Lu Suyi to the location where the superior spirit stone would appear in the spiritual vein. At the midpoint of the nameless peak, Jiang Fan and Lu Suyi sat cross-legged on a cliff platform surrounded by ancient pines. Tin Zhang, ahead, a crescent-shaped spirit pool, was exhaling green mist. The water in the pool shimmered with a jade-like blue luster, sending ripples of golden waves every 3 breaths, shining brilliantly under the sunlight. The stones by the pool were scattered irregularly, each crystal stone's surface floating with tadpole-like natural runes, creating a hazy scene where spiritual energy was condensed. At the heart of the pool, the spring, I was even more astonishing, with 5-colored spiritual light intertwining on the water's surface, forming a lotus shape. Whenever the spring column rose, it would burst forth with hundreds of pearls the size of rice grains, which would fall to the ground and transform into white mist, seeping into the surrounding flowers and grasses, making them appear ethereal. It's about time, isn't it? Calculating the time, it should be around this hour. Lu Suyi waved her delicate hand, a hint of nervousness in her demeanor, fearful of miscalculating. Although she was almost certain that this was the site of the superior spirit stone's emergence, she still felt worried until Jiang Fan had secured it. According to the records in the book, superior spirit stones will spout from the spirit spring and then scatter around the spirit pool, Lu Suyi added. This spiritual vein is truly strange. Logically speaking, spirit stones should be found within the mines. Why does it seem like they are wild here? Jiang Fan questioned, looking somewhat bored. Most normal spirit stones are indeed found within mines. Yet there are also some scattered spirit stones, or those that have been damaged. They will sink into the earth vein and reabsorb the essence of the moon and shadow before becoming a complete superior spirit stone. The so-called superior spirit stones possess spirit, and that is precisely what this refers to. Surprisingly, Lu Suyi seemed to know a lot, indicating that her father had trained her well. In that case, if I absorb most of each superior spirit stone and then discard it, wouldn't that mean I have an endless supply of superior spirit stones? Jiang Fan joked. Brother Jiang, you should read more. A superior spirit stone takes at least 1,000 years from sinking into the earth vein to re-emerging. Who could wait that long? Lu Suyi chuckled lightly. Jiang Fan opened his mouth about to say something, but suddenly raised an eyebrow. Strange. Is someone coming? What's going on? Lu Suyi was also somewhat surprised, but suddenly thought of a possibility. It's the lone wolf. He didn't hoard the superior spirit stones, but instead sold the information. Jiang Fan frowned. This was indeed a possibility, though it could also be that other loose cultivators had discovered it. He remained silent, and soon a group of people appeared in their line of sight. There were more than 10 of them, most wearing family attire, and they were Jiang Fan's old acquaintances, the people from the Shangwan family. It seems that the loose cultivator was not lying. The superior spirit stones are indeed here. Shangwan Yuran arrived around the spirit pool feeling delighted and quickly commanded, "Don't waste time, quickly set up the formation." He led the team this time to seize the superior spirit stones, intending to easily complete the task by setting up the formation to acquire the superior spirit stones, which would earn him great credit upon returning. I say, where did you all come from? A sudden voice echoed, causing the entire Shangwan family team to halt. Jiang Fan's figure slowly emerged. He had been guarding this place for nearly a day. If the Shangwan family set up the formation at the last moment, he would suffer a huge loss. One person. Shangwan Yuran's expression turned cold. He had thought it was someone from the Jiang family, but seeing it was merely a loose cultivator, he immediately made a decision. Kill him to avoid complications. Wait, Brother Yuran. And suddenly a voice rang out from within the Shangwan clan. This man appears to be Jiang Fan of the Jiang family. At those words, the entire Shangwan contingent recoiled in shock, especially Shangwan Yuran, whose face darkened instantly. Jiang Fan had recently slain Shangwan Lei, catapulting him to sudden notoriety, though shortly thereafter, he single-handedly defeated 3 opponents and seized control of a cultivator encampment. News of his exploits spread like wildfire across the spirit vein, earning him the grim epithet, Blood-Handed Jiang Fan. Now even Qi condensation-level cultivators trembled at the mere sight of him. Jiang Fan. How did he get here? And what do we do, Brother Yuran? Shall we strike first? A Shangwan clansman whispered anxiously beside him. Shangwan Yuran hesitated. Before departure, his clan had equipped him with 2 inferior spirit artifacts, one concealed upon his person, capable of unleashing a fatal blow rivaling that of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Yet he lacked confidence. The Blood-Handed Jiang Fan's fearsome reputation preceded him. How could he know whether Jiang Fan possessed some hidden countermeasure to withstand such a strike? Damn it, do they take my words as wind? Then I'll start by killing a few of them first. Before Shangwan Yuran could decide, Jiang Fan lunged forward without warning. The Shangwan group was still forming their formation. If he waited until they completed it, he'd only invite trouble. So Jiang Fan chose to act first. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 throwing daggers shot forth in unison, shattering the sound barrier as they streaked toward 2 Shangwan cultivators stationed on opposite flanks of the formation. The distance between them was barely 100 meters, so the daggers struck almost instantaneously, sending both cultivators crashing to the ground with agonized cries. Ever since the last great battle, Jiang Fan had grown fond of this simple, brutal method, hurling objects at foes. No intricate technique required, only overwhelming force and blinding speed. To that end, he had specially forged a set of exceptionally heavy daggers which he carried with him. Today they proved gloriously effective. "You wretch, Jiang Fan. We bear no ill will toward you, yet you dare provoke us." Shangwan Yuran erupted in fury, stunned that Jiang Fan would initiate hostilities outright. To challenge the entire Shangwan squad, alone. In what pathetic Shangwan clan? The high-grade spirit stone I've claimed is mine. Withdraw now, or I'll slaughter every last one of you. Jiang Fan, never one for mercy, raised his hand again and hurled 2 more daggers, felling the 2 nearest Shangwan cultivators with chilling precision. "And I'll kill you. Forget the formation, kill him first." In enraged, Shangwan Yuran immediately ordered a coordinated assault. But 4 of their formation anchors had already fallen to Jiang Fan, leaving the array impossible to complete. Just as Jiang Fan prepared to meet them head-on, he suddenly sensed something and leapt backward dozens of meters in a flash. Shangwan Yuran assumed Jiang Fan had faltered and moved to pursue. But Jiang Fan's abrupt motion halted him mid-stride and drew his gaze instinctively toward the direction Jiang Fan pointed. "Fool, look there first." Shangwan Yuran looked up and saw another contingent racing toward them at full speed. Clad entirely in black robes, their origins were obscured, but their path led straight to the spirit pool. Their intent was unmistakable. "What now?" And for the first time, panic flickered among the Shangwan ranks. Fall back 100 meters to tend our wounds, and wait until the high-grade spirit stone fully manifests." Shangwan Yuran made the call instantly. Remaining by the spirit pool would leave them vulnerable to encirclement. Better to bide their time. Nameless mountain peak surrounding the spirit pool. Within less than a quarter of an hour, the balance at the spirit pool shifted from Jiang Fan and Lu Sui alone to 3 distinct factions. "Damn it. I've been lurking here for ages only to find that lonely wave sold the information long ago. You damn Jiang Fan. If not for you, I'd have finished the formation and lain in wait. How did things come to this?" Shangwan Yuran roared, directing his fury squarely at Jiang Fan. Had Jiang Fan not intervened, he truly might have secured the formation and claimed the spirit stone effortlessly. "The Jiang family, the Shangwan family. I hadn't expected you both to arrive so swiftly." A booming laugh erupted from within the black-robed ranks, the speaker's tone unmistakably foreign to both clans. Yet beneath their hoods no faces were visible. "Humph. So the Shadow Pavilion's rats have scurried in quickly enough. Cowards who hide their faces. What gall do you possess to contest a high-grade spirit stone?" Shangwan Yuran, ever defiant, had long resented the black-robed figures. Jiang Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He recognized them, now members of the Shadow Pavilion. This high-grade spirit stone was discovered by one of our own. Why should we not claim it?" retorted a Shadow Pavilion cultivator, equally indignant. "Old fool. Shut your damn mouth. You're addicted to arguing." And before Shangwan Yuran could finish, Jiang Fan cut in with a thunderous curse, shattering the fragile equilibrium as he stepped boldly onto the edge of the spirit pool. "Damn it. The spirit pool was my discovery, so it belongs to me. Let me make this clear: whoever dares step forward dies." Shangwan Yuran's expression turned grave, murmurs rippled through the black-robed ranks. "What shall we do, senior?" "Observe and wait. If we can seize the high-grade spirit stone, so much the better. But even if we cannot, under no circumstances must we act rashly. Jiang Fan's strength transcends the ordinary. We may well fall short against him." The black-robed leader transmitted the order silently and issued his verdict. "Jiang Fan, who do you think you are? Does the spirit stone become yours simply because you declare it so?" Shangwan Yuran let out a scornful, roaring laugh, mocking Jiang Fan's audacity. "Since you seek death, I'll grant it to you first." Without the slightest warning, Jiang Fan launched himself skyward from where he stood, propelled like a cannonball straight toward the Shangwan formation. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Shangwan Yuran, and before the latter could even react, Jiang Fan drove a crushing fist into his face. Bang! This strike was like a mountain crashing down, exploding against Shangwan Yuran's chest, followed by a flicker of ethereal light that dissipated much of Jiang Fan's punch. Even so, the massive aftershock sent Shangwan Yuran flying like a ball, crashing against a stone mill several feet behind before finally coming to a halt. "Oh, you still carry treasures on you." Jiang Fan had held back his strength in this punch. With his current power being at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, he was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary chi practitioner. The fact that Shangwan Yuran could withstand it was enough to indicate that he possessed at least a spiritual weapon. "Bastard, kill him, quickly kill him. Although Shangguan Yuran had withstood the blow with the spiritual weapon, he felt deeply humiliated and shouted in a fit of rage. However, the members of the Shangguan family exchanged glances, no one daring to strike first. Their thoughts were simple. Start a fight. What a joke. You have a spiritual weapon for protection, and we do not. With Jiang Fan's reputation and the power of the previous few moves, he was already invincible among those below Foundation establishment. Just because you said a few words you want to engage him, that would be courting death. Everyone was here to complete a task, not to risk their lives. Seeing this, Jiang Fan snorted coldly, and several members of the Shangguan family retreated in fear, worried that he would strike again. However, Jiang Fan did not continue attacking. Instead, he took a few steps back, returning to the spirit pond, and arrogantly declared, "I'll emphasize once more, one comes, one dies, two come, ill kill the rest." The spiritual energy from the spirit pond surged, reflecting behind Jiang Fan, resembling demonic energy, while Jiang Fan stood there like a demon king devoid of humanity, exuding a chilling, killing intent. Not far away, the members of the Shadow Pavilion were watching eagerly, wishing for both sides to clash. Shangguan Yuran climbed up from the pile of stones, his resentment significantly diminished. He glared at Jiang Fan, grinding his teeth in anger, yet feeling utterly helpless. Until he noticed the Shadow Pavilion behind him. A plan suddenly formed in his mind. Shadow Pavilion, let's team up to eliminate Jiang Fan first, and then we can compete for the top-grade Spirit Stone. How about it? The Shadow Pavilion steward pondered for a moment, unsure how to decide. Just then a beam of spiritual light burst forth from the spirit pond. The top-grade Spirit Stone has emerged. This is bad. The top-grade Spirit Stone has appeared. Everyone present consisted of elites from various families and the Shadow Pavilion. Once they seized the top-grade Spirit Stone, if they wished to escape, they would truly be unstoppable. Thus, once the top-grade Spirit Stone emerged, it became the prime opportunity for contention. Let's seize the top-grade Spirit Stone first, the Shadow Pavilion steward decisively declared. Hurry up, don't let Jiang Fan get it. Shangguan Yuran yelled and charged forward. However, just as both sides were preparing to move, they unexpectedly halted. Because at that moment, the top-grade Spirit Stone had already fallen into his hands, firmly grasped by Jiang Fan. At the edge of the spirit pond, Jiang Fan held the top-grade Spirit Stone, feeling the pure spiritual energy flowing from it, pure as light, and merely holding it gave a warm sensation. Especially since Jiang Fan possessed a top-grade root. Under the influence of the top-grade Spirit Stone, the true energy within him surged, creating an overwhelming feeling of endless vitality. Jiang Fan, put down the Spirit Stone, and I will spare your life today. Shangguan Yuran shouted loudly, unexpectedly wielding a gold-green dagger that gleamed with golden light, which was indeed a low-grade spiritual weapon. They'll kill you first. Jiang Fan charged forward, instead placing the top-grade Spirit Stone into his storage bag, and with a thud, he transformed into a wave of energy rushing towards Shangguan Yuran. You're asking for death. Shangguan Yuran, already filled with resentment, had previously hesitated to use the low-grade spiritual weapon for fear of being preempted before the Spirit Stone appeared. Now that the Spirit Stone was out, he had no further concerns. The golden dagger in his hand emitted a series of vibrating sounds as he hurled it at Jiang Fan. You brought this upon yourself, don't blame me. The golden light pierced through the air, directly slicing towards Jiang Fan's brow like a streak of light. The golden dagger was actually a concealed flying knife. It's the lethal golden dagger of the Shangguan family. This dagger has immense power, and no one can withstand it. Heathen, the people from the Shadow Pavilion said with grave expressions, not expecting the Shangguan family to produce such a treasure. This dagger, crafted by the masters of the Shangguan family, was a low-grade spiritual weapon with only one strike's worth of power, yet its might was significantly stronger than ordinary low-grade spiritual weapons. Even a fully realized Qi practitioner would find its single strike to be more powerful than that of a typical early Foundation establishment cultivator. This was also the source of Shangguan Yuran's confidence. With just this technique, he could dominate within the spiritual veins. Die. The golden light radiated, and he felt as if he could already see Jiang Fan's death, envisioning his own monumental achievement after seizing the top-grade Spirit Stone. However, his smile lasted only half a second before it faltered. In his spiritual sense, Shangguan Yuran felt his connection with the lethal golden dagger weaken. Not far away, the golden light dissipated. The scene everyone had anticipated of Jiang Fan being dismembered by the golden dagger did not occur. Instead, Jiang Fan appeared unscathed. Moreover, he reached out with one hand and firmly grasped the back of the golden dagger, preventing it from advancing even a fraction. What? He actually caught it. The members of the Jiang family and the Shadow Pavilion were utterly shocked. They had all suffered from this golden dagger before and were well aware of its power, yet they never expected such a dramatic turn of events. Impossible. Shangguan Yuran shouted, knowing better than anyone the dagger's ferocity. There should be no one in the spiritual veins who could withstand it without a spiritual weapon unless. Wait, how could your strength be so formidable? This shouldn't be the power of a qi practitioner. Before Shangwan Yuran could finish his sentence, Jiang Fan let out a wild laugh. Haha, this dagger is nice, too bad the one wielding it is a useless dog. Jiang Fan raised the dagger, his bulging muscles bursting with power, releasing a violent force that surged outward, sending the golden dagger flying back. Bang! In an instant, the sound of the dagger piercing the air rang out, its speed surpassing the speed of sound by several measures. Shangwan Yuran's expression changed drastically as the golden dagger shot towards him. Damn it, golden dagger technique swift. In a flurry, Shangwan Yuran swiftly formed a hand gesture attempting to continue controlling the lethal golden dagger. But in the next moment, blood began to flow profusely from Shangwan Yuran's eyes, nostrils, and the corners of his mouth. The power of the lethal golden dagger was too strong. Attempting to forcibly change its trajectory resulted in blood gushing from all 7 orifices, driving him into madness. Once he completed the hand gesture, the dagger was merely a few centimeters off center from his chest, aimed directly at his heart. With a swish accompanied by Shangwan Yuran's strange scream, the golden dagger pierced through his heart, leaving him feeling utterly chilled. Shangwan Yuran was mortally wounded by the dagger and died on the spot. Yuran brother, you audacious fool. Jiang Fan, the grudge of today, will be remembered by the Shangwan family. Shangwan family's members changed their expressions drastically. If even Shangwan Yuran, who had reached the peak of qi refinement, was killed by Jiang Fan in a single strike, how could the remaining members of the Shangwan family possibly stand against him? Before they could react, Jiang Fan struck again. He had somehow acquired several throwing darts, which he swiftly shot towards the members of the Shangwan family. In an instant, several more members gasped and fell to the ground. Retreat, we must retreat. The shadow of death quickly overshadowed the anger of revenge. The remaining members of the Shangwan family were left with one thought: to escape. The faster they could flee, the better, the farther away the better. The bloody Jiang Fan before them was simply not someone they could confront. Steward, what should we do? The members of the Shadow Pavilion were also beginning to panic. Given Jiang Fan's display of strength, killing gods and Buddhas alike, and easily deflecting a lethal dagger, he was no longer a foe they could face directly. Many even revealed looks of fear. The most critical point was that the high-grade spirit stone had already fallen into his hands. The steward had no doubt that if he ordered an attack, several might hesitate on the spot. This is no longer feasible. Retreat. In the end, the steward of the Shadow Pavilion decisively gave the order. The members of the Shadow Pavilion sighed in relief, fearing that if the steward ordered them to attack, it would be the end of their lives. As the mountains remain unchanged and the waters continue to flow, Jiang Fan, we shall meet again. A member of the Shadow Pavilion shouted and quickly retreated. Watching the Shadow Pavilion flee, Jiang Fan felt a slight stir in his heart. The Shadow Pavilion, I wonder where these guys emerged from. After tidying up the battlefield, Jiang Fan's figure flashed, and he arrived at the other side of the cliff where Lu Suyi was hiding. Brother Jiang, are you alright? Seeing Jiang Fan approach, Lu Suyi rushed over immediately. She hadn't dared to come close during the fierce battle at the spiritual pond, but she knew there was danger involved in the siege by the Jiang and Shangwan families. Just a bunch of insects, they can't harm me. Jiang Fan waved his hand, his gaze falling on Lu Suyi once more. Now that we've obtained the spirit stone, there's nothing left to linger over this spiritual vein. Let's go home together. No, Brother Jiang, I prefer not to go back. Lu Suyi's eyes reddened, but she shook her head firmly. Why is that? Is there something on your mind? Jiang Fan looked at Lu Suyi in confusion, unsure of her thoughts. Nothing. Lu Suyi shook her head. Then why won't you come with me? Jiang Fan countered. Lu Suyi bit her lip, lightly, seemingly having made a decision. Brother Jiang, you are my only relative in this world, and the only person I can trust. But Suyi wants to be a useful person, not a burden to Brother Jiang. Though I currently only have the cultivation of the 6th layer of qi refinement, I can still be of help. I can stay at the loose cultivator camp to supervise those guys for Brother Jiang and earn spirit stones for him. Jiang Fan was taken aback. He hadn't expected this girl to think so much. Though he didn't require Lu Suyi to do this, the spiritual vein was relatively safe at the moment. With his prestige, leaving her at the loose cultivator camp wasn't a major issue. What's more, he knew Lu Suyi's personality was as stubborn as a mule. If he forcibly brought her back, she would just run away again. It was better to grant her wish. All right then, but I don't need you to supervise anything. Just ensure your own safety. Jiang Fan's most pressing matter was to break through to Foundation establishment, once he accomplished that he could deal with Lu Suyi's situation later. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Lu Suyi nodded. She was already very happy that Jiang Fan could respect her wishes. Ultimately, Jiang Fan first placed Lu Suyi at the loose cultivator camp, and then hurriedly headed towards Qingyuan town. Breaking through in seclusion is still the most important thing. Half an hour later, within the Jiang family's secret chamber, Jiang Fan stroked the crystal-clear spirit stone in his hand, feeling the extremely pure spiritual energy in the air. Even the high-grade spiritual root within him began to greedily absorb it. The efficiency of cultivation was comparable to practicing on a fourth-grade spiritual vein. So this is a high-grade spirit stone. If I had such spiritual energy accompanying me since childhood, even a pig could break through to foundation establishment. If I can't be a rich second generation, being a rich first generation is still feasible. Jiang Fan smiled, faintly, slowly tossing the high-grade spirit stone, causing its rich spiritual energy to scatter. Under the influence of Jiang Fan's powerful divine sense, it enveloped his entire body. The moment the spiritual energy wrapped around him, the high-grade spiritual root within him, akin to a widow, starved for 3 years, began to frantically consume the spiritual energy surrounding him. As a result, Jiang Fan's mental and physical state quickly adjusted to its peak. It was essential to note that the foundation establishment stage comprised 3 hurdles of mental, physical, and spiritual energy. These 3 hurdles acted like a massive shackle blocking 99 of cultivators in the world. Yet once one breaks through, they can transform from mortal to immortal, greatly enhance their power, and extend their lifespan by 100 years, hence becoming worlds apart from ordinary mortals. Among the 3 hurdles, Jiang Fan's divine sense was the strongest, having already reached the late stage of foundation establishment. He could be said to be the first to break through. Additionally, his true energy had also reached the peak of chi refinement. With the high-grade spirit stone protecting him, not only did it satisfy the conditions for breakthrough, but it also increased the probability of success. Even his energy levels were in their 30s, which was considered prime for a cultivator. Finally, Jiang Fan did not forget to take out a foundation establishment pill he had prepared long ago. With so many safeguards plus the foundation establishment pill, if I don't break through, who will? Jiang Fan smiled confidently as he swallowed the foundation establishment pill in one go. As the 3 energies converged, Jiang Fan's state reached its absolute peak. The cyclone within his dantian began to continuously condense and compress, transforming from a massive spinning cyclone into a liquid the size of a droplet. Following closely the second cyclone, the third cyclone. All the true energy within Jiang Fan began to frantically condense and compress into another form of more powerful and stable force. As time passed, the droplets within Jiang Fan's body increased at a rate of 1 per day. 3 droplets, 4 droplets. Time flew by and a month passed in the blink of an eye. The 42nd drop. As the last vortex of energy within him was compressed into a droplet, Jiang Fan's true chi finally completed its ultimate transformation. The true chi within his dantian transformed from a gaseous state to a liquid state. This change not only elevated the strength of his true chi to a whole new level, but also increased its reserves to more than 10 times that of before. At this moment, Jiang Fan, who had been in seclusion for many days, slowly opened his eyes. Has it finally come to the last moment? Foundation establishment break for me. Crack. The sound was like the shattering of a phoenix's shell as the 42 droplets of water within Jiang Fan began to slowly converge into a single mass. Like a small pool of spring water, it gathered within Jiang Fan's dantian. At this moment, his original realm finally became completely unshackled. Boom. Breakthrough foundation establishment. A momentum akin to Mount Tai crashing down erupted from Jiang Fan's body, instantly turning the stone bench and table in the secret chamber into dust. In the next moment, the momentum retracted, converging at Jiang Fan's brow. Foundation establishment spiritual pressure. This was a unique power of foundation establishment cultivators, capable of easily suppressing lower-tier cultivators and allowing them to be more attuned to the heavens and earth. In an instant, Jiang Fan's world seemed to have opened a heavenly eye. All movements within a 100-foot radius fell into his sight. Moreover, even the subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy and changes in true chi could be clearly perceived, especially with the enhancement of his top quality with spiritual root, allowing him to sense all the wood attributes, spiritual energy and true chi flowing and mobilizing. Previously, his divine sense had merely opened a line of sight, unable to perceive changes in spiritual energy. But now, after the breakthrough, his divine sense finally played its true role. No wonder the Grand Elder said that one must reach foundation establishment to truly understand the function of divine sense. It turns out it was because of this. In the next moment, the spiritual energy around Jiang Fan began to surge wildly, forming a massive vortex of spiritual energy that gathered all the spiritual energy within 1,000 meters. As long as he gathered all the spiritual energy within this 1,000-meter radius, Jiang Fan would be able to swiftly stabilize his realm and officially break through to foundation establishment. In the Jiang family's camp, Jiang Yunshan suddenly raised his head. Is this the manifestation of foundation establishment? Which direction is it coming from? That kid Jiang Fan has successfully established his foundation. With great joy in his heart, Jiang Yunshan took several steps and arrived outside the Jiang residence. Not only the Grand Elder, but many Foundation Establishment cultivators also moved toward the Jiang residence, eager to meet this newly advanced Foundation Establishment cultivator from the Jiang family. A moment later, all the spiritual energy around was completely absorbed by Jiang Fan in the secret chamber. With the assistance of a top-quality spirit stone, Jiang Fan quickly solidified his cultivation at the Foundation Establishment realm. Oh, so many people have come. After successfully establishing his foundation, Jiang Fan's divine sense swept around and immediately noticed many cultivators of the same level, including several acquaintances. Jiang Fan did not delay, but exited his seclusion immediately. Congratulations, Jiang Fan. You truly did not disappoint me. You have quickly broken through to the Foundation Establishment realm. Seeing Jiang Fan come out, Jiang Yunshan's eyes lit up. As a fully realized Foundation Establishment master, he naturally recognized at a glance that although Jiang Fan had just broken through, his aura was denser than that of many seasoned Foundation Establishment cultivators at the early stage. This sufficiently demonstrated that Jiang Fan's foundation after the breakthrough was incredibly strong, with true qi within him far exceeding that of an ordinary early Foundation Establishment cultivator. In this regard, Jiang Yunshan was naturally very pleased. He then tossed a bottle of pills to Jiang Fan. I came in a hurry and have nothing to give you. This is the qi solidifying pill, which can be used to quickly stabilize your Foundation Establishment realm. It is most suitable for you to take now. Thank you, Grand Elder. Jiang Fan will not disappoint you. Jiang Fan exclaimed in surprise. The Grand Elder's hurry was clearly well prepared. Congratulations, nephew Jiang Fan. I always knew you were extraordinary. This is a bottle of beauty-retaining pills. Consider it my congratulatory gift. Jiang Huan also congratulated him from the side, simultaneously tossing out a bottle of pills, evidently having made prior arrangements. Congratulations, Jiang Fan. From now on, you will also be a pillar of the family. Congratulations. Jiang Lianhai also offered his congratulations, presenting a spiritual material. You brat truly hidden depths. Congratulations. Jiang Fan, from now on we shall be friends on the path of cultivation. Other Foundation Establishment cultivators stepped forward to congratulate Jiang Fan, some bringing gifts, while others merely offered a few words of blessing. As they were all from the same family, after Jiang Fan's breakthrough to Foundation Establishment, whether sincerely or feigned, everyone maintained a semblance of courtesy. Only one person stood far away, gritting his teeth as he looked at Jiang Fan. Foundation Establishment. Jiang Fan. So fast. Jiang, who clenched his fists even tighter. Though he had known for a long time that Jiang Fan was exceptionally gifted, he did not expect him to establish his foundation so quickly. Let you be arrogant for a few more days, I will avenge my son. However, no one paid him any mind. Today's main character was Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, now that you have broken through to Foundation Establishment, do you have any thoughts on when to hold the Foundation Establishment banquet? For cultivators, a birthday banquet was secondary, but a cultivation banquet was of great importance, especially for Jiang family cultivators, as there might only be one chance in a lifetime to hold such a banquet, that being the Foundation Establishment banquet. The Foundation Establishment banquet invited friends and family, while also announcing to others that one had broken through to Foundation Establishment and achieved success, allowing for the receipt of congratulatory gifts, benefits with no disadvantages. Now that Qingyuan town is embroiled in conflict, I feel there is no need to rush the Foundation Establishment banquet. We can hold it after our Jiang family secures the spiritual vein, receiving gifts and then holding a banquet. That's a joke. Foundation Establishment cultivators naturally do not care about banquets. For other cultivators, the Foundation Establishment banquet could broaden connections and forge friendships, essentially announcing one's entry into the Foundation Establishment circle. But for Jiang Fan, Foundation Establishment was merely a starting point. There would be a much larger stage awaiting him in the future. That's fine, you are still young. For Foundation Establishment cultivators, a lifespan of 200 years is but a blink of an eye. Once your realm stabilizes after 1 year, I, the Grand Elder, will personally host your Foundation Establishment banquet. Jiang Yunshan nodded, agreeing with Jiang Fan's reasoning. Moreover, now that the array is open, your breakthrough to Foundation Establishment is precisely the time to achieve merit. In any case, Jiang Fan has already made a high-profile breakthrough and has merged into the Foundation Establishment circle of Qingyuan town, so there is no need to announce it again. The banquet is merely for auspiciousness. It would be better to wait until after the competition for the spiritual vein was over, and then return to the Jiang family to hold the banquet. Since they had decided not to hold a banquet, everyone congratulated Jiang Fan, and then gradually left, while Jiang Fan returned to the Jiang residence after some polite exchanges. From now on, the Foundation Establishment Master of Qingyuan town would have an additional name, Jiang Fan. Beyond these superficial matters, what excited Jiang Fan the most was that the long-anticipated events had finally begun to change. This breakthrough not only elevated his cultivation, but also brought about a significant change in the system. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm. The limit on the number of partners has increased to 4. Jiang Fan was overjoyed. The quota for partners had finally increased. In addition to the system, his own strength had also received a boost. Previously, Jiang Fan already possessed a mid-Foundation establishment physical body along with late Foundation establishment divine, since bringing his combat power close to that of the late Foundation establishment. Now having broken through to the early Foundation establishment, he wielded the sword spirit body with even greater proficiency. His actual combat power was no longer just close, but equivalent to that of the late Foundation establishment. With the Foundation establishment complete, it was time to celebrate with Yun and the others. Outside the secret chamber, Yang Yun and Jiang Ying were anxiously waiting in the other courtyard. Having noticed the commotion earlier, they understood that Jiang Fan was busy dealing with those late Foundation establishment cultivators, so they could only wait in the courtyard. During this month, Jiang Fan had secluded himself in the secret chamber for breakthrough, while they had been cultivating outside together, never leaving the other courtyard, just waiting for Jiang Fan to emerge. Suddenly, a notification popped up, startling Jiang Fan. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Fan realized that these were the attributes of his 2 wives. I didn't expect the benefits of the system's upgrade to be so evident. I can even check my wife's attributes. A month apart had truly given me a tremendous surprise. Yang Yun had comprehended the first layer of the poison scripture, while Jiang Ying successfully began her journey in body refinement, reaching the first level of body refinement. Yang Yun and Jiang Ying rushed over immediately after waiting for a long time. Brother Fan, I knew you would definitely become a late Foundation establishment cultivator. Jiang Ying jumped into Jiang Fan's arms, first her face beaming with joy, feeling like the happiest woman in the world. Husband, you are truly amazing. I fear I will never be able to catch up to your footsteps. Yang Yun, with tears of emotion in her eyes, knew well what being a late Foundation establishment cultivator represented. After spending so long with Jiang Ying, from now on they would truly be worlds apart. Sensing Yang Yun's emotional shift, Jiang Fan said, Yun Ying, regardless of the future or the present, you are both my wives. Jiang Fan. This vow, with heaven and earth as witnesses, will never change, even until the seas dry and rocks crumble. After speaking, Jiang Fan handed the newly acquired beauty retaining pill to Yang Yun and Jiang Ying. Inside is the beauty retaining pill. After consumption, it will ensure that your appearances do not fade for the next 20 years, keeping you eternally youthful. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Yang Yun and Jiang Ying's eyes. Husband, Yun loves you. Yang Yun, with tear-filled eyes, threw herself into Jiang Fan's embrace, fully aware of the weight of such vows for a cultivator. Brother Fan, I love you too. Jiang Ying had not let go. Yang Yun's affection level increased to the 3rd tier of unwavering loyalty. Jiang Ying's affection level also rose to the 3rd tier of unwavering loyalty. The 2 notifications suddenly popped up, stirring Jiang Fan's heart. He never expected their affection levels could actually increase. From previously being unwavering loyalty to now being unwavering until death. The literal meaning had upgraded from never betraying in a lifetime to not betraying even under the threat of life and death. However, emotions are not merely superficial, they represent a deeper love. Target Yang Yun and Jiang Ying. Binding identity partners, unwavering until death. Cultivation boost 1000. Current progress in the Spirit Snake Sword Cannon 8th layer late Foundation establishment 73830200000. Current progress in the Cloud and Rain 9 Sorrows Formula 11th layer mid Foundation establishment 462001500000. A brand new panel dazzled Jiang Fan's eyes. The biggest changes occurred in 2 areas. The first was the cultivation boost. It changed from a 10-fold increase in comprehension per day to a 20-fold increase in comprehension per day. In addition, a new golden bonus skill was added. A talent skill, 1 silver and 1 gold. Jiang Fan now directly had 2 skill progressions, 1 related to swordsmanship and 1 related to physique. However, what exactly is this skill? After a detailed explanation from the system, Jiang Fan finally understood. I see talent equates to a passive skill, while skills are powerful active skills, or perhaps the ultimate trump card. Of course, even if he didn't understand, it wasn't crucial. Just by looking at the progress, he could grasp the situation. The Sword God Body's swordsmanship talent, which could crush golden cores and nascent souls, only had 1,000 progress points. These 2 skills required 3,000 and 5,000 points respectively. If they weren't strong, it would be unreasonable. However, as for the progress bar, he could only endure and work hard at cultivation. The good news was that Yang Yun had already cultivated to the 8th layer of the Cloud and Rain formula, while Jiang Ying had stepped into the 1st level of body refinement. With the enhancement of their bodies, the frequency of cultivation would also increase, and naturally their progress would accelerate. Now that he had broken through to Foundation establishment, it was time to check on Su Yi's situation regarding the spiritual veins. Outside Qingyuan town atop an unnamed mountain. Let's head to the cultivator camp first. Half a quarter hour later, Jiang Fan arrived at the periphery of the spirit vein. Just as he prepared to enter, he suddenly halted. He watched from afar as a Foundation establishment elder strode confidently into the vein on his flying sword. Unimpeded, unrestricted. What's going on? Has the spirit veins restriction been lifted? Jiang Fan's brow lifted slightly. He recalled Elder Grandmaster's earlier remark, something similar, saying that once Jiang Fan achieved Foundation establishment, he would be perfectly positioned to render meritorious service here. At the time, Jiang Fan had assumed it was mere courtesy, yet it turned out to be true. Yet for him this was no cause for celebration. Damn it. Now that the spirit vein is open, my peerless chi condensation cultivation means nothing. Jiang Fan cursed inwardly. If the restriction had truly been lifted, the cultivator camp would inevitably undergo seismic upheaval. No good, Su Yi. He must evacuate Lu Su Yi first, then retreat and cultivate further until his strength surpassed all threats. Moments later, Jiang Fan stood before the cultivator camp. As Jiang Fan had anticipated, the camp had undergone radical transformation. The few tattered tents that once dotted the site had given way to a sprawling encampment. Even in its central zone, numerous makeshift wooden dwellings now rose like fledgling sentinels. Clearly, the influx of Foundation establishment cultivators had catalyzed explosive growth. The camp was unrecognizable from before. Even the patrols had vanished entirely. First, I must locate Lu Su Yi. Jiang Fan frowned. Within the camp, his senses detected 3 Foundation establishment presences, making unrestrained deployment of his divine sense far too risky. 2 at Foundation establishment, early stage, 1 at mid-stage, not insurmountable. Unlike before, no guards collected fees at the entrance. The former sanctuary for wandering cultivators had evolved into something closer to a modest bazaar. Jiang Fan moved through the camp, methodically scanning for Lu Su Yi's whereabouts. Suddenly, a notification flashed before his mind's eye. Data updated. Target Lu Su Yi, available companion. Favor 90. Spirit root, mid-tier, fire spirit root. Cultivation realm, chi condensation, 6th layer. Cultivation art, bright flame, manual, 4th layer. This alert made Jiang Fan pause, faintly startled. Is this a benefit of the system's recent upgrade? It now delivers direct companion guidance. A quiet thrill stirred within him. The system was growing ever more indispensable. By experience, the appearance of such a prompt meant Lu Su Yi was nearby. Jiang Fan halted instantly and extended his spiritual sense to search. Within moments, he found her, a graceful figure seated alone atop a newly constructed wooden tavern. Lu Su Yi sat motionless, eyes vacant, expression hollow, as if her soul had been siphoned away, leaving only a puppet bound by invisible strings. Something has gone terribly wrong. Jiang Fan's face hardened. Regardless of cost, Lu Su Yi would be saved, no question. In a flash of movement, he appeared before her. Startled from her daze, Lu Su Yi froze. Then, recognizing him, her face erupted with radiant joy. Senior brother Jiang. It's been a month. Why do you look so haggard? Jiang Fan countered gently. Her delight flared. Then, as if struck by sudden memory, she cried out urgently, Senior brother Jiang. Run. They're waiting for you. Jiang Fan's brow twitched. In one fluid motion, he seized her wrist and leapt skyward. The wooden tavern behind them exploded like damp clay, shattering into a storm of splinters. Jiang Fan, heaven's path lies open, but you chose Hell's Gate instead. Today at last your reckoning arrives. From a distance, a vile-trobed figure soared upward, talismans swirling wildly in his grasp as he shouted in triumph. Simultaneously, Yang Lai and the sword casket cultivator emerged from either side, trapping Jiang Fan in their tightening vice. You've enjoyed a month of freedom, Jiang Fan, but today ends your life. Huh. Bloodhand Jiang Fan, today will paint you crimson. Both men bore grudges deep enough to burn away fear. No longer did they tremble before him as they once had. Senior brother Jiang, they've kept me under surveillance these past weeks, waiting for you to return. You shouldn't have come back. Lu Su Yi, cradled in Jiang Fan's grip, wore a look of profound dejection, yet beneath it flickered a quiet, tender surprise. She believed he wouldn't risk himself for her, yet here he stood, having defied death to find her. Lu Su Yi, favor 5. Hear that? 3 rotten tomatoes and spoiled eggs think they can take me down. Jiang Fan ignored the system entirely. His gaze sharpened, cold, lethal, suffused with killing intent. These 3 had surrendered, then betrayed him. Their fate was sealed by their own treachery. And what if an old man joins them? Suddenly the air seared. Heat surged like midday sun blazing overhead, as a venerable elder with flaming crimson hair descended with earth-shaking force. Greetings, Master. At the very instant the red-haired elder appeared, Yang Lai and the other two disciples instantly turned and kowtowed. So you are fire spirit true immortal then? Jiang Fan had long heard that this elder was the master of those three disciples. Yet he had paid no mind until now, never imagining the elder would come seeking him deliberately. Jiang Fan, 1 month ago you assaulted my disciples and seized the majority of revenue from the cultivator camp. Do you truly believe fire spirit true immortal is made of clay? Fire spirit true immortal's gaze burned like wildfire. His words ignited scorching embers in the air around him. Wood shavings drifting midair instantly caught flame and burst into wisps of incandescent ash. He was genuinely enraged. The cultivator camp had been his source of income, yet Jiang Fan had seized most of it. Humph, old fool, have you come to avenge your 3 worthless disciples? Can you truly bear the wrath of the Jiang family? Jiang Fan sneered. Though fire spirit true immortal looked imposing, his cultivation level was merely foundation establishment, initial phase, and thus posed no threat whatsoever in Jiang Fan's eyes. Ha ha, arrogant words. I have long wished to pledge allegiance to the Shangwan family. Today your head shall serve as my letter of fealty. In truth, I owe you thanks. If not for your overwhelming dominance, the Shangwan family might never have relented, lifting their restriction on spirit vein access to include foundation establishment cultivators. Had you not 1 month ago brazenly seized that newly emerged high-grade spirit stone from the Shangwan family and slaughtered many of their members, this confrontation would never have arisen. Every cause bears its effect. You forged this outcome yourself, and now you stand trapped within its consequences. Jiang Fan paused, startled, unaware this layer of causality even existed. That explained why the spirit vein, once reserved solely for refining the chi refinement disciples of noble clans, had suddenly been opened up. Jiang Fan, today is your death day. Leave him breathing, master. We shall torture him ourselves. Yang Lai and the others wore feverish grins, their faces alight with vengeful anticipation. As he spoke, flames coiled around fire spirit true immortal like living serpents, fluid sentient dancing at his command. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 blazing fireballs screamed through the air toward Jiang Fan. You brought this upon yourself. With a furious curse, Jiang Fan effortlessly evaded the projectiles, then swiftly set down Lu Suyi, whom he had been holding beside him. Brother Jiang. Lu Suyi's voice trembled with dread. The opponent before them was a genuine foundation establishment expert, while Jiang Fan by all appearances stood no chance against such power. Go now, do not linger for me. I will escape unscathed. With no time to spare, Jiang Fan's body became a drawn blade, blurring forward in successive instantaneous steps until he stood face-to-face with fire spirit true immortal. Incredible speed. No, this is not chi refinement. Jiang Fan's velocity far surpassed fire spirit true immortal's expectations, clearly transcending chi refinement, entirely reaching the realm of foundation establishment itself. Correct guess. Your reward awaits you in the underworld. Jiang Fan's fist shot forth, ripping the air with a sonic boom. Boom, boom. Supersonic shock waves shredded his sleeve and surged forward with terrifying force, compressing the very air toward fire spirit true immortal. In that instant, fire spirit true immortal gasped. His breath constricted the air before him, thinning perceptibly. Jiang Fan's fist art was so devastating that its violent compressor had literally torn apart the atmosphere before him. Damn it, fire spirit art swift. His hands flickered, sealing multiple arcane seals in an eye blink, as surrounding flames rushed inward, coalescing into a dense radiant shield of fire. Crack! Before fire spirit true immortal could exhale in relief, jagged fissures, like shattered glass, spiderwebbed across the fiery barrier. Boom, boom. 2 more blows shattered the shield utterly. Jiang Fan's raised fist no longer resembled flesh, but a colossal thunder god's mallet, hammering every defense into dust with ruthless precision. How can this be? Even if you've broken through to foundation establishment, your strength should not be this overwhelming. Your technique. This is the mastery of a veteran foundation establishment expert. No wonder the Shangwan family fled in terror after you slaughtered them a month ago. You wield power beyond ordinary measure. Fire spirit true immortal staggered backward, cursing his 3 ill-fated disciples inwardly, repeating the litany 7 or 8 times. Why provoke this kind of monster? Master, are you unharmed? Oh no, could he actually lose? Yang Lai and the others stood frozen, dumbstruck. They had assumed their master's entrance would end the battle instantly, yet instead Jiang Fan fought him toe-to-toe and even held the upper hand. Was this truly the same chi refinement cultivator from 1 month ago? This was unmistakably a full-fledged foundation establishment expert. Fools, what are you gawking at? Seize the girl now. Fire spirit true immortal roared in exasperation. 3 idiots who'd invited catastrophe then stood idle, uttering useless banter. After this battle, they'd receive a punishment they'd never forget. Yes, master. Yang Lai and the others instantly obeyed, rushing toward Lu Suyi. Oh. Lu Suyi's face paled. She'd intended to flee earlier, but her concern for Jiang Fan had kept her hovering nearby. She hadn't expected danger to strike so swiftly. Lu Suyi, do not run. Capture her, and Jiang Fan will be paralyzed by fear, forced to surrender. Yang Lai and the others advanced with cold, confident laughter. Doomed. Jiang Fan's gaze hardened, 3 throwing daggers appearing in his hand, as if conjured from void. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yang Lai and his companions stood scattered across 3 directions, no time to raise defenses before collapsing lifeless to the ground. A Chi refinement cultivator struck by Jiang Fan's daggers faced only one fate death before the year's end. Idiots. Utter fools. Fire Spirit True Immortal cursed aloud, knowing Jiang Fan was a Foundation establishment expert, yet they still charged forward brazenly. Their stupidity knew no bounds. How had he ever taken these 3 as disciples? Yet even stealthy approach would have availed them nothing. Jiang Fan's divine sense was formidable, encompassing a radius of 40 to 50 zhang. Any subtle intention they harbored would be instantly detected, and met with swift, decisive retribution. Having dispatched those 3 rats, it is now your turn. Jiang Fan, do you truly believe victory is assured? Do you think I've delayed this long for mere show? Fire Spirit True Immortal laughed coldly, flames erupting around him coalescing into a colossal roaring fire dragon. Vivid and lifelike, its eyes blazed with black infernal fire surveying all creation with sovereign disdain. In that moment ambient temperature soared. The Elder's aura surged relentlessly, edging perilously close to Foundation establishment. Middle phase. Perish Jiang Fan. Fire Spirit Art. Dragon Transformation Technique. With a thunderous roar, Fire Spirit True Immortal unleashed the Fire Dragon, a serpentine multi-zanglong entity writhing with autonomous ferocity as it lunged to annihilate Jiang Fan. Wherever the dragon passed, earth blackened and cracked, wooden huts dissolved into ash. Even stray embers left deep, smoldering craters in the soil. This was Fire Spirit True Immortal's signature art, a technique consuming over half his true energy, capable of sweeping aside peers of equal cultivation rank. A sharp voice cut through the air behind Huoling Jinren, taunting him for striking without watching his target. When Huoling looked closely, the direction the fire dragon had attacked was empty. Jiang Fan had already circled to his rear. Huoling spat an angry curse and cried for speed. Huoling Jinren's expression shifted drastically as he hastily formed hand seals to direct the fire dragon against Jiang Fan. He sneered that Jiang Fan was courting death, but Jiang Fan moved even faster and closed to the Elder's side in a few steps. A thunderous impact, fist cleaving through flame, driving toward Huoling Jinren's chest. Like a hammer, several blows shattered the Elder's outer armor. A phantom hand reached through the lingering blaze and clamped around Huoling Jinren's throat. Terror crossed Huoling Jinren's face. Jiang Fan was unervingly strange, unlike an ordinary physical cultivator. Not only was his speed fierce and his strength formidable, but his sensitivity to spiritual energy was astonishingly acute. Whenever Huoling tried to form seals or unleash his dragon transform technique, Jiang Fan could respond effortlessly, countering with uncanny ease. Huoling felt as if he were not sparring with a Foundation establishment novice physical cultivator at all, but rather contending with someone of the later Foundation establishment stage. In fact, that was precisely the case. Jiang Fan's spiritual sense reached the later Foundation establishment. Huoling lacked defenses, and spiritual energy fluctuations appeared transparent to him, allowing Jiang Fan to seize every motion and overwhelm him. At the brink of disaster, Huoling hurriedly called for Mu Jinren, admitting that the man before him was beyond what he could handle alone. Perched upon the eaves, a middle-aged man holding a willowwood staff slowly appeared, smiling faintly as he observed Jiang Fan and Huoling Jinren. With one hand still clasping Huoling, Jiang Fan inclined his head and regarded the newcomer, asking if he sought death as well. The man on the eaves scoffed, saying that Huoling should have sought aid sooner and that now there was no need to endure so much pain. Mu Jinren did not strike immediately, but tried to raise the price for intervening. Jiang Fan showed no hesitation. Mu Jinren demanded more, but the offer could not be met. Jiang Fan tightened his grip without a moment's doubt. A clear cracking sound came from Huoling Jinren as a spiritual implement on his person fractured. Huoling cried out in panic when his protective mirror shattered. That mirror had been his last bulwark against a killing blow, and now it lay broken. Jiang Fan smiled coldly and remarked that such treasures were nothing before him, asking how much Mu Jinren truly had and hinting at a second deadlier strike. Huoling begged and pleaded that he would comply. Mu Jinren on the eaves grew anxious. If Jiang Fan killed Huoling, Mu Jinren would lose any benefit from intervening and hurriedly shouted for respite. But Jiang Fan was no indecisive man. He clenched Huoling's neck with a dragon-like hand and applied a sudden brutal force. With a sickening crack, Huoling Zhenren's neck burst as if it were a melon. The famed Huoling Zhenren fell there, and then dead. Mu Zhenren's eyes widened in stunned disbelief. He sighed softly and murmured regret for the calamity that had befallen Huoling. A dead Foundation establishment Zhenren held no leverage. Any promise of aid he had made was now meaningless. The pledged assistance could no longer be delivered. Both Huoling and Mu Zhenren had underestimated Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan tossed the exploded corpse aside and fixed his gaze upon Mu Zhenren, announcing that the next one to fall would be him. Mu Zhenren protested that they bore no enmity and saw no reason to become enemies. He was unconcerned at first. Though Jiang Fan was stronger than a typical Foundation establishment novice, he did not believe him to be at midstage. There was no immediate fear. Jiang Fan paid no mind to such assurances. The moment this man had stood beside Huoling, enmity had been born between them. Mu Zhenren frowned, calling Jiang Fan mad. Without profit to be gained, he had no desire to engage in a thankless struggle. Yet when Jiang Fan attacked, surrender was not an option. Mu Zhenren invoked would escape. The surrounding trees shuddered as if alive, wildly growing and forming a colossal wooden hand to crush Jiang Fan. Surging with fist, Jiang Fan smashed the manifested palm with a single blow. Subsequent punches struck like twin streaks of light, obliterating every wooden appendage Mu Zhenren conjured. Within a few moves, Jiang Fan stood at Mu Zhenren's threshold. When he had watched earlier, he had not minded, but now engaged at close quarters, Mu Zhenren understood the bitter tenacity of a physical cultivator. Once such a foe closed the distance, he became like a raging flood, relentless and merciless. Mu Zhenren felt bewildered. He had not struck first, and imagined such matters would be left untied. There was no debt nor reason to fight to the death. Yet encountering a madman like Jiang Fan, he was met with ferocious onslaughts from the outset. Who could endure such fury? Seeing that Jiang Fan would not relent, Mu Zhenren had no choice but to unleash everything. He announced that Jiang Fan had brought this upon himself and cast forth would escape in full, invoking a profusion of blooms. The scenery transformed as if spring had burst forth. Countless multicolored saplings erupted from the earth, each crowned like a spear stabbing outward with lethal intent. These converging treetops formed a deadly killing array, and Jiang Fan's figure was instantly swallowed by the riot of vegetation. Mu Zhenren scoffed and decided not to pursue further, turning to flee rather than squander effort entangling with Jiang Fan. Suddenly, the unexpected occurred. A shaft of golden light cut through the multitude of tree blades, streaking straight toward Mu Zhenren. He recognized at once the aura of the renowned weapon Duoming Jindao, the deadly golden blade. Mu Zhenren's body jolted. He was no fool and knew of the Shangguan family's fearsome blade. He had not expected someone of the Jiang household to wield such a weapon. The golden defensive light that protected Mu Zhenren shattered with a crisp crack. A talisman on his chest dulled in an instant, and his escape arts faltered. Elsewhere, Jiang Fan burst free from the encircling vines and shattered every sapling. His high-grade spiritual artifact full body armor gleamed intact, having taken no harm. He launched himself like a cannonball toward the fleeing Mu Zhenren with relentless force. Mu Zhenren cursed inwardly at the maddening adversary and regretted drawing this ill-fated task, but with Jiang Fan closing in, he hatched a desperate plan. He warned Jiang Fan that he had asked for this fate and prepared to be merciless in return. Mu Zhenren stalled for a breath and then unleashed a brutal surge of spiritual pressure from his brow, reckless and unrestrained. He declared that Jiang Fan had only just broken through and that his spiritual sense must be a weakness. Since Jiang Fan had chosen to court death, Mu Zhenren would gladly oblige and finish him. Mid-Foundation establishment stage, spiritual pressure. The wooden Taoist still had other cards up his sleeve, but he felt they might not work against Jiang Fan. Instead, his own spiritual pressure would surely have a miraculous effect. Jiang Fan had just broken through, and his divine sense was bound to be limited. Jiang Fan, I wonder if you, being at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, can withstand my spiritual pressure at the mid-stage. Boom boom. The overwhelming spiritual pressure surged towards Jiang Fan. This feeling was akin to a king surveying his domain. Anyone who encountered him had to kneel in submission, or they would suffer terrifying pressure that rendered them nearly immobile. The only regret was that Jiang Fan was not a king, but rather an emperor. When the wooden Taoist spiritual pressure met Jiang Fan, it felt as if it had encountered an immovable mountain. Yet the wooden Taoist spiritual pressure was easily shattered by Jiang Fan's own. Buzz. A soul-piercing tremor resonated deep within the wooden Taoist's divine sense, making him feel as if he were suffering from 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. How could this be? Why is this happening? The shattering of his divine sense was something that would only occur when one overestimated themselves, challenging the strong with the weak. But now he was clearly only dealing with a cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Illogically, he should have crushed him effortlessly. How could his divine sense be on the verge of shattering? Unless, is your divine sense at the late stage of foundation establishment? The wooden Taoist was utterly shocked. Jiang Fan had just broken through and his divine sense cultivation had actually reached the late stage of foundation establishment, which was simply incredible. Yet now it had happened so simply. Correct, as a reward you will meet Master Huoling. Just as the wooden Taoist was dazed by the shattering of his divine sense, Jiang Fan's figure had already rushed before him. With his divine sense absolutely overwhelming and the wooden Taoist's divine sense already shattered, he had no means to counter the approaching physical cultivator. He was struck by Jiang Fan's fist, and the wooden Taoist's body began to crack from the heart until his entire flesh exploded before Jiang Fan. The wooden Taoist at the mid-foundation establishment stage also perished. With his divine sense shattered and his body destroyed, he even died more tragically than Huoling Taoist. Jiang Fan maintained a calm expression, showing no mercy as he quickly looted the wooden Taoist's storage bag, and after collecting the belongings of Master Huoling and his 3 disciples, he swiftly departed the scattered cultivator camp with Lu Suyi. As soon as Jiang Fan left, the entire scattered cultivator camp erupted in chaos. Countless scattered cultivators stared at the battlefield just moments ago, dazed by the direction Jiang Fan had gone. Who was that person? He actually killed 2 major foundation establishment cultivators. How terrifying. I know it's Jiang Fan from the Jiang family. I thought he would be killed by Master Huoling, but unexpectedly he came back and killed them. Is he the one who killed Shangwan Lei and seized the high-grade spirit stones? I can't believe his strength is actually this formidable. Having killed 2 at foundation establishment, he should probably be called Jiang Fanjinren from now on. The only foundation establishment scattered cultivator in the camp was now breathing rapidly. This bloodhand Jiang Fan's strength is truly remarkable. Oh, fortunately, I didn't agree to Huoling's request earlier, or I might have been in grave danger myself. However, this person has appeared so ostentatiously within the spiritual vein, it won't be long before the Shangwan family comes looking for trouble. There are many cultivators within the spiritual vein and many are opposed to the Shangwan family, but few are as notorious and arrogant as Jiang Fan. No matter whether it was for reasons of face or any other, the Shangwan family would respond to Jiang Fan's appearance. Especially after today's incident where Jiang Fan stirred up such a commotion within the scattered cultivator camp, he had completely established his reputation. In fact, just as the outside world speculated after the news spread, the Shangwan family urgently convened an emergency meeting. Jiang Fan has reappeared in the spiritual vein and has killed 2 cultivators, including the mid-foundation establishment wooden Taoist, and even used our death gold blade. This Jiang Fan is gifted. He must have been on the verge of a breakthrough before, and the last time he obtained high-grade spirit stones, it truly allowed him to break through. Send 2 late foundation establishment elders to the spiritual vein to find an opportunity to kill him. Agreed. Agreed. In just a few words, it seemed everyone had already sentenced Jiang Fan to death. Based on their intelligence, Jiang Fan's defeat of the wooden Taoist had already been a hard-fought victory. He was close to late foundation establishment combat power, so sending 2 late foundation establishment cultivators was entirely feasible. By evening, Jiang Fan, the instigator of the events, was completely unaware and simply returned to Qingyuan town with Lu Suyi. In this great battle, Jiang Fan's gains were substantial. The 3 disciples had little of value, amounting to only 3,000 spirit stones. Master Huoling was a major foundation establishment cultivator, and his storage bag contained many good items: pills, techniques, spirit stones, and magical tools. Almost everything. However, nothing caught Jiang Fan's eye. Altogether, after some sorting, it was estimated to be around 4,000 to 5,000 spirit stones. The richest, of course, was the wooden Taoist, who had the highest cultivation among them. With the cultivation of the foundation establishment, midstage Mu Daoran had accumulated quite a fortune. All added up, Jiang Fan estimated he had nearly 7,000 spirit stones. These loose cultivators truly managed to save. Just a few kills could yield a value of 15,000 spirit stones, even surpassing that of a top-quality spirit stone. Such high returns are no wonder most cultivators would secretly play the role of bandits. It truly is a hardship for them. After saving half a lifetime's worth of money, risking their lives means it all goes to you. Of course, high returns come with high risks. If one is not careful, all their hard-earned money could easily become someone else's. Had it not been for Lu Suyi still being at the loose cultivator camp, Jiang Fan would never have risked it. Fortunately, the harvest was substantial. After organizing the gains, Jiang Fan's gaze shifted to Lu Suyi beside him. At this moment, under the comfort of Yang Yun and Jiang Ying, Lu Suyi's emotions gradually calmed down, yet she still looked at Jiang Fan with a hint of guilt. "Brother Jiang, I caused you trouble." Lu Suyi felt guilty. She had originally planned to stay at the loose cultivator camp to help, but had not expected to bring such great trouble to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan replied, "There's no need to say that taking care of you is my responsibility." Upon hearing this, Lu Sui's pretty face flushed. Lu Sui favorability 5. Lu Sui favorability reached 100. Please proceed with the conquest as soon as possible. Jiang Fan was momentarily taken aback, sighing at how difficult it was to guess this woman's thoughts. How could this increase her favorability? In fact, from Lu Sui's perspective, everything was quite easy to understand. She had relied solely on her father since childhood until he was killed by a friend, and only Jiang Fan took revenge for her without making her pay any real price. That top-quality spirit stone, even if she knew when it would appear, she couldn't compete for it. Later, when she arrived at the loose cultivator camp, the spiritual vein changed drastically, and upon entering the Foundation establishment, stage master Hualing directly placed her under house arrest to capture Jiang Fan. During that time, she once again felt the darkness of the cultivation world. Those days of being in utter darkness and living in constant fear made her feel like a walking corpse. She even doubted whether Jiang Fan had abandoned her. She would live her life in fear, and at one point, she even contemplated suicide. Until Jiang Fan reappeared like a hero, pulling her back from the shadows. Sitting here now gave her a warm feeling, as if she were returning home. With her father gone, Jiang Fan had become the closest person to her. She looked at Jiang Fan without the previous fear, instead filled with deeper emotions. Jiang Fan immediately said, "Suyi, shall we become Dao partners? Do you agree?" Lu Suyi's face flushed as she could only respond in a faint voice, "I agree, brother Jiang." Current Spirit Snake Sword Classic Layer 8 Foundation Establishment Latest Stage 1317902000000. Current Cloud Rain 9 Sorrows Technique Layer 11 Foundation Establishment Midstage 876001500000. Current Poison Classic Layer 2 Chi Refining Midstage 2330030000. Current Top Quality with Spiritual Root 177820000. Spiritual Root Bonus Fire Spiritual Root 0. 5. Current Progress 103. 5100. 10,000 thousands. Wait, something's wrong. Wasn't the Spirit Snake Sword Classic at over 70,000 this morning? How did it suddenly jump by 50,000 in progress? The next morning, Jiang Fan looked at the latest panel bewildered. After gaining an additional Dao partner, the daily increase in comprehension had soared again. This was beyond mere profit, it was simply outrageous gains. On the second day, Jiang Fan gazed at the sky, lost in thought as he reflected on the gains and losses of the recent period. Now that the situation of the spiritual veins has drastically changed, and with Foundation establishment being accessible at will, my cultivation at the early stage of Foundation establishment indeed seems insufficient. Previously, Jiang Fan could roam freely in the Qi refinement realm and naturally acted without restraint in these spiritual veins. But now with the Jiang family, the Shangguan family, and the Foundation establishment from the Shadow Pavilion all able to enter the spiritual veins, his own strength was inevitably lacking. Thus, Jiang Fan's mindset immediately shifted. With my current resources and Foundation, there is no need to take risks. I can simply take my time to slowly cultivate the Yunyu Jiushangju and the Ling Shi Jian Dian to the peak of Foundation establishment. What was the purpose of my struggles? Was it not just to compete for resources and break through my cultivation? Now that I can increase my strength by simply focusing on hard cultivation, there is absolutely no need to engage in those laborious tasks anymore. After clarifying his thoughts, Jiang Fan instantly understood. He made a decision to enter seclusion for half a month. Time flew and half a month passed. During this time, Jiang Fan seized the opportunity to change Lu Sui's primary cultivation method from the Minghuaju to the Ling Shi Jian Dian, maximizing his strength enhancement. After half a month of accumulation and comprehension, Jiang Fan's strength saw a tremendous improvement. Current Ling Shi Jian Dian 8th Layer Late Foundation Establishment Divine Sense Comprehension 1001190200000 Breakthrough Possible. Current Yunyu Jiushang Ju 13th Layer Body Refinement Foundation Establishment Completion Accumulated Comprehension 8600. After half a month of hard cultivation, I have finally achieved the completion of Body Refinement Foundation Establishment. Jiang Fan exercised his muscles and bones, feeling a power surging from within flowing outward. He threw another punch. A giant boulder several meters away shattered with a thunderous boom, turning to dust. The force of the punch breaking through 1,000 pounds. Is this the might of Foundation establishment completion? If he were to don high-grade spiritual armor and unleash his full power, encountering Mu Jinren and Hualing Jinren would merely be a matter of 2 punches. This was Jiang Fan's greatest achievement after half a month of hard cultivation. However, a bad piece of news followed. The Yunyu Jiushangju only contained the Foundation Establishment section with no content on the Golden Core section. If he wanted to advance further, he had to either find the golden core section of the Yunyu Jiushangju or switch to other body refinement techniques. With my current cultivation multiplier being extraordinarily high, even switching to other body refinement techniques could quickly lead me to complete foundation establishment, and even the golden core is within reach. However, the key issue was where to find body refinement techniques at the golden core level. Jiang Fan currently had two directions to pursue to search within the Jiang family. As a prominent family in the Shu Kingdom, although the Jiang family had never seen a body refinement cultivator at the golden core stage, it did not mean there were no corresponding techniques. With his current status, obtaining a body refinement technique at the golden core level should pose no difficulty. Moreover, his Ling Shi Jian only had the foundation establishment section, and to break through to the golden core level, he would require the subsequent techniques from the Jiang family. The reason he had not broken through the Ling Shi Jian was precisely due to this consideration. He intended to openly break through the Ling Shi Jian in Qingyuan town to attract everyone's attention. Then he could request the golden core and subsequent chapters of the Ling Shi Jian. Two directions: body refinement and qi cultivation. However, only children make choices. Do I want both? After making his decision, Jiang Fan immediately stopped hesitating. Ninth layer of the Ling Shi Jian upheaval of rivers and seas break for me. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy converged, and the serpents and insects went wild. The spiritual energy throughout Qingyuan town began to crazily gather towards the location where Jiang Fan was. A massive amount of spiritual energy formed waves above Qingyuan town, constantly surging. Upon closer inspection, one would find a giant spiritual serpent at the center of the waves, continuously rolling about. With each roll, it absorbed a vast amount of spiritual energy into its body. With every breath it took, the serpent's body would grow larger. From its original half-inch size, it expanded to several dozen zhang long. Above the entire Qingyuan town, it resembled a monstrous deity, constantly rolling and swimming, disrupting the spiritual energy of the entire town. Such a terrifying commotion attracted everyone's attention in Qingyuan town. This commotion, without a doubt, is from the Ling Shi Jian. And the level is definitely not low. What kind of person is breaking through the Ling Shi Jian? Could it be some long-respected elder? The Ling Shi Jian holds a special status in the Jiang family, and almost everyone knows about it. Such a large commotion naturally attracted quite a few onlookers. Inside the Jiang family's camp, Jiang Huan, who was attending to guests, suddenly paused and gazed into the distance. Such a commotion, which elder could it be? Within the camp, Jiang Lianhai took 2 steps, and then hurriedly said, "Elder, look outside." Jiang Yunshan, who was sipping tea, suddenly had a serious expression. Suddenly the ground within the camp began to churn, and the snakes and insects that had been lurking underground all crawled out, kneeling in the direction of a certain point. 10,000 snakes worshipping. This is the manifestation of the 9 heavens mystic art breaking through to the 9th layer. It seems that our Jiang clan is about to have another foundation establishment complete. Jiang Yunshan was overjoyed. A complete foundation establishment represented the highest realm beneath the golden core, and it still held the hope of forming a core. With each additional person, the foundation of the Jiang family would grow stronger. Without even putting down his teacup, he leaped out to curiously look into the distance. Many foundation establishment practitioners reacted similarly to Jiang Yunshan, all casting their gazes towards Jiang Fan's direction. That direction seems to be where the Jiang family estate is located. Could it be Jiang Fan? After Jiang Yunshan said this, he found himself laughing. Impossible, impossible. Jiang Fan has just broken through to foundation establishment. How could he suddenly break through to the 9th layer of the 9 heavens mystic art? Elder, which elder in our clan is in seclusion today? Yes, elder, if the 9 heavens mystic art breaks through to the 9th layer, then that would be a complete foundation establishment. We should prepare to congratulate him. The surrounding foundation establishment practitioners gathered around, counting the foundation establishment members nearby, checking to see who was missing and whether it was someone close to them. I don't know either. Jiang Yunshan shook his head. Although there were people in seclusion these days, there were no latest foundation establishment elders, which left him puzzled. Could it be that old guy Jiang Tai? Suddenly one foundation establishment practitioner spoke. If it's him, it makes sense. That guy Jiang Tai had extraordinary talent when he was young, but later became obsessed with refining tools. It's been about 30 years since he reached the late foundation establishment stage, hasn't it? If he has broken through to complete foundation establishment, it would be within reason. Everyone nodded in agreement. Jiang Tai held a special position in the Jiang clan, having been a genius in his youth, and now a master craftsman. If he had indeed broken through to complete foundation establishment, it would meet everyone's expectations. What a pity it is not me. As the crowd's expectations rose, Jiang Tai's figure slowly emerged. He stood with his hands behind his back, gazing toward the Jiang estate, his eyes reflecting an unfathomable depth. It turns out it's not you. Strange then, who could it be? Everyone exchanged glances. The Foundation establishment practitioners in Qingyuan town had mostly come out, and there were only a few latest-stage Foundation establishment practitioners, making it hard to guess who else it could be. Could it really be him? Jiang Yunshan muttered, looking toward the Jiang estate in surprise. Sometimes when all incorrect answers are eliminated, the remaining answer, no matter how unbelievable, is the correct one. Who? Who does the elder want to mention? Could it be that the elder is referring to Jiang Fan? Someone suddenly shouted loudly. At this statement, the many Foundation establishment practitioners sighed, and Jiang, who hidden among them, couldn't help but snort coldly. Jiang Fan. How could that be? That guy just recently broke through to Foundation establishment. Just a casual remark. Although Jiang Yunshan thought highly of Jiang Fan, this matter still seemed too unbelievable. Even he didn't believe this anomaly was caused by Jiang Fan. The elder might be too partial to him. Jiang Fan's talent is indeed impressive, but he is too young. How could his cultivation breakthrough be so fast? It's said that the talent with the pure sword body in the clan is currently only at the 9th layer of the 9 heavens mystic art. If Jiang Fan comprehended the 9th layer, wouldn't he be even more powerful than that pure sword body? It's neither Jiang Fan nor Jiang Tai, then who could it be? Everyone chimed in, evidently dismissing Jiang Fan as an answer. Fortunately, the anomaly was already in its final stage, and the answer was about to be revealed. As the last surge of spiritual energy flowed into the Jiang estate, the aura of the central figure gradually stabilized. Ultimately, it settled at the mid-Foundation establishment realm. Mid-Foundation establishment. How could this be? Jiang Yunshan observed most clearly that aura was definitely mid-Foundation establishment, not the complete Foundation establishment he had imagined. Mid-Foundation establishment. Elder, are you sure? I'm certain my divine sense also detected it. This person's cultivation is definitely only mid-Foundation establishment. Jiang Tai also affirmed this. When a complete Foundation establishment practitioner and a latest-stage Foundation establishment practitioner both spoke, it was basically confirmed. The mid-Foundation establishment realm and the 9th layer of the 9 heavens mystic art. When these two pieces of information were combined, they directly brought back the name they had previously overlooked. Whoosh. The elder was the first to take action, rushing toward the Jiang estate. Earlier, they had refrained from approaching for fear of disturbing the breakthrough. Now that the breakthrough had ended, he naturally approached first. Quick, follow me. The other Foundation establishment practitioners also surged forward. At this moment, no one was more eager than they were to know the answer. In the crowd, Jiang, who was especially anxious, praying that it wasn't Jiang Fan or anyone, but Jiang Fan. Inside the Jiang estate, Jiang Fan had just let out a sigh of relief when he felt a surge of Foundation establishment practitioners entering his divine sense. Immediately, he leaped out, quickly enveloped by a dozen or so Foundation establishment practitioners. Elder, what happened? Jiang Fan asked in surprise. Could it be that these guys were all attracted by the commotion from his breakthrough? Jiang Fan, is it really you? Jiang Yunshan was astonished. He was far too familiar with this person. Wasn't it Jiang Fan? What it really is, Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, my nephew, didn't you just break through to Foundation establishment? How did you suddenly break through to the 9th layer of the 9 heavens mystic art? Who said it wasn't? I said it was Jiang Fan long ago, but you didn't believe me. Jiang Huan exclaimed. Jiang, who in the crowd looked at Jiang Fan, feeling as if his head was spinning to the sky, seemed to be collapsing. His path of revenge was completely over and his life was utterly ruined. He would have to be honest from now on. Not only Jiang Hu, but everyone was astonished, some even rubbing their eyes in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Haha, I knew it. Genius cannot be judged by common sense. Jiang Tai laughed heartily, clearly unfazed by the surprise. Jiang Fan, tell me, to which layer has your 9 heavens mystic art broken through? Jiang Yunshan approached Jiang Fan and directly asked the question everyone was concerned about. At that moment, the entire sky was silent. Everyone perked up their ears, even exaggeratingly focusing all their divine senses on Jiang Fan, just waiting for his answer. Jiang Fan opened his lips, and under the gaze of everyone truthfully replied, the 9th layer, what's wrong? Hiss. Jiang Yunshan inhaled sharply, the teacup in his hand shattering from the tension. Is it really the 9th layer? This talent is just too exaggerated. Damn it, I've painstakingly cultivated for over 100 years to reach the 8th layer, and Jiang Fan, still in his 30s, has already surpassed me. A latest-stage Foundation establishment cultivator began to weep. Indeed, geniuses are different from ordinary people. It seems I was right to choose the path of artifact refining back then. Jiang Tai sighed. He was still at the 8th layer of the spiritual snake sword manual, his talent far inferior to Jiang Fan's. Wait, I remember that talented person in the clan, the pure sword body, seems to have only reached the 9th layer as well. Suddenly a voice broke the clamor. Everyone recalled that there was another genius in the clan who had also reached the 9th layer of the spiritual snake sword manual at a young age. Could it be? At this moment, everyone looked at Jiang Fan, countless speculations flooding their minds. That person was a pure sword body achieving such a feat, while Jiang Fan seemed to have never revealed any special talent before. Could Jiang Fan also be a pure sword body? Impossible. The clan tests everyone's talent, and if he had an innate constitution, it would have been revealed immediately. Jiang Yinshan directly denied it. Jiang Fan was definitely not an innate sword body. He wasn't quite sure what the reason was. He then looked at Jiang Fan. However, Jiang Fan's talent is evident to all. Even if he is not a pure sword body, his understanding is extraordinary. Although it has only been discovered today, it is still not too late. A fiery light flashed in Jiang Yinshan's eyes. The 9th layer of the spiritual snake sword manual represented a guaranteed foundation establishment perfection. As long as there was enough spiritual energy, there would be no bottlenecks on the path ahead. Especially since Jiang Fan was so young, barely in his 30s, and not yet 31. He was very likely to reach foundation establishment perfection before the age of 40. At that time, considering the lifespan of over 200 years for foundation establishment cultivators, Jiang Fan would have more than 100 years to strive for the golden core realm. What a golden seed. And it's the seed among seeds. Such a genius, how come he was only discovered now? Fortunately, it's not too late. Jiang Fan, your breakthrough to the 9th layer of the spiritual snake sword manual is extremely significant. I will report this to the Ancestor. For the next few days, do not go anywhere and wait for the Ancestor's decree. Yes, Great Elder. Jiang Fan mechanically nodded, only wanting the follow-up techniques, never expecting to stir the Ancestor's attention. Around him, people cast envious glances. Jiang Fan's breakthrough to the 9th layer of the spiritual snake sword manual, once reported to the Ancestor, would surely attract the Ancestor's attention, leading to focused training. From now on, Jiang Fan would directly undergo a transformation, creating a vast gap between him and ordinary clan members. This was the true rise to greatness. Congratulations, congratulations. Jiang Fan, you will soar high from now on with the golden core in sight. Jiang Fan, after you take flight, do not forget us. Jiang Tai even joked. Everyone congratulated him, many feeling emotional. Just a few days ago, they were congratulating Jiang Fan on his foundation establishment breakthrough, and now, unexpectedly, he had another breakthrough. Indeed, this talent cannot be measured by common standards. Thank you all, but I am still only in the mid-foundation establishment stage and need to focus on my cultivation. Jiang Fan first cupped his hands in salute, then looked at Jiang Yinshan and said, by the way, Great Elder, I've reached the 9th layer of the spiritual snake sword manual, but I still lack the follow-up techniques. Jiang Yinshan shook his head. No need to rush. Once I consult the Ancestor, there will be a decision. Moreover, all the techniques for the golden core realm are in the Ancestor's hands. I only have the techniques I've cultivated myself. Understood, then I will trouble the Great Elder. I didn't expect it to be so complicated, having to wait for the golden core Ancestor. In that case, all I can do now is wait. In fact, Jiang Fan didn't have to wait long. Jiang Yinshan had a way to contact the Jiang family, so he immediately reported the matter to them. Upon receiving the news, the upper echelon of the Jiang family did not dare to delay for a moment and hurried to the Holy Land to meet the Ancestor. Within the Jiang family in the Holy Land. Not bad, Tianxin, your understanding of the spiritual snake sword manual has improved again. The Jiang family Ancestor was in a very good mood recently. The pure sword body clan member before him had comprehended the 9th layer of the spiritual snake sword manual at the age of 30, which was truly a pleasant surprise. Thanks to the Ancestor's nurturing, but during this time I have had no clue regarding the 10th layer of the spiritual snake sword manual. I fear I cannot satisfy the Ancestor. Jiang Tianxin lowered his head, speaking humbly. The 10th layer of the spiritual snake sword manual records the secrets of the golden core. You are only at the mid-foundation establishment stage, so it is normal that you cannot fully comprehend it yet. You still need to remain calm and not be arrogant. Once you break through to foundation establishment perfection in the future, many of the difficulties of the 10th layer will naturally be resolved. Thank you, Ancestor, for your guidance. All right, go and continue your cultivation. Jiang Tianxin nodded, just about to retreat, when he saw a clan member hurriedly run in. Ancestor, urgent report from Qingyuan town. What is so urgent? Is it the spiritual vein emerging early, or has the Shangwan family attacked? The Jiang family Ancestor's expression was calm. As long as it was not the spiritual vein emerging early, there would be no major events. Neither, Ancestor, someone has broken through to the 9th layer of the spiritual snake sword manual. The clan member quickly replied. What is so surprising about that? The Jiang family Ancestor showed a puzzled expression. After all, it was merely another foundation establishment perfection. Whether or not one could attain the golden core was another matter entirely. This person is only 30 years old, and their cultivation is only at the mid-foundation establishment stage. What a... The Jiang family ancestor was taken aback. A 30-year-old at the 9th layer of the spiritual snake sword manual, could it be another pure sword body? Is it truly a blessing for the Jiang family producing another genius? What is this person's name? What were they doing before? Jiang Tianxin, who was just about to leave, also paused, looking over curiously. This person is named Jiang Fan. The clan member hurriedly organized Jiang Fan's information and quickly relayed it to the Jiang family ancestor. Outer sect elder. The Jiang family ancestor pondered these words, so either he awakened his innate wisdom or he possesses great fortune. But no matter which, it is a blessing for our Jiang family. Quickly summon Jiang Fan to the Holy Land. Yes, the clan member quickly agreed. The Jiang family ancestor suddenly raised his hand, stopping the person. Wait, I will go see for myself. Tianxin, cultivate well. I will be back shortly. Perhaps I can find a companion for you. Yes, ancestor. Jiang Tianxin obediently nodded, silently remembering the name Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, I will remember you. The 9th layer of the Spirit Snake Sword Classic. Jiang Fan. A middle-aged man from the Shangwan family suddenly crushed the cup in his hand, his face filled with gloom. First there was the pure sword body Jiang Tianxin, and now another extraordinarily talented Jiang Fan has emerged. What kind of fortune does the Jiang family possess? After a moment of contemplation, Shangwan Xiong quickly made a decision, forming a seal with his hands. This was a long-distance communication talisman that could transmit messages across 1,000 miles, and his target was the Shangwan family. In Qingyuan town, Shangwan Xiong had just finished transmitting the message to the main house, anxiously waiting for the result. It seems that Qingyuan town is becoming increasingly difficult to stay in. As he muttered, suddenly the patterns on his palm glowed brightly, and a talisman slowly materialized before him. It bore a few large characters. Find an opportunity, kill. Wait, elder, is this for me? Am I supposed to go? Shangwan Xiong hurriedly questioned, fearing he had misread or overlooked something. Before he could finish speaking, the talisman before him completely vanished. It was evident that this was a one-way communication talisman. Damn it. Shangwan Xiong had nowhere to vent his frustration. If it were that simple, he could have been the Grand Elder himself. You go eliminate the Jiang family's ancestor. Just give the order directly. Old fellow, you want me, a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, to eliminate a genius of the same level in the Jiang family's core area? Why don't you come yourself? After venting, Shangwan Xiong could only sigh. Forget it, he'll write up an action plan and submit it. At least that would justify the spirit stones provided by the clan. Who said I wasn't the Grand Elder? In the Jiang family's auxiliary estate, Grand Elder Jiang Yunshan excitedly approached Jiang Fan. Haha, Jiang Fan, good news. The ancestor will soon arrive in Qingyuan town to test you. Once you pass the test, you will be able to return to the clan and enter the sacred land for cultivation. The ancestor is personally coming. To be honest, Jiang Fan was a bit startled. Originally, in his plans, all he needed was to obtain the content of the Golden Core chapter of the Spirit Snake Sword Classic. He never expected the situation to escalate to the point of involving the ancestor. Of course, Jiang Fan, you have cultivated the Spirit Snake Sword Classic to the 9th layer. Breaking through to the peak of foundation establishment is already a foregone conclusion. Moreover, you are still young, just in your 30s. With some guidance at the very least, you will have great hope of forming a golden core in the future. Such a significant matter naturally warrants the ancestor's personal visit. Jiang Yunshan was overjoyed. The family had discovered another genius with the potential for a golden core, and he was the one who found him. How could he not be happy? Jiang Fan, the ancestor places great importance on you. During these days in Qingyuan town, focus on your cultivation and prepare thoroughly for the ancestor's test. As for the other matters, do not worry about them for now. Yes, Grand Elder. Jiang Fan nodded. He wasn't too worried about the ancestor's test and didn't care much about entering the sacred land. As long as he could obtain the Golden Core chapter of the Spirit Snake Sword Classic, that would be enough for Jiang Fan. For the next few days, other than continuing his arduous cultivation, he did not take any further actions. He quietly awaited the arrival of the Grand Elder. 3 days later, a spiritual mist suddenly gathered above Qingyuan town. Within the Jiang family's main camp, Jiang Yunshan, who had been inspired by Jiang Fan and was in the midst of his cultivation, abruptly returned to reality and excitedly ran outside, presenting Jiang Yunshan, the current Grand Elder of the Jiang family, to greet the ancestor. Meanwhile, from all directions, over a dozen mid-foundation establishment cultivators flew out, each bowing towards the direction of the spiritual mist. We pay our respects to the ancestor. No need for courtesy. A deep voice resonated from the mist. As the mist dispersed, an elder with a white beard, youthful appearance, and carrying a long sword slowly appeared before everyone. This elder appeared imposing, and just a distant glance instilled a sense of fear, making it difficult for anyone to approach easily. Around the elder, the mist swirled continuously. Upon closer inspection, these were not ordinary spiritual energies, but rather thick spiritual energy actively approaching the elder. The visitor was the ancestor of the Jiang family, Jiang Fan. Is Jiang Fan here? Jiang Fan asked directly. Among the dozen or so mid-foundation establishment cultivators, Jiang Fan quickly spoke up simultaneously, observing the ancestor with curiosity. This was his first time meeting the ancestor of the Jiang family, who appeared youthful and wise, embodying the demeanor of an enlightened being, evoking reverence. As Jiang Fan scrutinized the ancestor, Jiang Fan was also assessing Jiang Fan. After a few moments, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. With abundant spiritual energy and favorable fortune, you possess mid-foundation establishment cultivation at such a young age. You are a promising talent for our Jiang family. Thank you for the praise, ancestor. Jiang Fan bowed in gratitude. Immediately afterward, Jiang Fan changed the subject. Jiang Yinshan previously sent me a message saying you cultivated the Spirit Snake Sword Classic to the 9th layer on your own. However, I reviewed your history and saw that you have practiced within the clan for over a decade, primarily cultivating the Qingmu art with no remarkable talent. A year ago, you were merely at the 4th level of Qi refining. Is this true? At this moment, Jiang Yinshan also turned to look at Jiang Fan, knowing his previous lack of talent and thus feeling curious. Meanwhile, Jiang Tai and others were astonished, having always thought of Jiang Fan as a talent who didn't show much. They had never considered that Jiang Fan was once an ordinary clan member who struggled even with Qi refining. Jiang Fan raised his head without any evasion and calmly replied, "That is indeed the case." Hiss. Upon hearing this, even the ancestor was taken aback, causing a stir among the foundation establishment cultivators present. So Jiang Fan made a leap from the 4th level of Qi refining to mid-foundation establishment in just 1 year. Heavens, that's too exaggerated. Exaggerated. That's simply impossible unless he had some great fortune. The crowd murmured, utterly astonished by Jiang Fan's astonishing growth trajectory, which left even fellow foundation establishment cultivators feeling amazed. Jiang Yinshan secretly felt anxious for Jiang Fan, fearing he might say something wrong and anger the ancestor. Very well, you did not lie. However, since you previously practiced the Qingmu art, why did you later switch to the Spirit Snake Sword Classic? Jiang Fan took a deep breath before slowly saying, I struggled for many years with the Qingmu art and saw little progress. I originally planned to give up, but later I tried switching to the Spirit Snake Sword Classic, and to my surprise, I found an extraordinary synergy with it, as if I had divine assistance in my cultivation. Jiang Fan stroked his beard, thoughtfully gazing at Jiang Fan before him. He had seen many cultivators suddenly gain enlightenment and rapidly comprehend their techniques, but he had never witnessed someone like Jiang Fan making such rapid progress after changing techniques. This only heightened his curiosity about Jiang Fan. In his heart, he had already decided that if this were true, he would definitely bring Jiang Fan back to the clan for cultivation. Very good, Jiang Fan, I wish to take you back to my clan's sacred ground for secluded training. However, our Jiang clan has rules. Those who enter the sacred ground must pass a test. Are you prepared for this? The junior is already prepared. Jiang Fan slowly spoke, although he was already very satisfied with Jiang Fan. The necessary procedures still had to be followed. Jiang Fan did not hesitate and directly agreed. Old ancestor Jiang Fan has just broken through to the mid-foundation establishment stage, having only been in the initial stage for a little over a month. His realm may not yet be fully stable. Should he not take some time to prepare before participating in the test? As soon as Jiang Fan agreed, Jiang Yinshan suddenly spoke up. It wasn't that he was worried about Jiang Fan, it was just that this test was too important, and since it was a test from the Golden Core Old Ancestor, the difficulty would naturally be extremely high. If he was unprepared, Jiang Fan would surely suffer a great loss. Jiang Fan pondered for a moment, stroking his beard, and said softly, It is indeed a bit too urgent. However, we cultivators should seize every moment. Jiang Fan, do you have confidence? The junior is willing to try. Jiang Fan immediately replied, also casting a grateful glance at the elder beside him. Jiang Yinshan sighed slightly. He had originally intended to buy some time for Jiang Fan, but it seemed that the Jiang clan's ancestor preferred that Jiang Fan participate in the test immediately. Thinking about it, the Golden Core Old Ancestor's time was precious. How could he afford to waste too much of it here? Elder, rest assured, Jiang Fan is exceptionally talented. Such genius cannot be measured by ordinary standards. I believe this boy can do it. Jiang Tai patted Jiang Yinshan's shoulder and comforted him softly. He might not know much, but he definitely knew that Jiang Fan had a top-grade spirit weapon, the Spirit Snake Sword. With a top-grade spirit weapon like the Spirit Snake Sword combined with the 9th layer of the Spirit Snake Sword manual, he couldn't imagine what test he wouldn't be able to pass. Unless the old ancestor came personally. Above the clouds, Jiang Fan brought his right hand's fingers together and gently pointed. The surrounding mist seemed to come alive, transforming into scales and the thickest area morphed into a gigantic white snake, head viciously flicking its tongue. The moment the white snake took shape, it was as if a demon king had descended, releasing an overwhelming pressure. Many recognized this creature as soon as it formed. It's actually the white snake spirit puppet. This was the old ancestor's famous artifact from his youth, and he actually used it for testing. Jiang Fan has only just reached the mid-foundation establishment stage and has barely broken through. Can he really be a match for this spirit puppet? Jiang Songyun ignored the others and looked directly at Jiang Fan. This is a spirit snake puppet that I obtained during my travels in my youth with combat power equivalent to a cultivator at the late foundation establishment stage. If you can defeat it, I will consider you have passed the test and will gift you this puppet as a present. Are you prepared? The junior has no issues. Jiang Fan nodded, not thinking too much about it. The old ancestor is actually willing to give this white snake spirit puppet as a gift to Jiang Fan. Some people exclaimed. It seems the old ancestor values Jiang Fan quite a lot, and now it depends on whether Jiang Fan can pass the test. I think it's a bit difficult. The strength of the white snake spirit puppet is not to be underestimated. Some were not optimistic about Jiang Fan, as some talented cultivators might not have very strong combat abilities. Scatter. Jiang Kanjiun snorted softly, and over a dozen foundation establishment cultivators quickly dispersed, leaving the entire area in the air to Jiang Fan and the white snake spirit puppet. Everyone watched Jiang Fan nervously. They had never seen him make a move, so they naturally didn't know how strong he was. Jiang Yunhan's face was filled with worry. He had witnessed the power of the white snake spirit puppet back in the day, and its combat strength was only slightly inferior to his. Back then he had seen with his own eyes how the white snake spirit puppet tore a mid-foundation establishment loose cultivator into pieces. Go! With Jiang Kanjian's command, the white snake spirit puppet flicked its tongue and shot towards Jiang Fan like a cannonball. Whoosh! The spirit mist in the air instantly parted, and although the white snake spirit puppet was a puppet, it was incredibly nimble, its several-meter-long body twisting and turning gracefully as it charged towards Jiang Fan. Spirit snake salutation. Sword force like a mountain breaking rivers and mountains. Jiang Fan's gaze sharpened. The speed of the white snake was too fast. If he did not reveal his physical cultivation strength, he would hardly be able to react. Thus he chose not to dodge, but to meet it head-on. A massive illusion of a snake head emerged, and a top-grade spirit snake sword slowly extended, revealing its sharp blade light. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As if sensing Jiang Fan's crisis, the spirit snake sword let out a long cry and shot forward, accompanied by the gigantic snake head aimed at the white snake spirit puppet. The white snake spirit puppet sensed it and actually managed to evade the attack of the spirit snake sword. Although the white snake spirit puppet was a puppet, it was extremely agile, twisting its body several times to barely let the spirit snake sword graze its skin, suffering no damage. Although Jiang Fan's spirit snake salutation was powerful, it was helpless against an opponent faster than himself. After dodging Jiang Fan's attacks a few times, the white snake spirit puppet turned and charged at Jiang Fan. If this continues, Jiang Fan will undoubtedly be no match for the white snake spirit puppet. Indeed, do talented cultivators inherently have flaws in combat? Many sighed. If he failed the test, Jiang Fan would likely lose the opportunity to enter the sacred ground for cultivation. Jiang Fan. Jiang Yinshan silently felt anxious for Jiang Fan. Above the clouds, Jiang Songyun stroked his beard and became increasingly interested in Jiang Fan's performance. This little guy is trying to outsmart a puppet. In the mist, the white snake spirit puppet twisted several times, seemingly unaffected by the spirit snake sword. As long as it threatened Jiang Fan, he would lose. At this moment, the target of the white snake spirit puppet was Jiang Fan with no other trajectory. And just at the last moment, Jiang Fan suddenly smiled and quickly formed a hand seal. Ninth style, overturning the rivers and seas. Sword leads the vastness, dragons and snakes rise on the land. Boom. The spirit snake sword, which had been flying out, suddenly transformed into a gigantic python, generating a tidal force of overturning rivers and seas, and with a single roll, it pinned the white snake spirit puppet down. In one move, the white snake spirit puppet instantly lost its combat ability, turning into billowing mist, and the enormous ferocious snake head gradually faded away. One strike to defeat the enemy. This battle ended. Did he win? Goodness, he was just at a disadvantage, yet he managed to turn the tide with one strike. That was the 9th style of the spirit snake sword manual. Very few people in the clan can execute it. I didn't expect it to be so powerful that even the spirit puppet at the late foundation establishment stage couldn't withstand a single hit. His luck is truly good. He was almost hit by the spirit puppet, and then he would have lost. All of this happened too quickly for many to see clearly, but they were all astonished. Jiang Fan. Was it really just luck? Jiang Yunshan narrowed his eyes. His cultivation was extremely high, and he had seen that battle quite clearly. Elder Patriarch Jiang Fan has fulfilled his duty. And Jiang Fan exhaled faintly in relief and raised his voice toward the clouds above. Haha, truly a fine scion of the Jiang clan. From the outset, you discerned the white serpent spirit puppet's greatest strength agility. Otherwise, even at your foundation establishment mid-stage, your serpent spirit sword art might not have landed a decisive strike. Thus, you boldly chose yourself as bait. When the puppet drew near, its maneuverability reached its nadir. At that precise moment, you unleashed the ninth form, turning rivers upside down. Even with all its grace, it could not evade this technique. To perceive both enemy and self with clarity, and wield that insight to decisive effect. Excellent. Excellent. Truly excellent. Jiang Tsungyun was deeply satisfied with Jiang Fan's response, not resorting to brute force nor dragging the battle into attrition, but instead exploiting the asymmetry of strengths to end the confrontation in a single flawless stroke. Clearly, Jiang Fan was not only a cultivation prodigy, but also possessed extraordinary combat intuition, an exceptionally rare talent. With that, he turned to admonish the other Foundation establishment cultivators. All of you must emulate Jiang Fan before battle, assess strengths and weaknesses with precision, so victory may be sealed in one decisive blow. The surrounding cultivators hurriedly voiced their assent, yet their murmurs carried far more awe for Jiang Fan. So it wasn't mere luck. It was all deliberate. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. This youth is truly terrifying. He had already calculated every move before the puppet even stirred. At such a tender age, his strategic depth is staggering. Were I in his place, I'd likely stand helpless before the white serpent spirit puppet. A Foundation establishment latest-stage cultivator sighed softly. The onlookers gazed upon Jiang Fan in profound admiration. If not for the elder patriarch's explanation, they would never have realized Jiang Fan had deliberately lured the puppet and then struck the finishing blow. Thus their perception fell short, not only of the elder patriarchs, but vastly beneath Jiang Fan's own. As the elder patriarch says, this young Jiang Fan, even back in his chi refinement stage, ventured alone into a spirit vein and slew a formidable foe. His talent and battlefield acumen are beyond reproach, a peerless asset. Jiang Yunshan added his praise at just the right moment. I have long held that geniuses defy conventional judgment, Jiang Tai remarked calmly. Faced with such acclaim, Jiang Fan first offered formal bows to each elder, then bowed deeply to Jiang Tsungyun. I am deeply honored by your eminence's commendation. He need not be modest. Jiang Tsungyun smiled faintly, then declared aloud, Jiang Fan, having passed my trial, you shall now receive this white serpent spirit puppet as your own. With a sweep of his hand, Jiang Tsungyun summoned the dispersed puppet, its form coalescing once more into a drifting mist within which a faint serpentine silhouette flickered and writhed. Guided by Jiang Tsungyun's will, the mist drifted gently toward Jiang Fan. He studied it closely. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a somersault cloud. So this spirit puppet is forged from mist itself. Jiang Fan murmured, astonished. Jiang Fan, this white serpent spirit puppet was crafted from celestial clouds refined in accordance with the serpent spirit manual. It may be powered either by spirit stones or by genuine chi. Its agility is unmatched. Cherish it well. Jiang Tsungyun added once more. I am profoundly grateful for your eminence's generous gift. Though Jiang Fan felt a quiet thrill, this artifact might serve little in true combat. It would certainly make an impressive mount for travel and prestige. No need for formality, Jiang Tsungyun waved dismissively, then continued. Having passed the trial, you need no longer remain in Qingyuan town. Accompany me back to the Holy Land for secluded cultivation. At those words, many cast envious glances. Though they were Foundation establishment cultivators, the very backbone of their families, they remained merely mid-tier figures. The true pillars of the Jiang clan were its golden core elders, the irreplaceable core of the entire lineage. That Jiang Fan now returned with a golden core elder meant he stood closer than ever to that inner sanctum. When next they met, some might even address him as senior elder. As ordered, elder patriarch, may I first return to gather my belongings, and bring my 3 wives with me to accompany your eminence back? Jiang Fan nodded. Though he felt indifferent about returning, he knew better than to disregard the elder patriarch's counsel. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tsungyun's expression grew solemn. We cultivators must place cultivation above all else. Never allow love and passion to fetter ambition in our prime years. Before your talents emerged, marrying and settling down was understandable. But once you return with me to the Holy Land, you must separate from your wives to cultivate independently. Only when you attain the Tao's highest realization may you reunite with them. Jiang Fan froze inwardly, recoiling in disbelief. I've been cultivating peacefully here in Qingyuan town. Returning with you would mean nothing but grueling austerity. Worse still, his current achievements owed everything to his wives. To part from them now? Impossible. Was he truly expected to advance solely by his own effort? Without hesitation, he replied, Respectfully, Elder Patriarch. I share such profound devotion with my two wives that even a moment's separation is unbearable. Even within the Holy Land, I must remain with them. I swore to stand by their side, always. What did you say? Jiang Songyun's brow arched sharply, his voice thundered. The Holy Land is a place of rigorous cultivation, not a pleasure garden. Do you truly imagine you may dwell there alongside your wives, not for pleasure, but out of unbreakable devotion impossible to sever? Facing the Elder Patriarch's displeasure, Jiang Fan answered firmly, though his pulse quickened. Impossible to sever. I will permit them to enter the clan grounds, and even grant them abundant cultivation resources in deference to you. But allowing them into the Holy Land itself to dwell beside you, that is utterly forbidden. Jiang Songyun's brow knotted tightly. As a golden core elder, few dared speak to him so, least of all a youth however gifted. Indeed, Jiang Fan's prior performance had impressed him greatly, hence this rare concession. Had he not, he would have departed without another word, not deigned to negotiate terms. Now he assumed Jiang Fan's youth had clouded his judgment. Perhaps he was simply infatuated, as all young men once were. So he chose leniency, so long as Jiang Fan agreed to return with him. Once back in the clan, Jiang Fan would devote himself to austere practice. A century hence, when Jiang Fan's lifespan stretched boundlessly while his wives passed quietly into death, he believed Jiang Fan would finally grasp his wisdom. I beg your pardon, Elder Patriarch. If I cannot remain with my wives, I will not go to the Holy Land. Jiang Fan spoke softly. What did you say? Say it again. Jiang Songyun erupted in fury. No one in the Jiang clan had ever refused him, nor dared to. Jiang Fan. What nonsense is this? Recant at once. Jiang Yinshan rushed forward anxiously. Elder Patriarch Jiang Fan is young and inexperienced. Please forgive his indiscretion. Jiang Fan actually refused the Elder Patriarch. Heavens, where does he find such audacity? That is the Holy Land. Please forgive him, Elder Patriarch. He is but a youth, others pleaded on his behalf. Humph. Youthful arrogance knows no bounds. Perhaps he needs a lesson. A few watched with quiet schadenfreude. Jiang Songyun took a slow, steadying breath, suppressing his rising ire, then said again, Jiang Fan, I grant you one final chance. Answer me, once more. Now come back to the sacred land with me, without bringing anyone else. Do you have any objections? At this moment, Jiang Songyun was visibly angered, though never had anyone dared to refuse him so boldly. The fact that he could still suppress his temper to speak with Jiang Fan showed his appreciation for him. Jiang Fan, hurry and apologize to the Ancestor. Say that you are willing to return to the sacred land. Jiang Yinshan immediately interjected, fearing that Jiang Fan might say something wrong again, and discreetly transmitted a message. Jiang Fan, regardless of your thoughts, you should go to the sacred land. It is the place where our family has the most abundant cultivation resources, and only there is there hope for achieving golden core. If you truly love your wife, once you reach the sacred land, as long as you stay for a few years until the Ancestor's anger subsides, you can win favor with the Ancestor, allowing you and your wife to reunite often. But for now, you absolutely must not refuse the Ancestor. Jiang Yinshan was genuinely anxious. He had watched Jiang Fan grow step by step since his foundation establishment period. During this time, Jiang Yinshan had invested countless attention and resources, treating Jiang Fan almost like his own descendant. Now he would definitely not stand by and watch Jiang Fan go astray. Jiang Fan, don't be stubborn. Entering the sacred land is your best choice. Jiang Tai, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke to Jiang Fan. Many people looked at Jiang Tai and nodded in agreement. In his youth, Jiang Tai was also exceptionally talented, a prodigy that everyone believed would become a future candidate for golden core with a high probability of success. However, Jiang Tai was equally stubborn back then, missing the opportunity to enter the sacred land. In his younger days, he had not paid much attention, solely pursuing the path of refining, believing he could achieve great accomplishments in both refining and cultivation. Time has provided the answer for Jiang Tai. Having missed the chance to enter the sacred land, his cultivation is now still at the late foundation establishment stage, while his passion for refining has only brought him to the level of a second-tier upper-grade refiner. Another youth equally talented as he was back then has now become a golden core true monarch, unlike him, who is stuck in mediocrity. Their standings are now worlds apart. This answer given by time has left Jiang Tai with frequent regrets. Had he entered the sacred land earlier, he might have already achieved golden core and become a true monarch. Jiang Fan, don't wait until you reach my age to regret, for it will already be too late. Jiang Tai patted Jiang Fan's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Yes, Jiang Fan, quickly admit your mistake. Jiang Fan, think carefully. This is the greatest opportunity of your life. Jiang Fan, do not mislead yourself. Delaying your own cultivation and angering the Ancestor is not worth it. Around them, voices of persuasion rose and fell. Some were sincere, while others carried a mocking tone. Everyone believed that Jiang Fan would not refuse. Entering the sacred land is the dream of every member of the Jiang family. No one can refuse, let alone twice. Even though Jiang Fan is exceptionally gifted, he has ultimately not matured. You know, a genius whose talent has not been realized cannot be considered a true genius. They also did not believe Jiang Fan had the right to refuse. After all, everyone knew that Jiang Fan was merely an ordinary clan member, not a direct descendant of the Ancestor, nor a core member of the clan. In other words, he had no capital to refuse. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Jiang Fan deeply bowed to Jiang Songyun. Jiang Songyun raised an eyebrow, feeling that something was amiss. The onlookers stared at Jiang Fan in astonishment, some not understanding the situation. Thank you for your kindness, Ancestor, but if I cannot be with my wife, I would rather not go to the sacred land. Jiang Kanjian's mouth opened slightly, then shut again. A wave of unnameable anger was suppressed in his heart, and his eyes were filled with disappointment toward Jiang Fan. The entire sky fell into an eerily quiet silence. Everyone was astonished by Jiang Fan's decision. Jiang Yunshan was puzzled, not understanding why Jiang Fan would choose to refuse after he had laid out the pros and cons. Jiang Tai sighed, as if he saw his younger self in Jiang Fan, mistakenly believing he was pursuing the right path, unaware of the grave error he was making. The expressions of the others were varied. Some were surprised, some curious, and others gloating, but most were confused and did not understand Jiang Fan's actions. In the Jiang family, no one can refuse the Ancestor, let alone refuse twice. Of course, very few could make the Ancestor patiently extend an invitation 2 times. But now Jiang Fan had done it. Refusing the Ancestor's invitation twice is an unprecedented event. Good, very good, Jiang Fan, is this your choice? Jiang Songyun shook his head, looking at Jiang Fan with disappointment. Those who seek to cultivate immortality with an impure heart, only seeking temporary pleasures, even if they achieve insights into the 9th layer of the Spirit Snake Sword Classic, it is merely a fleeting luck and not a lasting fortune. Being led astray by lust with an unstable Tao heart truly makes one difficult to utilize. Originally, before coming, he reviewed Jiang Fan's history, believing Jiang Fan to be the kind of talent that accumulates strength and is unwavering in his pursuit of cultivation. Even when dispatched by the family to Qingyuan town to serve as an elder, he never neglected his cultivation. Ultimately, hard work pays off. One day, he had an epiphany, mastering the 9th layer of the Spirit Snake Sword Classic, becoming a seed with the potential to compete for Golden Core, true monarch status within the Jiang family. But now, upon hearing Jiang Fan's response, the anticipation he once had turned into profound disappointment. Seeking pleasure, being led astray by lust, unable to set aside his wife for focused cultivation. He even proposed such an absurd request to bring his wife to the sacred land. While Jiang Fan's true feelings for his wife are indeed admirable, but how could he not know what Jiang Fan was really thinking? It was merely about lust. Otherwise, why would he want to bring her to the sacred land? Bringing her back to the clan, occasionally reuniting suffices. Oh, why must she be by his side, seeing each other every day? Jiang Fan, hurry and kneel to admit your mistake. Jiang Yunshan shouted angrily at Jiang Fan, then quickly pleaded with Jiang Songyun. Ancestor, Jiang Fan is young and doesn't understand. Please give him another chance. Jiang Songyun simply waved his hand, speaking sternly. Yunshan, no need to say more. Since Jiang Fan is unwilling to part with his wife, let him stay in Qingyuan town to accompany her. Our family's sacred land is not a place to force people against their will. But Ancestor Jiang Fan. Enough. Jiang Songyun interrupted Jiang Yunshan sharply, then looked at Jiang Fan with disappointment. Jiang Fan, today's outcome is your own choice. Since you do not wish to go, then stay. As he spoke, Jiang Songyun prepared to leave directly. Ancestor, I still have one request. Speak. Jiang Songyun looked at Jiang Fan, pondering that if Jiang Fan were to repent at this moment and plead earnestly, he would not be completely unreasonable. However, it would require setting a test, allowing Jiang Fan to suffer a little first. As a junior, I have already reached the 9th layer of the Spiritual Snake Sword Classic, but without further cultivation, content progress will be difficult. I hope the Ancestor can bestow the methods for the subsequent cultivation of the Spiritual Snake Sword Classic. You? Jiang Kanjian's anger flared as Jiang Fan's ignorance displayed an utter lack of awareness of the opportunity he had missed. Nonetheless, Jiang Songyun snorted coldly and took out a jade slip from his storage ring, tossing it to Jiang Fan. This is the subsequent content of the Spiritual Snake Sword Classic, which I have placed under a restriction, allowing only you to view it. Anyone else who dares to pry will have their divine sense shattered. Thank you, Ancestor, for your generosity. Jiang Fan accepted the jade slip, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. As long as he had the subsequent cultivation methods of the Spiritual Snake Sword Classic, he would be worry-free. Oh, as for whether or not to enter the sacred land, who would care? Looking at Jiang Fan, Jiang Songyun sighed. You see, this jade slip was originally prepared for you. I intended to personally teach you the subsequent content after you entered the sacred land. With my personal guidance, I could guarantee that you would comprehend the 10th layer within a decade, making your golden core within reach. But unfortunately, you are entangled in worldly affairs and your thoughts are not pure you, and I have no fated master-disciple bond, so this jade slip is yours now. Jiang Fan shook his head, his long beard flowing naturally in the air, appearing cold and indifferent. From being filled with anticipation at the beginning to his face of disappointment, just now bestowing the jade slip, now felt like he had fulfilled his responsibility. The path ahead could only be walked by Jiang Fan himself. The path of cultivation is just like this. As the supreme ancestor, he has the duty to lead the outstanding clan members onto the right path. But if the other party is stubborn and lost in thoughts, even if they are led onto the broad and smooth road, they will ultimately deviate from their true direction. Thinking of this, he could not help but glance at Jiang Tai not far away, if only Jiang Tai. But there are no ifs. The road is yours to walk, so the suffering must also be borne by you alone. After saying these last words, Jiang Fan turned and left, disappearing from everyone's sight within a few breaths, leaving behind a group of Foundation establishment members still in a daze. Jiang Fan, how dare you refuse the Ancestor twice? What were you thinking? Jiang Fan. Jiang Yunshan looked at Jiang Fan with an incredulous expression, unable to understand why Jiang Fan was so stubborn, missing such a colossal opportunity. Thank you for your concern, Elder. However, I have my own resolution. Jiang Fan bowed his head in gratitude. He could feel Jiang Yunshan's urgent care for him, but there were some things he knew himself but could not speak out. Going to the sacred land is indeed good, but if it means leaving behind my 3 wives, it would be like cutting off an arm. No, it would be like severing 4 limbs. Only a fool would do that. Giving up one's greatest advantage for an uncertain future is the greatest folly. However, this matter is fundamentally impossible to articulate, nor is there any need to. You Jiang Fan, you are barely over 30, what resolution could you possibly have? I am already over 160 years old, surely I know better than you the pros and cons. Why can't you listen to me? Jiang Yunshan was somewhat exasperated. After all, Jiang Fan was no ordinary child. How could he be so naive? Indeed, Jiang Fan, listen to your uncle's advice. You haven't walked the path long enough, don't be too stubborn. Jiang Tai also advised at the right moment. Jiang Fan remained silent. These two meant well, and he did not want to say anything hurtful, but time would prove he was right. Jiang Fan, do you realize that our clan's sacred land gathers the best resources within the clan? Spirit pills, spiritual materials, and cultivation methods are all available for selection, along with personal guidance from the Ancestor, which is a dream place for many clan members. Currently, Jiang Tianxin cultivating in the sacred land is merely of medium-grade spiritual roots. Generally, it would be difficult even to establish a foundation, and his highest achievement in life will likely be peak chi refinement. But fortunately, he awakened the purity sword body and was valued by the Ancestor, leading to a tilt in resources allowing for rapid cultivation, and he has forcefully raised his level to the late foundation establishment stage. It is said that soon he will break through to the same level as me, achieving perfect foundation establishment. The cultivation resources that we had to fight for with our lives are merely a word from the Ancestor in the sacred land. Of course, this is not to say I am ungrateful. Many resources were also fought for by the Ancestor. Without the Ancestor, there would be no such comfortable life for us now. What I want to tell you is that once you go to the sacred land, you will understand that cultivation relies not only on enlightenment, but also on resources. You are currently in the mid-foundation establishment stage. Without cultivation resources, it would take at least 100 years to reach perfect foundation establishment through normal cultivation, especially since your spiritual snake sword classic has reached the 9th layer. Do you expect to break through to the 10th and 11th layers to achieve perfect foundation establishment solely relying on the spiritual snake sword classic? Jiang Yunshan looked at him with uncontainable anger. He had watched Jiang Fan grow and naturally understood that Jiang Fan's rapid breakthroughs were due to the swift cultivation of the spiritual snake sword classic, allowing him to break through several realms. However, reaching the 10th layer of the spiritual snake sword classic means entering the golden core chapter. The difficulty is 10 to 20 times that of the 9th layer. How could it be so easy to break through? Although Jiang Yunshan was not cultivating the spiritual snake sword classic, he was well aware of the challenges of the 10th layer. Even he at this moment had only a superficial understanding of his own golden core chapter. The more he thought about it, the more regret Jiang Yunshan felt for Jiang Fan's refusal, especially since Jiang Fan's father had some connections with him, making him feel that Jiang Fan lacked care, and he even felt some guilt. While Jiang Yunshan earnestly taught him, Jiang Fan remained silent, only responding mentally with a yes. Jiang Fan, after saying so much, I merely wish to convey that entering the sacred land brings the hope of achieving golden core. You must not ruin your future for the sake of a moment's greed. In the end, Jiang Yunshan sighed, and spoke slowly to Jiang Fan. Elder, this matter is done, let's think of some remedies instead. Jiang Tai interjected to advise, as he had made this mistake in the past, and by the time he regretted it, it was too late. Fortunately, Jiang Fan was still young, and if he found a way now, there was still a great opportunity. It seems there is no other choice. Jiang Yinshan nodded. Jiang Fan, you have offended the Ancestor. Take this time to reflect and avoid causing further trouble. In the spirit vein battle 6 months from now, I will find a way for you to achieve 1 or 2 great merits. At that time, I will plead with the Ancestor to give you a chance. But by then it will not be as simple as just a small test. It will definitely involve great hardships, yet at least there will be an opportunity. You must remember this is also your last chance. Great Elder, actually. Enough, you need not say more. If you dare refuse again, I will bind you and take you with me unless you can defeat me. Jiang Yinshan let out a cold snort. It was clear that he was genuinely angry, otherwise he wouldn't have spoken in such a manner. Very well. Jiang Fan nodded, feeling it inappropriate to say more. Jiang Fan, cultivate diligently and do not let down the Great Elder's good intentions. Once you reach my age, there will be no chance for regret. Jiang Tai sighed, fully aware that the Great Elder's words were incredibly reasonable. The difference between the mid-foundation establishment stage and the peak foundation establishment stage may seem like merely 2 realms, but in reality, it is far more complicated. He possesses a top-grade spiritual root and is a second-tier top-grade artifact refiner. It has been a full 70 years since he broke through to the mid-foundation establishment stage, and it has been 30 years since he reached the late foundation establishment stage. However, to reach the peak foundation establishment stage, it will take at least another 20 years. Not to mention that after reaching the peak, the golden core stage is another insurmountable barrier, one that can lead to despair. Among those in the clan who have broken through to the golden core stage, none reached the peak foundation establishment stage after the age of 120, ensuring ample time to challenge the golden core stage. Now that he is already 120 years old and still at the late foundation establishment stage, it is likely that by the time he reaches the peak, he will be 140 or 50 years old, with almost no hope of forming a golden core. His life is nearly at its end. In cultivation, resources are paramount, followed by a good partner, a great master to guide, and lastly, the cultivation methods and blessed lands. Jiang Fan rashly gave up the most crucial resources and partners, leaving him with only a cultivation method, and he was still too young and impulsive. Thank you both for your concern, I understand. Jiang Fan thanked the two, once again bowing deeply. It's best that you do understand. Jiang Yinshan coldly snorted again, growing angry at the sight of Jiang Fan, and turned to leave. Beside him, Jiang Tai patted Jiang Fan on the shoulder, offering consolation before slowly departing. Nephew Jiang Fan, if you feel troubled and wish to drink, you can come find me. Your clan uncle will accompany you to drink to your heart's content. Jiang Huan consoled Jiang Fan, feeling equally sorry for him. Nephew Jiang Fan, I will take my leave first. Jiang Fan, you are still too young and have not tasted hardship. Young people do not understand the depths. He will realize the magnitude of the opportunity he missed after a few years. Jiang Fan, remember to cultivate yourself. Do not let wine and lust drain your vitality. Around him, the foundation establishment cultivators exchanged words, some being exceptionally polite, while others lectured Jiang Fan from an elder's perspective, and soon the crowd dispersed. Once distanced, Jiang Fan's divine sense was extraordinary, allowing him to hear many foundation establishment cultivators chatting and laughing. Haha, having missed the opportunity of the sacred land, Jiang Fan will likely end up just like Jiang Tai in the future. Shall lower your voice. What do you mean by just like Jiang Tai? Currently, Jiang Tai's status is second only to the Great Elder. What nonsense. Back then, Jiang Tai was exceptionally gifted. Even a few years ago, the one who broke through to the golden core in the sacred land was slightly inferior to Jiang Tai, yet look at him now. A golden core true monarch and another still lingering at the foundation establishment stage. Even a second-tier top-grade artifact refiner pales before the golden core true monarch. Then Jiang Fan, a lecher, can't bear to part with his two wives. He will probably end up worse than Jiang Tai in the future. The person continued. Hey, he's not my descendant, or why should I care? In any case, Jiang Fan, like us, will likely never break through to the golden core stage in his lifetime. People dislike the poor and fear the rich. Even among clan members, unless they genuinely care for you, others would be more than happy to step on you and make some jokes when they have nothing else to do. In the crowd, Jiang, who was also happily listening to the gossip, he thought Jiang Fan was about to soar into the sacred land, but it turned out he was still like him. Wait, no, that can't be right. Even so, Jiang Fan is a genius at the mid-foundation establishment stage with the 9th layer of the Spirit Snake Sword Manual. Isn't it easy for him to deal with them? Thinking of this, Jiang who shivered again. As everyone dispersed, Jiang Fan slowly returned to the Jiang residence. As soon as he entered, Yang Yuan and Jiang Ying rushed into his arms. Husband, Yang Yun looked at Jiang Fan with tear-filled eyes. Though she was not a member of the Jiang clan, she knew how great an opportunity Jiang Fan had missed to be with them. Fan Ge, you shouldn't have refused the supreme ancestor. Entering the sacred land was your opportunity and your dream since childhood. Among everyone, Jiang Ying appeared to be the most confused. She grew up alongside Jiang Fan, naturally aware that entering the sacred land was his lifelong dream. However, now that the dream was within reach, Jiang Fan unexpectedly chose to refuse, leaving her bewildered. Ying a Yun Su, do you believe in me? Jiang Fan did not explain, but countered with a question. I believe in you, husband, who no matter what choice you make, I will always stand by your side. Yang Yun was the first to reply, her gaze unwavering as she never took her eyes off Jiang Fan. I naturally believe in Fan Ge, but I do not wish for it to be this way, or it should not be this way. As Jiang Ying spoke, tears streamed down her face like a fountain. I will always believe in Brother Jiang. Lu Sui nodded as well. I do not want you to give up on your cultivation because of us. I do not want you to miss the opportunity of entering the sacred land because of us. I want to advance with you. I want to be your support, not your burden. I truly do not want to drag you down because of us. Jiang Fan's expression softened. He had not expected his right choice would put such pressure on Jiang Ying. He embraced his three wives, his gaze more determined than ever. Rest assured, Ying a Yun Su, you are not my burdens, but my greatest support. Though I have missed the opportunity to enter the sacred land, is it not another kind of opportunity for me? As he spoke, Jiang Fan paused and looked at the tearful Jiang Ying. Ying, do you remember when my cultivation began to soar and I took flight? Jiang Ying looked puzzled for a moment before suddenly recalling something, her eyes lighting up. After leaving the Jiang clan. Exactly. Entering the sacred land may not be an opportunity for me, but after leaving the Jiang clan, I can prove to everyone that I, Jiang Fan, am far from an ordinary person, but rather a gifted genius. Even without the sacred land, I can still soar to great heights and look down upon the world. But that is within the sacred land, Fan Ge. Jiang Ying said, feeling uneasy and somewhat lost. That doesn't matter. Wherever you are, that is my sacred land. Jiang Fan spoke both sweetly and truthfully. Fan Ge, husband. Their gazes intertwined. Jiang Fan leaned in for a deep kiss. In the Jiang clan, at the small courtyard in Jiangnan. Elder, what brings you to my home as a guest today? Jiang Nan had just gotten out of bed when several elders from the clan arrived. These individuals were all esteemed elders within the clan. Just a few days ago, as if they had all agreed upon it, they came to curry favor with him, affirming his decades of dedication to the family and bestowing upon him numerous benefits. They even mentioned that they planned to promote him to the position of elder despite the usual rules. In the Jiang family, while there were indeed those who had reached the level of full qi refining and become elders, it was usually only those who had worked exceptionally hard or held a special status. Jiang Nan felt a bit embarrassed and naturally declined the offer. Later, Jiang Nan learned that the ancestral elder intended to support Jiang Fan's entry into the sacred land and that he had already gone to Qingyuan town. This matter was nearly a certainty, which was why they had come to befriend Jiang Nan. This made Jiang Nan sigh, reflecting on the unpredictability of life. He was nearing 100 years old, preparing for a leisurely life, yet such fortuitous circumstances arose largely thanks to his son-in-law Jiang Fan. Well, Jiang Nan, my young brother, the Jade Dragon chest set I borrowed from you the other day. My wife has been asking about it, and it's quite troublesome for me. Understood, elder. I have enjoyed it thoroughly in these few days and would not dare to keep it longer. Jiang Nan immediately produced a perfect, pristine chess set and respectfully returned it. This chess set was crafted from the ivory of a spirit beast at the golden core level, exceedingly precious. Using it could invigorate the blood and ease the bones, extending one's lifespan. Jiang Nan was particularly fond of it. However, now that the other party wanted it back, despite his immense joy, he could not insist on keeping it. He was just puzzled as to why it was being requested back so soon after he had just received it. I'm truly sorry, Jiang Nan. I originally intended to borrow it for a few more days. But my wife is insistent, and I have no choice in the matter. How about this? Let me take it back, let my wife have a look, and then I shall return it to you for you to enjoy properly, ensuring it will be a delightful experience for you. Though Elder spoke politely, his actions were swift as he stowed away the chess set, fearing that Jiang Nan might change his mind. You're too kind, Elder. Having enjoyed it for a few days is more than enough for me. Jiang Nan felt conflicted internally, but had to remain polite outwardly. By the way, Jiang Nan, my painting of the South Mountain Cloud Crane. Another person chimed in. Rest assured, Elder Lin, I have kept it in perfect condition and have not dared to touch it. Jiang Nan carefully retrieved it. And what about my century-old pine bonsai? And my century-old walnut for play? Do not worry, elders, they are all here. I have been too greedy in admiring these rare treasures and completely lost track of time. I should have returned them to you long ago. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience of your visit. Jiang Nan returned each of these treasures, all of which were worth at least 1,000 spirit stones, not much different from spirit artifacts. Despite his great joy, he could only return them. After a round of pleasantries, Jiang Fan awkwardly said, "Everyone, my wife has prepared breakfast. Why not stay for a meal?" "No need to trouble yourself, Jiang Fan. I have important matters to attend to, and today has already been somewhat of a disturbance. I shall definitely visit again when I have time." Elder stood up, exchanged polite words, and then hurriedly left. The other elders followed suit, exchanging pleasantries before hastily departing. "Husband, are you all right?" Li Ruer patted Jiang Fan's shoulder with a hint of concern. In truth, she had hardly prepared any breakfast, knowing that these people would not stay to eat. "It's nothing, you get used to this sort of thing." Jiang Fan shook his head, though he felt a bit reluctant. He didn't harbor much emotion about it. These guys, they were so polite when gifting, yet they are so shameless when asking for it back. "I'm a bit angry," Li Ruer said. "It must be that something went wrong with Jiang Fan, causing these people to change their minds. Perhaps we will hear news soon. I just hope Jiang Fan and our daughter do not run into trouble." Jiang Fan saw through the situation, could roughly guess the reason, but did not know the specifics, feeling quite worried. Li Ruer was also anxious, but with the distance from the imperial authority, they could only wait. Meanwhile, outside the small courtyard, the two elders and others exited the room, no longer in a hurry, and instead began to chat. "That Jiang Fan really doesn't know what's good for him. He actually rejected the ancestral elders' goodwill, causing us to work in vain these past few days." Elder Zhang Lin complained directly. Young people lack awareness of their own limitations. They think that just because they have outstanding talent, they can act recklessly. This lad has missed his chance to enter the sacred land. It will be hard for him to achieve great things now. Elder Zhang Shuang declared decisively. "What about Jiang Fan and his wife in the future?" Suddenly someone asked back. "The meritorious couple will receive normal treatment. Regardless, Jiang Fan will eventually be an elder, just like you and me." Jiang Shuang replied immediately, as they merely flattered the wrong person, not that the other party had made a mistake. "That should be the case. Fortunately, we did not grant him the position of elder or its benefits. Otherwise there would have been no way to resolve this situation. It is fate. It is Jiang Fan's fault for not seizing the opportunity. We can't be blamed for that." The few of them laughed and chatted. There was no urgent business to attend to, and none had inquired about the Jade Dragon chess set's whereabouts. These were merely a small episode in Jiang Fan's breakthrough to the 9th layer of the Spirit Snakesword Classic. For Jiang Fan, he understood better than anyone where his future lay. He knew precisely where his goals were. A few days later, within the Jiang clan's residence in Qingyuan town, Jiang Fan, after several days of hard cultivation, finally completed his study of the content of the Golden Core chapter of the Spirit Snakesword Classic. Current progress of the Spirit Snakesword Classic 9th Layer Foundation Establishment Perfection 1001190300000. The 3 million progress bar is 15 times more than when I advanced from the 8th layer to the 9th. No wonder it said that the difficulty of the 10th layer is 10 times that of the 9th layer. Jiang Fan rubbed his fingers, now fully understanding why the elder had been so anxious back then. He also realized why everyone felt pity for him. After all, he had tried to comprehend it normally. Given his top-tier wood spirit root combined with a high-grade fire spirit root and his own understanding, he could only achieve a comprehension rate of just over 100 in a day. This meant that under normal comprehension progress, it would take 5 years to advance from the 8th layer to the 9th layer. That was still under the circumstances of Jiang Fan being diligent in his cultivation along with his outstanding talent and decent understanding. For those with lesser talents, poor understanding, or even a bit lazy, it would be normal to take decades. Not to mention that normally in cultivation, he faced bottlenecks. Many people had already completed the 8th layer of the Spirit Snakesword Classic, but could not comprehend the 9th layer for a long time. It was not that they did not practice diligently, but they were hindered by their bottlenecks. Without years of accumulation and insights, they could not break through. Moreover, with the terrifying 3 million progress for the 10th layer, Jiang Fan would normally need 70 to 80 years to get there. The key issue was that at the end there would still be a golden core bottleneck. This was the barrier that trapped everyone. But for Jiang Fan, this bottleneck felt like a mere illusion. Not forming a golden core is ultimately being a pawn. Now that the path to the golden core is before me, it is time for me to seize it. The only regret was that the Spirit Snakesword Classic only had a complete 12 layers. The 12th level allows cultivation only up to the late stage of golden core, while the 13th level remains incomplete. Jiang Fan reminisced. The Ling Snake Sword Cannon is the ancestral sword technique of the Jiang family, having been passed down for centuries. The ancestor who created this sword cannon was merely a foundation establishment cultivator at the time, and it took hundreds of years to perfect it to the 12th level. As for the 13th level, it is still only half complete. To forcibly break through one, must either fully comprehend it at once or risk losing oneself to madness. Currently, the only supreme ancestor of the Jiang family who cultivates the Ling Snake Sword Cannon is Jiang Tsongyan. This ancestor is extraordinarily gifted. When he obtained it, the Ling Snake Sword Cannon had only 12 levels, and the 13th level was not even in a fragmented state. Over the years, he has been striving to perfect the Ling Snake Sword Cannon. Unfortunately, he has never grasped its essence. The current 13th level consists of merely fragments of Jiang Fan's insights into the Ling Snake Sword Cannon. The dire situation can be attributed to the circumstances of the Shugua. The current Overlord Qianyuan sect holds a deep taboo against nascent soul techniques. Unless one joins the Qianyuan sect, they cannot obtain true transmission. Other major families either openly submit to the Qianyuan sect in search of nascent soul techniques, or like Jiang Fan cultivate their ancestral techniques, diligently striving for the nascent soul. Alternatively, they may purchase from other countries or seek out remaining nascent soul techniques in ruins. However, whichever path they choose, they must never let the Qianyuan sect discover their traces, otherwise they risk being silenced or worse, exterminated. Today's Qianyuan sect, though claiming to be righteous, behaves tyrannically compared to the previous Hitsuan sect. Without joining their ranks, one's path to the nascent soul is virtually severed. Fortunately, I possess the Sword God's body as a backup. If I lack cultivation methods, I can simply confront the Qianyuan sect directly and demand they hand over the nascent soul techniques. Jiang Fan was not particularly worried. He had plenty of options. Whether it was the Sword God's body or the Chaos Spirit body, both are top-tier talents, and once awakened, they would give him the confidence to confront nascent soul with his golden core. In addition, there are 2 divine abilities that are gradually being unlocked. Once any of these divine abilities are fully unlocked, Jiang Fan's strength will undoubtedly rise to new heights. The resources Jiang Fan has acquired will take a long time to digest. There is no need to worry about future matters. Rather than worrying about the future, it is better to focus on enhancing one's strength and entering the golden core realm as soon as possible. At that point, the entire Shugua will be like the sky for birds to fly and the sea for fish to leap. Jiang Fan immediately made up his mind. When the opportunity to enhance his strength arises, he should not easily go out and waste it. Thus, only one choice remained. That is arduous cultivation. A Yunaying Su, he helped me announce a message to the outside world. What message, my husband? The 3 looked at Jiang Fan in confusion, wondering what message needed to be announced through them. You just announced that I will be in closed-door cultivation to comprehend the 10th level of the Ling Snake Sword Cannon and refuse all visitors. Jiang Fan said decisively. Fan Gu, the 10th level of the Ling Snake Sword Cannon is the path to the golden core. Are you confident enough after just obtaining the technique? Jiang Ying looked excitedly at him. Oh, no one understood the value of the 10th level of the Ling Snake Sword Cannon better than she did. If Jiang Fan could truly comprehend it, all the grievances he had faced before would vanish in that moment of understanding. Indeed, I am confident. I will surely succeed within 3 months, Jiang Fan declared resolutely. In reality, 3 months was a conservative estimate. All right, Fan Gu, I believe in you. Jiang Ying's eyes sparkled with admiration. Her blind faith in Jiang Fan had been cultivated since childhood. My husband, I also believe in you. Big brother Jiang, so do I. Lu Su, Yi, and Yang Yin also expressed their support. Jiang Fan nodded excitedly. The support of his 3 wives was his greatest encouragement. After all preparations were made, Jiang Fan announced his entry into closed-door cultivation, determined to break through to the 10th level of the Ling Snake Sword Cannon. This news quickly spread throughout Qingyuan town. This kid is quite defiant, thinking he can break through the 10th level of the Ling Snake Sword Cannon, relying solely on his talent. Jiang Yinshan chuckled bitterly upon hearing the news, knowing Jiang Fan wanted to prove himself and was betting against everyone. But Jiang Fan, how do you know that the 10th level is as difficult as ascending to the heavens? It is not so easy to break through. Jiang Yinshan sighed. His last words seemed less directed at Jiang Fan and more at himself. He was a cultivator stuck at 120 years old, expecting to break through to the perfect foundation establishment, believing that golden core was within reach. However, the harsh reality dealt him a heavy blow. After wasting 40 years, not only was he far from achieving the golden core, but he had barely scratched the surface of the technique's content. Now, even though he was the grand elder of the Jiang family, enjoying great prestige, he knew that his life had reached its end. A pillar of strength, a lifetime's effort, yet I cannot become a true pillar. Jiang Yinshan sighed. The minimum requirement to become a true pillar was the strength of a golden core, and he clearly fell short. Meanwhile, in a tavern, Jiang Huan and Jiang Tai were enjoying drinks together. This child Jiang Fan resembles you when you were young, Jiang Huan remarked. Their mutual optimism for Jiang Fan led them to unexpectedly hit it off, and they began to frequently meet for drinks. Because of this, I must guide him onto the right path and ensure he does not repeat my mistakes. Jiang Tai's gaze was resolute. Even now, he often regretted his past choices. For now, let's not rush. That kid is young and impetuous, still driven by his emotions. Let him simmer for a few days. Once he realizes how difficult the 10th level of the Ling Snake Sword Cannon is, he will understand our intentions. When that time comes, you and I will gently guide him, while the Grand Elder plays the villain. Once that kid understands, he will likely come crying to us for help to re-enter the sacred ground. Jiang Huan was at ease, already plotting, and he always appeared relaxed regardless of the circumstances. Let's hope so. Jiang Tai sighed helplessly. It seemed Jiang Huan's plan was indeed the best course of action for now. He could only hope that Jiang Fan, after experiencing the trials of comprehending the 10th level of the Ling Snake Sword Cannon, would reconsider his path. Time flowed gently, and a few days later Jiang Huan and Jiang Tai arrived at Jiang Fan's residence. We pay our respects to the two elders, Jiang Ying greeted, knowing the proper etiquette, as she brought Yang Yun and Lu Suyi out to welcome them. Where is Jiang Fan? Jiang Huan asked directly. Returning to the elder, my husband is currently in closed-door cultivation and cannot meet guests at the moment, Jiang Ying replied, though she felt puzzled in her heart. Although Jiang Fan had been diligently practicing during the day, he still spent his evenings accompanying them. This peculiar mix of diligent training and companionship left her feeling quite strange. However, since Jiang Fan publicly announced his closed-door cultivation, she naturally would not expose him. Jiang Huan and Jiang Tai exchanged glances, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. That kid with his understanding should have enough time to grasp the difficulties of the 10th layer of the Ling Shi Sword Classic. Why hasn't he come out yet? Jiang Huan wondered. It can't be that he has become stuck in a rut, right? Jiang Tai shook his head. Could it be that this boy has had a sudden epiphany and is deeply immersed in comprehension? How could that be? He has just obtained the heart method of the 10th layer and has only recently broken through the 9th layer. Without accumulation or further insights, how could there be a moment of enlightenment? Jiang Tai decisively shook his head. As a practitioner of the Ling Shi Sword Classic himself, he understood its difficulties. Breaking through such a bottleneck is not an easy feat. It's just a joke. This kid is truly something else. He says he is diligently cultivating at home, yet he is also diligently cultivating at the sacred place. Why didn't he just compromise back then? Could it be that when he was cultivating at home, he would allow his two wives to accompany him? How could that be? Don't speculate recklessly, Jiang Tai interrupted. They were both foundation establishment experts and naturally understood that once in closed-door cultivation, one must not be disturbed. Otherwise, it would be easy to achieve little with much effort, a foolish act. Moreover, Jiang Fan was no ordinary cultivator, but an exceptional genius who certainly would not make such a mistake. Jiang Huan was rambling while Yang Yun, Jiang Ying, and Lu Suyi's faces flushed red. They were indeed accompanying him closely and quite intimately. Seeing that they had gotten nowhere, Jiang Tai and Jiang Huan no longer lingered, giving a few instructions before leaving. A few days later, the elder Jiang Yunshan arrived at Jiang's residence with a letter. I pay my respects to the elder. Yang Yun and Jiang Ying welcomed the elder once more. Where is Jiang Fan? Let him come out, Jiang Yunshan said bluntly. Returning to the elder, my husband is still in closed-door cultivation and may not be able to meet you, Yang Yun quickly replied. Jiang Yunshan frowned, glancing at the letter in his hand, which contained a task he had chosen for Jiang Fan, one with manageable difficulty that could help Jiang Fan accumulate some merit for future pleadings. What is Jiang Fan doing? It has been 10 days and he has not yet come out. Does he truly intend to comprehend something? Jiang Yunshan snorted lightly. When he comes out, have him find me immediately. Also, if communication is possible, tell him not to be stubborn, as it would hinder his own future. After saying this, Jiang Yunshan turned and left. Yang Yun, Jiang Ying, and Lu Suyi exchanged glances. Even though my husband is in closed-door cultivation, it has become even busier than before, with several groups of elders visiting in these past few days. That's because Fan Ge has shown extraordinary potential. They may be concerned or wish to befriend him. We just need to respond cautiously. Jiang Ying understood the intricacies. I will listen to my sister. Yang Yun and Lu Suyi nodded in agreement. Since we stand by Fan Ge, we must naturally believe in him. I believe in Jiang Ge, Lu Suyi asserted firmly. I also believe in my husband. Yang Yun's gaze was equally resolute. Well, since it is Fan Ge's decision, we will fully support it, Jiang Ying said, her eyes shimmering. She had never doubted Jiang Fan, but 3 months was indeed too short, something that had never occurred in the history of the Jiang clan. However, since this was the path chosen by Jiang Fan, even if the road ahead was filled with thorns, she would follow him without hesitation. Days passed, and during this time elders continued to come, yet none saw Jiang Fan, all having learned that he was in closed-door cultivation. Jiang Huan and Jiang Tai even came 3 times, but did not see Jiang Fan. Jiang Tai was somewhat worried that Jiang Fan had gone astray and planned to use his divine sense to investigate, but was ultimately stopped by Jiang Huan. If he had indeed gone astray, it could be discovered early. However, if the other party had an epiphany at a critical moment, an unwelcome divine sense could very likely lead to failure. It would be a fruitless effort. Left with no choice, the two could only continue to wait. As time passed, Jiang Huan and Jiang Tai inevitably began to feel a bit impatient. Elder Jiang Yunshan also gradually lost his patience. In the tavern of Qingyuan town, rumors about Jiang Fan losing control of his heart fire and going astray grew more frequent, becoming a popular topic among cultivators. They discussed a talented young man who, due to pride, rejected the sacred place's invitation, believing himself to be exceptional and dedicating himself to hard cultivation only to ultimately go astray. People had heard many tales of rising geniuses, but hearing a few stories of fallen geniuses naturally evoked different feelings, especially when the person was so close by. Aside from Yang Yun and Jiang Ying, who were certain Jiang Fan would be fine, most people had begun to believe this viewpoint, but Yang Yun and Jiang Ying could not explain it, leaving them anxious. A month passed in a flash. One day, Jiang Fan sat in the secret chamber, looking at the panel before him, nodding in satisfaction. Current Ling Shi Sword Classic 9th Layer Foundation Establishment Great Perfection 31255503000 Breakthrough Possible Current Yin Yu Jiushang Ju 13th Layer Foundation Establishment Great Perfection Accumulated Comprehension 1508600 Current Poison Classic 7th Layer Foundation Establishment Great Perfection 62380050000 Breakthrough Possible Current Supreme Wood Spirit Root 909310000 Current Supreme Fire Spirit Root 1959100000 Chaos Spirit Body Awakening Progress 414 72,000 Sword God Body Talent Awakening Progress 875 11,000 Mysterious Sword Tao Divine Ability Progress 743 85,000 Mysterious Physique Divine Ability Progress 743 83,000 After a month, I've finally managed to fill the progress. Next, it's time to choose a suitable moment to break through. Both the Poison Classic and the Ling Shi Sword Classic were ready to break through to the Golden Core stage. During this time, Jiang Fan also learned about the rumors outside through Jiang Ying and the others and understood the immense pressure the three were facing. However, he could not speak of it, waiting for time to test the outcome. After waiting for a month, I believe A Ying, A Yun, and Su, he must be under considerable pressure, so let's end it today. All worldly rumors and hardships will vanish completely once a breakthrough in cultivation is made. Ling Shi Sword Classic 10th Layer, the Vengeful Serpent Form break for me. Poison Classic 7th Layer break for me. Golden Core Divine Sense break for me. In Qingyuan Town, the small tavern bustled with life once again today. Ever since Qingyuan Town became prosperous, many wandering cultivators and members of the Jiang family gathered here to enjoy some drinks. Oh, Elder Jiang, you seem in good spirits today. At a small table, Jiang Hu sat down with a cheerful smile. Waiter, bring me half a gin of spiritual wine. He then habitually started boasting with a few old friends. Have you heard, everyone? That genius Jiang Fan has been in seclusion for a month, still comprehending the 10th layer of the Spiritual Serpent Sword Classic. As soon as he sat down, Jiang Hu began to speak excitedly. For the past month, Jiang Fan had been the talk of Qingyuan Town. Anyone who had a couple of drinks couldn't help but discuss him. Haha, what a ridiculous genius. The 10th layer of the Spiritual Serpent Sword Classic is not so easily comprehended. Even among our clan, how many have reached the pure sword body? What is Jiang Fan compared to that? Another person chuckled. Brother Jiang Hu, I heard you had some conflict with Jiang Fan before. Maybe this time he might go mad from his training and let you take your revenge. We shouldn't speak of that. Jiang Hu laughed heartily, feeling more relaxed than ever. Waiter, bring me half a gin of spiritual wine, it's on me. Haha, then, I thank Brother Jiang Hu. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Boom. A shocking wave of spiritual pressure descended, startling all cultivators present. Jiang Hu and the others felt as if a great mountain pressed down on their divine senses, making it hard to breathe, yet their rapidly beating hearts proved that nothing was physically pressing them. They were all too familiar with this power. Spiritual Serpent Sword Classic Golden Core Spiritual Pressure. Someone exclaimed in alarm, and fear flickered across the faces of those present as they all instinctively looked in the same direction. That was precisely the direction from which the spiritual pressure emanated. It was also the residence where Jiang Fan was in seclusion for his training. At this moment, everything needed no explanation. The answer lay in everyone's hearts. Brother Jiang Hu, I have urgent matters today. Let's meet another time. One person reacted quickly and immediately left. Jiang Hu, don't think too much about our previous jokes. We aren't very familiar. Another person decisively severed ties. Farewell. Goodbye. The rest of the people, without saying a word, quickly distanced themselves from Jiang Hu. In the blink of an eye, only Jiang Hu remained in the tavern, his face filled with fear, trembling. In that moment, his world collapsed completely. Guest, half a gin of spiritual wine is ready. Jiang Hu looked at the wine as if it were sending him on his way. Above Qingyuan town, countless Foundation establishment cultivators soared into the sky, all converging towards a single direction. The golden core's spiritual pressure shook the entirety of Qingyuan town. The higher one's cultivation, the more pronounced the sensation, while ordinary people felt little effect. Especially Jiang Yunshan, as the most powerful Foundation establishment perfected cultivator in Qingyuan town, he could clearly sense the terror of that spiritual pressure. It felt as if an ancestral figure had descended. Which true monarch has come to my Qingyuan town? Recently he had been worried, so he did not immediately consider Jiang Fan. Instead, he suspected a golden core cultivator was attacking Qingyuan town. He even held a long-distance communication talisman in hand, ready to contact the clan's ancestors at any moment. Elder quickly looked towards Jiang family's residence. Suddenly Jiang Tai pointed forward. There a white serpent's phantom was gliding through the air, its form dancing, its cold eyes gazing down upon all the Foundation establishment cultivators like a king. Every Foundation establishment cultivator who met its gaze felt their divine sense tremble. It was the absolute suppression of a superior over the inferior. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, the white serpent exhaled, emitting a faint, yet overwhelming pressure. From the white serpent's forehead, a scale slowly fell off, forming a bulge on the spot. From afar, one could see mysterious runes stamped on the bulge, as if containing a terrifying power. It is the 10,000 calamities serpent form of the 10th layer of the spiritual serpent sword classic. Jiang Tai shouted in shock. No one present understood better than him what this phenomenon represented. He had cultivated the spiritual serpent sword classic to the 8th layer, just one step away from the 9th layer. The Ancestor had already rewarded him with the mental mantra for the 10th layer due to his hard work. Therefore, even though he had not cultivated the 10th layer, he was very familiar with its contents. The 10,000 calamities serpent form of the 10th layer of the spiritual serpent sword classic. Does this mean it is indeed Jiang Fan? Jiang Yunshan's voice trembled. As he spoke this, he found it hard to believe. The former Qi refining stage boy had now comprehended the 10,000 calamities serpent form of the 10th layer of the spiritual serpent sword classic, reaching the golden core spiritual pressure. I knew it. That Jiang Fan I spit. Jiang Fan is extraordinarily talented. How could he go mad while cultivating? Jiang Huan shouted, equally filled with joy. Is it really Jiang Fan? He has comprehended the 10th layer of the spiritual serpent sword classic. Heavens, that member of our clan with the pure sword body is only at the 9th layer. He actually surpassed him and broke through the 10th layer first. Once the spiritual serpent sword classic reaches the 10th layer, it means comprehending the golden core's spiritual pressure. It won't be long before our clan gives birth to a new supreme ancestor. All the Foundation establishment cultivators felt mixed emotions. They had watched Jiang Fan rise step by step, and he had simply focused on solid, unadorned cultivation without any fanciful tricks. Those who had previously secretly mocked Jiang Fan and even joked with Jiang Hu about his potential madness were now all trembling with fear. There was no need to wait for the future. Once Jiang Fan emerged from seclusion with the golden core's spiritual pressure combined with his late Foundation establishment cultivation, everyone present would be forced to bow down to him. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, the 10,000 calamities serpent form that Jiang Fan awakened should be the strongest dragon form among the 10th layer. Jiang Tai looked at the white serpent gliding, and his words left all Foundation establishment cultivators feeling as if struck by thunder. Several present had cultivated the spiritual serpent sword classic. While they might not know the specifics of the 10th layer, they had certainly heard of the legends surrounding the dragon form. Jiang Tai, are you sure you aren't mistaken? Is it that legendary dragon form that has never appeared before? Jiang Yunshan gulped. He sensed that the situation was developing far beyond his expectations. Absolutely not mistaken. Jiang Fan's white serpent is majestic, its eyes disdainful, hinting at a view of the world, and with its head bulging, radiating lightning, it is undoubtedly the dragon form. Jiang Tai's gaze was resolute. Over the years, he had studied the spiritual serpent sword classic and had enough authority to speak on this matter. Jiang Fan's talent is truly monstrous. Jiang Yunshan gasped, unable to contain his astonishment. A voice echoed like a serpent or dragon. The white serpent glided through the air and then once more descended into the residence, vanishing from sight. This signified the end of Jiang Fan's breakthrough and the formal stabilization of his realm. Jiang Yunshan immediately said, "Everyone hurry and come forward to congratulate Jiang Fan on his enlightenment." In the secret chamber, Jiang Fan retracted the image of the flood dragon, and the fierce spiritual pressure was gathered above his forehead. Vaguely one could see the faint outline of a flood dragon depicted in the center of his forehead. The 10th layer of the spirit snake sword manual, the image of the 10,000 calamities snake, unexpectedly created such a significant commotion. It truly deserves to be a golden core technique. This breakthrough not only allowed Jiang Fan's divine sense to reach the golden core realm, awakening the spiritual pressure of the flood dragon image, but it also led to a concurrent advancement to the later stage of foundation establishment. It is quite astonishing when you think about it. Generally, others break through the 10th layer to prepare for the golden core, while Jiang Fan advanced from the mid-foundation establishment stage to the late stage. To be precise, after the 10th layer of the Spirit Snake Sword Manual comes the golden core technique, and the difficulty of each layer increases several-fold. Because of this, each breakthrough is immensely challenging and critically important. This was also the primary reason why those from the Jiang family believed that Jiang Fan would likely stop at the 9th layer. Only Jiang Fan could be so extravagant as to rely on the content of the golden core technique to break through foundation establishment. Others, even those with the pure sword body, would not dare to perform such a lavish maneuver. However, the benefits after the breakthrough are still quite evident. Besides the awakened flood dragon image, Jiang Fan's golden core divine sense is now sufficiently clear to cover a radius of 300 feet, and even the subtle changes in the spiritual energy within that range cannot escape his perception. With such divine sense, both cultivation and comprehension become significantly more efficient. Especially now with Jiang Fan possessing both supreme wood and fire spiritual roots, the dual spiritual energies feel as intimate as if they were his own. And this 300 feet is merely the clear visual range. Jiang Fan's hazy perception has already enveloped the entire Qingyuan town. One could say that once any significant event occurs, there is no need for others to report it, or Jiang Fan would be the first to know. Just like at this moment, more than a dozen foundation establishment cultivators gathered outside Jiang Fan's secret chamber waiting for him to emerge. He could clearly sense all the expressions on their faces. It seems like it's time to go out and welcome the Grand Elder. In a flash, Jiang Fan's figure appeared outside the chamber, and the group of foundation establishment cultivators quickly surrounded him. Late foundation establishment realm. Jiang Yunhan's eyes lit up as he was the first to approach. Jiang Fan, have you truly broken through the 10th layer of the Spirit Snake Sword Manual? After reaching the 10th layer of the Spirit Snake Sword Manual, I had a sense of it, and then I fortuitously broke through during my secluded training. Jiang Fan nodded. Hiss. Jiang Yunshan inhaled sharply, looking at Jiang Fan as if he were a monster. The other foundation establishment cultivators were even more dumbfounded. Incredible, he actually managed to do it. Unbelievable, breaking through from the 9th layer of the Spirit Snake Sword Manual to the 10th layer in just a month. This has never happened in our clan's history. There were even rumors that Jiang Fan had fallen into demonic cultivation. It seems they really didn't understand the worth of a genius at all. The cultivators who had previously participated in those discussions all lowered their heads, not daring to meet Jiang Fan's gaze. They were all weighing how to find an opportunity to apologize to Jiang Fan and present him with a generous gift, hoping to avoid any grievances. There was no other way. Jiang Fan was simply too terrifying and completely defied logic. This golden core level technique requires decades of comprehension by others, yet in Jiang Fan's hands he broke through in just a month. This made them, who had cultivated for hundreds of years, feel utterly ashamed. Jiang Fan, I never expected this, and not long ago, I was still discussing with Jiang Tai about how to dissuade you from acting impulsively to avoid falling into demonic cultivation, but I never imagined we had underestimated you. Jiang Huan was quite carefree, and in the blink of an eye Jiang Fan had transformed from his junior to someone who would soon become the Grand Elder of the Jiang clan. It's not underestimating, but it's just that our understanding was too shallow. I should have known that a genius cannot be measured by common logic. Jiang Tai sighed in agreement. I, an old man who prides himself on being a genius, have practiced for over 100 years, yet now I find myself easily surpassed by you. This is what true genius looks like, unlike my wasted years of the past. As Jiang Tai looked at Jiang Fan, memories of the past surged in his heart, bringing a tinge of bitterness. All right, everyone, Jiang Fan's breakthrough of the 10th layer of the Spirit Snake Sword Manual and the awakening of the Flood Dragon manifestation is a major event for our clan. I have already reported this news to the Ancestor and decided to hold a hidden dragon ceremony in Qingyuan town 3 days later to celebrate Jiang Fan. Jiang Yunshan spoke at the right moment to congratulate Jiang Fan. That is only fitting. This is a blessing for our clan. We shall also do our utmost to prepare. This grand banquet must not be taken lightly. This decision was immediately echoed by the surrounding foundation establishment cultivators. Breaking through the 10th layer of the Spirit Snake Sword Manual and awakening Golden Core spiritual pressure is an event second only to breaking through to Golden Core for a foundation establishment cultivator. Now that Jiang Fan is in Qingyuan town, it is an opportunity for them to get closer to him, so they naturally support it wholeheartedly. Grand Elder, there's no need to go to such lengths. Jiang Fan was somewhat surprised. Their reaction seemed a bit too exaggerated. When you broke through to Foundation Establishment, there was no banquet held. This is merely a combined event with the Foundation Establishment banquet. You don't need to be in a hurry to refuse. There's no need for you to worry about it. Just attend when the time comes. This is just a small gesture from us as elders. Jiang Yunshan chuckled. Oh, what a joke. What nonsense is a Foundation Establishment banquet? If it weren't for family, he wouldn't give it a second glance. However, since Jiang Fan has now broken through the 10th layer of the Spirit Snake Sword Manual and possesses the Supreme Flood Dragon manifestation, holding a hidden dragon ceremony is certainly 10 times more prestigious than a Foundation Establishment banquet. Moreover, this might be the only opportunity in his life to hold a banquet for Jiang Fan. If he missed this chance in the future, he would only be able to attend Jiang Fan's Golden Core ceremony. The other Foundation Establishment cultivators shared the same thought of for now, they still held the status of Jiang Fan seniors, but after some time, they might not have any standing left to speak. Indeed, Jiang Fan, you are a genius we have watched grow. As elders, we naturally will not be stingy. At the Hidden Dragon ceremony, we will prepare a substantial gift for you. Jiang Huan almost immediately understood the Grand Elder's intentions. Now was the best time for them to build a relationship with Jiang Fan. Once this opportunity passes and Jiang Fan soars to greatness, they will only be able to look up to him. Then I thank all the elders in advance. Jiang Fan said this, and he couldn't refuse. He could only bow and express his gratitude one by one. There's no need to thank us, Jiang Fan. Your achievements today are almost entirely due to your own abilities. Only Jiang Tai among them had such sentiments. I am very glad that you, unlike me, did not follow the old path I took in my youth. Jiang Fan, my nephew, we are of the same clan. Helping you is our duty. No need to thank us. We are all Jiang clan members, and it is only natural to help one another. The other Foundation Establishment cultivators also spoke up, their minds racing as they considered how to get closer to Jiang Fan at the ceremony. At this moment, Jiang Fan clearly felt what it meant to be poor and unnoticed in the bustling market, yet wealthy with distant relatives in the mountains. Before his breakthrough, people's attitudes toward him were rather average, and some even mocked him. But after his breakthrough, he was surrounded by supportive members of the Jiang family, each one showing him great care. All right, everyone disperse. Do not bother Jiang Fan anymore. I have already sent word to the clan about Jiang Fan's breakthrough. I believe it won't be long before the Ancestor receives the news, and we only need to wait for the Ancestor's reply. With Jiang Yunshan's command, the crowd dared not cause further disturbances and gradually retreated. In the Jiang family, within the sacred grounds. Ancestor, in recent days I have gained profound insights into the 10th layer of the Spirit Serpent Sword Classic, yet I still have many doubts. I humbly seek your guidance. Jiang Tingzin sat cross-legged. Previously, he had heard from the Ancestor that a competitor would be arriving, which put considerable pressure on him, so he had been focused on seclusion for some time. However, he never expected that the competitor would actually refuse the Ancestor's invitation, which was truly unfathomable. Yet he could only stifle a laugh in his heart. These distant relatives had no idea of the blessings within the sacred grounds. Missing this opportunity, they would likely never break through to the 10th layer in their lifetime. Oh, what do you not understand? Speak up. In the 10th layer of the Spirit Serpent Sword Classic, the myriad calamities of the serpent form differ from person to person. I only know of the White Serpent and the Azure Bull forms in our clan. What exactly is the difference? Are there any other serpent forms? Indeed, being able to explore the serpent forms indicates your deep understanding of the 10th layer. Once you break through to the great perfection of Foundation Establishment within 10 years, you will surely comprehend the 10th layer of the Spirit Serpent Sword Classic. Jiang Zhongyan stroked his beard, quite satisfied with this junior. The resentment he had felt towards Jiang Fan a month prior had already dissipated significantly, and he patiently explained. When the old White Serpent Ancestor created the 10th layer, he deduced that this sword classic could comprehend myriad forms, which can also be divided into 3 ranks. The lowest rank is the illusory form, where the serpent form cannot take shape. This is the result of an insufficient understanding of the Spirit Serpent Sword Classic, and forcing a breakthrough leads to this outcome. Such serpent forms, while classified as Golden Core, possess the lowest combat power among peers. It is strongly advised not to take this path unless absolutely necessary. The middle rank is the beast form, where the spiritual pressure resembles various demon beasts. This indicates decent talent, but insufficient comprehension of the Spirit Serpent Sword Classic, resulting in the serpent form transforming into a beast form. Our clan's Azure Bull Ancestor comprehended this Azure Bull form. The highest rank is the serpent form, where the spiritual pressure takes the shape of a spiritual serpent, either a white or azure serpent. Only those sword cultivators who have a profound understanding of the Spirit Serpent Sword Classic can achieve this. Once they break through to the Golden Core, they can overshadow their peers. This is the pursuit of all cultivators of the Spirit Serpent Sword Classic. I see, Jiang Tianxi nodded. The clan had previously produced both the White Serpent and Azure Bull forms. The White Serpent Ancestor was clearly much more renowned, while the Azure Bull Ancestor was rather ordinary. It turns out there was such a difference. Tianqin, I have high hopes for you. With your talent, you will surely comprehend the highest-ranked serpent form. As he spoke, Jiang Fan suddenly paused. However, according to rumors, the White Serpent Ancestor deduced that above the serpent forms there exists a legendary form known as the White Serpent transforming into a flood dragon. Such phenomena are exceedingly rare. Only by achieving perfect understanding of the Spirit Serpent Sword Classic and being a genius in the sword arts could one have a slight chance of comprehending such phenomena. But it is difficult. 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 Jiang Fan repeated the word difficult thrice, highlighting the arduous nature of comprehending the flood dragon form. Could such a phenomenon truly exist? Jiang Fan's eyes sparkled with a hint of yearning. The legendary form, the White Serpent transforming into a flood dragon once achieved, would overshadow all ancestors. However, rumors are just that, rumors. The White Serpent Ancestor, despite his extraordinary talent, merely speculated and ultimately did not succeed. You need not feel pressured. Being able to condense a high-ranking serpent form is enough to surpass your peers and be proud among the Golden Core. I understand, Ancestor. Jiang Fan nodded. At that moment, a talisman flashed in front of Jiang Fan's chest, a long-distance communication talisman, which he had specifically left for Jiang Fan during their last encounter. Since there were no outsiders, Jiang Fan directly used his technique to reveal the contents of the talisman, which were very brief. Jiang Fan has broken through to the 10th layer of the Spirit Serpent Sword Classic and successfully condensed the Flood Dragon form. Buzz. Jiang Fan's mind buzzed as he repeatedly scanned the few words, fearing that he had misread them. Jiang Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the words, experiencing a storm of emotions within. Jiang Fan. The 10th layer. The Flood Dragon form. How is this possible? Wasn't he supposed to have refused to come to the sacred grounds? How could he suddenly comprehend the 10th layer and condense the Flood Dragon form? Silence. Under the shock of these few words, the sacred grounds fell into an eerie quiet. After a long moment, Jiang Fan looked at the dazed Ancestor and asked incredulously, Ancestor, this Flood Dragon form shouldn't be the White Serpent transforming into a Flood Dragon we mentioned before, right? Whoosh. The only response Jiang Fan received was the sound of Jiang Fan vanishing into thin air. Moments later, Jiang Fan's voice, filled with astonishment, echoed in Jiang Fan's mind. Tianqin, this matter is of great importance. I must confirm it personally. You should focus on your cultivation. Jiang Fan, oh Jiang Fan, how well you have kept this from me. With such insights, why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Fan at this moment couldn't care less about face, and even the resentment he held towards Jiang Fan had long dissipated. What a joke. Jiang Fan awakened the pure sword body, yet he only scratched the surface of the 10th layer of the Spirit Serpent Sword Classic by the age of 30. To truly comprehend the 10th layer would take at least another decade, provided everything went smoothly. But Jiang Fan, he broke through directly. Such talent cannot merely be described as exceptional, it is simply overwhelming. With such a genius appearing in the Jiang clan, how could there be any resentment? They were overjoyed instead. Meanwhile, news of Jiang Fan breaking through to the 10th layer of the Spirit Serpent Sword Classic and condensing the Flood Dragon form swiftly spread throughout the entire clan. Jiang, my younger brother, good news, good news. After unanimous discussion in the Elder Hall, it has been confirmed that your contributions to the Jiang family during the previous battles are significant. We have come to bestow upon you and Li Ruer the lifelong honorary title of Elder. Jiang Nan and Li Ruer were having breakfast, looking utterly bewildered at Jiang Shuang and the others. Is there a mistake? Jiang Nan tentatively asked. He had been on an emotional roller coaster lately and could hardly keep up. Absolutely not. Jiang Nan, we carefully reviewed the records of the previous battles, and your contributions along with Li Ruer are immense. Moreover, the title of lifelong honorary elder once conferred cannot be revoked, and you will enjoy the benefits of an elder for life. Jiang Shuang directly patted his chest to assure Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan and Li Ruer exchanged glances, recalling past events, and suddenly understood that something had changed with Jiang Fan. Otherwise, how could the Elder Hall have suddenly made such a decision? Is this reasonable? It is more than reasonable, Jiang Nan. Jiang Shuang patted Jiang Nan's shoulder as if they were brothers. By the way, here is the Jade Dragon chess set from before. My wife doesn't appreciate it, so I scolded her a bit. I think it's better to give it to someone who knows its worth. Isn't this a bit too much? To be honest, Jiang Nan felt somewhat resistant. The taste of gaining and losing was hard to bear. A fine sword deserves a hero, and a good chess set certainly deserves a master. I've decided that this Jade Dragon chess set is now given to you without any returns. Additionally, here is this Jade Crystal Teapot. From now on, you can enjoy tea while playing chess. A life will be splendid. With that, Jiang Shuang took out a jade crystal teapot, and before Jiang Nan could refuse, he handed it over along with the chess set. The Jade Dragon chess set and the Jade Crystal Teapot were both treasures of spiritual artifact level, and now they were so easily given to Jiang Nan, which left him quite astonished. Jiang Nan, my younger brother, here is the Nanshan Cloud Crane painting. After I studied it, I found that it needs to be paired with the Beihai Floating Cloud painting to achieve the best viewing effect. Jiang Lin also presented two precious paintings. Jiang Nan, the previous 100-year-old pine tree was too sparse. This time I specially selected a rockery to complement it better. Speaking of which, the 100-year-old walnut is rather dull. I have a pair of 100-year-old jade auspiciousness here which feels much nicer to hold. Previously returned gifts were not only given back, but had all doubled. At this moment, Jiang Nan and his wife felt enveloped in happiness. Simultaneously, they were astonished. What earth-shattering feats had Jiang Fan accomplished? No wonder the Elder Hall was making such a grand effort. Qingyuan Town. 3 days have passed since Jiang Fan broke through to the 10th layer of the Spirit Snake Sword Classic. During these 3 days, Jiang Fan did not reveal himself, yet the entire Qingyuan town revolved around him constantly. Hurry up, bring over the jade lions, and place them properly. At the entrance of the Yang family's estate, 2 body-refining cultivators each carried a jade lion standing a yard high and placed them at the door. Master, what does this mean? Elder Yang looked at the pair of jade lions in astonishment, fearing they were worth more than his entire estate, and wondered how they dared to place them outside. Excuse me, are you the esteemed Elder Yang, father-in-law of young Master Jiang Fan? The cultivator looked at Elder Yang, not displaying any arrogance, but rather showing great respect. Indeed, that is I. May I ask what this is? Elder Yang nodded, then looked at the other party with a puzzled expression. Oh, it is like this. Our elder Zhang Lianhai is aware of the hardships you faced in raising your daughter, and has specially sent these jade lions to ward off evil for your residents. In the future, if Elder Yang happens to meet young Master Jiang Fan, please do not forget to say a few good words for our elder. Certainly. Elder Yang, with a face full of astonishment, realized that such occurrences had not been rare in recent days, with previously unattainable elder-level figures coming to present gifts. In these days, everyone may not have seen Jiang Fan, but they all knew of the deep bond he shared with his fellow practitioners, even rejecting the opportunity to go to the Holy Land. Since they couldn't see Jiang Fan, they decided to take an indirect route to win over Jiang Fan's father-in-law, which was not a bad tactic. Spending a little mundane silver, as long as Elder Yang could mention them in front of Jiang Fan, they would strike it rich. At this moment, in the luxurious square area of Qingyuan Town, countless extravagant tables and chairs were neatly arranged with cultivators aligning them, fearing that something might go wrong. What a grand affair. There are no less than 20 exquisite jade-carved tables here. Who has invited so many foundation establishment experts to this banquet? Haven't you heard? Jiang family's genius Jiang Fan has broken through to the 10th layer of the Spirit Snake Sword Classic. This is the Jiang family celebrating him. I know. I was watching not far away that day, seeing a white dragon soaring in the sky. How majestic. Just by looking at it, I felt dizzy from the overwhelming spiritual pressure. Someone confirmed this. What dragon? I saw a white snake. Others refuted. Among the crowd, Shangwan Xiong watched the constantly arranged banquet, feeling a mix of emotions. Jiang Fan, you say you are a genius, that's fine, but why do you have to be so eye-catching? Now the upper echelons of the Shangwan family have all remembered you. Yet thinking of the latest orders from his family, he felt a headache. To assassinate Jiang Fan in Qingyuan Town. How could they even think of it? Qingyuan Town is protected by a third-tier Qingmu Xiangong formation. Even if it were a golden core true monarch, they wouldn't gain any advantage for a while. However, this time the Shangwan family had made a firm decision, making it impossible for him to submit a half-hearted action plan. Alright, let's give it a try. Master Shangwan, long time no see. At that moment, a beggar dressed in burlap with no discernible aura suddenly appeared before Shangwan Xiong. Shadow Pavilion. After a brief pause, Shangwan Xiong quickly guessed the identity of this person. I hope this time our two families can cooperate pleasantly. And how do we cooperate? This is Qingyuan Town. Do you have any way to do so? Shangwan Xiong scoffed. Who said we need to act ourselves? The beggar smiled indifferently, patted Shangwan Xiong on the shoulder, and walked away while still calling out, "Pity this old beggar, I haven't eaten for 2 days." Shangwan Xiong watched the beggar's back, quickly circulating his true qi to expel the slight toxins on his shoulder, revealing a hint of disgust. Ultimately, Shangwan Xiong sighed and murmured, "Jiang Fan, this time the two families are joining forces against you. Unless you really become a golden core, it will be hard for you to escape death." Is Jiang Fan a golden core? Of course not. But if an ordinary golden core comes to deal with Jiang Fan, they would need to weigh their options. Even if he had just broken into the golden core spiritual sense, Jiang Fan possessed 2 major golden core techniques. One is the dragon transformation of the 10th layer of the Spirit Snake Sword Classic. When he strikes with his sword, the dragon manifests, and no one at the golden core level would dare to receive it hidden. The second is the poison scripture that has been enhanced along with the Spirit Snake Sword Classic. Thanks to Shangwan Lei's poison scripture, Jiang Fan's poison technique has reached the 8th layer of the golden core level, making his poison skills unmatched, catching even golden cores off guard. Of course, these two can only be considered golden core techniques. If he were to rely solely on them to confront a golden core, he would have died hundreds of times by now. Jiang Fan's greatest trump card lies in another matter. In the secret chamber, Jiang Fan stared at the latest progress bar. Sword God Body Awakening Progress 977-1000. During these days, Jiang Fan had not been idle, besides familiarizing himself with the latest golden core spiritual, since the progress of the Sword God Body was finally nearing completion. To this end, Jiang Fan's kidneys had not gotten a moment's rest. The predecessor who awakened the Sword God Body could single-handedly wield a sword and reverse the nascent soul with a golden core. Now that I am in the late foundation establishment stage, although I cannot reverse the nascent soul, I should be able to handle a minor golden core right. This thing is Jiang Fan's greatest confidence. The rest are all illusions. After completing his cultivation, Jiang Fan left the secret chamber, and Yang Yun rushed over immediately. Husband, how do you find this outfit? Tomorrow, all the elders of the Jiang family, including even the Grand Elder, will attend your potential dragon ceremony. I absolutely do not want to embarrass myself. At this moment, Yang Yun was dressed in a wide-sleeved azure cloud dress, with golden phoenix patterns dancing on it adorned with silver flowers. Wearing a golden phoenix hairpin, she resembled a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, breathtakingly beautiful. Looking at Jiang Fan, her eyes brightened. So how is it, husband? Do you think a Yun looks good in this? Yang Yun twirled on the spot, her skirt fluttering, exuding an ethereal aura. It looks good, wear this tonight. Jiang Fan's words were the highest affirmation of Yang Yun's outfit. Husband, won't that ruin it? Yang Yun blushed, yet there was a hint of anticipation. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Jiang Fan chuckled mischievously. Yang Yun's voice was soft. That's good. Fanga, what are you two talking about? Brother Jiang, how do you find my outfit? At that moment, Jiang Ying and Lu Suyi also walked in. Jiang Ying was still wearing her deep blue dress, but it had several pendant decorations adding a bit of spirit, highlighting her agility as a body cultivator. Lu Suyi, on the other hand, had changed into a completely new green long dress, moving gracefully, exuding a delicate beauty. Compared to Yang Yun's splendid attire, Jiang Ying and the others appeared rather simple, yet they all caught Jiang Fan's eye. Seeing the three of them gazing affectionately at him, he knew he would have a busy night ahead. The next day, Qingyuan Town. The Qianlong ceremony was held as scheduled. From early morning, Qingyuan Town became bustling with activity. The dragon and lion dance teams stretched from one end of the street to the other, and the entire street was adorned with colorful decorations. Occasionally, cultivators flew by with gifts in the sky, while children gathered in groups on the ground begging for snacks. This grand ceremony was not only attended by cultivators, all mortals could also join the outer banquet. This was the Jiang family's public declaration of the immortal teacher's kindness, allowing all mortals to admire the immortal's prestige. As for the inner banquet, only cultivators could participate, let alone the core banquet of precious delicacies, which was exclusive to Foundation establishment cultivators. In Qingyuan Town, many people were attending such a large-scale banquet for the first time. The entire town, with over 100,000 people, almost all poured in. I have lived for 80 years, and this is my first time attending a banquet hosted by an immortal. An old man with white beard could not help but express his feelings. I didn't expect the banquet for my son-in-law to be so grand. Old Yang stroked his beard. Ever since his daughter married the immortal teacher, his life had been getting better by the day. The last time he celebrated his 60th birthday, his immortal son-in-law not only attended in person, but also gifted him a longevity pill that made him instantly 10 years younger and full of vitality. Now he had become a well-known figure in Qingyuan Town. Even the head of the Jiang family treated him with great respect. Old Yang, what brings you here? Please take a seat. You are the father-in-law of young Master Jiang Fan. How could you still be standing here? The crowd watched as old Yang approached, and they hurriedly made way, offering him the best seats among mortals. Even the Jiang family members who ruled Qingyuan Town stood up respectfully. Everyone looked at him with envious eyes. Those seats represented the highest status among mortals in Qingyuan Town. Old Yang, may I ask if you are the father-in-law of young Master Jiang Fan? At that moment, two cultivators suddenly landed in front of old Yang. Indeed, that is me. Is there something? Although he had seen many immortal teachers in recent days, old Yang still felt a bit nervous. The elder has ordered a special invitation for you to enter the inner banquet. But the inner banquet is for the immortals. I absolutely cannot accept that. Such words. You are the father-in-law of young Master Jiang Fan, a status that is more honorable than many immortal teachers. The two cultivators flattered him, leading the blissfully happy old Yang towards the inside. My son-in-law's status truly reaches the heavens. Old Yang felt even more delighted. After Jiang Fan's breakthrough, everyone learned of his achievements and the deep bond he shared with his Tao partner, leading them to find ways to please those close to Jiang Fan. When one person ascends to a higher realm, those around him also benefit. Haha, this Qianlong ceremony of Jiang Fan is indeed splendid. What a pity that in the end you won't be the one laughing. Amidst the crowd, a beggar had also mixed into the ceremony, as it was an important day and no one stopped him. Meanwhile, at the center of the banquet within the precious delicacy feast, Jiang Fan arrived with Jiang Ying and the others. Jiang Fan, today is your Qianlong ceremony. You are quite late. Jiang Yunshan, who usually wore a stern face, rarely made a joke. I was cultivating hard yesterday and got up a bit late. Please forgive me, elder. Jiang Fan awkwardly smiled while Jiang Ying and the others recalled last night, realizing there was no hard cultivation involved, and their cheeks flushed. Haha, as expected of the unicorn child of the Jiang family, humble and diligent, never slacking off. You are truly someone everyone should learn from. Jiang Yunshan laughed heartily. Elder, you jest. Jiang Fan's talent is beyond what we can compare to. With Jiang Fan's current mastery of the Spirit Snake Sword Classic, there are indeed many aspects worth learning from. Jiang Tai also spoke earnestly. No one in the audience refuted this. Jiang Fan had reached the 10th layer of the Spirit Snake Sword Classic, second in the entire family, surpassing everyone present. Only the current supreme ancestor Jiang Songyun surpassed Jiang Fan. Hearing this, Jiang Fan, feeling a bit proud, said, Elder, you flatter me. That is no flattery. You are the youngest comprehender of the 10th layer of the Spirit Snake Sword Classic in our Jiang family for 1,000 years. As he spoke, the elder produced a gilded wooden box, inside which floated a white snake illusion. This is the extraordinary treasure I obtained earlier, the white snake treasure lamp. Holding this lamp ensures safety within a radius of 3 zhang. Even a golden core true monarch would find it impossible to breach in a quarter of an hour. Years ago, I relied on this lamp to withstand an attack by a golden core and ultimately awaited the Ancestor's support. Now that I am old, I have lost interest in fighting, but you are still young. This lamp can still be of use to you. The treasure lamp emitted a bright light, and within it the white snake seemed to exhale a faint candlelight, as if it were alive. Indeed, it is the elder's signature treasure, the white snake treasure lamp. The elder is truly generous. It is said that this was a protective treasure awarded by the Ancestor. Now he has gifted it to Jiang Fan. A glint flashed in Jiang Fan's eyes. Having just broken through, he lacked foundation, and this treasure lamp was exactly what he needed. He silently noted the elder's kindness and immediately accepted it without reservation. Thank you, elder. The usually generous Jiang Tai also flicked his fingers, sending forth a high-quality spirit weapon robe. Jiang Fan, this is the inner armor of the Azure Bull, crafted from the inner skin of the Foundation Establishment Perfection Demon Beast, the Azure Bull. I know you have an outer armor. When paired with this inner armor, it will greatly enhance your combat capabilities. I gift it to you today. Uncle Tai, this gift is too precious. This robe is worth at least 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, and Jiang Tai was rarely so generous. You are destined to break through to Golden Core in the future. Such gifts are nothing. If you feel uneasy about it, you could share some insights on the Spirit Snake Sword Classic with me. Oh, perhaps I could also make a breakthrough, haha. Jiang Tai laughed heartily and handed the robe to Jiang Fan. I say the gifts you are giving are too good. I am a bit embarrassed to present mine. Jiang Huan lightly flicked his right hand, and a bottle of pills shot out. Jiang Fan, I have nothing valuable to give you, but this bottle of second-tier high-grade blood spirit pills can help you quickly break through to Foundation Establishment Perfection and reach Golden Core. Thank you, Uncle Huan. Jiang Fan received the spirit pills. Second-tier high-grade spirit pills are extremely precious, only slightly inferior to high-grade spirit weapons, and Jiang Huan was also investing a lot. Nephew Jiang Fan, I have a pair of 1,000-year jade rui. Placing them beside you during seclusion can help you focus and easily enter a meditative state. Jiang Lianhai also took out a pair of jade rui made from top-tier spirit materials. I also have a pair of 100-year snow orchids to present as a congratulatory gift to Jiang Fan. I will give a jade-faced amber. Jiang Fan, please do not disdain it. Many among the more than 10 Foundation Establishment cultivators present offered their gifts. Some were useful to Jiang Fan and others to his wife. Almost every gift was of considerable value, no less than a low-grade spirit weapon, making Jiang Fan feel quite warm-hearted. Haha, it seems I have not arrived too late after all. Suddenly, a deep, hearty laugh echoed through the air. The crowd turned around, their expressions brightening. I have seen the Supreme Ancestor. The crowd hurriedly paid their respects. The visitor was none other than the hurriedly arrived Supreme Ancestor, Jiang Songyun. No need for formalities. Jiang Fan stroked his long beard, first issuing a command, then quickly fixing his gaze on Jiang Fan in the crowd. With Jiang Fan's divine sense, he could almost instantly confirm that Jiang Fan had indeed broken through to the 10th level of the Spirit Serpent Sword Canon, awakening his golden core divine sense. That was enough. As for the dragon transformation, there would be plenty of opportunities to explore that after returning. At the same time, he was slightly astonished. Indeed, it is the golden core divine sense. I never expected that while the Tianqin pure sword body has yet to break through, Jiang Fan has already taken the lead. Truly, he is exceptionally gifted. The key was that he had achieved all this without any guidance from a master. If he could bring Jiang Fan back and guide him carefully, wouldn't he soar to great heights? Moreover, the reason Jiang Fan had previously refused was significant yet trivial. Although the sacred land had its rules, those rules were made by people. As the ancestor, did he not have the final say? He then smiled and said, "Jiang Fan, you are not angry with me now, are you?" "I dare not," Jiang Fan replied politely. In response to the ancestor, after Jiang Fan rejected you that day, he reflected deeply and immediately entered seclusion to study the Spirit Serpent Sword Canon. Hard work does not betray the diligent. It was indeed the ancestor's urging that allowed him to break through to the 10th level of the Spirit Serpent Sword Canon. Jiang Fan seized the opportunity to explain, hurriedly flattering the ancestor, while also discreetly nudging Jiang Fan's arm to prevent him from saying anything wrong. "Haha, Yanshan, you still know how to speak so well." Jiang Fan laughed heartily, seemingly unconcerned, and continued, "However, I am quite old now, and sometimes I do forget the rules, getting them mixed up. I checked again after returning. If it does not hinder your cultivation, it is not prohibited to bring a companion into the sacred land. Jiang Fan, do you now wish to follow the ancestor back to the sacred land for further cultivation?" The crowd was taken aback, not expecting the ancestor to make such a concession to bring Jiang Fan into the sacred land. Moreover, this was the third time he had lowered his face to invite him. It was almost unheard of. As for the rules of the sacred land, everyone knew very little, as only a few had the qualifications to enter. However, the ancestor had sternly rejected Jiang Fan last time, and now he was finding a way out for himself, just to allow Jiang Fan to enter. This was unprecedented. Only Jiang Fan remained indifferent. What a joke! His Spirit Serpent Sword lineage had finally produced a genius who could cultivate to the 10th level. What was wrong with him? Lowering his face a little. After living for hundreds of years, what was a bit of old face worth? Once he brought this genius back, there would be plenty of opportunities for him to regain his dignity. Of course, he only appeared calm on the surface. Inside, he felt a bit anxious. "Jiang Fan, I have lowered my face to come find you. You better not refuse me again." Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, who was most attuned to the atmosphere, quickly pushed Jiang Fan's shoulder, fearing he might think too much and refuse again. Jiang Tai, Jiang Huan, and others looked at Jiang Fan with eager anticipation. The sacred land held a significant position within the clan, and Jiang Fan being invited 3 times further proved his uniqueness. Although Jiang Fan had now proven himself capable of cultivating calmly outside the sacred land, going to the sacred land under better conditions and without any restrictions was undoubtedly the better choice. Under everyone's gazes, Jiang Fan slowly spoke, "I am willing." "Good, you truly do not disappoint me." Jiang Fan was overjoyed. Compared to the genius Jiang Tianqin, a wild talent like Jiang Fan made him even happier. He had higher expectations for Jiang Fan. "Jiang Fan, as you enter the sacred land, I have nothing much to gift you. This Spirit Serpent Sword was the sword I used when I reached the peak of Foundation establishment. I now give it to you." With a wave of Jiang Fan's withered yellow hand, a Spirit Serpent Sword of artifact quality flew out gracefully, landing in front of Jiang Fan like a spirit serpent coming to rest obediently. "This is an artifact quality Spirit Serpent Sword." Jiang Fan swallowed hard. For a cultivator of the Spirit Serpent Sword canon, the Spirit Serpent Sword was the most irresistible artifact. Though both were Spirit Serpent swords, the artifact quality one before him was far superior to the spirit quality one in Jiang Fan's hand. This Spirit Serpent Sword was extraordinarily nimble, its spiritual patterns shimmering, and the sword's edge emitted a faint hum as if it resonated well with Jiang Fan. Observing its behavior, it already exhibited a certain degree of spirituality, being a true artifact. Though only a golden core true monarch could unleash the true power of an artifact. But let's not forget Jiang Fan possessed the sword spirit body. Giving him this artifact was like adding wings to a tiger. "Thank you for the gift, Ancestor. Jiang Fan will certainly not disgrace this sword's reputation." Jiang Fan accepted the Spirit Serpent Sword and sheathed it. The long sword trembled slightly, seemingly very fond of its new master. Even the true chi in Jiang Fan's dantian slightly vibrated, faintly resonating with the Spirit Serpent Sword. The Spirit Serpent Sword and the Spirit Serpent Sword canon complemented each other, created by the White Snake Ancestor. Speaking of which, our clan's white snake ancestor was truly extraordinarily gifted, renowned throughout the entire Shu kingdom. Not only was he a golden core true monarch, but he was also a third-tier artifact refiner. We must not tarnish the white snake ancestor's reputation while practicing the spirit serpent sword cannon. Jiang Fan stroked his white beard, speaking of the white snake ancestor and the spirit serpent sword cannon with genuine pride, wishing to promote this technique further. That was why he was particularly invested in Jiang Fan, who resonated so well with the spirit serpent sword cannon. Meanwhile, Jiang Tai clenched his fists in secret. He had been inspired by the legends of the white snake ancestor to pursue both artifact refining and the spirit serpent sword cannon. Who would have thought that his talent was not on the same level as the white snake ancestor, making it impossible for him to reach that height? Jiang Fan, listening nearby, felt invigorated. He had heard stories of the white snake ancestor since childhood, but hearing them now felt uniquely profound. The white snake ancestor mastered both artifact refining and the sword cannon, forging his own path. With his multiple talents, could he carve out a unique path of his own? He then resolutely declared, Jiang Fan will surely uphold the spirit serpent sword's reputation. Good, I hope you remain steadfast in your Tao heart, and remember these words. Jiang Fan nodded in satisfaction. Aside from being a bit lecherous, Jiang Fan had almost no other flaws. From the clan's perspective, a talented, yet lecherous individual was not a flaw, but rather a merit. As for the reason, it was naturally for the better continuation of the family. Everyone, let the grand ceremony continue. Please take a seat, Ancestor. The Grand Elder Jiang Yunshan made way for the central position, which had long been prepared for Jiang Fan, also known as the main seat. Jiang Fan waved his sleeve lightly, settling into the main seat. His gaze drifted and soon landed on the three companions of Jiang Fan who were sitting beside him. Amidst such a grand occasion, Yang Yun nervously twisted her fingers while Lu Sui kept her head down, too afraid to look around. Only Jiang Ying managed to maintain a semblance of calm. Especially after the arrival of Jiang Fan, the golden core true monarch exuded a natural authority without even being angry, and even if he intended to restrain himself, his mere presence commanded a daunting pressure. There's no need to be nervous. The Ancestor is kind and very amiable, Jiang Fan reassured the three, while also introducing them to Jiang Fan. Esteemed Ancestor, these three are my wives Yang Yun, Jiang Ying, and Lu Sui. Yang Yun felt warmth in her heart, quickly standing up and bowing to Jiang Fan, saying Yang Yun pays her respects to the Ancestor. Having come from a mortal background, she had little understanding of the golden core true monarch, only knowing that the man before her was formidable. But so what? One day her husband would be even more powerful. Jiang Ying was polite and performed a standard greeting to Jiang Fan. Jiang Ying pays her respects to the Ancestor. Previously, Jiang Ying had only seen Jiang Fan from afar, but this was her first time so close. While maintaining her courtesy, she couldn't help but steal a few more glances at this legendary figure of their clan. Lu Sui pays her respects to the Supreme Ancestor. Lu Sui nervously kept her head down. As a loose cultivator, the strongest she had encountered before was merely a foundation establishment practitioner, and the golden core true monarch. That was an existence beyond her reach, as she had never imagined she would stand before a golden core true monarch one day. But now everything was different. This change in fate was all due to that man Jiang Fan. Ever since she had reunited with Jiang Fan and become his companion again, her fate had undergone a dramatic transformation. Only those who have experienced a tumultuous life understand how arduous the life of a loose cultivator can be. But now it was different. Not only had she found stability, but she was also brought by Jiang Fan to meet the golden core Ancestor. What a tremendous trust and honor that was. Indeed, all the young ones are quite beautiful. Jiang Fan has a discerning eye. This is splendid. Oh, as long as it doesn't hinder cultivation, I hope you can bear a few more children. Jiang Fan smiled, stroking his beard, and casually produced 3 pills, handing them to the 3 women. These are high-grade longevity and beauty pills which can extend life by 20 years and enhance one's appearance. Consider them a gift from me to you for our first meeting. Thank you for the generous gift, Ancestor. The 3 women were overjoyed, not expecting such pleasant surprises. Longevity and beauty pills were indeed precious treasures, and they were all very fond of them. Especially Lu Sui, a loose cultivator who understood the rarity of such treasures even more. And her ability to receive all of this was entirely due to the man by her side. At this moment, Lu Sui's love for Jiang Fan deepened even further. Lu Sui's feelings for you have deepened, and her affection has reached the second stage of unwavering loyalty, new silver bonus, and mysterious talent progress. 0100 The sudden notification left Jiang Fan slightly stunned. He hadn't expected Lu Sui's feelings to have silently progressed to a new stage. Immediately, he felt a surge of joy, knowing that his cultivation efficiency would also improve significantly. He then picked up his cup and addressed the 3, saying, "Ladies, let me toast to you. Fan, good drink to me." Jiang Ying raised her cup and downed it. Husband, have this cup for me. Yang Yun was also eager, pressing close to Jiang Fan. And mine. Lu Suyi also leaned in. The four of them drank heartily together, resembling a perfect picture. Jiang Fan, on this joyous occasion, let's drink together. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, Jiang Tai came over with a jug of wine, his expression excited, clearly having enjoyed himself. Right, Jiang Fan, don't just stay with your companions, you should often drink and chat with us uncles too. Jiang Huan also came over, jesting. These two were originally heavy drinkers, and having met each other, they couldn't miss the chance to drink with Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan laughed heartily. Haha, come on, I want to see your drinking capacities, uncles. He approached with the wine jug. Each of the three took a jar of wine and began to drink. Be mindful of moderation, don't drink too much. Jiang Yinshan, watching from the side, appeared somewhat worried. Although Foundation establishment cultivators rarely got drunk, the banquet today featured second-tier spirit wine, and if they consumed too much, even they could fall. Brother Yinshan, you're too fierce usually, otherwise I would have invited you to drink. Jiang Huan, either inebriated or just bold, casually draped an arm over Jiang Yinshan's shoulder. Brother Huan, you're drunk. That is the Grand Elder. Hic. Jiang Tai chuckled, letting out a loud hiccup. What of the Grand Elder? I've long wanted to challenge him to a duel. Don't think that I'm not his match, but when it comes to drinking, I'm the best in the clan. Hic. Jiang Huan boasted, raising his thumb to himself, emboldened by the alcohol. Jiang Yinshan could only shake his head helplessly. Jiang Huan was always playful, and after drinking he was like a wild dog unleashed. Jiang Tai, usually so serious, seemed like a different person after drinking. Even Jiang Fan was now blushing, looking quite tipsy. Fortunately, he had three companions to look after him, unlike Jiang Huan, who was causing a ruckus. While everyone was enjoying themselves, an unpleasant figure suddenly appeared. Jiang, who carried a jug of wine and filled Jiang Fan's cup to the brim. Jiang Fan, I was wrong before today on this joyous occasion. Let me apologize to you. Haha, Jiang, who you should have done this long ago. Jiang Fan doesn't even hold grudges against you. Jiang Huan grinned widely. Only Jiang Fan's flushed face suddenly turned cold, and a glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He raised his cup, and Jiang Hu's expression tensed. However, Jiang Fan did not drink. Instead, he looked mockingly at Jiang Hu. You're quite bold, Jiang Hu. What do you mean by that, Jiang Fan? Though you have entered the sacred land, I am still a dignified Foundation establishment elder. I toast to you, and if you refuse to drink, you cannot humiliate me at will. Jiang Hu was enraged by Jiang Fan's words. Jiang Huan and Jiang Tai exchanged glances, sensing that something was amiss. Humiliate? Huh. You might be overestimating yourself, Jiang Hu. Jiang Fan coldly chuckled, accepting the cup, and before Jiang Hu could react, presented the cup to him. Come on, drink it. Jiang Hu was taken aback. He wasn't even drinking, but his face was already flushed. Jiang Fan, don't go too far. I am also an elder of the Jiang family. I'm not some soft persimmon to be squished. After saying this, Jiang Hu snorted coldly and chose to ignore Jiang Fan, turning to leave. Stop. I'm making you drink. Jiang Fan would not let him escape, swiftly moving to block Jiang Hu's path and holding the cup out in front of him. Jiang Fan, do you think you can act recklessly in the Jiang family just because you have entered the sacred grounds after repeatedly humiliating me? Jiang Hu raised his voice, attracting the attention of many amidst the noisy banquet. Not far away, Jiang Tsongyun stroked his beard, laughing as he watched the scene, while Jiang Yinshan hurried over. Jiang Fan, Great Elder, you must stand up for me. Before Jiang Fan could respond, Jiang Hu began to cry out. I kindly approached Jiang Fan to offer a toast, hoping to bury our past grievances, yet unexpectedly Jiang Fan, relying on his status, humiliated me. Great Elder, although I am not a genius, I have devoted myself to the Jiang family over the years. Even if I have no accomplishments, I have worked hard. Should someone as ordinary as me be humiliated by Jiang Fan? Jiang Hu feigned a distressed demeanor, immediately resonating with many Foundation establishment elders around. After all, geniuses are few, while the majority in the Jiang family are those engaged in Foundation establishment. Jiang Hu's act successfully drew the sympathy of the crowd. Jiang Yinshan frowned, knowing that Jiang Fan was not someone who bullied others due to his power, then shifted his gaze to Jiang Huan and Jiang Tai. With a glance, Jiang Huan and Jiang Tai instantly sobered up, promptly responding, Great Elder, I only saw Jiang Fan and Jiang Hu drinking together. There was absolutely no humiliation. I can also testify. The two were equally puzzled, unaware of why Jiang Hu suddenly went mad. Such baseless accusations would hardly even scratch Jiang Fan. Jiang Yinshan's brow furrowed tightly as he glanced at Jiang Fan, who was about to explain, but Jiang Yinshan turned his head to look at Jiang Hu. You claim Jiang Fan humiliated you. Do you have any evidence or witnesses? Or are you just slandering Jiang Fan without any proof? At this, Jiang Hu was left dumbfounded. He thought Jiang Yinshan would question him, yet the Great Elder was so obviously biased. The crux was that he was merely forced into a corner. Where would he find evidence? He could only grit his teeth and say, Great Elder, my intention was to offer a toast to Jiang Fan, but he refused to drink, and even handed me the cup. Isn't that clear enough? Jiang Yunshan frowned. That hardly counts as humiliation. At most it was Jiang Fan losing his temper and finding an excuse to drink too much, which wasn't even close to being angry. Elder Jiang, who aren't you curious why I refused to drink your wine, and instead handed it to you? Jiang Fan suddenly spoke up. A flicker of fear flashed in Jiang He's eyes, but he quickly changed the subject. How would I know what peculiar thoughts you have? Jiang Yunshan also caught on a Jiang who seemed to be acting a bit odd. Oh, that's right, Elder Jiang, who must know that this cup contains the 7-day annihilation powder, which is why you refuse to drink it, right? Boom. Jiang He's pupils constricted sharply, his expression filled with horror. What did you say? The 7-day annihilation powder. That's the deadly poison that can sever golden core meridians. Jiang Yunshan's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly snatched the wine cup from Jiang Fan's hand, scrutinizing it closely, but found nothing, and his expression grew serious. Great Elder, the 7-day annihilation powder is colorless and tasteless. If one is not careful, even golden core true monarchs would fall victim, let alone ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. Jiang Fan explained at the right moment. Jiang, who you're quite bold to dare poison our clan's prodigy. Jiang Tai roared angrily. He detested such acts of harming one's kin for selfish desires. Jiang, who hurriedly dropped the wine jug in his hand, kneeling on the ground, and began to wail slander. Great Elder, Jiang Fan is slandering me. There's absolutely no such thing. Moreover, how could I possess such precious 7-day annihilation powder? Where would I get the means? With the uproar, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. Jiang, who truly has great audacity to dare frame a prodigy. Not necessarily a what if. Jiang Fan is deliberately setting him up. They have had a grudge against each other all along. The 7-day annihilation powder is said to be formless, colorless, and tasteless. Even golden core true monarchs would find it difficult to perceive. How could Jiang Fan possibly know that there was 7-day annihilation powder in there? Let this old man have a look. The crowd suddenly parted, revealing a youthful figure with white hair, which was Jiang family Elder Jiang Songyun. Elder. Watching Jiang Songyun approach, Jiang, who trembled all over his head, bowing to the ground, no longer daring to raise it. Jiang Songyun did not look at him, but took the wine cup and sent a strand of true energy into it. At this moment, Jiang Yunshan held his breath, while Jiang Tai and Jiang Huan looked on with serious expressions. The other foundation establishment elders also turned their gazes as Jiang, who began to sweat profusely. Only Jiang Fan remained calm. It felt like an entire day had passed in just a single breath. Boom. Jiang Songyun suddenly struck a sword, chi piercing through Jiang, whose dantian, blowing it apart. Jiang, whose cultivation instantly plummeted from mid-foundation establishment to the realm of an ordinary mortal. His once rosy face became wrinkled, and his black hair turned gray. Once a cultivator's power is abolished, their bodily functions decline rapidly, and their lifespan will extinguish within 3 days. In other words, Jiang, who only had 3 days left to live from this moment on. Elder Jiang Fan framed me. It wasn't me who poisoned anyone. Jiang, who cried out, his voice sounding incredibly aged, no longer carrying the robust tone from before. Stubborn fool. Even if Jiang Fan had the chance to poison, did you bring that jug of wine, which was also meant to trap you by Jiang Fan? Jiang Songyun snorted coldly. During that moment, he not only examined the wine in the cup, but also checked the overturned wine jug on the ground before he acted. Upon hearing this, Jiang, who was utterly disheartened, knowing that this time he could not escape his fate. You scoundrel! How dare you harm your kin? If it weren't for Jiang Fan's keen senses, I would have fallen for your schemes. Jiang Yunshan directly berated Jiang, who it had not been easy for him to nurture Jiang Fan, and if he were to be ruined by Jiang, who he would regret it to death. Truly despicable. I heard it was because of the previous grudge between him and Jiang Fan that he resorted to poison and framed Jiang Fan. He deserves to die. Framing one's own kin is something that cannot be forgiven within a family. No matter how great the conflict among clan members, these are still internal matters, and one can challenge openly and defeat the opponent directly. However, using underhanded tactics against one's kin will inevitably provoke the wrath of everyone. This is the consensus within the clan. Jiang, who lay on the ground, his aged body resembling a powerless old dog no longer capable of rebuttal. Jiang, who, how dare you commit such an act? Tell me, where did the 7-day annihilation powder come from? Jiang Yunshan once again interrogated. Elder Patriarch, I was wrong. I had no choice but to comply. In Jiang, whose voice was feeble and hollow, he had already been subdued, and further excuses were utterly meaningless. I do not know who that person is. Only that one day a beggar approached me claiming knowledge of my grudge against Jiang Fan and deliberately arranged a meeting to coerce me into poisoning him. Yet I am still a bloodline member of the Jiang clan. Even with enmity toward Jiang Fan, how could I commit such an abomination, provoking heaven's wrath and inciting universal condemnation? But I never imagined the man was a master of poisons. Within mere breaths of contact, I fell victim to his extraordinary toxin. Had I refused his command, my own life would have been forfeit. I truly had no alternative. Driven to desperation, I resorted to this desperate measure. I begged the elder patriarch and the supreme elder to show mercy beyond the letter of the law. Jiang, who wept incessantly, and he knew his death was certain, inescapable. Yet he had family, a son within the clan, and numerous kin. To frame a fellow clansman, especially a genius from a sacred land, was an offense of staggering gravity, and he pleaded not for himself, but for his family's survival. Alas, why persist in error after error? Jiang Yunshan sighed deeply. After all, Jiang, who remained a foundation establishment elder, how had he fallen so far? Senior elder, how shall this man be dealt with? Handle him according to clan law. Jiang Tsongyun replied, his voice calm and detached. Jiang Yunshan nodded, then declared sternly, effective immediately. Jiang, who is stripped of his elder status, his direct bloodline, shall be purged from the ancestral register, their cultivation foundation shattered, and they shall be condemned forever to the bitter mines, never to rise again, as a warning to all. Upon hearing the verdict, Jiang, who collapsed utterly, limp as a lifeless hound slumping onto the ground, and to purge his entire direct lineage from the register, shatter their cultivation, and consign them to the bitter mines for forced labor. This was among the clan's most merciless punishments. Not only had all hope of redemption vanished, but his remaining years would be spent enslaved in dark mine shafts. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Jiang, who murmured faintly, his face pale, eyes swollen crimson with tears, yet salvation was long gone. To harm your own kin is nothing but self-inflicted retribution. Jiang Tai snorted coldly, unmoved by pity. When you schemed to frame Jiang Fan just moments ago, did you foresee this moment? Jiang Huan roared in fury. He does not regret his crime. He merely laments his inevitable death. And another voice cut in, icy and disdainful. I hear he once flaunted his elder authority before chi refinement cultivators. Such a man alive is but a parasite gnawing at the clan's roots. Jiang Hu and his direct kin had plunged irrevocably into the abyss, beyond redemption. The crowd, seizing the chance, gleefully joined the assault upon the fallen. Jiang Fan watched Jiang, who sprawled motionless on the ground, a flash of glacial light flickering across his eyes. Jiang, who had long stood atop Jiang Fan's list of those marked for death. His survival until now was not mercy, but Jiang Fan's lack of opportunity. This ending, however, suited him well enough. Yet Jiang, who was merely a pawn, beyond the banquet hall, a beggar's figure slipped silently away. Think you can flee? Jiang Fan blurred into motion, sword in hand, and shot forth like a rainbow streak, surging toward the banquet's periphery. Have I been exposed? The beggar in the crowd stiffened slightly, then seeing Jiang Fan charge forward, wasted no time. He launched himself skyward like a cannonball. Such prowess revealed him as a foundation establishment body cultivator. To flaunt body cultivation before me, how laughable. Ninth form, see overturned rivers, upended. Jiang Fan sealed a single hand seal. The spirit serpent sword leapt forth. Instantly, surrounding spiritual energy roiled as if boiling, coalescing high above into the vast churning shape of an ocean. The beggar, soaring midair, found his advance halted abruptly, engulfed by the surging tide of spiritual energy. Damn it, what technique is this? HSSSS. Na serpentine shriek tore through the air, striking his senses in the blink of an eye. No golden core cultivator could pierce my defense. Take this. Bold as he was, the beggar thrust both hands forward, attempting to seize Jiang Fan's spirit serpent sword outright. Only because Jiang Tsongyun's gift, the sword, had yet to be fully refined by Jiang Fan, merely a high-grade spirit artifact, did the beggar dare such audacity. Otherwise, attempting to grasp a master-cultivated artifact would have meant instant death. You seek oblivion. Jiang Fan sneered. 10th form, myriad tribulation, azure, dragon manifestation. Roar. Na dragon's thunderous roar shook the heavens. The spirit serpent sword, once gripped in the beggar's hands, transformed serpent to azure dragon, its power surging tenfold in an instant. What a... And the beggar's face paled in terror. Merely grasping the serpent form had taxed him to the limit. Now as the dragon manifested, its might exploded beyond containment, wrenching free from his grip. Shoo! The spirit serpent sword flashed, carving a massive gash across the beggar's chest. No. Not torrent of blood erupted from his mouth as he plummeted from the sky. Since attaining latest-stage foundation establishment through body cultivation, he had never sustained such grievous injury. Behind him, Jiang Fan descended like a storm, while the spirit serpent sword whirled relentlessly around the beggar, poised to end his life at any moment. Jiang Fan, kill me and you'll suffer no better fate. The beggar hurled curses, straining to strike back. Yet the wound across his chest split wider with every movement. His pride, his latest foundation establishment body cultivation, proved incapable of withstanding this blade's devastation. He had no inkling that the 10th form of the spirit's serpent sword manual, the myriad tribulation serpent manifestation, was already peerless in power, and Jiang Fan had unleashed its ultimate variant, the Azure Dragon manifestation. A typical foundation establishment expert struck by such a blow would perish instantly. Not only his exceptional body cultivation, deeply refined and resilient, allowed him to survive, though he was now utterly defenseless. Seize him, alive, and Jiang Yunshan arrived belatedly flanked by several foundation establishment elders swiftly encircling the wounded beggar. Even unharmed, the beggar could not have broken free from Jiang clan's coordinated siege, let alone now grievously wounded by Jiang Fan's blade with no strength left to resist. Within moments he was overpowered and secured under heavy guard. And, to stir chaos upon Jiang clan's sacred soil, you truly court death. Whoever you are once uncovered, the Jiang clan will pursue you without cease. And Jiang Yunshan ground his teeth. Today was meant to be the auspicious dragon-subduing ceremony. Instead, not only had Jiang Hu, a traitor, emerged but also a latest foundation establishment spy. Worse still, both conspirators had targeted the ceremony's central figure. This was no mere insult. It was a deliberate slap across Jiang Yunshan's face, and across the entire Jiang clan's honor. Elder Patriarch, this man's cultivation, latest foundation establishment body cultivation, is exceedingly rare. Tracing his identity should prove straightforward along this line. Jiang Fan spoke calmly beside them. In truth, he seethed inwardly. How despite his utmost discretion had such enemies emerged? Scouring his memory yielded only two possibilities: the Shangwan clan and Jiang Hu's faction. And could this beggar belong to the Shangwan clan? No need to investigate further. He is of the Li clan. At that moment Jiang Tsungyun materialized, gaze fixed upon the beggar's massive chest wound, his expression one of quiet satisfaction. Impressive, the Azure Dragon manifestation truly lives up to its name. Even newly mastered, its power eclipses my own white serpent manifestation. His approval deepened with each word. Encountering Jiang Fan had indeed been a stroke of unparalleled fortune. Yet Qingyuan town's political landscape grows increasingly precarious. Now even the Li clan has entered the fray. It seems you cannot remain here. Rest tonight. Tomorrow you depart with me for the sacred land. Yes, Ancestor. Jiang Fan nodded, having heard about the Holy Land countless times. Now that he had no more concerns, it was time to head to the Holy Land for cultivation and prepare for the breakthrough to the Golden Core realm. Previously, he felt secure with his foundation establishment. Now he realized that without achieving the Golden Core, there was no sense of safety at all. Fortunately, the Sword God physique was not far away. Today, due to unforeseen circumstances, the Qianlong ceremony had to come to a hasty conclusion. However, Jiang Fan's feat of defeating a late foundation establishment body cultivator with a single strike spread like wildfire. Among the scattered cultivators, Jiang Fan was spoken of with awe. Have you heard? Jiang Fan defeated a late foundation establishment body cultivator with a single move, his power nearing that of a golden core. What do you mean by nearing golden core? That means he's a true golden core master. That's just bragging. Jiang Fan is barely over 30. Do you really believe he could be a golden core master? I saw it myself. During today's Qianlong ceremony, Jiang Fan summoned a dragon. Inside the tavern, countless scattered cultivators boasted and discussed Jiang Fan's actions. By the window, Shangguan Xiong drank alone, eavesdropping on the surrounding news. This fool actually dared to participate in the Qianlong ceremony, thinking the Jiang family is made of clay. I just hope he doesn't expose me. He was sent by the Shangguan family to liaise with the Jiang family, and his position was extremely awkward. He couldn't flee, nor could he stay put. If he stayed, he would face consequences, and if he fled, it would be a self-incrimination. If he ran away, what if the other party didn't disclose anything? That would be tantamount to admitting guilt. The most troublesome was the third-tier Qingmu Shuangguang array, which was useless against mortals, but effectively trapped foundation establishment cultivators, making escape impossible. It was too tragic. The communication talisman vibrated violently against Shangguan Xiong's chest, and he dared not delay, quickly taking it into his hands to check. Upon reading the message, Shangguan Xiong's expression changed dramatically. Could it be? The Ancestor has personally come. Is it really necessary for just a Jiang Fan? Yes, it was very necessary. In fact, 3 days prior, the Shangguan family had already made this decision. This Jiang Fan has killed dozens of our Shangguan family members, including the talented Shangguan Lei and Shangguan Yuran. Now he has even mastered the 10th layer of the Spirit Snake Sword Classic. Everyone, this is simply making a name for himself at our expense. At the high seat, the head of the Shangguan family shouted sternly, as if it were his own head being trampled. If this child is not eliminated, not only will our Shangwan family lose face, but the Jiang family will soon have a golden core genius, which is absolutely unacceptable. Now that Jiang Fan has established himself, we are likely no longer his opponents. What does a mere foundation establishment count for? No matter how strong he is still just a somewhat larger ant. A slightly plump man stepped forward, showing a look of disdain. Greetings, Ancestor. Everyone bowed in unison. This time I will take matters into my own hands, and we will unite with the Li family. I believe the Li family also doesn't want to see another golden core master arise from the Jiang family. The Shangwan, Jiang, and Li families each had 3 golden core masters, forming a delicate balance. Previously, the Shangwan and Jiang families teamed up to outmaneuver the Li family's ancestor, but fortunately, he didn't die, so this balance remained intact. However, if the Jiang family were to gain another golden core before the spiritual vein emerged, the original delicate balance would be shattered completely. The most critical factor was that Jiang Fan was too young. A golden core in his 30s. Who knows what achievements he could attain in the future? Even estimating the worst outcome, he would likely become a golden core peak master capable of suppressing them all. Thus, they had to eliminate Jiang Fan before he could grow, while Jiang Fan himself was completely unaware of the conspiracies surrounding him. At this moment, the only thing Jiang Fan was focused on was Sword God Physique Awakening Progress 1000. 11,000 breakthrough possible. Effort pays off. The long-awaited Sword God Physique is finally qualified now. Breakthrough. Breakthrough successful. Congratulations to the host for awakening the Sword God Physique. Next phase, Sword Immortal Intent Awakening Progress 0. 120,000 whoosh. A beam of sword light shot out from Jiang Fan's body, coursing through his meridians. Every meridian that the sword light traversed expanded to more than double its size. The true chi washed by the sword light carried a sharp sword intent, as if it were on the verge of sublimation into a more powerful true chi. Jiang Fan felt as if 1,000 knives were slicing through him, but it was akin to being numbed by anesthetics. He felt it, but did not experience any pain. Instead, there was a tingling sensation. After being washed by the sword light, the true chi now bore a sharp sword intent. He didn't even need to operate the sword classic. Just a simple gesture could summon a powerful sword shadow. Whoosh. A single strike cleaved through the specially crafted wall of the secret room, which could withstand a full-force strike from a peak foundation establishment cultivator, and it continued deep underground for dozens of meters before coming to a stop. Yet this fissure was only 2 fingers wide, and a rich sword intent emanated from it. What incredible power! Jiang Fan was taken aback. Even a casual gesture of his was stronger than the 10th form of the 10,000 Calamities Serpent's manifestation during the day. It should be noted that the sword moves unleashed by the 10th form of the Spirit Snake Sword Classic were already several times stronger than the usual true chi. Yet after awakening the Sword God Physique, even his basic attacks were slightly stronger than his previous ultimate moves. If he were to use the 10,000 Calamities Serpent form, not to mention a late Foundation Establishment Body Cultivator, even a Body Cultivator at the Golden Core realm would likely be unable to withstand it. No wonder the Sword God Physique once dominated the entire Shu Kingdom. It truly is a talent born solely for the sword. I am currently only at the late Foundation Establishment stage, yet my power already slightly exceeds that of a Golden Core early stage cultivator. What if I weren't at the late Foundation Establishment? Jiang Fan chuckled softly and summoned the Spirit Snake Sword, a treasure given to him by Jiang Tsongyun. This sword was a low-grade treasure, allowing Jiang Fan to directly replace his original high-grade spirit weapon, the Spirit Snake Sword, as the new Dantian for his sword spirit body. Thus, how could Jiang Fan be merely a late Foundation Establishment cultivator? He was clearly a quasi-Golden Core early stage sword cultivator. What? You say using the sword spirit body to refine a low-grade treasure could only unleash 70% of a Golden Core early stage's strength. Look at this, the primordial true body. Crack. The sound of bones creaking echoed. With the integration of the primordial true body and the sword spirit physique, Jiang Fan's aura surged again, compensating for the previous 30% deficit. Now there was no difference from a Golden Core early stage cultivator. The primordial true body perfectly complemented the shortcomings of the sword spirit physique, creating a top-notch synergy. But this was not the end. There was more. The sword god physique. With the primordial true body, the sword god physique, and the true chi refined from the low-grade treasure through the sword spirit physique. What Golden Core early or mid-stage? I could defeat any of them, and I wouldn't even bat an eye at a Golden Core latest stage cultivator. Only against a Golden Core peak would I have to be somewhat cautious. But even then it would only be a matter of caution. If I can't defeat you, can I not escape? This is the confidence brought by the 3 innate physical qualities of the primordial true body, sword god physique, and sword spirit physique. For an ordinary person, awakening one of the 3 innate talents would be an extreme stroke of luck, while 2 would be a once-in-a-hundred-years opportunity. For all 3 innate physical qualities to awaken in a single individual, such a thing is likely unprecedented in history. With the awakening of the 3 innate talents, Jiang Fan, at the late Foundation establishment stage, had the qualification to challenge a golden core latest-stage cultivator. However, I never expected that the next stage of the sword god physique would actually be the immortal sword intent. This progress bar requires 200,000. Oh, how long will that take? Jiang Fan could only sigh helplessly. It seems I can only endure and cultivate a bit more. On the morning of the second day, Jiang Fan and the others were ready to set off. Jiang Fan carried the white snake treasure lamp given by the Grand Elder by his side, prepared to use it in case of any unexpected situations. After all, Yang Yun was still a mere mortal and needed to be well protected. We are about to leave Qingyuan town, and I really feel a bit reluctant. Among the 4, Yang Yun was the most reluctant to leave Qingyuan town, as it was the place where she had grown up since childhood, and she had deep feelings for it. Sister Yun, if you ever want to come back, we can visit often. Jiang Ying immediately comforted her. Yes, although Qingyuan town is nice, the spiritual energy here is thin, making it difficult for long-term cultivation. Jiang Fan also felt quite emotional. His feelings for Qingyuan town were complex. It was both his place of exile and his place of rise. It had been less than a year since he left the Jiang family, and now he was returning to the clan again. When he left, he was still in the position of an outer elder, but now he returned as the direct disciple of the Holy Land. Really? So if I go there, I can achieve the 9th level of the Cloud and Rain 9 refinements and become a grandmaster. Hearing Jiang Fan's words, Yang Yun also became excited. Of course, the Jiang family's location is on a 3rd-grade spiritual vein, and the Holy Land is the core area of this vein, where the cultivation efficiency is several times higher than that of Qingyuan town. Beside her, Lu Suyi nodded vigorously, deeply resonating. Yes, not only will Brother Jiang's cultivation progress rapidly, but we too will enjoy the benefits and the rare cultivation effects of the 3rd-grade spiritual vein alongside Brother Jiang Fan. She originally came from a scattered cultivator background. To stabilize her cultivation in a spiritual vein, one either needed to be a mercenary for a big family or compete with demonic beasts. Compared to the born aristocrat Jiang Ying and the cultivation-insensitive Yang Yun, she cherished this opportunity even more. At the same time, her respect and affection for Jiang Fan deepened. If it weren't for Jiang Fan, she might never have had the chance to cultivate in a 3rd-grade spiritual vein. Lu Suyi's words made Jiang Ying suddenly realize. Her ability to enter the Holy Land for cultivation was greatly related to Jiang Fan's persistence. After all, at the beginning, Jiang Fan had refused to enter the Holy Land for their sake. Brother Fan is always the strongest. Jiang Ying clung to Jiang Fan's arm, her admiration for him never fading. Jiang Fan, how are the preparations going? At that moment, the figure of Jiang Songyun slowly descended, followed closely by Jiang Yunshan, Jiang Tai, Jiang Huan, and others. Reporting to the Ancestor, everything is ready. Jiang Fan replied, actually, there wasn't much valuable stuff. The most important thing was to bring his 3 companions with him. Good, then let's set off. Jiang Songyun nodded, lightly tapping his withered yellow finger, and a flying boat, 6 zhang long and 2 zhang wide, suddenly appeared before everyone. The flying boat shimmered with spiritual light, covered in intricate formations, giving it an impressive appearance. Jiang Kanjian's skeletal finger gently tapped in the void, producing a sound akin to gold and jade colliding. With this clear sound, layers of spiritual energy ripples spread from his fingertips, and a flying boat radiating with spiritual light tore through the void. The 6 zhang long and 2 zhang wide boat was densely covered with numerous formations, and the azure golden wood grain appeared to twist and turn like a swimming dragon in the spiritual light. At the bow of the boat stood a half-zhang tall white snake statue with a giant snake mouth, holding a fist-sized wind-breaking pearl, which helped it break through air waves and accelerate its flight. As soon as the flying boat appeared, Jiang Yunshan and the others cast admiring glances. Although it was not their first time seeing it, they were always impressed. Jiang Ying and the others were even more mesmerized, as it was their first time seeing such a treasure. This is the Zhang Lu flying boat, crafted at great cost by me in the neighboring Wu Kingdom. It only requires the infusion of spirit stones to fly day and night, and its speed is not much slower than that of a golden core true monarch. Jiang Songyun proudly introduced his flying boat, which he often used to travel the world. He had crafted it during his golden core stage. Jiang Fan also liked it very much. The flying boat was large enough to comfortably accommodate a dozen people, without feeling crowded, and in critical moments it could easily hold over 100 people for a surprise attack, which made Jiang Fan quite envious. Now he was just missing a suitable vehicle and thought that after achieving the golden core, he would also have one crafted like this flying boat. That way he wouldn't be limited to one area, but could take his companions to travel the world. Looking at everyone's expressions, Jiang Songyun was quite satisfied. Let's go, it's time to set off. With this Zhonglu flying boat, you and your companions won't have to suffer the bumps of the journey. Jiang Fan nodded, taking Yang Yun and the three aboard the flying boat. In the next moment, a refreshing sensation, as if spiritual energy caressed their faces, enveloped them in the spiritual light that covered the flying boat. This is the innate spiritual pattern of the Zhonglu flying boat. Only with my permission can it protect those who board, otherwise they would be repelled. Jiang Kanjian's voice slowly echoed. I see. It seemed this was the boat's defensive mechanism, likely a formation above the third grade. Jiang Fan, when you first enter the Holy Land, there will be a worship ceremony. You must display all your potential. If you can cause the bell to ring 6 times, you will gain the opportunity to enter the forbidden area of the Burial Sword Valley, which could help you break through to the peak of Foundation establishment. Seeing Jiang Fan about to leave, Jiang Yunshan quickly instructed. Rest assured, Grand Elder, I will give it my all. Remember, the worship ceremony is crucial. The late White Snake Ancestor only managed to ring it 7 times, while a previous genius in the clan with a ground-grade spirit root managed to ring it 8 times. You may be talented, but that doesn't guarantee you will ring it 6 times. Do not be arrogant. Even if you cannot enter the Burial Sword Valley, remember to cultivate diligently after going to the Holy Land. Do not slack off. I am waiting for you to bring me glory. Below the flying boat, the Grand Elder Jiang Yunshan's voice slowly came. At that moment, he resembled a parent sending their child off to university. Do your best, Jiang Fan. I believe you will surpass the White Snake Ancestor. Jiang Tai also shouted loudly. Once this matter is settled, I will come find you for a drink. Jiang Fan will definitely cultivate hard and not disappoint everyone's expectations. Jiang Fan stood on the flying boat and responded to each of them. These few people cared for him greatly, especially the Grand Elder, who treated him like family, and he naturally wouldn't forget. However, Jiang Fan was indeed quite interested in the Burial Sword Valley mentioned by the Grand Elder, as it could help him quickly break through to the peak of Foundation establishment. Is the Earth-grade spirit root guaranteed to ring 7 times? Jiang Fan glanced at his spirit root progress bar. Current Supreme, with spirit root 959310000. There were still a few days' travel to Jiang's family, which should be enough time. Let's go, it's not like we won't return. Jiang Tsungyun, who had lived for over 400 years, had seen similar scenes so many times that it was difficult to stir any waves in his heart. He then lightly tapped, and the flying boat leaped into the air, reaching a height of over 100 meters in mere moments. It then transformed into a streak of clouds, speeding towards the direction of Jiang's family. Around them, the sound of air exploding could be heard. But Jiang Fan and the others on the flying boat felt no impact at all. The wind-breaking pearl and the spiritual light shield adequately kept all the violent winds at bay. Especially when standing on the flying boat and looking down, the tall trees instantly shrank to the size of a thumb, and the original Qingyuan town gradually turned from a large area into a mere husband. Look, it turns out Qingyuan town is so small. Yang Yun pointed towards Qingyuan town, curiously exclaiming, Look, that is Wuming Mountain air. I didn't expect it to be only palm-sized. Jiang Ying also exclaimed in surprise. There is also the clear water river, thin like a thread. Husband, look at that. Those mountains are so tiny, like buns. The three of them were like curious babies, constantly gazing at the surrounding scenery. Due to the principle of optical imaging, the farther away something is from us, the smaller it appears. Jiang Fan blurted out. What is optical imaging? Jiang Ying and the others looked at him curiously. Jiang Fan paused for a moment. He couldn't just say it was a scientific principle. He then said, it's the law of the world's operation. Once you break through Foundation establishment, you will find that while it appears smaller the further away it is in your eyes, its size remains unchanged in your divine sense. Divine sense intuitively reveals everything around, while the eyes only perceive superficial appearances. Thus, what is covered by divine sense and what is seen can sometimes be quite different. Wow, Brother Fan, you're amazing. I must break through Foundation establishment too. Jiang Ying instantly became enthusiastic. Me too, Lu Suyi chimed in. I will also strive to break through to grandmaster soon, Yang Yun said excitedly. Kid, do you even understand the principles? Jiang Tsungyun suddenly appeared behind Jiang Fan, a smile on his face. I learned it from ancient texts. Jiang Fan quickly fabricated an excuse. Your current cultivation is still low, some matters are better left untouched. The power of the laws is subtle and profound. Even the nascent soul heavenly monarch has not grasped its essence, let alone us golden core cultivators. Jiang Kanjian's words implied that he already considered Jiang Fan as a potential golden core. In fact, it was true. It was merely a matter of time before Jiang Fan broke through to golden core. I understand, Senior, Jiang Fan nodded solemnly. It's a 3-day journey to the Jiang family from here. Since we have some free time, let me tell you about the golden core path. Jiang Tsungyun seemed interested and took the initiative to sit down with Jiang Fan. Since you have already broken through Foundation establishment, you naturally know the 3 barriers of vitality, energy, and spirit. Do you know the bottleneck of the golden core barrier? Yes, the heavenly thunder tribulation. Correct, it is the heavenly thunder tribulation that instills fear in countless cultivators, Jiang Fan said, stroking his white beard, becoming serious. We cultivators walk against the heavens. The reason I say this is that the so-called cultivation is the process of seizing the mighty power of heaven and earth within oneself. In the chi refining stage, one absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and refines it into true energy, storing it in the dantian. In the foundation establishment stage, it is even more so. Not only do you absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and refine it into true energy, but you also compress the true energy into a liquid state. A drop of liquid true energy is equivalent to the total true energy of a perfected chi refining cultivator, while a foundation establishment early stage cultivator's total true energy is comparable to that of 20 perfected chi refining cultivators. Therefore, fundamentally speaking, as a cultivator's cultivation level continuously rises, it is a deepening of the plunder of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The higher the cultivation, the more intense the plunder. How could this not provoke the heavens to retaliate? Is it really so? Jiang Fan was hearing Jiang Kanjian's theory for the first time. Previously, no one had ever analyzed the cultivation process so thoroughly. So do you know why there is the heavenly thunder tribulation when breaking through to golden core? Because heaven and earth do not want you to break through. Jiang Fan asked, puzzled. You can understand it that way. During the chi refining and foundation establishment stages, even when going against the heavens, you are merely using your body as a vessel to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, upon reaching the golden core stage, condensing the golden core is like creating an organ specifically for absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Furthermore, the amount of spiritual energy absorbed at the golden core stage is elevated by an entire level compared to the foundation establishment stage. It's as if this world belongs to you. The spiritual energy is your granary, and the cultivator is the mouse in your home. At the beginning of the chi refining stage, the mouse merely eats your grain, and you might not even care. By the foundation establishment stage, it not only eats, but also uses its claws to take your grain away. You may find it amusing, but by the golden core stage, it's as if it has brought a storage bag to steal your grain. If you were the owner of this granary, what would you choose to do? I would kill the mouse. Exactly, that is the heavenly thunder tribulation. Jiang Fan rubbed his fingers together. It indeed seemed to follow this reasoning. However, the Tao of heaven has its flaws. Cultivation is not necessarily a path to death. If one's strength is sufficient, this heavenly tribulation could merely be a necessary process to temper the golden core. Unfortunately, the vast majority of people cultivate recklessly with unstable foundations, ultimately turning to ashes under the heavenly tribulation. Saying this, Jiang Fan glanced at Jiang Fan, his words seeming to carry a hint of insinuation. Before Jiang Fan could respond, Jiang Fan suddenly changed his tone, saying, I am not very worried about you. Most of those with weak foundations break through relying on pills or the guidance of high-level cultivators forcibly enhancing their cultivation. But you are different. Your comprehension of the Spirit Snake Sword Classic is profound, and I believe you already have a good understanding of the Golden Core. You also possess the combat power of a Golden Core. The Heavenly Thunder Tribulation should not be a difficult matter for you. You flatter me, Ancestor. Jiang Fan humbly replied, but he understood in his heart that what the Ancestor said was entirely correct. Although the intensity of the Golden Core Heavenly Thunder Tribulation is high, it is certainly not comparable to the strikes of a true Golden Core True Monarch. In other words, it may not even match the might of Jiang Fan's sword. Otherwise, so many perfected foundation establishment cultivators wouldn't be able to withstand the Heavenly Thunder Tribulation. However, individuals like Jiang Fan with exceptional talent are indeed rare. Ordinary cultivators make up the vast majority. Indeed. Boom. Just as Jiang Fan was about to say something, the 8-foot flying boat suddenly began to shake violently, as if it was under a fierce attack. Who is it? Jiang Fan yelled angrily, and his divine sense instantly spread out. Ancestor, what happened? Jiang Fan also reacted quickly, extending his divine sense to protect Jiang Ying and the others, while also taking out the white snake treasure lamp ready to activate it at any moment. Haha, Jiang, old monster, we haven't even gathered yet, and you are already trying to escape from Qingyuan town. A slightly plump figure slowly appeared, blocking the 8-foot flying boat. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Jiang Kanjian's expression changed, and he shouted sternly, Shangwan Zhuli, you seek death. Shangwan Zhuli. Jiang Fan's heart skipped a beat. There are 3 Golden Core ancestors in the Shangwan family, and this Shangwan Zhuli is one of them. It is said that this person's identity was not prominent in childhood, and his parents gave him a derogatory name to help him survive. Little did they know Shangwan Zhuli's talent was astonishing, and he has now become the Golden Core patriarch of the Shangwan family. Thus, this person is very sensitive about his name. If called carelessly, it could cost someone their life. But why would the golden core ancestor of the Shangwan family come to rob a ship for no reason? If I told you not to call my name. Jiang, old monster, do you really think I am afraid of your 12 moves? That day was merely a pretense to let you win. Do you really think you succeeded? Daring to block my 8-foot flying boat today, I shall make you pay a painful price. Jiang Tsongyun shouted angrily, making a gesture with his hand. The spirit snake's sword began to tremble slowly, but just as he was about to go out, he suddenly hesitated. You're just in time. My cultivation has advanced significantly these past few days, and I shall settle the score from last time in this very instance. Upstanding with a cold snort, Shang Wanzhou was reminded of his previous battle with Jiang Tsongyun, where despite his ambush, Jiang Tsongyun had slightly gained the upper hand. However, this time he seemed quite confident and felt no fear whatsoever. That dog Dingshi, having lost to me last time, is still unconvinced. If I do not severely injure him today, we may not be able to return smoothly. I have made up my mind. This time I will show Shang Wanzhou a thing or two. He glanced over at Jiang Fan beside him and said, Jiang Fan, I will go out to deal with that old thief Shang Wanzhou. Stay inside the flying boat and do not go out. Even if a golden core appears, they won't easily break through my flying boat's formation. I guarantee your safety. Understood, Ancestor. Jiang Fan nodded. With that, Jiang Tsongyun felt relieved, leaping out of the 6-meter flying boat. As long as he could ensure Jiang Fan's safety inside the flying boat, everything would be fine. Shang Wanzhou, since you seek death, I shall grant you that wish today. Jiang Tsongyun roared angrily, and the high-grade magic weapon, the spirit snake sword, leapt out from his hand. A vast amount of spiritual energy gathered, forming a massive white spirit snake coiling around Jiang Tsongyun. 12th style of the spirit snake sword technique, mystical snake swallows the moon. The gigantic mouth of the snake opened wide, resembling a great door leading to the abyss, ready to swallow Shang Wanzhou whole. Old fool, I am not to be underestimated either. Shang Wanzhou raised his large blade, summoning countless blade energies from thin air, all converging on the edge of his blade, emitting a series of piercing howls. Heaven-shaking dawn. Slash. Boom. The fierce light waves from the clash of the blade and sword collided violently, sending powerful shockwaves that shook the nearby 6-meter flying boat. Above the heavens, the collision even dispersed the clouds within 1,000 meters, transforming it into a blue vacuum zone. Old Jiang, you indeed possess some skills, but do not think this ends here. Today it is either your death or mine. Shang Wanzhou snorted coldly, his large blade wildly shifting while his figure flickered, as if he were prepared for a life-or-death struggle. Today I shall grant you your wish. Jiang Tsongyun sneered, brandishing the spirit snake sword as he pursued, not forgetting to remind Jiang Fan as he left. Jiang Fan, do not leave the flying boat. Wait for my return. Jiang Fan watched with rapt attention from within the flying boat. Is this truly the clash between golden core experts? It is indeed quite formidable. He recalled the techniques exchanged between Jiang Tsongyun and Shang Wanzhou just now, and they were indeed much stronger than the sword energy he had casually drawn last night. However, if Jiang Fan were to reveal his early golden core cultivation and employ the 10th style, the 10,000 calamity snake form, it would be uncertain what the outcome might be. After all, the power of the calamity dragon form in the golden core realm had never been truly verified, and Jiang Fan was the first to use it. Both Shang Wanzhou and Jiang Tsongyun were latest-stage golden core experts. The strength of both was beyond doubt. Jiang Fan now felt assured that the strength of a latest-stage golden core was not entirely out of reach. It was just that Shang Wanzhou's sudden appearance was a bit odd. Could he really have come here specifically to fight? Husband is Ancestor, all right. Yang Yun and the others looked worriedly outside as the recent clash had exceeded their understanding. In their eyes, both Shang Wanzhou and Jiang Tsongyun were lofty and unreachable golden core true lords entirely beyond their grasp. It's not a big problem. The golden core from the Shangwan family is indeed formidable, but his strength is not on par with Ancestor's. We just need to wait for the results. Jiang Kanjian's latest-stage golden core cultivation was due to the spirit snake sword technique only having 12 layers. Once he comprehended the 13th layer, he would undoubtedly step into the realm of golden core great perfection. In contrast, Shang Wanzhou was latest-stage golden core simply because he had only cultivated to that level. There was a fundamental difference between them. Then that's good. I hope Ancestor is fine. Jiang Ying and the others sighed in relief. Although they did not understand how strong the golden core was, trusting Jiang Fan was enough. Jiang Fan patted the shoulders of the three women, intending to offer some comfort, when suddenly an unexpected turn of events occurred. Everyone, you might want to worry about your own safety instead. A figure in a black robe suddenly appeared outside the 6-meter flying boat, holding a strange talisman that glimmered with cloud patterns, emitting a chilling light. The originally stable formation of the 6-meter flying boat began to tremble violently upon the appearance of that talisman. Not good, it's a third-tier array-breaking talisman specially designed to break formations. Jiang Fan's expression tightened as he instantly recognized the talisman in the man's hand, which was indeed a well-known array-breaking talisman, and a third-tier one at that. Haha, that's right. I spent a great deal of money to acquire this third-tier array-breaking talisman. It is usually only used in significant battles, but now employing it against you is indeed worth every penny. After the black-robed man finished speaking, the talisman in his hand began to burn away, transforming into a radiant light gathering at his fingertips. He then gently pointed towards the 6-meter flying boat. Boom! The light pierced into the spiritual light formation of the 6-meter flying boat with the precision of a dagger. The third-tier spiritual light formation, which could originally withstand golden core attacks, now crumbled before the array-breaking talisman as if it were made of paper collapsing in waves. Why go through all this? Jiang Fan's expression grew serious, and the white snake lantern in his hand was instantly activated. In that moment, a white snake flew out of the lantern, morphing into a white light that swirled around him within a 3-zhang radius. At the tail of the white snake, a small flame could be seen slowly burning. At this moment, the white snake resembled a white candle sacrificing itself to protect Jiang Fan and the others within the lantern's range. A rare treasure. I didn't expect you to possess such a treasure. The black-robed man furrowed his brows upon seeing the white snake lantern. This rare artifact could withstand a golden core's attack for a quarter of an hour. Such a long duration would likely give Jiang Songyun ample time to react. However, before he could devise a plan, the scene that unfolded before him made him burst into laughter. Jiang Fan had merely protected his 3 wives beneath the lantern and was now stepping out of its protective range, approaching him. Husband. Jiang Ying and the others looked at Jiang Fan in confusion, not understanding why he had walked out. Jiang Fan did not answer, but gave them a reassuring gesture. This caused the black-robed man to be utterly delighted. Haha, truly unaware of the heavens and the earth, thinking that just because you comprehend golden core techniques, you can consider yourself a golden core. Although I have just entered the golden core, killing you, a mere brat who hasn't even entered the golden core, is as easy as pie.